NAS Continental Calendar, May 4th, 1424. The flames of the Great War were raging across the NAS continent. The entire land was engulfed in fire, and countless lives had been burned to ashes. No one could stop the demon army led by the Demon King. It was a land where only despair remained, but here, a warrior appeared to fight against the darkness. Basically, that's the game's setting. It's a virtual reality RPG where players become warriors, fight demons, become lords, and develop their territories. That game is Paradiso. Our main character spent all of his free time after work living in this paradise, grinding his character, mastering controls, exploiting bugs in the game, raiding dungeons, finding items, and so on. He was a middle-aged man who had memorized everything. He never lost his title as the #1 power blogger. After 10 years of being an information broker for Paradiso, he couldn't take it anymore, burned out, and quit. He had truly rotted away back in reality. Jian exclaimed in horror. "I'm 34 years old and I've never even been on a date. Is this how I'm going to die?" He shot up in a panic. Hayes saw this and rushed over, asking, "My lord, did you have a nightmare?" Jian's eyes darted around the room, which now looked incredibly strange to him. Confused, he asked, "Excuse me, who are you? And where is this?" The two of them just stared at each other, completely bewildered. A moment later, the system displayed a stream of information about Jian. He looked at his obese reflection in the mirror, feeling completely helpless. Jian's mind was reeling. "This weight gain will reduce my lifespan by 20 years. This skill is completely useless." Then he slumped back into his chair, telling himself to calm down first. He began to think, "My name is Xin Tung, but that was in my past life. Now, he has died from overwork and been reborn in the body of an obese lord named Jian. When I saw the game's user interface and the powers of the NAS continent, I knew for sure I was in Paradiso." NAS Continental Calendar, May 1st, 1414. The territory was just a small region, and the mere thought of it made him break out in a cold sweat. This wasn't a game, it was reality. If that's the case, then this life is about to end soon, too. How could this be? It's the year 1414 now, and in 10 years, in 1424, the Great War will begin. But in 5 years, in 1418, there will be a volcanic eruption, a massive earthquake, and a plague. These disasters are what led to the Great Nas War, as everyone fought over food. If the Great Nas War breaks out, all the nations and territories on the continent will be dragged into the conflict. At this, tears streamed down Jian's face. Being a lord with my own territory should be amazing. A second later, he roared in anger. But how can a character with a body like this possibly know the entire encyclopedia of Paradiso? If this were a novel, I'd be reborn as a handsome, amazing man and live a happy life. Why did this happen to me? Suddenly, the chair gave way under his excessive weight and broke. He quickly fell and hit his head painfully on the ground. Frustrated, he wished aloud. If only he could go back to being a kid. I bet he was pretty handsome. Then, he pushed himself up and tried to comfort himself. No, there's still hope. I just need to lose weight. I still have my memories from my past life. There are plenty of bugs in this world that I can exploit. The advantage of having knowledge that others don't. I'll use it to gain an edge in the future, to surpass others, and to take advantage of glitches they know nothing about. Jian was now burning with determination. This way, I will become the strongest warrior on the NAS continent, and the king who unifies the world. This will be my goal. The scene changes to the study, where Hayes' humming can be heard. She was happily going about her work. "Let's tidy up so the Lord can use his office comfortably today. It's been a while since I've been in here." But the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by loud banging, as if an earthquake was coming. It was Jian. He threw the door open and called her name. Hayes looked at him, bewildered. Without a word, he charged in and started rummaging through everything. It's not here either, and not here. Watching the scene unfold, Hayes was stunned. "My lord, what are you looking for?" he replied while panting. "The relic my father left me when he died. Why would I have stored something so important so carelessly?" Hayes casually took out a necklace and said, "If this is it, then it's right here. It's where I was just cleaning." Seeing it, Jian ran over joyfully. "Ah, what a relief. Thank you for helping me find it." Receiving such thanks, Hayes' eyes lit up. "It was my pleasure to help you, my lord. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Unexpectedly, he coldly requested, "Please step outside for a moment." Before she could even process it, the study door was closed. Hayes stood outside, completely puzzled. The Lord seems different from usual, but she quickly dismissed the thought. He seems so full of energy now, she thought as she skipped away. I should follow his example and work hard too. Back in the study, Jian was completely focused. This is my father's relic, Barret, a high-grade artifact passed down to me that can boost the development of magical abilities. And now, I'm going to smash it. Instantly, the artifact emitted a strange glow. Jian's only advantage was that he was a 4th-level wizard. However, with my current power, I can't summon her. Now, I'll sacrifice this artifact to succeed. It's the only way, he kept telling himself. This is the only way left to increase my power. I believe you'll understand, Father. And just like that, he was swept into a strange vortex. A moment later, a fearsome demon appeared before him. A dark voice boomed. Which foolish human has summoned me? Jian thought to himself. She's appeared. You can only summon her once in a lifetime. And that was the demon, Isabella. She looked at him and asked, Was it you, foolish human? What reason did you have to summon me? At this moment, Jian felt a glimmer of hope. That's right, he thought. Isabella is the foundation I need to become the best. Don't be afraid. The demon Isabella loses interest in cowards. If I let her return now, I'll never get another chance. With a determined gaze, he ran toward her. I want eyes that can see into the minds of others, he yelled again. I want eyes that can see into the minds of others. She let out a hearty laugh. See through them? You're certainly an ambitious one. You want to see into the minds of others. Is that right? In this body? He nodded. Yes. This was a hidden skill that only one person could obtain in Paradiso. Insight. The scene appeared in the eyes of the one who could see. Insight is a skill that can scan a target's disposition and stats. Its effectiveness depends on the user's ability and level of proficiency. Jian, who had summoned Isabella, intended to use this power to manage his territory and scout for promising individuals. She raised a finger. That works. Instead, she stared at him menacingly. What is the most important thing you can think of? But everything has its price. A scroll appeared in front of him, making his face turn pale. Isabella snatched the paper, opened it, and pointed. Awaken. I will grant you insight, and in return, I will take the most important thing from you. Isabella grabbed Jian by his shirt and lifted him up. If it's money, it will be taken. If it's fame, you'll be turned into a slave. If it's family, I'll have a delicious meal. Jian looked at her in fear. He thought Isabella had taken the memory he had just thought of. This was a demon's curse that he could only obey. The corners of his mouth broke into a wide grin. Suddenly, Isabella's mouth twitched and puckered. She felt an irritation in her throat. What is this? What's wrong with my lips? Jian floated in the air, grinning slyly. I just kept thinking of something I moderately valued. It was simple once I knew the terms of your contract. He appeared confident. It's hard to maintain one's thoughts. He pointed forward. For the past 34 years, I have saved my first kiss. She writhed on the ground, her nails tearing at the walls. No, I don't want it. What kind of lunatic thinks about his first kiss? Jian was lifted up, but he was delighted, even if his first kiss was with a demon. Oh God! He ripped off the shirt hiding his mass of fat. Hail the frosty hall. The eternal contract with Isabella was fulfilled. Back in reality, two maids were talking to each other. Don't you find it strange lately? The Lord hasn't left his room in months, and now he's wandering all over the place. Normally, he's someone who's fed up with a boring and troublesome routine. The sound of another maid's footsteps hurried over. That's right. He only seems full of life when he sees food. A moment ago, he went down to the basement, a place no one ever goes. The girl with blue hair heard everything. Why would he go there? Ha walked past them, carrying a stack of papers. She was flustered. Excuse me, please let me through. She ran frantically ahead. Juyen asked, Ha, can I help you with anything? She replied, It's okay, I can do it. Rose sighed. What an energetic girl. Always getting scolded and yelled at by the Lord. She rubbed her face. So pitiful. Ha opened the door with the tall stack of papers. My lord, I've brought the domain's documents and your personal papers. Jian held up a hand to stop her. Wait, stay right there. He used his insight to look at her. Ha was a bit confused and straightened her clothes. Loyalty. There are other special traits too, right? Her disposition is truly special for a maid. I must train her to become a healer. She has an unrequited love, rank A. That means she's been unloved for 10 years. I'm sorry for the person you love. I'll be very busy with my work, so I won't be able to date you comfortably. Ha asked, a little scared. What's wrong, sir? He bluntly held out his hand. No, give me the documents. Jian flipped through the pages. Standing beside him, the maid Ha trembled in fear. A small voice came from her. My lord, I'm sorry. He sighed. Sorry for what? All of a sudden? She didn't dare to look up. But whenever something like this happens, I must work diligently. Jian stared at her, and the more he did, the more her hands trembled uncontrollably. He recalled painful memories. She had been physically abused by him but still had to force a smile. He looked at her. I just remembered Jian's memories. That guy was a real bastard. Almost everything was delegated to Ha, and if any trouble arose, he would fly into a rage. His large shadow approached her, even though it wasn't my fault. Ha! A large hand was raised. Ha winced, bracing herself as usual, but this time, Jian cried and hugged her. I'm sorry, Ha. He hugged her so tightly it was uncomfortable. I'm sorry for what I've done to you. It's been tough, hasn't it? Thank you for staying by my side without complaining, and for trusting me. From now on, I won't let you see my pathetic side anymore. I'm going to change even more, so I'll try my best to become a good lord. He gave her a naive smile. Can you trust me one last time? Ha! Collapsed into his arms. My lord, I'm sorry. Ha cried so much her snot got on his shirt, moved to tears. She hugged him tightly. I will be by your side for my entire life, my lord. Picking up girls is this easy, he thought cheerfully. Thank you for forgiving me. She was crying and smiling brightly at the same time. He grew pensive again. I am Jian now, so I will carry all the sins that Jian has committed. A long dining table appeared. Ha trembled. My lord, I don't think these are the right things. At that moment, Jian was voraciously eating green vegetables. She reminded him, this is just vegetables. How can you stand eating only vegetables? He shoved vegetables into his mouth and chewed noisily. This is what it takes to lose weight. In the game Paradiso, there were plants that had a negative effect on satiety. In a way, these plants were effective for weight loss. It tastes like crap, so no one eats it. He tasted sour milk and the burnt flavor of bean paste. That one tastes like rotten cheese from an armpit. The effect of eating green vegetables can promote fat decomposition with the effect of eating asparagus leaves. Status recognition. Enhanced digestion absorbs twice the normal amount of calories. A powerful stimulus is activated. 450 grams of fat are immediately broken down and expelled. He touched his round, fat belly. It would definitely lose weight, little by little. But then he covered his gushing mouth. But anyway, I have to throw it up immediately. A plate of meat was brought out. My lord, please eat this. I prepared some soy meat just in case. Ha whispered. I learned this from the chef for the sake of the former lord's health. You always threw it away without eating, but now I'm sure you'll eat it. Jian's tears flowed from being so moved. He cursed inwardly. Jian, you piece of trash, troubling an angel like this. It tasted even more delicious. As expected, of an A-rank chef. I feel like the rotten taste left in my mouth is being purified. He speared a piece of meat. All right, let's begin. Yes, sir. He ate the delicious pieces. The results after reading the documents, my domain is located in the far north. I even remember what kind of domain it is. It's a cold region, so agriculture is undeveloped, but it's an F-rank barren territory with many types of pests, insects, and robbers. However, the advantage is that the more barren the land, the more honey-like event locations there are. He had cleaned the plate of meat. The problem is that I'm too weak to take advantage of this. He resolutely stood up from the dining table. First of all, I've been given another chance to live. Isabella screamed, Give it to me. Jian spat water from his mouth and frantically called for Isabella. She stuck out her tongue. He asked, Why are you still here? She replied, How dare you provoke me? I will follow you for the rest of your life until you die, and I get my insight back. Things won't be that easy. Time rewound to 10 years ago. A hand knocked on the door. My lord, open the door. Please open the door for me, Lockett urged from outside. It's truly a pity about the late master's passing, but now you must shake off the past and think about the future. Come with me through this difficult time. Inside is a pitch-dark room. Jian sits huddled on the floor. A voice from outside the door keeps calling out, My lord. He sits, crying in fear, and calls out, Father. Time rewinds to the Lord's mansion. Why did he suddenly summon us? Gragas, completely drunk, slurred. A New Year's party? He chugged more wine and looked over. 2 maids were on duty. He approached them, his breath reeking of alcohol. Well, he threw his arms around Rose and Hayes. Good morning. The 2 were clearly uncomfortable, but managed to reply, Good morning, Sir Gragas. He just laughed. All right then, I'm so glad you greeted me. The look he gave her was terrifying. Gragas thought to himself, I don't get why a beauty like her would ever like that damn pig. One day, I'll make her my woman. A voice called out, Gragas, what are you doing? Lockett stepped forward sternly. I've told you many times not to harass the women. Why are you acting so childishly? Do you think that's proper behavior for one of the Lord's knights? Hayes saw a savior and was overjoyed. Sir Locket. As for Gragas, his face went pale with fear. He stammered, "S. Sir Locket." Then his expression soured. Putting on a brazen face, he sneered. "Damn it, you think you have the right to lecture me, the head of the city's security forces? It seems you still don't know your place." Even after getting an earful from the Lord. Locket's face tightened in anger, and he growled, "Say that again." Gragas moved closer, sticking out his tongue provocatively. "What's wrong, old man? Gone deaf?" Orin spoke up. "Both of you, stop it. The Lord will be here any minute." Locket respectfully called him sir, while Gragas just clicked his tongue and turned away. He muttered a curse, just loud enough for the two to hear. "Can't believe a toothless dog and a retired old geezer can still set foot in here. It's a disgrace to the honor of this place." Locket shot back. "Are you sure about that? How can someone with your personality be in charge of the security team?" Orin sadly held him back. "I understand how you feel, but it's not something we can easily change. Come on, let's go inside." All the high-ranking officials were seated at a long table, holding up papers and wondering, "What is this?" An old man whispered, "I can't believe he actually called for a meeting." Jian was carefully reviewing the documents as the whispering continued. Is he actually reading those documents? And he looks thinner, too. Could the rumors about the Lord's change be true? Meanwhile, Gragas was still chugging wine. He slammed the bottle on the table defiantly. "My lord, why are you sitting there reading those reports? It doesn't suit you at all." He ordered, "Hurry up and end this meeting so you can come drink with me." He rambled on, "I've found a rare wine this time. I'm sure you'll be pleased with it." Jian clenched the paper in his hand, placed a hand on his chin, and said, "Wine?" He thought, "That man is completely wasted." "Yes, wine. And I'll call a beautiful girl to drink with us." Locket thought. Every time there's an urgent meeting, he lures the Lord away and encourages his laziness. He stood up, clenching his fists. "This time, no matter what, I have to stop him for the glory of suddenly." Jian's voice rang out. He pointed directly at him. "Hey, you. How can you be drunk during a meeting? Is that what you want?" Even Gragas was taken aback. Locket was also surprised by the statement, but then Gragas's laughter echoed. Still holding the wine bottle, he said, "Don't miss out. We were just drinking together recently, weren't we?" Then, a flash of magic shattered the wine bottle. He froze, enraged. Jian continued, "For this time only, I will overlook your actions." Gragas didn't seem to get it, gritting his teeth. "No matter what you say, my lord, you shouldn't use magic on me." Jian slammed the table. "Now, for the next issue. Captain of the security team, Gragas, are you satisfied with your current wealth? The wealth you've gained by abusing the power I gave you to extort the merchants you've threatened?" Gragas stood there in utter shock. "What?" Jian kept speaking. "Because of your greed, the lives of many people in this domain have been ruined." Magic began to glow in Jian's palm. They have lost faith in their lord, and their precious assets have been stolen. Illegal taxes, human trafficking, and even illegally training a private army in the territory of Gribia. He chanted a spell, forming a large fireball, his eyes turning ice cold. "Your rude behavior just now ended with a broken bottle, but this crime of yours, I will end it by neatly burning your face off." Gragas's face contorted in disbelief. A chair was knocked over. A powerful light shot forward. A massive fireball flew toward the terrified Gragas, who tried to run, but it struck him square in the back. Gragas's back was scorched. Jian said, "I truly want to kill you, but to enforce the law fairly and strictly, I will be satisfied with this for now." Then, Jian shouted with authority, "From this day forward, Gragas is stripped of his position. I will thoroughly investigate all corruption within this domain." The faces of the remaining officials were filled with fear. All of them knelt before him. "My lord, please forgive our negligence. We have committed a crime worthy of death." Locket was astonished and looked at him in a new light. He thought. He took down Gragas, a skilled fighter, in a single blow. That's the power of a fourth-tier mage from the main family. And that aura, it's just like Viscount Bear's. Jian called to Locket. "I hereby appoint you as the captain of Gribia's security team." Locket was stunned. "That is a lord's command. Do you have any objections?" Locket bowed and knelt. "I will obey your command," Jian shouted. "That is the Lord's order. Does anyone have a problem with it?" The crowd shouted back. "No, sir." He breathed a sigh of relief. "With this, I've restored a certain degree of a Lord's authority. The problem is that the positions aren't arranged logically. An official with little political experience is in charge of commerce but has the skills of a warrior. The one in charge of agricultural development is proficient in mathematics and a skilled negotiator." He glanced over at Orin, who gave him a gentle smile. Jian smiled back, thinking, I'll adjust things gradually. I have my own plans. 1 month later, in the domain of Gribia, a voice cried out, No, please. A man was being beaten. Without that money, I can't continue my business. I'm begging you. Sun threatened him with a knife. So noisy. It would have been better if you just gave it to me nicely. You're just making things difficult for yourself. Another thug commented. Gragas hasn't been coming to collect the money lately. Maybe he's off vacationing somewhere warm? Sun picked up a gold coin with delight. If he's not coming to get this money, then we'll just keep it. That's right. A bell at the door made them wary. Hey, one of you go check it out. A bald-headed man peeked through a crack in the door and asked, Who is it? Jian waved cheerfully. Hello there. The bald man was confused. What's with this pig? Jian threw a single punch that completely deformed his face. An image of Locket appears. He has an S rank in loyalty, peace, and orderliness, but a C rank in justice. A single punch sent him flying. Locket clenched his fist. How dare you insult our lord? You have committed a capital offense. Jian advised cheerfully. I don't mind the insult, but they are the ones illegally taxing the citizens and merchants. The bald guy was lying unconscious. Jian shouted, Capture all of them and don't let anyone escape. Locket's face was filled with determination. He clenched his fists. I will obey your command. Justice will be swift under the new captain of the security team. They stared in astonishment. The new captain of the security team? Some guy tried to flee through the back door. He tiptoed cautiously, but Jian spotted him. He opened the door and said, Where do you think you're going? Jian pointed his finger and used magic. Magic missile. A burst of power from his hand sent the man flying. The citizens cheered in delight. Long live the Lord. Long live Sir Locket. The bruised and battered thugs were chained and led away. I was wondering when those bastards would finally get caught. It's finally happened. I feel so much better about this. Locket clenched his fist and shouted loudly. The Lord acknowledges his past mistakes and has declared that he will take care of his citizens with all his might from now on. Cleaning up the criminals is just the first step. Someone else commented. I can't believe Gragas was arrested. A soldier said. Move it. And don't forget the Lord's kind heart in helping his people. Another person handed bread to the hungry citizens. This is a mercy from the Lord for those who are about to starve. The boy reached out his hand. Thank you, sir. I will be grateful to him for the rest of my life. A bard sang on the street. A new sun has risen over the cold land of Sebia. Jian rode his horse amidst the cheers and welcomes of the people. In the meetings, citizens had begun to view the territory and its new lord with positivity. Locket was full of energy, and supporters of the lord began to appear. The plan was a success, he said, while looking at a document. Our efforts have paid off. Locket, you're doing well with your new position and your subordinates, right? He smiled brightly. Yes, I am doing well. I'm very happy and grateful that you appointed me to this position. His eyes saw his charisma stat increase by 1 point. He continued speaking to Locket. If you're satisfied, then I'm satisfied. I trust you to oversee public order to the best of your ability from now on. A month after the criminals in the territory were punished, public order and the people's goodwill had improved dramatically. Locket recruited and assigned many skilled soldiers. All were united under the feudal lord system. It all happened because I have the mind's eye. While he was handling his work, Isabella yelled, Give me back the mind's eye. He shot her a dirty look, but she kept demanding it back. Her aura seemed sorrowful. The crops are growing thanks to the new farming methods, but with half the year being winter, there are some disadvantages, so the results are not. He turned to Avila. He reported the situation. Although we are trying to make mana stones a specialty product of the territory, it will take some time to get the desired results. He rubbed his stomach and looked up at the sky. The mind's eye isn't really useful for anything other than identifying talented people. I'll have to work harder from now on. Locket's voice cut through his thoughts. I've seen this a few times now, but that transformation seems to be really effective. Jian smiled cheerfully and looked down at his belly. This is a popular method I learned from another territory to lose weight. Locket hid his hands. As you lose weight, you look more and more like a feudal lord. Jian let out a happy laugh. To be honest, this method isn't for dieting. Instead, it's a cheat to increase my mana. After emitting mana from each of your hands, you release it back into the body and reabsorb it. That's my trick to increase mana. Although it's not an official bug from Paradise, it's still considered an exploit. After doing this for a month, it shows the same results as if I had increased it 12 times over. He manifested mana in his hands. With this, I can use a 4th level spell once or twice. Hurried footsteps approached as a soldier shouted, A report, my lord. Everyone turned. The search party the lord sent out has found a bandit camp inside the coal mine. Also, they're slaves. A year ago, two swords clashed violently. Two people were sparring with their weapons. The fight took place on the grounds, and a little girl was watching them. They're both really skilled with their swords. Two strangers approached and questioned Lena. "Hey kid, you've been watching us for a while, haven't you? You'll get in trouble if you keep this up, got it?" She smiled and called out, "Brother, sister." Liam looked at her happily. "You'll get scolded by father if you're caught loitering around here." Lena picked up a bucket of water. "It's fine, because I'm faster than my friends." Lena was really strong. On a fresh morning, a white butterfly landed on the water bucket. "I can't believe you're only 14 years old. You'll be working as a maid in the noble's mansion, right?" A yes was heard. Lena smiled brightly. "I bet it'll be a nice place. Because father specially looked out for an orphan like me." Liam said, "It's a shame. I was considering bringing you into my mercenary group." Lena laughed and called out, "Brother Liam, sister Liam." Both of them turned back. "Maybe not now, but could a girl like me become a great swordswoman if I work hard? I want to become a swordswoman too, instead of a maid." Liam burst out laughing so hard he cried. He drew the sword at his side. "Lena, do you know why there aren't many women in the mercenary corps?" He swung his sword with great force. "Because the outside world is too dangerous to face with such a simple mindset. Most of them either give up or die." After facing that reality, she clenched the hem of her skirt. Liam took off his glove. "But it's the same for men." A handful of scars was revealed. "Your gender isn't what matters. What you need is spirit, will, talent, and effort. But you're more talented than us. That's why you'll make it." Liam patted her head comfortingly. "If you ever have nowhere to go, just come to us. I'll hire you on my authority as the leader." Lena seemed somewhat comforted. But then, a dark scene. Lena, in grief. She was chained and huddled in a dungeon, mumbling her siblings' names. Then Lena cried out loudly. The system window appeared. S-rank loyalty, unrequited love. The priest, leading two children by the hand, approached and called out, "Lena." He gave a gentle smile. "I have complete faith in you, Lena. You are an angel sent by God to our orphanage. That's why I'm asking you to work hard for our orphanage." When Lena was given the task, she gleefully agreed. "Yes." Marco flashed a sinister smile as he revealed the truth. "You didn't know? Your father sold you to us." Hearing those words, Lena couldn't believe it and shot back, "That's impossible. He was preparing to make me a servant in a noble household." Hearing this, Marco's cronies burst into mocking laughter. "Not a maid, a slave. You idiot." "Shut up," someone said, stepping forward with a hand tightening around a whip. "Good. It makes no difference whether you're an orphan or a slave." Marco's underling swung the whip, striking Lena hard. "Although, you'll have to be much more obedient now that you're a slave." The large whip struck her again and again, making her scream in agony. Lena could only clutch her wounds, helplessly protesting, "No, my father isn't like that." And so, she was thrown into a cell with the others. It had been a month since I was sold to the slave traders. Most of my time was spent in this cell. The rest was just torture and punishment. Mia, the girl beside me, spoke up. "You're from Maloka." I just looked up at the sky and answered vaguely. "Then you were destined to be a slave from the very beginning. What do you mean by that?" It was then that Mia revealed the truth. The lord of that place ordered it. "The priest at your orphanage was on their side too." She glanced over at me and said sincerely, "So just give up." But even knowing the truth, I remained firm. "No, I will never give up. I will escape this place, no matter what happens." Mia picked her nose, deliberately mocking me. "Such a naive idiot. Don't you want to get out of here?" Mia held out her arm, introducing herself. "I've never thought about it. My name is Mia. Let's just endure this hell together until we die." Hearing that, I recoiled in fear. "The way you talk is really discouraging. And get your finger out of your nose." And just like that, the two of us started to get to know each other here. Another month passed, and Mia and I quickly grew close. There weren't many young slaves here. Besides the two of us, there were others in the cell. The rest of them just acted like soulless dolls. I looked at the people locked in their cages and thought to myself, no matter what condition these slaves are in, they'll still be sold off easily. I don't know if I could call it luck, but at 14 years old, slaves like Mia and me were safe until we turned 15. With a determined gaze, I declared, "I won't give up." Time flew by. Half a year passed, and I'd grown accustomed to the hard manual labor. Grabia had become a terrible territory, just like Maloka. While we worked here, we talked a lot. Mia taught me so many things about the world I never knew. It's gotten worse because the new lord is young and incompetent, and the climate is harsh too. Mia looked bewildered when she heard my question. When I asked her where she got all this knowledge, she would always answer cheerfully, "I hear things." My hearing's pretty good, you know. Just like that, while we were working, Mia made a point to warn me. There are a lot of monster hunters in Grabia, but not many mercenaries. That's why my brother and sister always said they'd never go there. Thanks for the warning. I looked down at the chains on my hands, my resolve unshaken. But I still won't give up. Mia spat into the pot of food and then teased, "You're the most stubborn slave I've ever met." She suddenly gave me a shy, meaningful look. I really like that about you. The seasons began to change, and winter arrived with heavy snow. Time flew by. A year had passed, and we were both 15 years old. Suddenly, Mia was covered in sweat. Seeing her like that, I started to worry. She was burning up. It was going to be a huge problem if she didn't get better soon. Meanwhile, Marco sat drinking beer and interrogating his subordinate. That arrogant Ragas. He always boasted that all we had to do was trust him, but I wonder if he got caught by that filthy pig. As he was musing, Lena's voice cut through. Because of him, I can't sell off these slaves, and I'm stuck hiding in this damn cave. Sir, I spoke up, my eyes filled with desperation as I pleaded with Marco. My friend has a fever. Please, sir, I'm begging you for a bowl of hot soup. I clasped my hands to my chest, pleading earnestly. I won't cause any more trouble. I'll do whatever you ask. I'm begging you, sir. No, even just half a bowl is okay. Please. Hearing my words, Marco turned to glare at me. My pleading worked. Mia got a bowl of porridge. Worried, I urged her, hurry and eat it before it gets cold. Marco threw an arm around my shoulder and started to leave, ignoring Mia's calls. Just let her eat by herself. And remember, you'll do anything I want. Lena, Mia called out. I forced a smile to reassure her. I'm fine. Marco grabbed my chin. That's right. Sick people should be quiet and rest. Suddenly, the bowl of porridge flew right at him, scalding his face. It burns! Seizing the opportunity, Mia grabbed my hand. Now. Holding hands, the two of us made a run for it. As they ran, Mia kept scolding Lena. Hey Lena, what the hell do you think you were doing? Trading yourself for a bowl of soup? Worried about her, Mia let out a torrent of scolding. I wouldn't care if anyone else did that, but you should never do something like that. Didn't you say you weren't a slave? But as we spoke, a hand lunged out. You said you were going to get out of here, but unexpectedly, Lena was caught by Marco. Stop running! Marco yelled, raising his hand to strike Mia. I was terrified. With a single slash, Mia fell to the ground. I quickly slammed my fists into Marco's face and screamed, Let me go. I rushed to Mia's side. Unable to hold back my tears, I gently chided her, You idiot. Why did you get hit instead of me? My life. With the last of her strength, Mia whispered to me, My life has been like a gutter. I grew up with bandits, so I'm used to seeing people get killed and robbed. That's why that's all I know. But an orphan, like you, has such a big dream. At first, I thought it was ridiculous. Mia raised a hand, trying to touch my face. But now, I'm jealous of you. That's why I wanted to protect you. Before she closed her eyes, she had one last thing to say to me. So, don't give up. As we were speaking, Marco appeared from behind with a knife. I never gave up. It's okay. I will escape this hell. His eyes fell on Lena's back, even if it means I have to. Lena turned her head, her eyes burning with rage as she looked at Marco. Kill everyone here. Hearing her words, Marco was so shocked he could only stammer, You! He slammed Lena to the ground, ready to kill her. How dare you look at me with those eyes? Marco roared in anger about what had just happened. Because of your friend, I got screwed over. Now I just want to kill a nuisance like you. Just then, a voice from outside caught his attention. You think you can call that a burn? What? Suddenly, a massive flame shot straight into Marco's face, appearing just in time to save Lena. Now that's a real burn. Two swordsmen stood outside the cave, chatting with each other. I can't believe they're actually using the Alami mine as a hideout. But how did you know, my lord? Jian looked into the cave and explained, Gragas, you're the one who helped them vanish so suddenly. They must have convinced themselves that the incompetent lord would eventually stop his foolish actions if they just hid long enough. Hearing this, the guard beside him grew excited. Is there any place more suitable for hiding than an underground mine at a time like this? This makes me think you have a very sharp intuition. A sharp sword was slowly being drawn from its sheath. You're overestimating me. Jian turned his head and commanded his men. All soldiers, on my command, he ordered them with a majestic air. We are here to wipe out the despicable bandits who have kidnapped our people and sold them into slavery. Every single one of Jian's words echoed in their ears. Rescue all the victims who have been kidnapped and show them what justice looks like. Hearing those words, everyone responded with determined gazes. ready to eliminate all the criminals. The moment Jian finished speaking, everyone charged forward for the glory of Cribia. And so, they all stormed into the mine. The attack brought everyone here together. One of Marco's underlings quickly tried to run back and report to him. "We need to tell the boss right now." But before he could report the situation, a sword pierced him through the back. A man with a determined look in his eyes yelled, "No one is getting out of here alive." Very quickly, Marco's subordinates were eliminated by the soldiers. They used their strength to defeat them. Blood-stained swords lay scattered on the ground, with mining tools still left beside them. Jian's group arrived before 2 doors. Perhaps this is normal for a mine, but it really has a lot of branching paths. Seeing this, Jian remained undaunted and continued to command his men. "The enemy is just armed robbers. Split up and search all the tunnels." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, inside, Marco was still screaming at Lena in a rage. "Because of your friend, my face got burned. Now I just want to kill a nuisance like you." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. "You think you can call that a burn?" "What?" A flash of yellow light struck Marco's eyes, and a massive flame shot straight into his face. Fortunately, Jian appeared just in time to save her. He walked step by step towards Marco. "I've seen things like this in games, but now I'm seeing them for real. I will set them free. They're disgusting." Jian rushed over to help Lena up. "Hey kid, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm okay," Lena replied, unable to hold back her tears. "My friend, she mentioned Mia's passing with great pain. She died while saving me." Hearing her story, Jian couldn't hide the rage in his eyes. "It's too late, even with my most powerful healing magic." He simply pulled Lena into his arms to comfort her. "Forgive me, I should have come sooner." Holding Lena, Jian could feel her weakness, a frail body and hands as rough as tree bark. The poor kid had endured so much. Chet burst in at that moment, yelling, "What the hell is going on?" Chet was completely drunk. When he saw Jian, he started mocking him. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's just a pig of a lord? Go home and eat some more fatty meat. Is this how you conduct yourself? It seems your life is a complete mess. You even look down on your own lord." Jian gathered his power, preparing to strike. "And so, I will capture you with my own hands. No, I will kill you." Chet, on the other hand, refused to back down and prepared a counterattack. "With magic, I won't die at the hands of a pig like you." Hearing that, Jian shot him a death glare, and Chet returned it with the same intensity. He struck first, unleashing a move on Jian called Discus Lightning. Jian managed to dodge his attack. Chet couldn't believe his eyes. "Haste! How the hell can a mage like you use that?" Jian didn't waste any more words on him, directly running circles around the man. Chet strained his eyes, trying to keep track of his movements. Haste is a spell that works by accelerating the body. However, it's easily countered because it's difficult to control, making it hard to change direction. After a quick calculation, Chet began to gather his power again. "In that case, I'll just crush everything at once." But before he could unleash his attack, a burst of power struck him right in the tongue. Following that, other bursts of power struck Chet's limbs, and with no time to react, they were pierced right through. After using the spell, even Jian couldn't believe his eyes. Using high-level magic while drunk will make you lower your defenses. He slowly approached Chet, who was lying on the ground. "You're so weak that my rage has vanished. You need to know the password to the next world now." After Jian sent Chet on his way, a system notification sounded. "Mission: Fight against crime has been completed. Citizen loyalty increased by 24 points. Mission: Destroy the underworld organization has been completed. Citizen loyalty increased by 39 points. You have achieved over 100 loyalty points. The golden age of the Caribbean territory is coming." With Chet's death, the situation in the mine was quickly sorted out. Everyone completed their mission and returned to the kingdom. All those involved in kidnapping or murder were executed. The group of slaves locked in the mine was also freed. The captured slaves were escorted back to their families by the soldiers. Lena asked with a bewildered look, "Is it really okay for me to go to your territory, my lord?" Jian replied with a steady gaze. "If you go back to Maloka, I'm afraid you'll just be sold again by that priest at the orphanage." He kindly explained everything to Lena. "I'm looking for talented young people to work for me. I would be grateful if you came to my territory." Lena was incredibly excited upon hearing the invitation. "I guarantee that you'll be trained to become a great swordsman." "A swordsman? Thank you so much, my lord." "My lord." She was so happy she waved her hands around frantically. "I will definitely become a swordsman who can meet all of your expectations." "Very good." Jian looked at Lena and thought to himself, "I never expected to meet Lena Gel Alice here." Seeing her, he recalled past memories. Lena was considered a pioneer of the Demon King's army in the Great War. And there, Lena fought with all her might. Even when players rushed to attack her like a rain of arrows, she would just smile. She stood firm and survived every battle, earning her the title of the strongest tank. In her past life, Lena proudly weathered every storm. An unwilling demon. Lena, she led the final defensive line of the Demon King's army. Any fortress she defended was impenetrable. Jian grabbed Lena's hand to heal her. This is for the best. I will prevent Lena from falling into the Demon King's hands. As he healed Lena, he mused, I can use her to prepare for the Great War to come, and also make her a star of my territory, not the Demon King's. As her wounds healed, Jian felt a little worried. The most troublesome thing is my neighbor, Maloka. If their lord allows illegal slave trading, he might allow other illicit activities too. If so, my territory could be affected. Soon, they returned to Maloka. What the hell are you planning to do with that money? Hogus sat on a chair, smoking mysteriously. I've heard some stories praising Cribia recently. I'm getting annoyed by the buzzing of those mosquitoes. Frua, who was beside him, added his own words. What do you think about this, Frua? Like a friend of Gragas. Yes, I'll personally clean that place up. Frua gave another sinister, meaningful smile. I will avenge my friend. Night had fallen, and everything grew quiet. The guards were still keeping watch day and night. Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped past right above their heads. A figure in a black cloak leaped across the rooftops. The black-cloaked person casually threw a bag down below. That person stood on the roof, looking down at the scene below, watching silently with a strange gaze. Meanwhile, Jian was diligently training, accompanied by Lena. The two of them ran laps around the courtyard every day. This is the last lap. Hearing this, Jian pretended to ask Lena out of concern. Lena, you doing okay, kid? Don't you feel good running like this every morning? Yes. It was cold and suffocating back in the mines. Though tired, Jian still went over to encourage her. Let's keep building up our stamina. And I'll find a teacher for you soon. Thank you, my lord. Hearing them talk, the nearby soldier just stared blankly. But we shouldn't overwork ourselves, my lord. While Jian was eating, someone approached with a letter from Oren and Avila. He handed the letter to him and said, Yes, it arrived this morning. After reading the letter, Jian exclaimed, Looks like good news. My lord, I'd like to know as well. Jian then explained to her, to put it simply, Oren has successfully created a new plant species. It seems Oren succeeded in cultivating a crop called lechilla. Most of our food supplies are imported from other territories. But with this, we can cut down on food costs a bit. Avila is still out there looking for mana stones. Meanwhile, she has attracted monster hunters to our territory, increasing their numbers by 1.5 times. And if we start selling those mana stones, our profits will double compared to last month. After hearing the explanation, Lena added some information of her own. I was once told that Cribia was a desolate wasteland. But now that I'm here, I think this place is more amazing than what I heard. Jian held the letters in his hand and declared, We're only just starting to do better. Soon, the entire continent will know about Cribia. Just then, Locket burst in, calling out loudly. Seeing him, the Lord asked, Locket, what is it? I have an urgent report. It was found this morning. The two of them talked about it on the way. Yes, some were found in other places as well. When Jian heard the information, his brows furrowed in anger. Someone is doing this. They were the horribly mutilated bodies of dogs from our territory. Locket could only bow his head and accept the blame. I am deeply ashamed. I should have paid more attention to order in the district. Jian, sitting next to the dog's body, reassured him, Don't blame yourself. Fortunately, no workers died in this incident. Cribia is a small territory with no walls. We're very vulnerable to intruders. After observing the body, Jian thought to himself, because citizen satisfaction is at its peak, I'm sure the culprit is an outsider. But what does the culprit gain by doing this? Suddenly, a shout echoed from the distance. Please help my mother. I'm begging you, sir. The shout from outside seemed to be a plea for help. If you want, you can sell me for money. So please, just save my mother. Outside, Mia was tugging on a man, pleading, I don't have the medicine you need. Stop bothering me and go away. No, I won't go. Suddenly, someone came out, panting, and called out to Mia. Hey kid, what's your name? Seeing Jian appear, the crowd couldn't help but whisper. Can you tell me what kind of herb you're looking for? It's the Lord. My lord, my lord. Mia, her face tear-streaked, introduced herself. My name is Mia. My mother has the Rhinella disease. Hearing the name of that disease, Jian fell silent for a long time. The Rhinella disease. To make my mother better, I need to give her an herb. But this man won't sell me the one I need. Frank trembled and tried to justify himself. I'm innocent. The Rhinella disease is nearly incurable. Jian began to ponder the situation. So no merchant would have the herb. I know it can only be cured by a pontiff's blessing or with an all-powerful potion from the Athema Empire. It seems you know a lot about this Rhinella disease. The Rhinella disease is similar to a well-known lung illness, tuberculosis. Its name comes from where the disease originated, the Rhinella territory, a place with many underground dungeons teeming with monsters. Jian knelt down and spoke to Mia. Show me the way to your mother, he declared with a confident gaze. I know how to cure the Rhinella disease. And so, Mia led him to her home. This is my house. The little girl walked up the stairs, calling back. My mother is on the second floor. This house is old. Can these stairs even hold my weight? Mia immediately ran into the room where her mother was lying. Mom! Mom! She rushed to her mother's side, asking with concern, Are you okay? I brought someone who can help us. Mia, you're doing this again. Mary, in her weakened state, refused the examination. Doctor, I don't have enough money for treatment, so please forgive me and go back. Mary, warning, estimated lifespan, 7 months. Seeing Mary's lifespan, Jian thought to himself, only 7 more months. She's really on death's door. I don't need any money, so please rest assured and trust me. With sparkling eyes, Mia introduced Jian to Mary. Mom, he's not a doctor, he's the Lord. The Lord will save you. Hearing this, Mary greeted Jian. It's been a long time, my lord. You know me. Mary then recounted their meeting. Yes, the Lord invited me to be his chef 8 years ago. Hearing this, Jian could only shake his head, weary of his past self. That was when I was still immature. I apologize if I did anything improper back then. Hearing this, Mary explained to him, You shouldn't be near me, my lord. You could be infected with this terrible disease. Don't say that. I'll be fine. Mary turned to instruct Mia. Mia, can you bring your mother a wet towel? Yes. Jian turned his head, looking to the side with a suspicious gaze. He walked over and opened the window in Mary's room. Looking out the window, Jian saw the slain monster on the ground below. Mary, do you often encounter monsters? How did you know that, my lord? Hearing his words, Mary explained. That's right. I used to be a chef for a high-level expedition team that specialized in selling monster corpses. Hearing this, Jian understood everything. A person won't contract Rhinella disease from contact with an infected person, but those who frequently handle monster corpses can easily get infected. But the symptoms go unnoticed until they become more severe. Just then, Ha and Jen arrived together at Mary's room with supplies. My lord, I've brought all the herbs you requested. What did I tell you? Jian, now filled with confidence, asserted, Trust me, I won't leave here until your condition improves, so leave the treatment to me. Seeing his determination, Mary couldn't hide her emotion. Thank you, my lord. I don't know how I can ever repay you. While the people were talking, the two in the back were busy preparing the supplies. Think about that after you've recovered. Everything happening here was being watched by Thop from the rooftop. You think you can come up with a new treatment for this disease? How meaningless. Just then, Locket's figure appeared right behind him. I disagree. My lord has never failed. Hearing the voice, Thop turned to look. Well, look at this. Just as my lord predicted, the culprit has returned to the scene of the crime. Locket, his eyes burning with fury, enunciated every word. The one who scattered corpses all over our territory. That was you, wasn't it? Unfazed, Thop questioned him back. And why would you want to know that? Locket looked at the person before him and said, I disagree. My lord has never failed us. He looked at Thop in front of him and continued, See, just as the lord predicted, the culprit returned to the scene of the crime. The one who scattered corpses across our territory. That was you, wasn't it? Locket demanded. Why would you want to know that? Thop asked awkwardly, his tone questioning. Asu, Rolana, and Nikel. These are 3 very common herbs. I can't believe we can treat the incurable Rhinella disease with just these. Ha, exclaimed, while grinding the herbs. The herbal mixture bubbled over an alcohol lamp. The truth was, this all came from when Jian played Paradiso. He had come across a post on the Paradiso homepage with the formula to cure Rhinella disease, written by one of the game's pharmacists. When he couldn't win the argument against the other pharmacists, he wrote this on the website. This is so frustrating, I can't stand it. I'm uploading the formula to treat Rhinella disease. Thanks to that, he was able to create a cure that wasn't supposed to be released to the public for another 10 years. Lying in bed, Mary listened to Jian's story and called out to him weakly. My lord, Jian replied. You can speak, Mary. Her voice was filled with curiosity. I was just wondering why a high-ranking noble like you would care for a poor commoner like me. Without turning around, Jian said nonchalantly. One who has experienced pain will understand pain. Hearing this, everyone around was stunned and asked in confusion, no way could it be that the Lord was once infected with Rhinella disease. He calmly answered Mia and Mary's unspoken question. No, I grew up healthy thanks to the love my family gave me. But my mother didn't just share her love with me alone. He took Mary's hand and continued, it's all true. My family was poor, and my mother couldn't go to the hospital for checkups. The last time we went to the hospital, she had already lost control of her hands. She was in the final stages of cancer, Jian recounted. I felt more anger than sadness. Why wasn't there a way to change such a common situation before it was too late? Even though it all happened 15 years ago, I still blame myself for it. Jian broke away from the painful memory, gently shaking the medicine bottle in his hand. He continued, I'm here because I understand how you feel. I don't want that little girl to feel the pain that I went through. I don't want her to experience the feeling of losing her mother. At the same time, Locket and Thop were locked in a fierce battle on the roof of a building in town. The two continuously launched powerful attacks at each other. Locket's brow was furrowed with concentration in every move, while Thop appeared unfazed, brandishing his sword as if in a dance. Their blades clashed, the sound of metal ringing out with a loud clang as sparks flew with every strike. Locket lost focus for a moment, and his opponent's sword tip nearly touched his face. He quickly regained his composure and swiftly parried with his own sword. He swung his blade fiercely, and Thop hurriedly used his own to block. His hands trembled as he tried to steady himself, thinking, he's trying to overwhelm me with brute force. I'll aim for his weak spot, he thought to himself, and quickly changed his stance. Thop swung his arm powerfully, telling himself, I'll drive him off with one attack. He swung his leg straight at Locket's face, but Locket just glanced at it, and Thop froze in astonishment. He thought in surprise, he's not even trying to dodge it. Then he heard Locket mutter doubtfully, is that all you've got? Immediately, a sword tip came whistling through the air. Locket swung his sword furiously, shouting, how dare you oppose the CBIA with such pathetically poor skills? His swift and powerful movements terrified Thop. He hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. Locket flicked his wrist, sending Thop flying into the air. He panicked, thinking, he's stronger than I thought. They didn't tell me our security captain was this strong. How the hell is he so strong? Thop had no idea that the reason Locket was so skilled in a one-on-one battle and could still overpower the assassin was due to his special ability. Discipline and justice allowed him to surpass his limits of his own and strengthen his body if he fights against evil. Meanwhile, this guy Thop has been identified as a villain. Locket watched his opponent, who was gradually growing exhausted and kneeling before him, and said softly with a confident tone, just surrender quietly. You will never be able to defeat me. You'll never be able to beat Locket. Thop replied, what a surprise, Captain of Security. I was planning to kill you if I got caught, but I'll give up on that. He continued, I'm heading back now. He said this while turning to leave, making Locket scream in anger. You think I'm just going to let you go? Thop took off his mask, chuckling. Haha, don't be so hasty. We'll meet again soon. We can go all out then. He left those final words, then threw out a cloud of smoke and gradually disappeared with a lingering laugh. A bewildered Locket exclaimed, damn it, where did this fog come from? When the fog cleared, the other man's figure was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a confused Locket standing alone on the roof, muttering, he's gone. 2 days later, Mia was sitting in the library with Jian. Amidst sparkling magical lights, he called out, look, Mia. This is created by gathering mana using basic binding methods. Jian waved his hand, and beautiful, sparkling specks of light appeared. He then waved his other hand, creating a mysterious blue mist, and continued to explain, this one is created by gathering mana using forced binding methods. Hearing this, Mia asked him a question. I have a question. If both are used for magic, is it okay if I only practice one method? Jian answered the little girl. Most people think like you. However, evil mages often corrupt the mana in the surrounding environment. If that happens, a mage who only stun once uses the basic binding method won't be able to use their magic. Jian clenched his fist, speaking loudly in his unique mage costume. Hearing that, Mia exclaimed in an amazed tone, oh my gosh, a mage not being able to use magic. That's truly terrible. Jian replied to the girl, that's why, even though it's difficult, you must also practice the forced binding method. Mia, looking like she understood, answered, yes, teacher, I understand. But what's with your strange costume? Mia asked curiously, pointing at Jian's blue robe and white beard. He took off the robe and beard, smiling warmly as he asked Mia back, is it strange? I was just trying to look like a magic teacher by wearing it. It doesn't look like anything, Mia concluded, making a flustered Jian reply. You're so blunt. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a voice called from outside. Excuse me, my lord, it's time for breakfast. Hearing this, Mia quickly cheered. Yay! It's time to eat. She then ran off like a little mouse, causing a flustered Jian to call after her. Wait, your lesson isn't over yet. Mary entered the library and asked him, Did I interrupt something? He smiled and replied, Not at all. Besides, I was curious about the food you've cooked. Mary moved closer to him, saying cheerfully, I hope my cooking suits your taste. Jian left the library with her, saying, Mary, you should rest more before you start working again. She replied to him, Thanks to the Lord's care, my health has improved a lot. As for breakfast, I've prepared a diet-friendly meal with your favorite beefsteak as the main course. He had no idea that as he left the room, a ghostly head with glowing red eyes had appeared in his room. It grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and whispered, Jian. Just as I expected. You're different. In the dark room, sparkling lights flashed, representing wondrous magic. People are always looking for shortcuts, some kind of training method to raise their mana by 2 or 3 points, but they're all ineffective. Jian mused as he looked up into the empty space, where 2 lines of text appeared. You have successfully created a new training method. Please enter the official name for this method. He marveled again. What truly makes a difference for a select few is that they turn the shortcut into their own main path. This mana operation training method is a blend of the bug exploit training method and the mage's mana training method. He raised his hand to type a name, thinking to himself about a name for this method. Since this training method will be my first step in this world, it'd be great to come up with a fitting name. The exploiter is the one who uses all the shortcuts. Just then, that ghost head suddenly reappeared, laughing with excitement. I've looked through the secret training methods of many mages, but yours has an interesting difference. Jian was startled. He looked up and asked the ghost woman, Do you see a flaw in this method? It replied to him, Of course I do. A normal person wouldn't be able to see it. You could say you're cheating because you're so good at unnaturally forcing raw mana into your body. The ghost woman pointed her sharp nail at Jian and continued, You're not from this land, are you? The ghost suddenly appeared behind Jian and whispered in his ear, startling him. It then stuck out its long tongue, chuckling. What are you talking about? Jian stared silently at the ghost woman before him. Not getting a response, the ghost continued to ramble on her own. I was just wondering, if you really are from another continent. According to the rumors, they say you're from the eastern continent, and are really good at manipulating mana. Hearing that, Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried because he thought the ghost had discovered he was from another world. Jian quickly changed the subject. Now that you mention it, I just remembered a story from my ancestors' time. In their era, there was a myth that said something similar. The Eastern Continent expansion was going to be an ambitious project for the year. I died before that expansion was released, even though I was really looking forward to playing it. Jian looked down at his hands, lost in thought, when the ghost woman's voice cut him off. I wonder what you're thinking about. So many interesting things have happened while I've been following you, so I'm very curious about you. It wrapped itself around him, speaking inquisitively, causing a surprised Jian to ask back. Is that so? I think we should spend some time talking to each other. After all, you're the only one who can see me. It continued laughing loudly, as the ghost woman used a sharp nail to trace Jian's right eye, whispering to him, That's my eye. Don't worry, you can keep it. Consider it a wedding gift for my future husband. Its excited yet shy tone left Jian stunned. What? The ghost girl continued to act coy, telling him, At first, I didn't really like your chubby body, but now that you've lost weight, I like it. Is that why you're always staring at me while I sleep? Jian asked, shivering as he hugged his shoulders. For a talented man like you, it's no problem for me. That a virgin who died and became a ghost gets to be your partner. She hugged his shoulders and said excitedly, And you gave me my first kiss too, remember? Jian felt he couldn't take it anymore and ran away in a panic, hastily saying, I have to go to the Ranella territory. It'll be better if I go there. The ghost girl called after him. Wait for me. Le's progress is faster than I thought. It's amazing how you can recognize each child's abilities in just a glance. I think in another month, I'll have nothing left to teach Le. Said cheerfully, as she read the letter in her hand. Jian, sitting opposite her, replied in an impressed tone. It'll probably take until the end of this month for that kid to become the strongest at the CBIA. Hung is truly a child with potential. Ha gave him a curious look. While Jian didn't answer, he gave an order, relay to Lockett that I will find a good teacher for the kid. Ha complied. Jian looked out the carriage window, thinking to himself that he'd already come up with a few candidates for it. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped, and the glass window next to Ha shattered. Amidst her surprised stammering, Jian summoned magic with his hand. "My lord." She looked at the broken arrow in her hand and said, bewildered, this is an ambush. We must protect the lord." Arrows flew from all directions, whistling through the air. Jian stood up and said, "Looks like an attack by bandits, trying to get me with arrows like these? What a huge mistake." "My lord," Ha screamed in terror from beside him. She immediately lunged forward, using her body to block the doorway, and shouted, "I will protect you." This made equally frightened, and he called out her name loudly. He hurriedly tried to stop her. "What are you doing? It's dangerous. What if you get hit and die?" Ha was trembling uncontrollably, but tried to act calm as she replied to him. "But my duty is to protect the lord. As a maid, I am yours to command." He cut her off, ordering, "Ha, don't move. Stay inside. If you even stick a hand out, I will punish you." She awkwardly agreed. "Ah, yes, my lord." The arrows continued to fly towards them relentlessly. Jian angrily opened the carriage door and yelled, "Which bastard dares to shoot arrows at me? Get the hell out here now." The ghost girl followed him, cackling. "Need my help?" Jian quickly refused. "No, I can handle it." He waved his hand, creating a giant protective barrier. He placed his hand on the barrier, observing the people shooting at him from afar. There were countless men in black wearing masks, and one of them said to the man beside him, "Leader, he's a mage." The other man replied to him, "Just as expected, a mage is escorting them. That's the reason that masked bastard hired us." The one who just spoke was the commander of this group, a man hired to kill mages. His name was Ren. He was a tall, muscular, one-eyed man carrying a massive, sharp axe. They had no idea Jian was overhearing their entire conversation. He thought to himself, "A mask. It seems they're talking about the man Lockett mentioned before. I can hear them." Just then, Ren charged forward, holding a club in one hand and an axe in the other. He spoke with contempt. "All mages are useless trash. I'll make an example of you for the rookies." He growled through gritted teeth. Immediately, Ren and Jian were locked in a fiery battle. Ren lunged forward, but Jian had been waiting. He swung his axe with immense force, and Jian instantly used his magic to block it. Ren relentlessly applied his brute strength, all while continuing to taunt him. "Your skills are nothing but useless tricks." Jian was completely unfazed by his attacks. Ren suddenly realized the man before him was no pushover, and cautiously slowed his pace. Jian lowered his head. An invisible shield had already formed above him. He smirked and replied to Ren, "Oh ho, so the mage killer title is just for decoration, huh?" Ren was startled by Jian's utter calm. Jian was proving to be a truly difficult opponent. His spells were precise and swift. Ren observed him, silently assessing. "His spell-casting speed is too fast. He must be at least a 4th-tier mage. If I pause, he'll counterattack. I can't give him any time to attack or defend." Jian's soldiers and Ren's underlings were all watching the grueling battle intently. The masked men even cheered, taunting Jian's side. "Haha! So, how are you going to stop this now?" Meanwhile, Jian's men were starting to worry about him, watching the fight with intense focus. "I'll completely drain your mana," Ren declared, but not even 2 seconds later, his club was caught. Ren exclaimed in confusion, "My club!" Jian calmly said, looking at it closely. "This is an artifact created by magic, yet it doesn't contain even a speck of mana. How empty." Jian caught the club as if it were a feather, causing Ren to stammer in disbelief. "Why you? Caught it?" Jian stepped forward, gripped the weapon, and calmly said, "I'll be taking this." He felt Jian's overwhelming strength through the weapon, and thought in confusion, "This mage, is he even a mage at all?" A moment later, Jian's calm voice rang out. "Your muscles have been paralyzed by my magic," he told the man in front of him. By the time Ren realized it, he was completely immobile. Jian continued with feigned regret. "I'd like to know about the masked man, but I'm sure you'd never talk. Right?" Ren replied shakily. "No, wait. If you let me live, I'll tell you everything about my client." Hearing that, he laughed loudly, raising the axe as he spoke. "Oh, really? I'd love to hear it. But..." The axe blade fell as Jian finished his sentence with a cold expression. "I don't trust criminals." Orenis was sitting in a sealed room that resembled a cell. He said calmly, "A merchant can't buy luck. That's an old proverb that has never been wrong, and I haven't been very lucky myself. Orenis, you idiot. Hiring a cheap escort team, only to have them all killed by Ren," he continued to lament. Orenis peered through the iron bars, overhearing bits of a conversation. A voice asked, "The medicine dealer." "Huh." The other person answered, "That's right. He's very good, so he had a large escort." Ren stood towering over them, his body as massive as a sturdy tree, and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? But in front of my axe, they were nothing but pigs waiting for the slaughter. You'd better have my money ready. Model." Ak reached out to take his money. The one who hired him was Thop. Handing over the bag of money, he told Ak, "The remaining 2/3 of the payment will be given to you upon completion of the job." Lord CBIA had cured all the sick people in his territory. This meant that the ingredients to make the medicine were also easy to find. Thop thought to himself, basically, the medicine can be mass-produced very easily. It's only natural that he would come to Ranella to make a profit. The two of them lay in ambush behind a mountain. Ak, looking into the distance, asked Thop, "Are they going to pass through this road?" He immediately replied to him, "That's right. The information from my subordinate is completely reliable." Orenes, who was watching from outside and listening to their conversation, quietly whispered to himself, "This terrifying murderer has already killed 11 people this week. He kills people like it's nothing. Isn't there some hot, handsome guy who can come and arrest this bastard?" But that was a story from the past. Back in the present, Jian powerfully eliminated Ak, saying, "I don't believe the words of a criminal." The panicked screams from outside drew Orenes's attention. "The leader has failed. Kill him!" The current scene showed Jay floating in midair, using his magical power to eliminate the rest of the men. Orenes watched the scene, his heart pounding with excitement, and his eyes sparkling as he thought, "That person, he really appeared. This hero is the one who saved me. Thank you so much, sir, for saving me." Orenes hugged Jian, expressing his immense gratitude. "A thank you is fine," Jian replied, "but could you please back up a bit?" "Oh, I just got a little too excited." Orenes blushed and quickly moved away from Jian. "You said you were on your way to trade goods when you ran into Oxid and were robbed by him?" He continued to ask the stranger he had just saved. "Yes," the young man replied. Jian spoke in a low voice. "I apologize for the lack of security in this area. Usually, no one passes through here, so," Orenes replied cheerfully. "It's all right, sir. If I hadn't met you, I probably would have died at their hands." It turns out, Orenes was the top NPC of the Eastern region, a man who had bought an entire kingdom with his success. Relying on his ability to predict and analyze trends, he was always a trendsetter who possessed the most popular products. Other merchants gradually grew by following in his footsteps. Jian looked at the person in front of him, thinking in confusion. Orenes was in my territory at this time? How the hell did a major figure from the eastern continent end up here on the northern border? He pondered for a moment, then made a proposition. "Losing all your assets must be mentally taxing, but even so, I have a proposition." "A proposition?" Orenes asked him, confused. "I will give you 15% of the profits, if you help me sell the goods I plan to sell in Ranella," Jian told him. Orenes lowered his head and let out a hum as he thought, completely unaware that the person across from him was also deep in thought. "He's one of the best. First, I'll do business with him. Then, I'll build up his favorability and eventually recruit him to my side." After a moment, Orenes held up 2 fingers towards Jian and said, "Instead of a share of the profits, listen to my 2 requests." "Requests?" Jian asked again in surprise. Orenes continued, "If you trust me and entrust this to me, I will meet your expectations." Jian, feigning helplessness, agreed. "All right, but depending on the circumstances, I reserve the right to refuse." Orenes cleared his throat and replied confidently, "Sir, if my intuition is correct, you will listen to my opinion. My first request is that you call me Orenes. I'll tell you the second one later," Orenes replied. Jian felt that this request wasn't too unreasonable. He hummed in agreement and quickly accepted, while inwardly wondering, is he really a boy? Meanwhile, the female ghost behind his back began to curse, its body writhing in frustration. The carriage carrying Orenes and Hayes gradually entered the territory of Ranella. Hayes exclaimed, "I thought Ranella would be very gloomy, but it's brighter than I expected. Many people think the same way you do, but people can't give up on the expensive items they get from the dungeon." Orenes stepped forward and explained to Hayes with a friendly smile, "As long as the disease problem is solved, this land has great potential for future development." He continued. Hayes understood the situation, replying to Orenes, "I see." The 3 of them went to a bustling, crowded market together. Jian turned and praised Orenes. "Thanks to you, we found a good spot to do business. It was the least I could do to repay you, sir. In fact, I think I'm still lacking in many ways." Orenes replied to him, laughing happily in his embarrassment. Jian led him to a large wooden barrel, which from a distance looked like a cask of aged wine. Orenes asked him in surprise. So, that's the medicine for the Rhinella disease you're planning to sell, my lord? Not yet, Jian replied. A small amount of the medicine was poured out, flowing into a glass bottle like a delicious syrup. Immediately, text appeared in the air. Rare herb potion, crafting complete. Proficiency has increased to level 2. The maximum amount of proficiency points for one day has been reached. No more proficiency points will be awarded in the next 24 hours. Jian looked at the text in front of him, silently calculating. So, the limit has been activated. Back when I didn't know about the bugs, it took me several months to raise my proficiency points. He took the small bottle of medicine, handed it to Orenes, and said, "Here it is. You just need to sell it. Be sure to introduce it to the customers when you sell it." Orenes immediately found his first customer. It was Tolan, a man who had contracted the Rhinella disease and whose symptoms were gradually worsening. The man covered his mouth as he coughed, whispering to the young man, "Are you really selling that medicine for 1 gold coin? Only for you, sir. I can tell you're a good person, so you get this special price." Orenes replied to him in a friendly manner, "This isn't a scam, is it?" Tolan turned his head to look at Orenes, bewildered. Orenes gave him a playful wink and replied softly, "Have you ever seen me lie, sir?" Tolan hesitated for a moment before deciding to buy the bottle of medicine. He dropped a gold coin into Orenes' hand, saying, "All right. I'm going to die soon anyway, so I don't mind spending 1 gold coin. Thank you for your purchase. Lastly, you just need to sign this contract," Orenes said cheerfully, holding up the contract for Tolan. This took the man completely by surprise. He asked, "I need a contract just to buy medicine? This will transfer the ownership of the treatment potion to Tolan." The man looked confused as he read the contract. "That sounds a bit strange," Tolan remarked. With that said, he immediately opened the bottle of medicine and drank it down. Jian, who was nearby, gently explained to Tolan, "It will take about 30 minutes to feel the effects of the medicine. I will still be here, so please rest and come back later." Tolan muttered to himself in confusion. "Even though I really trust Orenes' words and bought the treatment, what if the medicine is a scam?" Jian smiled kindly and answered him, "If that's the case, I will compensate you with 1,000 gold coins." Tolan agreed and left a moment later. Orenes saw Jay and Hayes struggling with crates of goods, waved to them, and said, "All right, before we officially start selling, I'm going to take a walk around for a bit and craft some new potions." As Jay spoke, he poured out a potion, and notification windows immediately popped up. Successfully crafted a rare herb. Proficiency increased by 3. Daily proficiency points have reached the limit. Cannot gain more proficiency points for 24 hours. It worked. The crafting bug. Herb crafting proficiency increases based on the result. Some powerful potions will cause proficiency gain to be limited for 24 hours. What if ownership is transferred to someone else? Then all other information except my proficiency data will be transferred, meaning the 24-hour limit can be bypassed. Time passed quickly, and soon, 2 hours had gone by. Hayes spoke to Jian. "Orenes is really late. They'll be here any minute," he replied to her. Just then, a series of sounds startled them both. "My lord, over here." A crowd of people appeared from nowhere, rushing towards them. Hayes looked on in horror and said to Jian, "They're over there. Could they be coming for us?" She looked closer at the crowd in front of them and exclaimed, "Isn't that Orenes and our first customers? Oh my god." The crowd rushed towards Hayes and Jay, speaking to them in urgent tones. "Potions! Sell me a potion! Hurry up! Get out of the way! I'll buy first! You idiot! I was here first! No, I'm buying first!" They argued loudly, much to Hayes' shock. How on earth was this healing potion developed in the Gribia territory? "It's a blessing from the gods. The Lord will surely bless Gribia." A few people spoke up, their voices filled with awe. "That place has gotten much better lately. I heard the Lord there cleaned up the mess. It seems that Fatso has sobered up." Hearing that sensitive word, his face darkened. He thought to himself, "Fat, huh? Let's get out of here. The healing potions will only be sold for today. After today, if you want healing potions, you'll have to go to the Gribia territory." As if the crowd wasn't excited enough, Orenes continued to shout his sales pitch. "Very few hunters go to Gribia's nightmare forest. There are still plenty of monsters around that area. That makes it an ideal place for hunters, doesn't it? And if you buy this potion in Gribia, it's cheaper, only 39 gold coins. You all know that potions sold in the Atima Empire cost 100 gold coins, right? But our price isn't even half of that." Orenes continued. Meanwhile, Jay and Hayes were swamped because so many people wanted to buy potions. "All right, everyone, form a line to buy." He held up a potion, cheerfully addressing the frantic crowd who were holding up bags of gold, desperate to buy this miraculous potion being sold. In the quiet of the night, the first snowflakes began to fall. Hayes had already drifted off to sleep. Jian was still awake, fiddling with a coin. 1 day's profit from the potions, 52,250 gold coins. He clenched the coin in his hand. If converted to Korean won, that's about 12.2 billion. He tossed the coin again and mumbled, just as I expected. Monster hunters are very rich. Orenes caught his coin and asked, Are you satisfied with such a profit, my lord? Jian frowned and asked, What is it? Why aren't you in your room sleeping? Orenes winked and gave a mischievous smile. I've come to collect the rest of my commission, my lord. Jian's expression relaxed as he remembered. Your payment? Ah, right, you had one more request. Go on, tell me. Orenes placed a hand on his chest and spoke. He seriously stated his request. I want to become your vassal, and run a merchant guild under your direct supervision, my lord. Jay stood up and repeated Orenes' words. A vassal. Orenes knelt, expressing his sincerity. That's right. Although I have little experience, please trust me. I will build it into the most powerful merchant guild in the north. Orenes held out his hand with the coin and continued. You are a courageous man who helped someone who had been robbed of everything. Jian looked down, laughed, and replied, To be honest, I've also witnessed your talent and wanted you to become my vassal. However, becoming the most powerful merchant guild in the north won't be easy, especially in a place like Gribia. Orenes bowed his head, accepting the advice. I am aware of that. Jian took the coin from Orenes' hand and asked, All right, this is your wish, right? Orenes looked up excitedly, a radiant smile on his face. Yes, my lord. Jian leaned down and placed a hand on his shoulder. Your ambition for the highest position speaks to your potential for growth in Gribia. Your actions are already proving your bold claims. And what's more, I'm still in need of retainers by my side. Are you satisfied with that? Orenes will be my first vassal. Orenes stood up and replied clearly, I will do my very best. Thank you, my lord. Jian turned, waved his hand, and reminded him, All right, we should get some rest. We return to the territory tomorrow. He walked out onto the balcony and looked into the distance. Finally, our cold land. Jian looked up at the moon and monologued. That is beginning to feel the winds of spring. And everything has gone incredibly smoothly. Thanks to the bug, my crafting skill for herbs has reached level 35. By exploiting multiple bugs, I also got the equipment crafting skill to level 30 and created an automatic machine that uses intermediate magic. Thanks to that, the business is going well. The automatic device was created using 5,000 gold and 10 mana stones from Gribia. This machine can produce 24 healing potions per day. They're sold for 39 gold a bottle. The profit will be about 900 gold per day. Avila's work has also become easier. Healing potions are only available in our territory. Hunters will frequently visit the Nightmare Forest to hunt monsters. Along with that, production has increased and losses have gradually decreased. A hand performed the technique. Jay spoke in a mysterious voice. Who am I? A flame instantly flared up, stunning his opponent. He glanced over and continued. You are the one who will become the protagonist of this world. Everything then fell silent, the fire still crackling fiercely. Dak, at this point, was gradually losing his composure. I'll ask a different question. His rage reached its peak, and the old man spoke in a low voice. Where are you from, and how did you get past the magic and traps to get in here? Sensing the danger, he quickly jumped back, his mind racing. A warlock who used forbidden magic, trading his humanity for eternal power and strength. Because they don't have a physical body, like a normal person, they are forced to use a type of remote control magic from within a vessel overflowing with life force. Dak was bound by a goddess, who tied his soul to a human body and subdued him. Now he is weakened and cannot be resurrected if he dies. Everything became clear. He cautiously charged in, needing only to keep his distance and be careful not to let the true dark magic absorb his life force. Unfazed, the old man began to unleash a brilliant purple magical light of his own. The two clashed like starving wolves against powerful magic. He briefly thought about how he had faced Dak time and time again. Without a second's hesitation, Ji launched a counterattack. The powerful Mana Na shot straight at the old man without mercy. After easily overpowering him, the old man began to taunt him about his low-class magic, his own power growing fiercer by the second, not weakening at all, until even someone as skilled as DC was struck by a blow. The old man was visibly annoyed, glaring at him. Dak spoke with blatant contempt. Using it repeatedly? You're wasting your true mana. It looks like high-level magic, but it's really just third tier. Sensing something was off, the old man began to check his body, his mind racing. The eternal flame exists within me. It's burning, spreading through every single bone. Then came a life-altering shock. Dak realized what was on his hand. It was the stolen ring of the Saintess Evernos. The old man shrieked in astonishment. Impossible! You found my treasure? His expression changed. Only now was Dak forced to show his hand. The old man gave a demonic laugh. How strange. I really don't know who you are, but I don't have time to waste. He questioned him. Why? Your junior has come to visit you, my senior. So you should give me a warm welcome, shouldn't you? A fierce flame erupted from his hand as he advanced on his opponent. The clash was over in a flash. The old man took the full force of the blow. As he retreated, he turned back with a provocative laugh. His strategy was to stop DC from launching an attack with a continuous assault, then immediately prepare a defensive stance. Duen said excitedly. Even without a single critical hit on DC, if this keeps up, I'll win. Seeing him continuously gain the upper hand, the old man looked off into the distance, full of suspicion. He couldn't help but think. His actions. It's like he knows everything. Dak roared in fury. But this is my territory. The old man began to summon his resurrected monsters. My warriors, an intruder has entered your lord's domain. What are you standing there for? Kill him! Hearing the command, the monsters charged at him with ferocious momentum. Realizing the rapidly growing danger, Isabella immediately appeared to warn him. Jian, the bandits have appeared. He broke into a cold sweat and replied, I know. He started to panic. Jay fell into deep thought. The bandits. You were supposed to appear from a trap. Could it be that his revival caused a change? Staring at his opponent as if he wanted to eat him alive, the old man said angrily, Thank you for helping me remember the pain of fire. The holy flame has been extinguished, so I will now face you with my full power. Quick as a flash, Jian moved into action. Bypassing the monsters, he went straight for his target up ahead, calculating his next move. I have to stop him before he can use his high-level magic. Seeing their prey, the monsters began to follow him, but Isabella blocked them. She shouted, Leave the Andos to me. Isabella immediately possessed the body of a monster. Body and soul became one. Seeing their comrade standing motionless, they stared, confused. The possession was successful. Isabella turned her head sharply, her eyes glowing a fiery red. It sent a chill down the spines of the other Ondets. She swung her sword, destroying everything, while sharing a few thoughts. I don't like your appearance, but your body is quite strong. She took the opportunity to urge him, just like that. Approach the Lich. Realizing this little pest was disrupting his plans, the old man started to get annoyed. Dak furiously shouted and attacked. What demon dares to interfere in my battle? She took a painful blow. Isabella cried out in agony. Everything was starting to go according to plan. Duen praised her. Well done, Isabella. He rushed forward, deflecting a powerful lightning bolt and landing a direct hit on his opponent. The surprisingly damaging counterattack made the old man recoil repeatedly. Then came the casting of a linking spell. DC immediately stopped him. There won't be a second time. Just when it seemed to be over, a gleam of light began to seep out from ahead. The old man froze in shock when he saw two beams of light begin to link together. Dak stared in utter amazement and asked, You can combine two spells? He confidently showed off his achievement. This is a combination magic I've been researching. Feels like you're going to hell, doesn't it? Without further delay, he tightened his grip on the divine staff and unleashed his trump card. If there's a first time, it doesn't mean there won't be a second. Hit by the attack, Dak let out a piercing scream and collapsed. The old man's body was now in tatters. Left behind after the fierce battle was the broken shell of the loser. At that moment, Dak collapsed like an obedient puppy. Isabella cheered with excitement. Did we win? Jian, we really defeated the Lich Dak. It's all thanks to you, honey. He ignored her triumphant cries and slowly approached the old man, his heart filled with suspicion. Jian reached out to check the motionless body in front of him when, in a flash, Dak angrily lunged forward. Die! Without a single wasted motion, he gripped his sword and slashed straight at the old man. The force of the blow shattered a large chunk of his skull. Jian smirked sinisterly. I knew you wouldn't die that easily, Dak. It turned out he had been using his mind-reading eyes for a while now, unable to be caught off guard. The old man froze, staring straight ahead, and was immediately hit with a merciless, critical blow. Dak, in pain and filled with fear, thought, Am I going to die like this? This is the first time I've felt the fear of death since becoming the Lich Dak. My being is screaming at me to dodge this human's attack, but I can't because of the seal. Another thought flashed through his mind. Death? Fear? Don't make me laugh. As his will returned, the old man became even more ferocious. His spirit overwhelmed his magic. I am Dak, a great sorcerer who will rule over death and sow disaster, the old man powerfully declared. That was the true Lich Dak. With a murderous aura rumbling, the old man began to taunt his prey. Well, shall we continue our fight, young sorcerer? Jian said nothing. His sharp gaze fixed on his opponent was his silent answer. An explosion went off instantly. In the blink of an eye, Dak's eyes blazed with light. Immediately, a wave of darkness rushed toward him. Jian struggled to raise a shield to protect himself. Is that his spell? You can't even call that magic anymore. Suddenly, a surprise attack flashed and shattered his shield. The old man's eyes glowed as he fired a dark arrow at him. Die! Jian froze before the oncoming arrow, but Isabella quickly threw herself in front to block the attack. This made Dak even more furious, and he scowled. You're in my way again. He then summoned a shadowy arm that pierced right through her body. Be gone, you demoness. Isabella lost her physical form and could only struggle to his side. Sorry, this is all I can do to help. Can we really kill that monster? Still, he smiled confidently. I told you, didn't I? A lich can't possibly beat me. He charged forward quickly, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've seen him attack like this, so it's a bit confusing, but overall, his attack methods haven't changed. Instantly, a confident smile spread across his lips. I know everything about Dak because I have the most information on Paradise. As he charged forward to counterattack, his attack patterns, his dodging style, and from behind, the old man summoned countless arms. His eyes glowed as a hand descended from above. Agile little bugs, like you, should be crushed like this. Jian stopped, just as the hand slammed down. The trick to beating him. Seeing this, Dak praised him. You stopped at just the right moment. Standing before the old man, he smiled and replied, if you're exactly as I know you to be, then defeating you will be an easy challenge. His provocative words only agitated the old man more. How suspicious. You seem so certain you can defeat me. Before the old man could react, Jian accelerated and appeared right in front of him. That's right. Dak stared in astonishment at the magic staff pointed at him. 4th tier magic. So you were using low-tier magic from the start to trick me. He smiled and added, I told you I would definitely kill you. With that, he tightened his grip on the chain in his hand, 100% confident. A stream of light bound the old man's body. Magic enhancement, holy bind. Under the divine power, the old man could only scream in pain. This is why attacking incorporeal beings like you is the easiest. I just have to aim for where your voice is coming from. Then Jian offered his final farewell to the old man. Now, feel the Lord's blessing with your entire body. As he finished speaking, he released holy power from his hand. Attribute amplification, light enhancement. The old man's entire body was immediately engulfed in holy light. A blinding flash of light faded along with him, leaving only faint embers lingering in the air. Jian looked at the remaining fragments and spoke to the old man again. Dak, the demon king you're waiting for isn't coming. Give up. Even as mere fragments, the old man managed to speak. You're the one who should give up. Do you have any idea what the future holds for a brat like you? With only half a mask left, he remained defiant. Do you really think you can overcome this? But Jian seemed unconcerned by his words. It's still a long road. Even now, you could be considered a user of 9th tier magic, while I've only reached the 4th tier. Hearing this only made Dak furious as he questioned him. You knew everything, and yet you still came to me seeking death. What on earth are you thinking? With certainty, he tilted his head and replied, because I am the strongest lord on the continent. The old man was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing as if he'd heard a joke. Haha, are you kidding me? Are you drunk? You're trying to accomplish what even the lords of gods and demons couldn't do. Then, he spoke his last words before vanishing. Interesting. Truly interesting. I'll be watching you from hell. Then you'll see who the truly arrogant one is. Isabella, understanding his words, glanced quietly at him. Jian. That's truly terrifying. She saw him stretch lightly. He's finally gone. She couldn't stop worrying. There are many people in this world stronger than you, but you don't seem to care at all. It's as if you already know you'll climb to the highest position on the continent. Jian's gaze was fixed on the bracelet in front of him. I came here for this bracelet, but it seems even better than I thought. It really is an artifact. Like he'd found a treasure, he hugged it to his chest. Right now, there's no better artifact than you. It's so good to have you here. Wait, did she notice something? Isabella, intrigued, called out to him. Jian, there's a book over here. He asked curiously. What kind of book? Tilting her head, she looked at the book in her hand and replied, it looks like something the Lich left behind when he died. Jian held the book, thinking curiously. I don't remember any books dropping when the Lich dies. Reading the ancient language in the book only made him more curious. LC's Secret of Resurrection. Isabella's voice chimed in as he read aloud. The resurrected target will have a master-slave connection. The resurrected cannot refuse an order from the caster. If they refuse, they won't die, but their soul will vanish. She frowned, slapping the book. What is this? This is worse than being a slave. Then, as if she couldn't stand it anymore, she snapped. What I want isn't this damn master-slave bond. What in the world are you going to make me do for you? Jian immediately gave an example. First, you'll tie me up, he said, making her blush with excitement. What? Not stopping there, he gave an even bolder example. Next, you'll use curse magic on me and make me endure it, which made Isabella practically explode and cover her face. You have such a weird fetish? But then, he concluded with something that stunned her, repeatedly. To increase my endurance and magic resistance. Normally, this method requires a high-level mage, which would cost a huge amount of money. But with you, I can get it for free. The look in her eyes said it all. This is the first time I've discovered this man's bizarre fetish. Knowing what she was thinking, he gave a strained laugh. Aha, don't look at me like that. She crossed her arms and asked, Is that all? He smiled and replied with certainty. I'll think about other purposes later. Left with no choice, she could only agree to Jian's words. I accept. I'm tired of life as a demon anyway. Suddenly, he turned and walked in another direction. I've found a body to resurrect you in over there. Let's go. This confused Isabella, who hurried to follow. Right now? Wait, I'm not mentally prepared. A while later, he was walking and panting. Isabella, what in the world? He glanced helplessly at the person on his back. Do I really have to carry you like this? She had no choice but to reply. I'm still having trouble adapting to my new body, you know, and I told you not to call me Isabella anymore. Hearing this, he flared up and snapped. Why do you hate that name so much? You said you lost your memories from when you were alive. She wasn't about to back down, yelling back, I don't know. I just don't like it, okay? It's cold here. Hurry up and walk faster. She couldn't help but grumble and badmouth the old man. Dak had all sorts of perverted fantasies about humans, but it's terrible that this body isn't even properly clothed. Meanwhile, Jian could only sigh to himself in resignation. Luckily, her stats were preserved, and even her traits are the same. Then he asked, How can I make you easier to get along with? The two of them then crossed through a dark tunnel. Isabella looked around curiously. There really are a lot of dead bodies in here. He was very nonchalant about it and replied calmly, This place was originally full of traps, but since they've all been disabled, we can head back at our leisure. Hearing that, she seemed lost in thought, but didn't say anything more. She recalled the sight of that body in a test tube. Jian, how do you think this woman died? Was it because of this? But even you can't answer that. Let's see. I don't know either. That surprised Isabella. Oh, so there are some things you don't know. Looking at the body she was about to possess, she felt a glimmer of hope. She hoped she wouldn't become an evil spirit. I'm tired of being a demon. Even though I don't have feelings, I feel so cold and lonely. Then, as if she'd suddenly realized something, Isabella sat up and asked, If I live a wonderful life in this body, do you think that girl would be grateful to me? She grew more and more excited on his back. So, I'll eat lots of delicious food, wear beautiful makeup, and live happily. But Jian didn't understand. Why are you doing this? She tilted her head curiously and asked, Because being with you will be interesting, right? He didn't deny it, replying softly, At the very least, you won't be bored. I mean, it can get a little dangerous sometimes. Hearing that, Isabella felt relieved and closed her eyes on his back. That's fine. Jian also felt happier, as he replied, I'm also happy to have a new companion. Isabella happily rested for a moment on Jian's back. Elsewhere, Batman's face darkened, finding the news hard to accept. The number of monster hunters continues to drop, his subordinate explained. Yes, sir. After all, the Ranella healing potion is only sold at the CBIA. The hunters are all flocking there. At this, Batman immediately flew into a rage, yelling, And is that why you spent a fortune hiring experts to replicate that damn potion? The man didn't dare to meet his gaze as he replied, Yes, sir. However, the CBIA is actively preventing the treatment from being leaked. Even though we managed to acquire a few samples, it's not nearly enough to reverse engineer the formula. But Batman just pointed in his face and yelled even louder, I've already paid, so get it done. What are you still standing here for? The subordinate was immediately thrown out. Get out. Get out of my sight, he sneered to himself. Jian, that naive little brat has no idea how terrifying this world really is. Batman gritted his teeth and declared, I will make you experience the terror of this world. Meanwhile, in Malacca, Hogus was enjoying himself when he posed a question. If war broke out right now, how many men do we have who are strong enough to defeat the enemy? Reporting, Sir, we have 1,239 elite soldiers ready to lay down their lives for you. He rubbed his chin, calculating. But we're still missing an ace, aren't we? Jian is a 4th-level mage now, he added. He's no longer the stupid pig he used to be. If I had foreseen this, I would have ordered Gragas to poison him much sooner. So, what happened to Gragas? An assassin from Frua has already eliminated him. Suddenly, someone appeared. Hogus, Supreme Lord of Maloka, you've finally returned. Ren greeted warmly. My mage. Did anything of note happen while I was away? Hogus asked. Then Ren made an introduction. These are the mages I brought back with a large sum of money, just as you commanded, my lord. Hogus replied with satisfaction. Good. The cost is not an issue. Then he stepped forward to inspect them. So, what level mages are you? I am a 3rd-level mage. Beside them, Ren made a suggestion. If we attack now, they will be wiped off the map in a single day. Hogus's expression turned delighted. Now that's what I like to hear. Sounds echoed through the mountain pass. Sir, I heard that you intend to establish formal diplomatic relations with the surrounding territories, but isn't this the northern forest? As the convoy of carriages bustled along, someone asked, What territory are we headed for? Our relationships with Ranella and Malak, the 2 closest territories, are full of conflict. Jian and Avila were discussing the matter. We've come to establish relations with the tribes, not a territory. Tribes? Does that mean there are elves here too? Leading the way, Jian replied, We'll find out soon enough. Suddenly, figures appeared on the cliffside. Avila heard a sound and reacted instantly. What was that? A horde of goblins rushed out. Red goblins. The situation made Orin exclaim, I thought we were the only ones this far north, but I can't believe there are red goblins here. At this point, the goblins had blocked the road on both sides. We're completely surrounded. The bald man beside them commanded, Why are you all just standing there? Protect the Lord. Yes, sir. Lockett became serious and announced. All units, assume defensive positions. Do not attack until ordered. The soldiers immediately stirred. Avila, observing quietly, recognized it as a goblin defensive formation. Then, suddenly, a large goblin appeared. Humans, welcome to our territory. He introduced himself. I am Ivaniba, chieftain of the Red Goblin tribe. Ivaniba. Orin thought with suspicion. A red goblin who can speak the southern continent's language. Jian stepped forward to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Jian, the lord from the CBIA territory. Ivaniba responded. So, you're Jian. You seem better than I imagined. What brings you to us? After hearing his proposal, after establishing formal diplomatic relations, we would like to trade our territory's resources for gold and iron. The chieftain laughed loudly and exclaimed, This is the first time in my life I've met a human like you. Having received his consent, Jian asked, So, can we move forward with a partnership? Jian gave the order, Bring it here. Avila was shocked when she saw it, unable to believe her eyes. Jian smiled and asked, Nightmare stones, are you satisfied with this quantity? You seem a bit fearful, knowing that these are just stones scattered all over the nightmare forest, don't you? Sir, someone whispered, those stones are worthless. Orin observed silently from the side. Nightmare stones were typically just beautifully shaped rocks that hunters brought back as souvenirs from the nightmare forest. Bringing such worthless stones to trade was tantamount to a provocation. Ivaniba picked up a few and replied, That's right, there are plenty of these stones in the nightmare forest. He suddenly frowned and questioned him. Ordinarily, you wouldn't care about these, so why did you bring them for a trade? The situation terrified the others. This was big trouble. But then, the chieftain's attitude suddenly changed as he praised Jian warmly. You must have gone to great trouble. Well done. With that, the two cheerfully agreed to cooperate. Thank you, young lord. You have brought us the nightmare stones, which are of the utmost importance to us. In the end, the two signed a pact. We shall now be allies. Jian didn't forget to add a compliment to build goodwill. Chieftain of the Red Goblins, you are a wise man. I hope this friendship, between us, will grow even more in the future. These words also made Ivan extremely pleased. I think so too. He happily commanded, Bring the gold and iron here at once. The Red Goblins enthusiastically brought over many large sacks, all filled with gold and iron. Ivaniba examined each stone and exclaimed, I never thought I'd get to see stones this big and beautiful again. Just thinking about polishing them makes my heart pound. But someone else was having different thoughts. The goblins have mines to extract such a large quantity. His eyes glinted with calculation, thinking it would be much easier to just drive them away and seize the land. Meanwhile, Even Iba was enjoying himself. Since this is such a major trade, we can't just let you leave like this. We must hold a feast today. With that, he commanded loudly, "You all don't need to protect me from the shadows anymore. Come on out." A group of powerful goblins stepped out silently. The bald-headed man frowned, wary. Why is that warmongering species here? It was only then that he realized the Lord had known about this all along. Jian silently observed his expression. The red goblins are located in the northern territory of the continent. It was thought they no longer interacted with the outside world, as it had been a long time since they appeared before humans. To explain a bit about the types of goblins, they have such a close relationship that they even signed a defense pact with the dark elves of the neighboring great island of Tata. Not only that, but it's also said that Ivaniba is a cunning individual who has established relationships with various races through his intelligence and wise actions. Ivaniba has established many relationships that differ from human culture. But everyone, please relax and enjoy yourselves. If anyone is foolish enough to attack the red goblins, they'll be wiped out without a trace. By the crackling fire, Avila happily expressed that to the goblins, nightmare stones were more important than gold. Where on earth did you get this knowledge? The feast between humans and monsters went smoothly, and they even had some games of strength. Suddenly, he called for Locket. Locket leaned in close and replied, "Yes, my lord." The two whispered to each other. "Are the domain's forges operating well? Due to a lack of materials, we can only try to improve existing equipment. We can't produce more weapons." With that, Jian ordered, "The iron we traded for with the red goblins today. Use it to craft swords, spears, armor, and arrows." After receiving the order not to let them go to waste, Locket bowed and replied, "I understand." Jian continued his instructions, and in the future, half of the gold received from trading with the red goblins will be invested in the army. Conduct recruitment on my behalf. Ivaniba, standing nearby, spoke up. "Are you preparing for war with Malacca?" he asserted confidently. "There's only one reason for you to suddenly trade for resources like this, and that's war." He didn't forget to add, "It's a wise choice. Malacca has become a den of criminals. If you leave them be, your territory will be negatively affected by them." Jian replied with some concern, "I apologize if it bothers you that our trade is to help Sibia prepare for war." He waved his hand and explained, No, it's fine. I only say that because I like you more than most humans." Then, Ivaniba patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Besides, gold and iron have no value to us. I despise Hogus, so of course, I genuinely support you." Suddenly, he shouted a declaration, "To Lord Sibia, our new ally." Everyone cheered and raised their glasses. Jian joined in happily, but in his mind, he had other thoughts. In a mansion on the continent of Naz, May 14th, 1414. 4 weeks have passed since Isabel was reborn. Jian introduced, "This is my friend from the Imperial Academy, Desmond." "Just kidding." Isabella smiled and greeted them. "A pleasure to meet you." She's adapting to life here faster than I thought. She even learned to use spider magic, a spell that causes hallucinations, making its victims imagine terrifying things. She's been helping me every day so I can increase my resistance points. She showed a bored expression upon hearing his complaints. "What the hell? It's so big. This is so boring. Seriously, it's just a spider. Do you really need to make such a fuss?" Thanks to that, my magic resistance stat has increased to 34 points. She looked at the candies suspiciously. "What is this?" Isabella questioned him. "Why are you suddenly giving me candy? You want me to eat this stuff?" Jian explained awkwardly. "Well, just consider it a commemorative gift. Today is a day when men usually give candy to women." Still, she didn't understand. I don't remember today being any kind of special day. Only he understood that in the East, today was an anniversary. In Korea, today is White Day. Hearing the explanation, usually, a month before, on the 14th, women will give chocolate to men. And today, on the 14th, men give candy back to women. She blushed and asked probingly, "Oh, that sounds romantic. Do you have a crush on me?" He was flustered, but the harsh truth? All the women in this building got some. Unfazed, a disappointed Isabella opened the candy package. How ridiculous. As she ate a piece of candy, she said, "By the way, you said you've been training and adjusting your diet on your own?" Suddenly, the two of them were in a tense situation. "Yes, have you forgotten? Our relationship is a deeply bonded one. We signed an eternal contract with a kiss, you know." "Hey, that wasn't a marriage certificate or anything like it." He suddenly touched her lips as a reminder. "Stop joking around." After calming down, he made a request. "Now that my magic resistance has increased significantly, so please help me double my magic power as well." Isabella nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll use a lot of mana. Then she smirked smugly. More than enough to satisfy your desires. This horrified Jian. What? Wait. The current situation only made her more gleeful. Humph, is there any reason to stop? Misleading sounds echoed from within the room. A notification was received. Congratulations. You have met the requirements to advance to a level 5 mage. A plan was drawn up, the training plan. It was a plan to find talented individuals and recruit them to his side before anyone else could. Jian sat in his study, working. He had invested heavily in this plan. There were many reasons for him to focus on this plan besides just training talent. Thanks to it, he gained something more, the master-disciple system. This will allow me to receive bonus points based on the growth of up to 4 disciples. Oh. Another one was accepted. Among them, Isabella showed the best results. A disciple? Are you trying to make me a slave already? Li was always eager to follow orders. Li was always loyal to his assigned tasks. Will you be my master? I will do my very best. As for Mia, she learned happily. Mia saw it more as entertainment than training. The way you teach me is wonderful. Jian sat and pondered for a moment. All the plans were going smoothly, especially the development of Jay's nominal students. At least, that's what Jay believed. But then his expression changed. However, Master Haas repeatedly shook her head and refused. It's no use. How can a mere servant like me possibly teach anyone? An unexpected illness had appeared, and though she always wished for it, she also wanted to train hard to become the best doctor. Haas progress, 0%. She focused all her energy into casting a spell. This class was especially effective at healing compared to the professors. It was considered a high-tier class on the entire continent of Naz. Jian closed his eyes tightly, deep in thought. This must be it. In the end, he couldn't hold back his anger. Why do you have to act so reserved, like you're just a maid? I'm sorry. Nothing was progressing in the room. Ra lifted his teacup and analyzed the situation. To awaken the power of a healer, Ha needs to feel it with her whole body and heart. An replied calmly. I have also walked the path of a servant for 23 years. It won't be easy. He lowered his head in agreement. That's right. It's like something inside is holding back her ability. Ha's ability. It's as if she's defending herself against something. Or maybe she's just anxious about becoming a healer. He furrowed his brow in confusion. I need to give her the right guidance. But how? An's gaze also grew solemn. Then, he spoke up. My lord. He expressed his thoughts. You have taught us creative and diverse methods. Everyone in the territory is grateful to you. An thought of Ha to reassure him. But that doesn't mean you have to take responsibility for everything. Please, trust that Ha is doing her absolute best for your sake. His words made him realize something. After all, she is one of your people. He smiled and replied, So, that's it. With that, he threw the door open. Thank you. As he ran out, he thought, that's right. He was excited by his realization. I don't know why, but I have to talk to Ha. It's not exactly a trick, but a plan involving 3 people. While he was lost in thought, someone appeared behind him. I have to use a conventional method. Ha rushed over, calling for the Lord, but she only saw him lying unconscious. She asked in a panic, What is going on? A soldier reported, the Lord was attacked by an assassin. The current situation horrified Ha. I've called for the professors, but his condition is too critical. What do I do? He needs treatment immediately. Looking at his condition, she realized it was no use. It was too late for the professors to arrive in time. Though she was terrified, she told herself, I have to do it. With that, she stepped forward. My lord, please hang in there. Ha wiped away her tears and tried to cast a spell. Please. She couldn't hold back her emotions. Please, just please. Memories flashed through her mind. I can't let him die like this. I swore I would protect my lord for my entire life. Suddenly, the source of light grew stronger, then enveloped Jian's body. 30 minutes later, Ha scolded them angrily. I hate all of you, she sobbed loudly, showing how worried she had been. Even if it was for my sake. Why would you hurt yourself like that? Jay tried to reassure her. It was just animal blood. The rest is just a minor wound. But we succeeded, didn't we? So, how does it feel to become a healer? But Ha immediately shot back. It was horrible. I'm sorry. The assassin and the soldiers also got an earful. All of you. Even if it was the Lord's order, you shouldn't have done that. We're sorry. With that, she stormed off in a huff. I never want to see you sick or injured like that. I hate you. She left as he called after her. Someone else spoke up. Even if she said that, you didn't necessarily have to go that far. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Explanation of a master's privilege. Permanently increase magic power by 50. Student Isabella has mastered dark object summoning magic. Reward: all stats +5. Student Mia has mastered mana perception. Reward: all stats +5. Student Lena has mastered basic swordsmanship. Reward: all stats +5. I'm not sure about becoming a good master for Has. The number 5 symbolizes unlocking level 5. Special quest: Leap Forward activated. You must complete all tasks to reach level 5. Special quest: complete 13 leaps forward. Reward: level 5 Mage. Find the Wanderer and the Witch VH to ask about their path to becoming a level 5 mage. Finally, I can become a level 5 mage. A man was exhaling smoke. If war breaks out with Cribia, we will win overwhelmingly, Frua analyzed nonchalantly. But if Jay dies right from the start, the war won't even be necessary. What war? This is all about money. With that, he gave an order. Infiltrate Cribia and tail him. If you get a chance, take him out. Yes, sir. Just as Thop saw him run by, he thought, I've been waiting for this chance for a long time. He was about to draw his knife and strike. DJ! But he never expected to witness the scene that had just unfolded. Die. He hid to one side, observing. This is too sudden. Hurry, call Miss Ha. Thop's face was filled with panic as he wondered. He's running! Huh? Besides me, who else wants to assassinate Jay? Mission to assassinate Jay. Failed. Who was that? In a place full of wind and snow, Lockett was traveling alone in the harsh weather, when suddenly, he heard a voice. Oh my! Who could that be? In the distance, a figure appeared under a light. Is that you, kid? Lockett. A while later, the two had reached a warmer place. Thank you. Aeon exclaimed nostalgically. It's been a long time. You look more mature now, Lockett replied. Well, I'm 40 years old now. Sit down and have a cup of tea, old man. By the hearth, he asked. Why did you come so deep into the nightmare forest? Lockett rummaged through his bag and replied, I just missed my senior. So I came to visit with a small gift. He then took out a vial of red liquid. A Ranella healing potion. If you live in the nightmare forest for so long, isn't this something you'd really need? Aeon closed his eyes and asked, Is this the rumored Ranella healing potion? He asked with some suspicion. When I hear the recent rumors, I have to wonder if this is the same Lord I once knew. Lockett explained. The Lord has acknowledged his past mistakes. He sent me to you to deliver this healing potion. Suddenly, the old man burst out into a sarcastic laugh. You think something that was thrown away, like trash, can be brought back so easily? Lockett tried to persuade him. But right now, the territory needs the help of former soldiers like you. Hearing this, Aeon looked a bit annoyed. You'll surely change your mind when you meet the Lord. An image of the Grim Reaper with his scythe walking across the continent. There has never been a period where expeditions were as active as they are now on the continent of Naz. Countless lives have vanished across the land, and with them, the heads of lords have rolled on the ground, one by one. An image of Jay appeared. Morality, humanity. None can escape death. As proof, tremble in fear, for the Grim Reaper will ride his horse to the northernmost end of the continent. A mug was slammed down. Jian cheerfully praised. As expected, Cribia's lager is excellent too. Lager beer is fermented at low temperatures, and there are many other dishes as well. Besides, in a coastal region, the food should be expensive, but it's actually very cheap. Isabella rested her chin on her hand and analyzed. To be blunt, the agriculture here would have a hard time developing. After saying that, they both shared a sinister smile. That's right, please let it work. I hope the pesticide I made is effective. Beside him, Ha stammered. If it's a formula that the Lord made, then it's sure to be effective. Is that so? Suddenly, she took a closer look and realized something. By the way, have you guys noticed? This place is arranged quite neatly, and the service is pretty good. The people around them were discussing it. See, it looks like Cribia is cleaning up its own territory. The people of this territory were praising their Lord because, thanks to him, the territory has a bright future. It was all good news. If you get Ranella disease, there's a cure. The Lord will provide as much support as possible. We should also contribute to the development of Cribia in the future. This made the two girls feel proud. So, how can we move the Hunters Guild headquarters here? Isabella glanced over and asked, We came here to visit the village in secret, right? Seeing no response, she asked, Hey, what are you looking at? Someone at the next table praised, This beer is so good. The excited girl called out loudly, Bartender, another glass for me. Then she turned to the person next to her and asked, Do you want another one? The beer here is so fresh and cool. Jian immediately recognized that person as Enla, a strange prosecutor. As far as he knew from the main plot of Paradise, She was a famous prosecutor, known for always making money by helping heroes in their time of need. The girl next to her refused. No. Alcohol dulls the nerves and causes the drinker to feel unnecessary euphoria. Enla poked her cheek teasingly. You're so stubborn. You'll have to have a drink someday when you start to like a guy. However, Enla had one characteristic. Today, I'll appear as the enemy. Her weakness was that, as long as there was money involved, she would even help a demon. Enla. Jian's eyes lit up as he observed her, and he realized he'd seen the other girl somewhere before. The other girl's information was Chloe, S rank absolute stealth, A rank camouflage. All he had to do was find the person who didn't drink, the Queen of Silence. Why would she appear here? According to the plot, 5 years after the Lost War, Chloe appeared as the 8-year-old queen of the Grey Elves. She was a mysterious NPC behind the buggy main storyline of Paradise. Jian was a bit surprised to see them here. According to his memory, there was no record of Enla coming to the north, and Chloe hadn't made any moves yet. He never expected to meet such an important character. If that's the case, then His expression changed instantly. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Talent scouting radar activated. Lord. With that, he ran off, full of excitement. You two have a nice chat. The shout caught Enla's attention. Hey there. Before Jian could even finish his apology, Enla cut him off with a scornful remark. Do I look like I care about a brat like you? Get away from me. The shock made him practically fade away. Lord Ha ran over and said, Hey, I'm sorry, you two. She frowned and made a request. This person is the Lord of Cribia. And also, my lord, please be respectful. But unfortunately, everyone had already heard and fallen silent. People started to murmur, Lord Jian in a place like this? The chatter grew. Suddenly, the shadowy figure stood up. It's obvious you're just a maid. Aren't you afraid? Ha was a bit hesitant in the face of the confrontation. Enla's face darkened as she retorted, I have my own business to attend to. Do you think your lord is the only one in this world? Suddenly, a voice called out to Enla. Even though it was their first time meeting, Jian had recovered and made a request. Could I ask you for a favor? I will definitely make it worth your while. Only then did she realize and reply, Our first time meeting? I'm quite surprised myself. I apologize for overreacting. I thought you were harassing me. Then he looked around, signaling, It's fine. First, we should change locations. In the office, Enla made an offer. For 1 year, my fee is 5,000 gold coins and a private residence in exchange for training those kids? Jian, extremely pleased, replied, Yes, I'll pay you in advance. And of course, we'll sign a contract. Chloe turned and answered, I will follow Master's will. It makes no difference where we are, as long as it's a place where humans live. The situation surprised Enla a little, and she asked Jian, Do you trust me? Chloe has just become my student, and this is my first time in the north. You don't know anything about us, do you? Jian seriously affirmed, No, right now, I don't trust you at all. Then, his expression relaxed as he replied, I only completely trust someone after they've received their money. He finished with a meaningful smile. As long as she gets paid, she'll solve any problem. She can't refuse a sum close to 5 billion. He remembered a plot point. In the future, because of this personality, no faction would welcome her. But to his surprise, Enla agreed. I'd be glad to. She took off her glasses with an amused expression and replied, That's the most charming thing I've heard. I accept your conditions. Then, she asked curiously, Where is this person that the Lord invested a whole 5,000 gold coins in? That evening at the mansion, the matter of Lena's master had been resolved. A blue stone was proof that, if this had been before, Jian would have already collapsed from exhaustion and gone to sleep. Thanks to the necklace of the great sage Goga, he didn't feel tired. A hand was still writing. The amount of knowledge and information in Paradise was immense, and it could easily be forgotten. But strangely enough, just today, Jian had already forgotten Chloe's face. Jian was planning for the future. In the future, as the territory developed, there would come a time when he could no longer perform miracles as leisurely as this. As dark forces gradually closed in on him, Jian wanted to write everything down in Korean to ensure that no one else could read it. With his work done, he closed the book containing the world's knowledge. Everything was contained within Paradise. Lena gritted her teeth, struggling to pull the wooden log. Jian watched from a distance, silently remarking, This is truly a hellish training regimen. He imagined Lena with bulging muscles. Is this training supposed to turn her into some kind of muscle monster? Jian tilted his head and mumbled, Even though they're training at the same intensity, Chloe hasn't broken a single sweat, has she? He watched Chloe straining to pull the log. Seeing her get overtaken, Lena shouted, "Wait for me." Enla, standing beside Jian, smiled and said, "Of course. This world is vast, and it's not just about Lena." She shook her head in dissatisfaction and continued, "I guarantee that the people who trained Lena before only tested her at a normal level at best." She said, "I could kill those guys in 5 seconds." Hearing that, Jian sighed. 5 seconds for that is a bit. Lena had now moved on to a different exercise. Enla watched her, then explained, "Lena never had a good teacher before. The reason she was able to develop so much was thanks to that magical artifact." Lena stood in the middle of an arena, surrounded by 4 devices. One device activated, glowing with a red light as a fireball shot out. Enla explained that the 4 magical elements would be fired sequentially from the magic tools in a designated order. Lena raised her shield to block the fireball. Enla continued, "The young girl was being trained on how to use a shield. She wondered how he was able to get a magic tool to train Lena." Ji replied, "This is a training method from the Eastern continent." He thought the phrase sounded familiar as he watched Lena continuously block the elemental attacks, lost in thought. If you repeatedly train with just one attribute, the proficiency gain decreases over time. Jian whispered this observation as he watched the young girl trying her best to complete the exercise. However, when there are 4 or more attributes, the system recognizes it as an actual battle. He figured it was a way to trick the system's mechanics. Jian frowned, looking at Enla. He was genuinely surprised. She could assess Lena's condition with just a single glance. He looked over at Lena, who was gritting her teeth through the training, and thought, "I don't have to worry about Lena's training anymore." In a field, farmers were diligently watering and fertilizing the plants. One farmer called out, "Lord Oren, welcome." Another farmer also greeted him, "Lord Oren." Oren walked over and asked, "I came to check on the agricultural situation here." Looking at the healthy, growing plants, he remarked, "But I don't think I even need to ask. With the insects eradicated, everyone is in such high spirits." A farmer boasted, "A friend of mine in Ranella said they can't farm because of the insects, and they wanted me to share our secret." He continued, "Every day, we thank the Lord and you, Lord Oren." Someone exclaimed, "Oh, the 2 saints." Oren smiled happily. "All the farms we have today are singing the Lord's praises. I truly don't know how to express my joy. Thank you. Thank you, everyone." The farmers laughed cheerfully, and one was so moved he covered his face and cried. Jian, who was sitting in his office, suddenly paused. He lifted his head and looked out at the snow-covered street. The system window appeared. "The farmers of the territory have gathered to praise the Lord's benevolence. You have completed the wholehearted devotion quest. The loyalty of the territory's people has increased by 50, reaching 200. The Golden Age has arrived in the territory. When the Golden Age comes, the production capacity of all people in the territory will increase by 100% for 1 month." The people celebrating in the square shouted in unison, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" In the warehouse, Ha and Avila were organizing goods. She directed the helpers, "Place them here." Meanwhile, Avila was diligently taking notes. At the training ground, Chloe and Lena were training like mad. Seeing the notification, Jian exclaimed, "All right, the Golden Age has returned." In the castle hallway, someone mused, "Well, I hear Kibia is doing very well these days." He swung his staff and added, "Even the scenery in the northern region is magnificent." As soon as he entered Jian's office, he immediately bowed. "It is an honor to be in your presence, my lord." He raised his head and introduced himself. "I am from Malako. I have come to deliver a message to the Lord." The system window appeared, experiment causing chaos and lust. Jian silently looked at the notification board. "The quest, Clash of Titans, has been activated. The opponent is also a 4th-class mage, just like you. If you eliminate him, you will gain an additional 15 intelligence points." Jian stood up and gave a warm welcome. "Welcome. We welcome the ambassador's visit. Was His Highness pleased with our tribute?" Ren immediately replied, "Of course. He was very pleased. He said that he wishes for peace between Malako and Sibia. He greatly appreciates Lord Jian's determination." He pursed his lips, forcing a smile. Jian was seething internally. "Appreciates? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Do you think your position is higher than mine?" Lockett frowned as he listened to Ren ramble on. "We are very fortunate that you are pleased." The soldiers escorting Ren gave a scornful smile. Jian asked, "May I read the letter then?" Ren took out the letter and said, "Of course. This is a letter written by the Lord himself." Jian took the letter, then opened it, and began to read. "Greetings, Lord Jian," the letter began. "Looking at our current relationship, I cannot help but feel ashamed of my past actions of criticizing Lord Jian and the territory of Chibia. Every day, I reflect upon my actions. I desire permanent peace for both our territories, and no one can change that. Let us work together to strengthen the relationship between our two territories. This will be the beginning of an eternal friendship between us. Jian thought angrily. Hogus, that little brat, who the hell do you think you are? Then, he said with a pained expression, I am one who desires peace more than anyone. He continued, sooner or later, I will send Malako a handcrafted statue from Sibia. I hope it will be seen as a symbol of friendship between our two territories. Ren smiled and said, I don't know if it's true, but I believe our Lord will be very pleased. Jian tilted his head and replied with a smile, You are always welcome here. That afternoon in the forest, a deer was wandering aimlessly. Jian drew his bow, aiming straight for it. He released his hand, and the arrow flew through the air, embedding itself in the deer. A soldier shouted, A direct hit! The people around him applauded and praised him. The Lord is such a skilled archer. He is truly multi-talented. Jian raised a hand and smiled in acknowledgement. Lockett, standing behind him, sighed. He asked quietly, Sir, why do you always humble yourself before those from Malako? How long must you continue to appease them? Jian gave a wry smile and said, If you meet an enemy on the battlefield, you draw your sword. But in public, you must smile. Lockett exclaimed in surprise. That will make the enemy lower their guard. You mean we're deceiving them? Jian placed a finger on his lips, signaling him to lower his voice. Jian said, The most important thing is the final blow. Don't pay any mind to what we have to endure on the way to that final blow. Lockett bowed his head and replied, Yes, sir. He then looked towards the group of envoys from Sibia. Come on, everyone. To celebrate how much our territory has grown, we'll have a small party here today. The people around them immediately cheered in agreement. That evening, the hunting party ate and drank merrily. Lockett and Jian happily ate meat and drank beer. Someone asked loudly, My lord, now that our relationship with Malako has strengthened, won't we have to worry less about war in the future? Lockett said joyfully, It's truly been a long time since the Golden Age last came to our territory. Not far away, a man sat quietly, observing his surroundings. He sneered, thinking, You've completely let your guard down, Lord Jian. He stood up, hoisting some logs onto his back, and said to himself, Enjoy it while you can. As he walked, he thought arrogantly, The wine in the next glass will be your blood. He had no idea that Jay had realized it long ago, thinking, That's exactly what you're thinking, isn't it? The system appeared, with the search bar open to disguised scout. Jian praised it silently. So there really is a spy in the territory. You work so cleanly that I wouldn't have been able to detect you without a special skill. He smiled cheerfully. However, your spy has been discovered by me. You will all experience a living hell. A short while later, in a secluded spot, Jian bent over a tree root and threw up. Lockett patted his back and said, I'm sorry, my lord. I should have stopped you. A month passed. Early in the morning on May 29th, 2014, the city gates opened, and a legion of soldiers on horseback galloped through as one of them shouted, All troops, advance, a commander roared. The target is Cribia. Attack the Caribbean territory. Hogus, charging forward, declared confidently, Cribia will soon be mine. Inside Cribia's castle, sunlight shone through the windows. The corridors were deserted, and a heavy silence enveloped the entire fortress. Lena paused in the middle of her training. She remarked, It seems a little quiet today, doesn't it? She asked Chloe. Do you know where everyone went? Enla suddenly appeared behind Lena and asked, Lena, do you have so much free time that you're chatting during training? For your punishment, run 20 laps around the courtyard for me, Lena replied in a panic. Yes, master. Enla put a hand on her hip and muttered, He told me beforehand that a war was coming. What in the world is he thinking? She stretched, wondering if she should relax a bit more. On the battlefield, a fireball was launched. It came crashing down, destroying a large watchtower and knocking a soldier off his feet. Someone shouted, The enemy's attack was too sudden. Everyone, fall back. Cries echoed continuously. They destroyed the watchtower. Their guards are fleeing. One of Hogus's men bowed and asked, Should we pursue them? Shadow Spear? Hogus laughed heartily. All right, you morons. We're advancing into the nightmare forest. He rode his horse at a leisurely pace, observing the battlefield. If I'd known it would be this easy, I would have just attacked Cribia directly. A soldier brought over a barrel of wine and said, These are the wine barrels we managed to get. Hogus scoffed contemptuously. They're so pathetic I can't even begin to gauge their strength. He raised his sword high and yelled, Listen up, you mighty warriors of Malacca. He roared out the order. Charge straight for Cribia. A line of people trudged along, civilians packing their belongings to flee. An old man said, "Just yesterday, this was a peaceful place." The man standing next to him sighed. "This is a disaster." Jian listened to the report. Reporting. "The enemy has broken through the fourth line of defense." A soldier said worriedly, "They're about to reach this position." "My lord." Jian looked into the distance and said, "We must move slowly." He instructed Lockett, "If this place falls, the entire territory will be in danger, so fight with all your might." Lockett immediately replied, "Yes, sir," came running over, calling out, "My lord," she pleaded, "why wouldn't you bring me to such an important battle? Please, my lord, allow me to participate." Jian immediately refused. "No," she retorted, "why not? I can be a medic." Jian wouldn't allow it. The battlefield is an incredibly dangerous place. A single, small mistake could cost you your life. He gently took her hand and said, "Your ability is truly precious." He continued, "But I can't push you into a dangerous place like this and risk losing it." Pouted. "But, my lord," he smiled and said, "Does anyone want the people they care about to die?" "Of course not." He remembered a time when had carelessly fallen. "Ever since we were little, you've always been by my side." He ran towards her as he spoke. "In order to protect the things most important to me," he offered his hand to, "I have been constantly learning and preparing." A younger Jian smiled, reassuring. She stopped crying and touched his hand. Jian said, "So please, trust in me, okay?" Looked up at Jian and replied, "Yes." Isabella, who was watching this lovey-dovey scene from afar, grew furious. She gritted her teeth. Isabella grabbed by the collar and dragged her away. She said loudly, "This girl is a healer. If you're going to the battlefield, you should be obediently sitting in the rear lines and healing the wounded." Jian waved to her. "Isabella." She replied, "My lord, I will do everything in my power. Please rest assured and leave this place to me." He picked up his helmet. Jian put it on and commanded, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." A steely glint flashed in his eyes. No. Everyone's already ready, aren't they?" At the barracks not far away, Lockett thought about using the terrain advantage to create a fortified position. He looked at the soldiers, but there were only 300 of them. Lockett looked at the flags fluttering in the wind, along with many banners. He thought for a moment, and finally, he looked at the civilians holding farming tools, about 100 untrained men. Lockett bowed his head and took a deep breath. He said in a loud voice, "I sincerely thank all the citizens who, despite hearing news of war, still resolved to come and help the army fight." He continued, "And I also apologize for the army's incompetence, which has forced you all into this situation." Lockett yelled. Our Lord bowed his head to them in the hopes of peace, but their greed is bottomless. They still want to take Cribia. He thought of Hogus and continued, "The well-trained, professional army they've brought with them alone numbers 1,200 men." Lockett shouted, "But those of you who are not soldiers are completely free to leave. Just by being here, you have already lent strength to our army." He remembered the words of a man from his past. "Lockett, let's just get out of here together." The man had told him, "Cribia is doomed. The old lord is dead, and the new lord, Jian, is too foolish." He dropped the bundle of firewood from his back. Lockett said, "I will stay." The man roared, "After they stripped you of your position and treated you so horribly, you can still say that? Cribia is completely incapable of surviving this harsh winter." He yelled, "It's all over." Lockett declared coldly, "If Cribia ends, then I will end with it." The man gritted his teeth and muttered, "Fine, then do as you please." He turned and walked away. "Don't show your face to me ever again. I'm nothing but a ghost now." Lockett stood in place, bowing his head sadly, until someone suddenly shouted, snapping him back to the present. "Please don't say that, sir," a citizen yelled. "We will protect our land." Others joined in. "That's right. It's because of you all that we can live comfortably in this barren land," they roared. "We can't hand our land over to those pigs from Malacca. They're a bunch of drug traffickers," one person shouted. "Instead of running away only to be killed, we will stand and fight. And if we die, we will die in glory." Lockett let out a breath and thought, "You said it would be very cold this winter, didn't you?" he yelled. "You were wrong. Who could stand this heat?" Lockett ordered, "Quickly, provide weapons and armor for these warriors. Hurry up." Just then, a soldier ran up to report, "Sir Lockett, the enemy is approaching." He looked up and said, "It's true. I can see them from a distance." The galloping horses charged forward, and Lockett froze. However, something felt wrong. His eyes widened in shock. Lockett looked at the fluttering flag. He shouted, "It's not Malak. It's Lord Batman of the Renella territory. Batman laughed loudly from horseback. I see you. Sebia. 1 month ago, in the Renella territory, someone was questioning him. Although our two sides have been in conflict for a long time, isn't what Enfile did for our mutual benefit? Batman said. To be honest, I'm not entirely without hostile intentions, but they don't run that deep. If you have something to say, just say it, Hogus asked. You've recently received tributes from CBIA as well, haven't you? He crossed his arms and replied, quite a bit. He said he wants to maintain the friendship between our two territories and is willing to give more to keep it that way. Because their finances have become quite plentiful, they're willing to spend more to achieve their goals. Hogus slammed his hand on the table and roared. That cunning little brat, he said. Lord Batman, think carefully. He posed the question. Why would someone like Jay suddenly be so quick to wag his tail for you? Hogus imagined Jay's sinister, cat-like face, and continued. 20% of the hunters in our territory have already left, and it's still happening. He's trying to shake the very foundation of our land. He let out a smirk and spoke up. He's scared. A newly developed territory can't possibly have prepared for much. Seeing him lost in thought, Hogus said, that's why he's trying to bribe you with money and tributes. He held up 3 fingers and said, I've scouted their territory. They only have about 300 soldiers. This gives us a favorable position. Batman asked in shock, only 300 soldiers? He took out a gold coin, then replied, that's right. Are you really going to let them buy peace with a few gold coins? Hogus clenched the gold coin in his hand and said, he thinks that just by giving us enough gold, he can satisfy the both of us, and we won't invade. He continued, that's why I sent my head mage, and our side has decided to show them our goodwill. Batman slammed the table and shouted, what? Goodwill? Hogus reassured him. You don't need to worry. He smiled sinisterly and said, starting today, we will prepare for battle with CBIA. He dropped the gold coin and said, one victory is all we need. We will launch a direct attack on CBIA. A worried Batman called out to Hogus, who suggested, let's form an alliance. Together, we will deal with CBIA. Hearing this, he excitedly agreed. Let's form an alliance. The two shook hands. Batman and Hogus had formed an alliance. Both of them wore sinister smiles, as an allied force of 3,000 troops was established. At a glance, it would seem the alliance was formed with a common goal and a unified strategy. But that was only on the surface. Hogus thought, you're next, old man. Batman stared at him and said to himself, I will take all of your territory as well, you little brat. At the battlefield, Batman laughed loudly. Jian, you must be surprised and angry to see us appear, he yelled. But what can you do? Your own actions have brought this upon yourself, Batman declared. Try to stop me in your desperation. He raised his hands high and shouted, Lord Hogus has already infiltrated your territory. He continued, how foolish to only have one road into your territory and to position your troops right in the middle of the main thoroughfare. Batman laughed loudly. That's the extent of your ignorance, Jian. Your territory is finished. He looked towards Jian, standing in the distance, and commanded, if you get on your knees and beg right now, I will spare your life. Jian sighed, raised his hand, and took off his helmet. Batman's eyes widened in shock as he yelled, huh? Who is this rat-faced punk? The person standing there wasn't Z, but another man in disguise. Batman roared, where did that Lord J go? Thop, hiding not far away, wondered to himself, then where is the real one? What the hell? He suddenly threw down his helmet and spear, Thop thought as he ran. Damn it, damn it! He gritted his teeth as he realized, this is all a trap. I have to warn the Lord before he was unaware that someone was charging towards him. A soldier swung a spear straight at his face. Thop screamed in pain. Another person grabbed a sword, appeared behind Thop, and said with a laugh, well, well, looks like we caught ourselves a rat. The soldier wondered, are you complaining about the security? The black-haired man stabbed his sword into Thop's chest and asked again, am I? You're the one who spread the Renella disease, aren't you? Thop gritted his teeth, thinking, they know my identity. He then realized that all the information he had gathered was fake. The soldier clenched his fist and said, atone for it with your death. Before the battle broke out, G stood on a cliff, murmuring, if they form an alliance. He looked at the open road before him and asked, will they take this path? Li Kuai replied, in my humble opinion, they will have 2 choices. He frowned and said, the trail is easy to ambush. Since this is a low-lying area, they would lose many soldiers on approach. Meanwhile, Hogus and Batman were also discussing their plan. Everything that Li Kuai had predicted, they had also calculated. Jian said, that's right. It was built according to the terrain, which is advantageous to us. They will think so too. Batman wondered. Is there another option? Hogus replied. After a thorough reconnaissance, I discovered a hidden trail. He remembered the path that had been reported. Jian observed and said, if they have a spy, they will definitely discover the trail. If he pretends to be a woodcutter, he'll easily find the branching paths. He said, therefore, we will set a trap on the trail. Jian took out a strange device. The system appeared. Jian Minus Whipper. This magic device will cause an explosion equivalent to a level 4 spell. Its creator, Li Kuai, looked at the bomb in his hand and wondered, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Could you explain how it works? Jian said, stand behind me. Li Kui thought, I feel like I'm the one who needs protecting. Ji used his magic, channeling it into a thin thread. The magic quickly traveled along the thread. The blue stream of magic gradually approached the bomb's crystal core. The moment the stream of magic approached, the bomb exploded, creating a massive blaze and a rain of iron pellets. The iron pellets shot out in all directions, destroying a slew of trees in the forest. Jian opened a magic shield to block the pellets. Li Kui exclaimed in amazement, this is unbelievable. He looked at the crater the bomb created and cheered. What a magnificent weapon. Jian said, we'll use these to defeat the enemy. That way, CBIA won't become a battlefield. They will all be buried in this forest. Back in the present, Hogus's soldiers were riding through the woods on horseback. Jian watched them from a tree branch overlooking the trail, a magical wire scroll in his hand glowing with power. This is also the path to hell, Jian thought. Meanwhile, Hogus was galloping swiftly down the road, his subordinates close behind. A cruel smile spread across his face as he announced, Warriors of Maloka, in the name of your leader, sever every arm and break every leg of those who dare to defy us. Put the ones who surrender in chains. This is the battle that will bring us eternal wealth and glory. Raise your weapons. It's time for a massacre. As soon as he finished, an unknown voice replied, that's right, it's time for a massacre. Hogus instantly recognized the voice and broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself. It was Jian, who continued speaking as he pulled the wires connected to the traps he had prepared. But the thing you guys should be holding right now isn't a weapon, but a shield. I've carefully prepared this trap just for you. If you're so tough, try and stop it. Realizing there was a trap ahead, Hogus reacted instantly, pulling hard on the reins to try and stop his horse. However, it was too late. They were already inside the blast radius. From behind, Ren also seemed to sense something and shuddered. He looked down at the ground in fear, thinking, the flow of mana. It's moving beneath the ground. He then frantically yelled out an order. Isaac, Odium, use a defensive spell, now. The two mages he called out to were startled, momentarily confused about what was happening, but by then, the trap had been triggered. A series of mines detonated simultaneously, creating a massive explosion that rocked the entire forest. Some soldiers were torn apart by shrapnel, while others screamed in agony as they were engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Ren had managed to erect a shield just in time, enveloping Hogus to protect him from the blast. Even so, the look on his face was grim. The flames then spread, scorching a large swath of the surrounding forest until it was completely burned. At the same time, not far from the blast, Batman had witnessed the whole thing. His eyes widened and he broke into a cold sweat as he realized a massive explosion had occurred on the path Hogus had taken. Could something have gone wrong for our side? At this thought, Batman lowered his head to ponder, but he quickly regained his composure, raising his sword to rally his troops. Even without the Maloka, we still have 1,800 warriors. Wipe them all out. As he had hoped, his warriors' morale soared, and they roared back in unison. The commander then began to issue orders. Shields, advance, hold the line. At his command, the shield-bearers moved forward to engage the enemy. Meanwhile, back at the site of the explosion, Hogus clutched his arm, groaning in pain from a shrapnel wound. Ren rushed to his side, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, sire?" He replied, "I'm fine. Give me a damage report." Hearing this, Ren hesitated and stammered, "Well, aside from the 500 soldiers in the rear, everyone else has been killed. Even the flag bearing the symbol of Malacca has been destroyed." Hogus then asked, "What happened to my two mages?" Ren paused for a moment before answering honestly, "Isaac and Odium, they also fell in the blast." Hearing this, Hogus fell into complete despair. This is a catastrophe. I have no way to stop that bastard, Jay, anymore. How does he possess such a terrifying weapon? For now, I can only rely on Ren." With that thought, he issued a command. "Ren, stay by my side. We're retreating to regroup with." Before he could finish, Jian swooped in out of nowhere, grabbed Ren by the collar, and flew off with him. Hogus realized what was happening, but it was too late. All he could do was scream in helplessness. Ren was now being dragged far away from Hogus by Jian, who then changed direction and shot straight up into the sky. Looking at Ren's terrified face, Jian asked mockingly, "Why are you trembling so much?" Enraged by the mockery, he shouted, "Damn you! Were you just pretending to be weak in front of us this entire time?" Jian sighed in reply, "You're only figuring that out now? How pathetic." As Jian continued to ascend while they talked, Ren struggled in terror, screaming, "Damn it, how much higher are you going?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jian suddenly let go of his collar. Looking at the mage's stunned expression, Jian answered, "I guess this is high enough." It took a moment for Ren to react, but then his eyes filled with terror and he screamed as he plummeted towards the ground. Jian watched him fall for a moment before diving after him. Jian held out his hands and began casting a spell, thinking, he has two choices now. To stop his freefall, he can either use magic to land safely or create a magic barrier to block my storm. Which will it be? Seeing Jian's spell about to hit him, Ren felt even more helpless and started cursing. "Damn it, Jian, you're insane." Normal magic battles are fought at a distance, like an exchange of blows. Once the conditions are right, both sides unleash an all-out attack. But Jian didn't trade spells like a normal mage. He's attacking head-on. Seeing Jian suddenly dive and grab him, sending them both into a freefall, Ren wondered, "What the hell is this? Is he trying to kill himself along with me?" But then he felt the mana gathering behind him. This magic sigil. Damn it. I see what you're trying to do now. You bastard. You're a fourth circle mage. Generally speaking, a fourth circle mage is by no means weak. Hogus, who controls all of Malacca, a place rife with crime and violence, found the situation there so uncontrollable that he had to pay a fortune to hire third circle mages just to manage the chaos in his territory. There were two reasons Jian was disappointed with his new body in this world. What is this body? Damn it. He used to be powerful enough to kill someone like Dak a dozen times over. In contrast, this body only possessed half his original strength. He could only cast a single fourth circle spell. And what about Ren? He was a fourth circle mage with well-balanced stats that perfectly suited his power. Although he had shown weakness in recent battles, Jian didn't have enough power to completely overwhelm him. And just then, Ren suddenly flexed his power and pushed back, speaking arrogantly, "Did you think I'd be defeated so easily?" As he spoke, he threw a full-powered punch at Jian's magic shield, adding a friendly reminder. "Shields are fragile in close combat. You made a mistake by getting close to me." After taking the direct hit, the helmet on Jian's head shattered. A few drops of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face grew pale. Seeing this, Ren became even more arrogant. "Jian, I've figured out the purpose of your spell. Space teleportation. A space gate. You're using the weakness of flight magic to make me unable to resist freefall. That way, you'll have me cornered, and you can escape using the space gate, right? I thought you were just a fourth-class mage, but I never expected you to have this kind of power. Truly commendable. But your calculation is wrong. Anyone can teleport through a space gate. That is my choice." Seeing Ren about to pass through the portal he had prepared, Jian feigned anger and helplessness, screaming. Then, acting as if he was furious from the humiliation, he created a fireball while laughing triumphantly. "Now it's your turn to choose. Block my magic, or stop yourself from hitting the ground." "Ah, but if you're burned alive, it's all over anyway. In the end, no matter what you choose, death is the only way out." Seeing the fireball about to crash into him, Ren could do nothing but create a magic shield to defend himself. Just like that, Ren was blasted by Jian's fireball while he fell straight toward the space gate. As he was halfway through, he arrogantly praised Jian. "Impressive. Even so, you can't be in time if I enter the gate before you. The moment I step through this space gate, I'll counterattack." But when he turned his head and looked down, his triumphant expression suddenly vanished, replaced by sheer terror on his face. In the end, his body was pierced by the spears that had been set up below. Unable to accept this reality, he muttered, "What? How?" Just then, Jian also landed near him from another space gate, and calmly said, "There's nothing wrong with using tricks. I came down to witness your reaction. The feeling of a man who doesn't understand why he's dead. You truly look like a foolish mage. Your fall was cushioned by your own magic, because you shot your spell from below, upwards. In contrast, my ice storm was shot downwards, accelerating your fall. I deliberately let you attack me to lead you into the gate that led to this trap. See, I'm the one who won. I've already figured out your weakness. I have a few words for you. What everyone sees as a good opportunity. is no longer your advantage once an enemy sees through it. You were dancing in the palm of my hand from the very beginning. Ren, for all the unforgivable things you've done until now, I will make you pay for your crimes on behalf of your victims." With those words, an explosion rang out. Ren's glasses fell at Jian's feet, along with the sound of a system notification. Level up. You have completed the quest, a fierce battle between dragon and tiger. You have received a reward of 15 intelligence points. Looking at the system notification, Jian complained to himself. What do you mean, battle between dragon and tiger? He couldn't even scratch my cloak. The scene shifts to the other side of the battlefield, where the battle was still raging intensely. The warriors of Ranella were attacking fiercely, while the knights of House Jazz could only try their best to hold them off. Meanwhile, inside the Jazz family's encampment, they were treating the wounded knights while encouraging everyone to hang on. On Ranella's side, however, it was the complete opposite. Batman continuously rallied his warriors. Their defensive line will collapse soon. Hold the line. At that moment, a knight from the Jazz family rushed to report to his commander. Sir, we need reinforcements in the middle line. The middle line has been breached. Hearing this, Li Kui glanced over in shock. What? Meanwhile, Batman seized the opportunity and gave the order. Ignore the grunts, kill everyone in the center. Hearing this, the warriors revealed disgusting, greedy expressions, saying, I'll earn some merit and fill my pockets with gold coins. Then they charged straight toward the Jazz family's encampment. Inside, Ha and the others wore looks of terror, completely helpless. The warrior in the lead looked even more greedy seeing this, and thrust his spear toward them, screaming, Die! But suddenly, a warhammer appeared from out of nowhere and smashed right into his face. Just like that, he was sent flying backward as the other warriors stared in fear. Just then, Aeon's disdainful voice rang out. No matter how incompetent you're said to be, you people are way too slow. While we were gone, the army of Cribia has weakened completely. That's why he had to ask for our help, even though we're all retired. Seeing him arrive, Li Kui looked relieved. Old man, what took you all so long? He replied. We gave the Maloka bastards a good beating on the way here. As he finished speaking, the synchronized footsteps of knights echoed as they followed behind Aeon. Each and every one of them had a seasoned look on their face. After everyone had assembled, Aeon began to speak. To the master of Cribia, the great Lord Barrett, we will now follow the path of Lord Jazz. 100 soldiers of the Barrett Guard, and 900 men under Lord Jazz. From this moment on, all of us will join this war. In a room, Lord Jazz's indifferent voice spoke up. You've worked hard all this time. Meanwhile, Aeon looked bewildered, not understanding, and asked back, Huh? Lord Jazz, sitting at his desk, said nonchalantly, You've fought and dedicated yourself to this territory for quite a long time. Now is a suitable time for you to retire. Looking at the clueless young man before him, An could only try to explain, We are the Barrett Guard, who swore loyalty to Cribia. Therefore, but the young lord impatiently cut him off. My father is no longer here. Therefore, my father's guards only need to carry out their duties up to this point. At that time, Jazz disbanded most of the old soldiers, citing a lack of funds to maintain them. To be more precise, he had spent too much money building his private villa, and continued to enjoy a life of luxury. Others took this opportunity to place spies around Jazz. Their goal was to take over Cribia. All of Barrett's loyal retainers were pushed out of important positions. The army, which used to receive high salaries, now faced continuous cuts. The veterans, including Aeon, did not have the courage to witness the fall of Cribia. From there, they went their separate ways, deciding to live out the rest of their peaceful lives in the forest. The scene changes to a snowy day in the forest. Holding a self-made spear, Aeon looked around, then sighed and muttered, The snow is getting heavier today. I'll have to call off the hunt. But suddenly, he noticed figures in the distance that seemed to be approaching him and let out a, huh. But as they got closer, he saw they were goblins. Immediately, Aeon took a defensive stance. Red goblins. How did they get so close to Cribia? The goblins also seemed to have seen him and looked frightened. As they got closer and closer to him, his hand tightened its grip on the spear. Meanwhile, a red goblin that had gotten closer seemed to be trying to signal something with hand gestures. And so, the two sides stared each other down. But after seeing them suddenly turn and leave, Aeon's eyes widened in surprise, and then he just silently watched them go. After they were out of sight, he still muttered to himself in disbelief. Did the red goblins just ignore me? The scene changes, and Fred asks with a suspicious look, Goblins carrying iron? That bronze is probably raw material being brought to our forge. Lately, we've had to supply a large quantity of weapons to the army. I've been working 24 hours straight at the boss's request. Hearing this, Aeon sympathized. That must be exhausting, he replied as he got back to work. Of course it is. But thanks to that, we blacksmiths get to live our own lives again. And it's also thanks to him that the extinguished flame of this forge has been lit once more. Ah, here's a secret I can reveal. The weapons are being moved to a secret warehouse. Suddenly, an important piece of information was leaked. Aeon said awkwardly, I don't really want to know, so you don't need to say any more. At first, I thought the changes in CBA were just random. However, fixing the irrigation problem has meant farmers no longer need to worry about water sources. Income and transportation issues have also been resolved. Improving the treatment policies for soldiers, building up the bureaucracy, and massively recruiting talented people. The soldiers who had left have acknowledged the change and successfully returned to the army. Based on the positive changes in CBA, the Bears Guards were given another chance. They had fought alongside the previous lord to protect the territory from invaders. These were warriors seasoned by the battlefield. The armies of Maloka and Ranella couldn't even compare. They had both experience and skill. Back on the current battlefield, Osen glanced at the Ranella warriors and sneered. These insects aren't even worth my attention. On the opposite side, 2 Ranella warriors who had just been captured immediately showed their weakness. Please, spare me. I'll surrender unconditionally. Meanwhile, the other warriors, seeing that the situation was bad, retreated while shouting, Retreat! Retreat now! Batman had also mounted his horse and was fleeing, cursing angrily. Hogus, you moronic bastard. I can't believe Sebia has reinforcements. I don't know why I allied with him when things were perfectly fine. I have to retreat before they get here. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Hogus was fleeing on horseback, looking back and cursing angrily. Damn it, that mage is here. It's Jian. He's already caught up to us. As he finished speaking, Jian appeared beside him and asked casually, Sir, do you really think you're going to get away safely? Startled, he instinctively swung his sword, but Jian easily dodged it. Then, Jian said in a sarcastic tone, Your combat skills aren't that great, are they? A little better than Rakis, perhaps? Seeing Jian just floating above him, completely out of reach, Hogus could only resort to provocation. Stop being such a coward up there. If you've got the guts, come down here and fight. Hearing that, Jian summoned a fireball and replied with a smile. Good idea. In that case, you should get down, too. Seeing the light shining above his head, he seemed to start regretting his words. Nevertheless, the fireball shot straight down to where he stood. The other knights, seeing this, quickly yelled, Protect the Lord! But as soon as the words left their mouths, they were pierced by arrows made of fire magic. Jian glared at them with eyes blazing with killing intent and said menacingly, Don't get in my way. Seeing this, the other knights hesitated and stopped in their tracks. Jian paid them no more mind and turned his attention to Hogus. The man was panting heavily, trying to get up, his body covered in burns from the flames. Jian slowly walked towards him and said, Not at all surprised. I knew from the beginning that you never wanted peace. You were simply hiding your fangs. Hogus retorted in disbelief. Absurd. That's impossible. But the only response he received was a fist to the face. Looking at his pathetic state, Jian continued his assault, saying, With everything that has happened in your domain, I will right the wrongs you have committed, so that the people of your domain will no longer have to suffer under a cruel lord like you. I will purify this place. After passively taking the blows for a while, Hogus suddenly burst out laughing. He asked contemptuously, You think you have what it takes to do that? But Jian replied confidently, There might be some mistakes, but I'm certain this old bastard here will be much better than you. Hearing that, he roared in anger. Nonsense, but was immediately silenced by a dagger plunging into his thigh. His body trembled in pain as he begged, Pull it out. But Jian responded without a shred of pity, I'll help you vent your anger this way. At this point, Hogus asked helplessly, If I die, will it all be over? If the Night Order finds out about this, they will lead the cavalry to hunt you down for revenge. But Jian seemed to not care at all. He held up a book in front of Hogus's face and asked, Do you know what this book is? Jian flipped through the pages. Let's see. He began to read the contents aloud. Count Brock will not be coming. Hearing this, Hogus was startled. How do you know his name? Jian then explained. This is the result of my sleepless nights and hard work. This book records all the notable figures and special events. Jian pointed at the book. While I was making it, I realized that you and Brock were connected. His body trembled as if he were trying to suppress a laugh. You want to kill me? Jian's eyes turned ferocious. Ridiculous. Do you really think the head of the Idama Empire's Night Order would come all the way out here just to save his nephew? Hogus was suddenly stunned. Of course not. That place was over 5,000 kilometers away. across more than 4 kingdoms, and along that route, there were no fewer than 10 territories. He could see his own pathetic reflection in Jian's eyes. Faced with such a harsh truth, if you were him, how would you both mourn and find a way to avenge your nephew's death? Hogus's face suddenly turned pale. Of course, it's impossible. For someone who values his honor as much as he does, a weakling like you in the family only serves to tarnish that honor. So that means, from the very beginning, no one was ever going to mourn your death, were they? Every word from Jian was like a dagger straight to the man's heart. No one at all. People will see your death as nothing more than removing an obstacle. Jian flashed a fake smile. You've really struggled through a pathetic life, haven't you? Light began to shine from his arm. You don't need to worry, because I'm 1,000 times more farsighted than you. He suddenly conjured a vortex of ice around them both. Hogus kept his head down, not saying a word. I'll give him one last chance. Before you die, do you have anything to confess? I'll give you a chance to say your last words. His eyes suddenly turned ferocious. Enraged, Hogus charged forward with a knife. Die, you bastard! However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by the ice. He screamed in pain as his body was gradually frozen solid. Hogus stood motionless, like a statue. Well said. He looked at him, his voice gentle, spoken like a true villain's last will. You can say the rest in the afterlife. He reached out and lightly touched the man's nose. Then, Hogus's entire body was engulfed in ice and snow before shattering. His body disintegrated before my eyes, and the system immediately sent a notification. Mission: First victory in a territory war, completed. Reward: 50 charisma points. Reward: territory area expanded by 50% with no special conditions. He immediately collapsed onto the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. The remaining soldiers stared at each other in bewilderment. When they turned and met his gaze, they flinched. They immediately raised their hands. We surrender! We surrender! After that, the remaining soldiers of Maloka dropped all their weapons and surrendered unconditionally. It was an easy victory, but he didn't rest on his laurels. He had his men disguise themselves as Malacca soldiers and advance deep into Malacca territory. The group entered the city gates one by one. From the very beginning, he had only one goal: to conquer the territories of Maloka and Ranella. In no time at all, Maloka had completely fallen. A new flag was raised. It was the moment the lord of the territory changed. The internal stats board showed that all categories had increased. Jian stared at the screen, lost in thought. Now, the CBIA was out of control. I will prepare small and medium-sized industrial zones. Lockett suddenly appeared behind him. Sir, what will you do now? He asked worriedly. There are no major fortresses in CBIA. The main army has been annihilated, and without strong defenses, it'll be difficult for us to fight off invaders. Jian nodded in agreement. That's right. The northern wars have always been about numbers. He then proposed a different plan. Let's do this. We will advance on Ranella. However, something happened that wasn't part of the plan, but Jian's plan was filled with ambition. At Batman's reception hall, everything came to a halt when an unexpected figure appeared. It was Lord Capri, the Lord of the Mizra domain, and liege of Lord Hogus. The cause of this war is now dead at the hands of Lord Jian, he added, and he has also completely annexed the Malacca territory. Let's ignore the cause. The result is what's important. After hearing this, he had to admit the man had a point, although my own thoughts are a bit different. He then turned to look at the person beside him. But isn't he also a cause of this war? The man coughed awkwardly a few times. He is Lord Capri. Capri, with a beaming face, made an offer. Because of what happened with Hogus, I will compensate you for your war expenses. So, let's sign a truce. As a man who loves peace, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch the surrounding territories be engulfed in flames. The man immediately bowed his head in acceptance. On the outside, his eyes suddenly glowed red. Lord Capri is clearly aiming for the Ranella territory. He's just pretending to be a pacifist. Capri smiled cheerfully. Is that acceptable? The other man replied with glee. Yes, of course. Jian shot to his feet in anger. Don't you dare decide on your own. He then shot ice toward the two of them. He created countless arrows of lightning. The arrows flew straight into the ice. Next, he created a fireball. Fireball. A massive explosion erupted. Smoke billowed from the fire. At that moment, Capri drew the sword at his side and dashed out from within. Quick as a flash, he slashed at Jian's chest. Jian had to force himself to calm down. Calm down. My combat ability is only B rank, so I can't penetrate his magic armor. Both his territory and his army are twice the size of CBIA's. Capri's face darkened as he asked again, Do you agree? Lord Jian now had no choice but to accept this offer. Fighting Lord Capri would only lead to defeat. I understand. His expression immediately brightened, as expected of a man with a generous heart. However, a different thought was forming in Jian's mind. After all, if we want to advance from the northern continent to the center, we'll have to pass through the Masera domain. He looked at the man before him and vowed to himself, I will definitely slit your throat. That evening, at a villa, Lei was sleeping soundly. Outside, someone was gently pouring wine into a glass. Enla sat alone, enjoying a glass of wine, looking very relaxed. Every day I'm alive is a blessing. As she was drinking, someone suddenly appeared before her. Enla asked, Why aren't you resting? Chloe seemed a bit shy. I thought I'd get some fresh air. She then sat down next to Enla. Enla asked with concern, You were quite distracted during practice today. Are you thinking about that battle? Chloe's face fell slightly. It's just, I'm curious why Jay didn't ask Master for help. Enla answered without giving it much thought. He probably just didn't want us to get involved in that battle. And besides, he invited us here to train Lena. Still, Chloe said with lingering doubt, I hope they can defeat the enemy. Enla sipped her wine and slowly shared her thoughts. Well, if we're talking about the outcome, hasn't Jay been preparing for this battle for a long time? Chloe immediately spoke up. I thought so too. I could sense it from the first time we met. It's like, he can see the future. She began to tell her stories. I've also had many chances to talk with Jay during our breaks. He asked me if I was tired. Grey elves usually choose to get stronger in their homeland. So, why did you decide to suffer in this harsh world? And he also knew that my father died a tragic death at the hands of the Break Orla. Enla seemed unaware of this. That's something only the elves would know, right, Chloe? You've never told me about yourself, have you? She continued. He advised me not to just think about getting revenge on the Break Orla. Chloe lowered her head, but to look further into the future. Enla, beside her, exclaimed, That's amazing. How could he know everything? Chloe was also curious. I want to know more about him too. Enla then took her wine and left, leaving Chloe behind. If you're interested, you just need to observe him. After all, we have plenty of time here in CBIA. Chloe just hummed in response. However, Enla's next words startled her. If you happen to fall for him, you have to tell me. Chloe's face turned bright red as she stammered. Master, could you? The master jumped up excitedly. I'm so looking forward to the celebration drinks. Chloe shyly tried to stop her master. Enla laughed freely. I love this freedom. Chloe could only sigh as she watched. This was why all the rumors about her master were negative. In the mountain pass behind Malacca, a wine bottle was thrown violently to the ground. That stupid Hogus! Frua cursed in anger. Weren't all those soldiers he brought with him enough? Damn it! Behind him, his subordinates were busy, some counting money into bags, others loading crates. Frua hastily stood up, put on his coat, and gave them orders. First, take all the tributes and money. Then, get out of Malacca immediately. He and one of his men headed outside. We already have a transaction point. We just need to move our base to Ranella and regroup later. The subordinate's face turned pale as he told him, Master, to your left, look to your left. Frua didn't turn, simply saying calmly, They found us pretty quickly, didn't they? Jian had arrived with his men. Greetings, Frua, Jian said. His eyes were blood red. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Frua's heart skipped a beat. I was just planning to move my business elsewhere. Jian could easily read everything about him. Fleeing, escaping, indignant, holding a three-pronged artifact, and possessing an artifact of space distortion. He then pulled out a compass. Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you. Jian didn't wait either, launching an ice attack aimed directly at Frua, who just narrowed his eyes slightly. Annoying. The needle on his compass suddenly spun violently, activating the artifact. Instantly, a transparent dome was created. Jian's attacks began to slow down and finally stopped completely. Locket was stunned. The magic is stopping. He's a mage too? Jian, standing beside him, immediately corrected him. No, that's the power of the artifact he's holding. It slows down any magic that flies within a 20-meter radius. He thought to himself, spells of the 5th level or higher won't be affected. Frua looked at him with some surprise. But I'm still just a 4th level mage. He was now separated by the dome. Whether he liked it or not, he had to launch an effective attack. After a moment of thought, he decided to enter the enemy's shield. He had to get within 20 meters of him. Seeing him approaching, Frua exclaimed, Are you trying to be a close combat mage? Jian stated frankly, Leader of Seldi Cha, I will punish you right here. He just chuckled softly. Lord Jian, aren't you tired? You just finished a war, and now you run all the way here to catch me. He then proposed an idea. Instead, why don't we make a deal? Frua offered a handsome price. I'll give you double the amount I gave Hogus. No, triple, so just look the other way. The subordinates behind him had already drawn their swords, ready for a fight. I don't want to face a lord in an all-out war. Hearing this, Locket's group became furious. How dare you? On the other side, Jian was still thinking. If he let Frua go here, the northern part of the Naz continent would fall under Drahe's influence, unlike Lena, who would be known as the Wall of Suffering in the future. Frua, a henchman of the demon army, was called the reincarnation of a tyrant. Jian suddenly let out a small laugh and rolled up his sleeves. That's a nice idea. But I must uphold my dignity as the new lord of Malacca. His opponent immediately drew his sword, looking at him with a fierce expression. Do you know what that means? I'll be sending you to your eternal sleep. Jian pulled up his sleeve, revealing a golden bracelet. You too. The system immediately sent a notification. If your level is lower than your opponent's, your strength stat will be doubled, confirming necessary conditions have been met. Option 5 of the DC bracelet is activated. The bracelet was quickly enveloped in a black aura. Option 5. Strength and Intellect. Applies when conditions are met. Strength is doubled. A purple lightning bolt made Frua flinch slightly. Activate Artifact. Jian's arm was now covered in the new power. Are you ready for a sweet dream? A nightmare unfurled. The city night grew dark with fog. The subordinates of both sides charged into battle. On one side, Jian rushed forward to attack. Frua was no pushover either, dodging and charging forward with his sword. He channeled power into his blade. Outburst. Level 1. Each decisive swing of his sword cut through Jian's ice, then he pushed off his toes to gain momentum. As fast as lightning, he appeared in front of him. One of Jian's subordinates suddenly stepped in to block the attack. Don't you dare get near our lord, Jian yelled in alarm. It's dangerous. Fall back. Frua swung his sword vertically through the air, splitting the shield in two. Jian's subordinate froze. He quickly leaped up, jumped over the man, and continued his charge towards Jian. Suddenly, Jian emitted a blinding light, and for a moment, Frua couldn't see anything in front of him. As soon as the light faded, countless ice spears flew at him from all directions. His subordinates below were stunned. Frua immediately jumped to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Unable to believe what just happened. What did that bastard just do? He's not only proficient with magic but also skilled in close combat. He clutched his aching chest. Not only that, his magic missile attack is both fast and powerful. Frua glared at him, spitting out the blood in his mouth. Could it be that he's not a 4th-level mage, but a 5th-level one? At that moment, it felt like he was fighting 4 Rens at once. Suddenly, Jian clapped his hands in applause. You have great potential, being able to cut that shield in two. You're clearly a master swordsman. For a moment, Frua was speechless. However, you can't help but rely on an artifact. That black aura around your sword is for countering magic, isn't it? His technique had been seen through by Jian. Moi O, the 99th failed sword. Level 1. Option 1. Specialized against magic. Frua's stance grew more intense, veins popping on his forehead, as Jian continued to taunt him. Let's suppose you didn't have it, huh? It's a pity it's weaker than I thought. Frua gritted his teeth in fury. Jian, the former lord, also said. Jian shrugged and said nonchalantly, It's the truth, isn't it? Your little compass is just for show since I'm attacking you within 20 meters. He can't get away anymore. He immediately flexed his muscles, ripping both his sleeves. Outburst. Level 2. Shut up. Frua charged at him like a madman. Jian just gently stepped back, just enough so that he couldn't be reached. Then he created a fireball. Frua insanely slashed it away. In an instant, Jian suddenly changed direction, and Frua chased after him like a flash of lightning. The two chased each other, and Jian then shot ice at 2 buildings. Bricks rained down from above. However, Frua skillfully dodged them all. Just when it seemed like nothing could stop him, Jian's back appeared closer and closer. At that moment, Jian turned his head to look back. Frua immediately swung his sword horizontally, but surprisingly, he only hit Jian's cloak. He was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did he dodge it? Did he disappear? Jian was standing leisurely on a nearby rooftop. That was scary. Even if I'd gotten hit once, I still would have achieved my goal. He began to use his power. I guess it's my turn now. Frua hadn't even processed the situation. Jay had combined Lining, Nin, and Niam to create a pillar of purple light. Thick smoke billowed all around. A scratched and battered Frua was collapsed on the ground. Damn it. Jian sat on a roof and advised him, just give up. If you're planning on having a sword fight with me, I admit, I stand no chance of winning. It's faster than a normal sword, and its power is greater, too. He then told him his plan. That's why I'm not stepping into your attack range. Frua, far from admitting defeat, just laughed. You're quite the analyst. Should I give you a round of applause? He flexed his muscles once again, the buttons on his shirt popping off. Frua unleashed more of his power. Level 3, outburst. His face twisted into a provocative sneer. If you're such a great analyst, then try and guess who the final winner will be. Jian smiled brightly and declared with absolute certainty, the winner will be me. 100% guaranteed. His words provoked him even further, causing him to immediately use outburst. Level 4, I'll end this in one blow. He crouched down to build momentum, launching himself forward like a rocket. His aggression was slightly terrifying. His face now looked just like a demon's. The blade successfully pierced through a body, and a piercing scream rang out. However, the one who was stabbed was Frua. Jian feigned shock. Frua, you. Then he flashed a cunning smile. I didn't expect it to be this easy. A person whose face was split in two. Dak and Frua. Although both are strong enemies, they have their differences. Crisscrossing chains, everything dark and bizarre. A few magic seals, reduced stamina, and slower spellcasting. Dak is in a weakened state. Frua holds a sharp sword and a time watch, utilizing all of his abilities. Favorable terrain, artifacts. Frua is an enemy with growth potential. The game system displays the combat scene. While dodging basic attacks, you must simultaneously use spells to create a combo chain. He stood proudly with smoke drifting from his mouth. A single opening is enough to annihilate the enemy, but that strategy doesn't work on Frua. A blond man with fiery red eyes used a special tactic to deal with Frua's strengths, which was to run away. He gripped his time watch tightly. His eyes darted around. The different forms of his various upgrades were described. Outburst helps him increase his base stats over time. Jian covered his mouth and laughed out loud. That's a disadvantage for Jay, someone with weak base stats. Is that all you can do? Oh my, how pitiful. Is that really all you've got? In contrast, Jian goaded Frua, making him use outburst sooner. The pupils in his eyes looked like they were about to explode with madness. You're getting off on the idea that you're stronger, aren't you? What's wrong? Can't handle it. Why are you getting overpowered in close combat by a mage? Or is this all you can do? He seemed to have gone mad as he screamed his name. Jian. Jian began to cast some kind of purple magic. Then he turned away, gathering all his strength, sent the magic flying, and then, using spatial magic, made Frua stab himself. Frua looked like he had reached the peak of madness. His face flushed beet red. Impossible. Frua made a mistake he would never normally make. Jian stood proudly with his hands in his pockets. The more you rush, the less you can keep a cool head. Then he held up a pure white object. Many people have died because of the drugs you sell. His hand tore open the bag of drugs. The unworthy are getting rich. Then, with all his might, he shoved the bag into the man's mouth. I figured you'd like this, so consider it a gift from me. His face sharpened, his eyes growing cold. The way you advertise these drugs is enough to sentence you all to death. Jian stood above, continuously sprinkling the powder down. In the vast scene, Jian stood, while Frua knelt in agony. Frua, you would have soon become a lord if you had lived. The crimes you've committed in this territory will receive their due punishment. The system began to display messages. The tiger hunt mission has been completed. The safety and loyalty of the Maloka territory have instantly increased by 100. However, if the cause of the decline is not resolved, the stats will return to their previous state. Elsewhere, a battle was raging between two other sides. Lockett stood in a place as if he was about to report to someone. Sir, we have subdued all the remaining individuals. His men shouted up at the figure hovering in the air. Even though Frua was the dominant power in Maloka, there were still criminal organizations rampant in the domain. Looking down from above, he reminded the soldiers below, they will all be wiped out before dawn. His soldiers seemed to gain new strength, killing wherever they went, showing no mercy to anyone who resisted. The slaves were chained up, awaiting their execution day. Starting with the leaders, the scene at dawn looked quite peaceful. There was no longer any place for criminals. Lockett was exhausted from fighting all night, but he still stood valiantly before his people, the lord they knew. Jian was still up there, guiding everyone, but from a distance, Lockett was watching with awe. That day, his wondrous knowledge solved seemingly impossible problems. In another corner, someone was peeking through the curtains, but what we witnessed today wasn't knowledge. Below the building, a man stood leisurely. It was the ability to be decisive and resolve matters quickly. The people in the city were also quite surprised by Jian's appearance. His arrival was like that of a descended god. He hovered in the sky with a brilliant halo shining behind his head. It seems I'm witnessing the birth of a great king. Elsewhere, Lockett was both surprised and alarmed. The system announced again, Lockett's loyalty is increasing. Besides that notification, There was a more solemn one. Loyalty has reached 200. Entering awakened state. Stacks of paper on the desk were being blown about by the wind. The office in Maloka. A hand emerged from the messy pile of papers. It was only a few minutes ago. Jian woke up in a mountain of paperwork. Since Malacca had become his territory, there was no time to complain about this pile of documents. He composed himself and sat down to focus. He had 2 tasks to complete here. A strange, old stone statue. One task was to attack the Maloka tomb to become stronger. A large figure holding a hammer was about to do something. The next task was to find skilled technicians to mine a resource called candia, a strange, rough-textured ore. Candia is a hard-to-mine metal that appears 13 years later and has properties superior to iron. 2 swords clashed, and one of them broke in half. If I can secure a supply of this resource, I'll definitely have an advantage in weapon standards. He flopped down tiredly on the pile of documents. How am I supposed to get anything done with this mountain of paperwork? And Hogus dealt me another blow. He suddenly realized something in his own words. Remembering his first time at CBIA, he sat in a car, focused on a few papers with Ha. Ha had been by his side to help him. Recalling the past, he felt his spirits lift. I suddenly miss everyone so much. A sign from Jian appeared as he was thinking about how today they would be looking into developing talent for Malacca's growth. A miniature version of him was happily sitting, eating popcorn and watching a movie. The first person introduced was Tony. Candidate number 1, Tony, was a politician with excellent abilities. With Tony, Malacca could slowly change, just like Cribia. He agreed as soon as he heard the introduction. Approved. His file was stamped with a red seal. Oh my god, Tony was executed by Hogus for giving him political advice? The second file was projected. It was candidate number 2, Ket. After all, she's a talent in the commercial sector. This time, he took off his glasses to get a better look. It's a bit of a shame, but if I guide her well, it should be fine. Approved. Another one passed. Wait, she requested a budget from Hogus and was exiled. Arg, I'm going crazy. Another file was presented. Finally, candidate number 3, a man who can unconditionally please his boss. Marcon, a smooth talker. Jian was a little hesitant, scratching his head, but for now, he was approved. Another one hired. Wrong. When he heard the news of Hogus's death, he resigned and fled in the middle of the night. He was afraid of being captured too. Hearing this, Jian froze on the spot, speechless, before collapsing to the ground. Is this land of opportunity also being abandoned? In such a bustling, crowded place, there isn't a single talented person in the entire domain. This is the first time all my knowledge has felt so useless. Surrounded by people, he lay frozen in place. Maybe I should bring Mongan or Avilia here. No, I can't bring people who are focused on CBIA. Helpless, he lay on the ground, kicking his feet and wailing. The dissatisfaction of the head of agriculture in Malacca had reached its peak. The internal agriculture index dropped 5-fold. It's been 3 months since the head of commerce for Malacca was replaced, and the internal commerce index also dropped 5-fold. A man on horseback nearby looked down at the ground in alarm. My lord! He then dismounted and picked up the despairing Jian. What's wrong? There's a problem with the town of Divani in the Malacca territory. You mean the town in the Southwest Sea? He struggled to say. Yes. An official who took office not long ago. They say he refuses to do any work at all. The townspeople were on their knees, begging. Yin was crying and pleading, My lord, please let the town return to normal. Jian's jaw dropped when he heard this. Not only that, they say he just drinks and chases butterflies all day. A serious expression appeared on his face. I've never seen such chaos in CBIA. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, Julian, the manager of this town, come out here now. Huh? He stood there, scratching his head, embarrassed and blushing. Wow, these posters on the board are some amazing pieces of paper. The others were so embarrassed their faces turned red, which made Lockett burn with anger. Everyone, be quiet. There were lewd pictures and empty wine bottles scattered everywhere. Someone was sitting in a dark corner, holding a glass. Who's there? When he saw the person he was looking for, he shouted, You're Julian, right? Jian stood nearby, deep in thought. I've seen many talented people appear in this world. These so-called talents appeared one by one. They all had their own abilities and gradually developed them. I've always worked hard so they could develop their abilities, both in the past and for the future. But this man in front of me, with a hand still holding a cup, scooping something from a jar, he's not a capable talent. His eyes glowed red again. Among all the people he had ever met, Julian sat there majestically, with large white roses behind him. It gave me the feeling that something was about to be completed. Julian closed his eyes and answered calmly, "Yes, I am Julian. What is it?" Specialty: administrative expert. Skills: management, multitasking. General tendencies: success, money, alcohol. Traits: greatly increases the intellect stat. Lockett was furious, but Jian, on the contrary, stopped him. "Wait, Lockett, let me handle this." He began to sink into his thoughts about Julian. What is he thinking? He clearly has the ability, but he's hiding it. He sat down quietly, resting his chin on his hand. "Tell me, why haven't you paid any attention to this town recently? Don't tell me you took the money and spent it all on gambling and wine?" He remained calm in the face of Jian's barrage of questions. "Because those are all trivial matters." Then Julian picked up his wine cup for a drink. "And it's not something I enjoy doing. This body wasn't meant for such things." Seeing Julian so calm made Lockett furious. "Hey, do you have any idea what position you're in?" Jian sat down on the floor, mirroring Julian's posture. Jian and Julian sat talking like two old friends. "You said you don't like trivial matters, right?" "Yes, that's right." It seemed like Jian was about to figure something out. "To be precise, you don't like doing it, not that you can't do it, correct?" Hearing this, Julian froze and looked at him, but then quickly returned to his usual expression. "I don't like doing those things." Jian chuckled softly after hearing that. "Can you prove it?" He leaned in slightly. "If you would, could you please stand by and watch?" The two of them sat there smiling, but Lockett was completely bewildered. Outside the door was a man with a scholarly appearance. "Is someone out there?" "Yes, my lord." His face began to look a little unpleasant. "From now on, I will review all the delayed work, gather everything at once. I'll start with the small tasks, and then resolve everything." "Yes, I understand." Julian walked over to the lewd pictures. "Well then, while we wait," he quickly asked everyone, "could you all help me take down these drawings? I drew them without thinking, and ended up putting up too many. Ha ha." Then, everyone started to help him. "Hurry up. How did he even stick these up here? The drawings are actually really good. Be careful taking them down." A woman with a cow stood at the door with a request. "The calf isn't growing well? Check if its food supply is adequate, and don't let it nurse too late." "Yes, sir." Then, two more people walked in, a woman and an angry man. "If the wages for construction workers in town are too high, it will lead to a decrease in grain production. Reduce labor cost number 116. People were constantly coming and going. Now 3 more had arrived. "If the number of bees in a hive decreases, there's a problem with the queen. If you break the hive, the swarm will move to a new one." "So that's how it is," Julian muttered. V.S. Lockett was still fuming. "Upon re-examination, I've discovered there's been a crop thief in town. Someone dared to do such a thing?" Jian stood at a distance, watching the two angry men talking to each other. "I'll get him right away. It's amazing. What I thought would take a month was finished in just half a day." Julian kept on explaining everything. "This is definitely the right person. I've solved all the problems. The rest of you, dismiss." Afterwards, he also had his soldiers leave. "You all should leave as well." The two of them sat on opposite sides of a rectangular table. Jay calmly crossed his arms and spoke first. "I can see where your confidence comes from. You did a good job." Julian sincerely placed a hand on his chest. "I must apologize for neglecting the village all this time. However, it's not a problem that takes a long time to solve, if one is determined to do it, so I merely postponed it." Hearing his words made Jay happy. "It's fine. My plan was also a success. Did my firm stance inspire you?" Julian also became cheerful. "You noticed?" Then he held out his hand. "I only have one question." He extended his hand toward Jay sincerely. "What is your dream, my lord?" Everything seemed to dim, his face no longer clearly visible. "A dream? He's a grown man, still thinking about things like that?" Jay sat there with a bright smile, thinking about his dream. His abilities were recognized by everyone, but he was still just a commoner. That was his fate. Someone was hiding behind a large, strong, muscular figure. "For the development of the territory, I brought you here because you achieved the highest score on the Empire's management exam. It turned out to be nothing but empty fame." Julian was lost in a dark dimension, all alone. So small. The ambition of a leader placed above all the desires of his people. He was just one of those people. He felt so insignificant. His expression grew more serious, but in contrast, Jay broke into a cheerful smile. "I will become the protagonist of the Naz continent." He radiated cheerful, positive energy. Not some lord who rules over his own tiny territory, but the main character of this entire world. Hearing him say that made Julian's jaw drop in surprise, but he still smiled brightly and asked back, "You're not bluffing, are you?" Jay crossed his arms with a beaming smile and declared, Do I look like someone who jokes around? It was as if he was energized with confidence. Or do I look like the protagonist of the Nas continent? His finger popped the cork off a wine bottle, and he then poured it into 2 glasses. I have always admired people like you, those who can truly surprise me. Then he picked up the 2 glasses of wine. If there is a lord abandoned by the gods, then that is the gods' fault. He sincerely offered a glass to Jay. This year, you must become a count. Let this glass of wine be proof of both my dream and yours. Jay politely reached out and took the glass. Very well, I will prove it to you. Julian held his glass, his eyes crinkling into a smile. So, can you stand by my side and prove it? He looked down at his wine glass and let out a big laugh. Then, his gaze sharpened with conviction. Of course. There's nothing more exciting than witnessing someone step into the world of nobility. Lockett stood outside, leaning against the wall. But if you fail, I will leave without any hesitation. After that, the 2 of them cheerfully raised their glasses together. Then we must journey together until the very end. I appoint you to be in charge of the entire cabinet of the Maloka territory. An image appeared of a little girl sitting happily on his back. Special tendency detected. 5 cubic centimeters of compressed mana. General tendency. Moral research. In a place with large modern buildings, at the CBIA, Ha was diligently cleaning the house. When will the Lord return to the mansion? A sight suddenly surprised her. It belongs to the Lord, after all. Avila was talking to a middle-aged man. Even so, you can't just suddenly hand over the management of the territory to someone so young. We have to go now. Before she could understand what was happening, they approached. Hurry, and go to Maloka. He didn't forget to ask her, Miss Ha, would you like to go see the Lord? Hearing that, her eyes lit up. The Lord! Her heart soared with joy, and she felt like jumping and shouting. Yes! In a magnificent, splendid mansion in Maloka, Jay was sitting and studying a pile of documents with Julian. Julian had been appointed as the administrator, and Maloka was quickly regaining its stability. Jay had worked hard, and Julian had also given his all. A knock on the door interrupted their train of thought. For the past week, the 2 of them hadn't left the mansion for even a moment. Come in. A private estate is a separate residential complex for officials, the powerful, and the wealthy. Ha brought in tea with a beaming face. My lord, your tea is ready. She cheerfully hurried over to him with the tea. I heard this is good for weight loss, so I brought it for you. But my diet is already over. Julian stood to the side, giving them a judgmental look. You 2 must be very tired, right? Please, let me give you a massage. Understanding the situation, he also smiled brightly. My lord, perhaps we should take a short break. I'm fine. Jay's face was still fresh, without a hint of fatigue. Focusing too much just complicates my thoughts. Please get some rest. After that, he bowed and withdrew. I will go meet with the vassals. I understand. Avila and 2 others stood seriously, with their arms crossed. When they heard the news that the vassals of Sebia had arrived in Maloka, they worried that the fledgling government would affect the overall development of the entire territory. They all huddled together, looking at a stack of papers. But now, besides acknowledging Julian's competence, they couldn't stop praising his talent. 2 teacups were placed neatly. There's only 1 cup of tea left. Shall we share? Yes. Hearing that, Ha became flustered, her hands and feet trembling. Hey, I can't do that. How could I possibly do that while you're here, my lord? Jay just looked at her with a gentle smile. I've told you before, you don't need to worry about status or position. Hearing him say that, she became shy and embarrassed. Then, I'll be careful. And so, tea trickled from the pot into the cup. She didn't drink, but just held her cup and watched him drink with fascination. Only when he stopped drinking did she start to drink. As she was about to take a sip, he called her name, startling her. Why don't you quit your job as a maid? Finding his question difficult, Ha gave an awkward laugh. Haha, what are you talking about, my lord? She seemed to guess his intention and became flustered. Are you saying I can't be a maid anymore? Hearing her question, he stammered. No, it's not that. She thought back to the scene of herself cleaning the vast mansion. When I arrived, the mansion was very tidy. That's thanks to your ability, my lord. He raised his hand towards her, making her heart race. No, that's not right. It was magic that cleaned this place. His hand looked like it was about to touch something of hers. From now on, I will use this spell. He was taller than her, so he had to look down when he stood. You are a healer now, so you deserve a higher status. You don't need to continue working as a maid. What he said seemed to make her a little sad. I wouldn't want you to hate having other maids take care of you, Jian said, trying to comfort her with a stiff gesture. I'm barely gentle with you for a second, and you're already throwing a fit. Stop being so stubborn and just listen to me. He grabbed her hair, relentlessly venting his anger. No. Even if that's an order, I refuse to accept it. The pendant on the table seemed to absorb the tension between them. If I can't be your maid, then I won't be a healer anymore either. What are you talking about? Suddenly, he froze. Death. The pendant flew into the air, continuously emitting a green light. A desperate plan, a divine spirit. The two of them stood, staring intently at the object. Underground mirror. A glowing circle on the pendant revived, and then it fell back to its original spot. Having seen what happened, she looked at him, confused. Sir, that pendant is an artifact that some criminal happened to acquire. He then walked over and picked up the artifact. Mahoth. Normally, it's an artifact that can increase a party's speed by 25 points. Everything around him seemed to turn black, leaving only him and the pendant. But its original purpose was to be the key to the ancient underground tomb of Malacca. He held it as he turned to look at her. Let's go out for a bit. This is a place I absolutely have to visit, now that we're in Malacca. Hearing him say the place was important made her even more curious. Your eyesight is better than mine, after all. Yes, sir. The ancient city was magnificent and splendid. A small town in the Lentus Moralis Empire. Lord Burhat, a mail carrier, stood outside, knocking repeatedly and calling out, Lord Burhat, you have a letter. Burhat came out to receive it, looking skeptical. There's also a rather heavy package. Do you know what it is? Let's see. It's from someone I don't know. After delivering the mail, the carrier left. Thank you. Have a good day. Burhat went inside, sat down, and opened the letter, reading it intently. As he neared the end, a wide smile spread across his face. Huh? It's him? It was a long, heartfelt letter addressed to him. Greetings, Sir Burhat. First, I would like to extend my greetings to you. I am Jian, Lord of the Cribia territory, and also a level 4 mage. Not long ago, I obtained a small clue, and am now certain that I can be promoted to a level 5 mage. However, with this junior's humble knowledge, I am unsure of what to do. Therefore, I require advice from a senior, and I hope you will offer some guidance. He picked up a gold coin and examined it. So, you'll also pay me a large sum of gold as compensation, is that it? Streams of light emanated from him. How strange. Burhat had taken on the form of this old man. I'm using the alias Burhat, but to think someone actually knows that I am Burhat. He sat, stroking his beard in contemplation. Furthermore, the wording is so strange. Does he really have a clue to advance to a level 5 mage? He sat, pondering deeply. No one, not even a genius, can know when they've accumulated enough points to advance to the next level. Jian, who is this kid to say such arrogant things? Jianjara. After reading the full name, he suddenly remembered something. Could it be Baret's incompetent son? Is that for real? But based on the fact that he sought me out himself, it's possible he's not lying. Burhat used a flame in his hand to incinerate the letter. In any case, there's still time. After burning the letter, he smirked. The great mage J, huh? That must be why he lost all that weight. In an old, desolate forest, Jian and Ha were walking. He was calm, but she was bewildered and afraid. The feeling was truly chilling. There are no wild beasts here, so you don't need to worry. He was a bit puzzled by the forest's eerie silence. The atmosphere is so creepy. It feels like something is here. I think so, too. A system information panel appeared. The game development team didn't even reveal the location of the ancient tomb, even if you tried your hardest to find it. If the developers ignored it, everything you did would be pointless. A fan page posted a picture of someone drinking coffee when everyone else had already given up. The tomb's location was developed based on a developer's personal social media photo, a picture of a giant ancient tree. It was found based on a reflection in a mirror. The two of them now stood before a massive ancient tree. This is it. What do you think? The wind gently kicked up dust. Other than its green bark, the tree didn't look unusual at all. The sand formed a circle, as if trying to envelop them. Ah, sir, the sand. Seeing her fear, he commanded, "Take 5 steps back and get behind me." The giant ancient tree then revealed a face with white eyes. Who are you to have come to Jin's tomb? Unafraid, he looked up to face it. Mahoth. He was surprised that Jian knew his name. He grimaced in annoyance as he faced him. A cursed one who shouldn't exist in this world has appeared before Jin. Mahoth's deep, murky voice echoed through the damp space. Who dares to enter this ancient tomb? Faced with his immense pressure, Jian froze. He had unconsciously called out Mahoth's name. His eyes sharpened the moment the name was uttered. Mahoth glared, almost screaming. One who does not belong to this world, and has accepted the call. Seeing this, Jian's expression immediately changed as sweat trickled down his cheek. After a moment, Mahoth casually issued a warning. Leave at once. The moment my curse is spoken, this entire world will collapse. Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Does Mahoth know about my existence? Is he talking to me, the one inside this body? There were similar lines in the game, so I can't tell the difference. Jian looked him straight in the eye and demanded loudly, "What do you mean by that?" Mahoth's voice suddenly grew cold. "I will say no more. Do not disturb Jin." He then vanished into thin air. Jian reassured himself. Normally, just doing what he says is no different from the game. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. It seems I can't get to what needs rescuing just yet. Well then, see you later. Witnessing this, Mahoth grew even more furious. He hissed through his teeth, "You're truly seeking death." Immediately after, Jian shot beams of light directly at his face, and Mahoth's face suddenly began to melt into a bizarre puddle of mud. As soon as his head had completely dissolved, a dark space appeared right in front of Jian. Ha's eyes widened in amazement. She said in a trembling voice, "There's an entrance behind it." Jian suddenly signaled, "Let's go inside and check it out." The two of them then quickly entered the dark abyss. A while later, inside the private residence of the Lord of Malacca, Jian stared pensively at the papers on his desk, sighing endlessly. Seeing this, Ha stared blankly at Jian. "Did I miss something, sir?" She added hesitantly. "At that place we saw. We didn't miss anything. And I was even thinking." After a moment of silence, he gave a slight smirk. "No, there's absolutely no doubt. It was drawn very well." Jian turned to look at Ha with an appreciative gaze. "Did you know you're also very good at drawing maps?" Hearing this, she smiled bashfully. "When I was little, I used to follow my father to learn how to draw." His voice slowed, carrying a rare sincerity. "Now, it seems to have become a cherished hobby of mine." Ha's cheeks unconsciously flushed red. She smiled brightly. "You're exaggerating, my lord. It's this way." Mary turned around curiously. "Hey, when is Mary getting to the Markaka territory?" The head chef said she had something to take care of, so it might take about 2 days. Back to Jian, he looked at Ha with anticipation. "In that case, I'd like to eat something you've cooked today. Would that be all right?" She shouted in excitement. "If it's a meal for the Lord, I'd wake up from a deep sleep to make it." Ha replied instantly without hesitation, quickly turning to leave, her hurried posture full of determination. "Please wait just a moment." As his eyes followed her retreating back, a nameless feeling of both warmth and unease rose within him. Sometimes, her enthusiasm worries me. Ha and I explored the first part of the tomb. It was a fairly safe place, and nothing appeared at all. However, it was dark, like a maze. A preliminary investigation is necessary. The ancient tomb of Mahoth is also known as the Mirror Dungeon. If you defeat the Demon King Frua, there's a quest linked to the Dungeon King, the trafficker, Frua. The foundation that allowed him to become so powerful was all thanks to the items he stole from the Dungeon King. A dungeon of such a massive scale, yet it was almost impossible to find due to an error by the developers. Because it was so incredibly difficult to find, many guilds headed towards the dungeon, hoping to be the first to clear it. The famous guild that always led dungeon raids also participated, so everyone thought it would be cleared in an instant. That's what they all thought, but in reality, they were wiped out before they even reached the boss, Mahoth of Destruction. Horrified by that result, people gathered their guilds and attacked relentlessly, but they met the exact same defeat as those before them. Back in the present, Jian thought pensively. Back then, it wasn't some major guild federation that cleared it, but a small-scale solo player, which was a huge surprise. Everything I've done so far is nothing but child's play compared to Mahoth. He didn't forget to remind himself that one small mistake meant death, so he needed to be thoroughly prepared. A few days later, the scene focuses on a door. It was made of wood and carved with strange characters. Just then, Ha peeked out from behind a wall. She glanced around. The Lord's actions have been very mysterious lately. Ha's gaze was fixed on Jian. She couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He's been training, then cleaning up here and there, looking to buy legendary weapons he doesn't even use. The moment he gripped the sword, Orines clapped loudly. "My lord, you've bought every single item that possesses divine power." Ha tilted her head again, observing Jian's movements. He's researching and learning to draw at the same time. Julian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "You're truly skilled, my lord." A question popped quietly into her mind, as if speaking to herself, carrying an inexplicable doubt. "I wonder why." Ha smiled, reassuring herself. "I don't know, but there must be a reason for everything." Just then, Orenis approached, looking at him curiously. "My lord, have you been learning to draw recently?" Jian suddenly turned, his voice calm but his eyes firm. "Orenis, can you find me a buyer for these paintings?" He unexpectedly held out a stack of papers towards Orani's. Julian has drawn too many of these erotic paintings, so I want to get rid of them all. Hearing this, she replied without a moment's hesitation, I will try to find suitable clients, my lord. He turned to Julian with a curious look. But why is the number of erotic paintings keep increasing? He covered his mouth and chuckled. Lately, my evenings have been free, and I've been bored. Jian stared at Julian, a suspicion growing in his mind. Your work has gotten that easy already? How is that possible without the Goza family's necklace? Just then, a soldier stepped inside. My lord, the carriage from Via has arrived and is at the gate. Jian spoke in a serious tone. Tell them I'll be right out. Jian turned to the side. Huh. She hurried over to him. You called for me, my lord? A moment later, Ha was carefully putting on Jian's gloves. She asked hesitantly, the battle you're joining now, is it at the ruins you visited with me before? Ha looked sad. I'd only be a burden if I came along, wouldn't I? Seeing this, he explained. For the place we're going this time, the fewer people, the better. Hearing this, Ha looked down at the ground and whispered, if it's a dangerous place, I hope you won't go. Contrary to her hopes, Jian didn't reply, lost in thought. I think so too. This place is real, and I can't respawn like in the game. But even so, I need the reward from the Dungeon King. Only the elite whom I've personally acknowledged can participate in this dungeon raid. Then, suddenly, Isabella's shout echoed. John, you're late, she demanded angrily. Are you planning to make a lady like me wait? Enla waved excitedly in greeting. It's been a while, hasn't it? Isabella's gaze turned towards the dark cave from which a faint light was emerging. Is it in there? Jian replied curtly. That's right. As he stepped forward to lead the way, Jian spoke in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the map in his hand. I've already scouted this dungeon, so we just need to follow the map, she said dejectedly. Let's just finish this quickly and go back. Chloe stopped mid-stride, her voice soft but laced with unconcealed hesitation and worry. My lord. At the same time, Enla casually peeked inside. She smirked. Chloe then added hesitantly, for this dungeon raid, Isabella is a mage, and Master is a talented swordsman. I understand why the two of them are here. She pointed a finger at herself, her eyes filled with confusion. But what about me? He stopped in his tracks and turned to look straight at her, his gaze unusually serious. What are you talking about? You're the most important person here. Chloe froze, her eyes widening in surprise. I'm important? The scene shifts to the inside of the dark, damp cave. After a moment of silence, Enla spoke nonchalantly. Hey Jian, I hate the bloodline of the Mado Kingdom and the Dark Church. Maybe I'm wrong. She took another step forward, her sharp gaze pressing down on him. But you didn't come to this tomb just because you're curious about the power of darkness, did you? Jian held his ground, meeting Enla's intense stare with a calm expression. I'm only interested in the artifact, not the dark power. She chuckled softly, her shoulders relaxing a bit as the tense atmosphere from before dissipated like thin mist. Thank goodness. If you weren't, I probably would have had to challenge you right here. Jian let out a soft sigh, the corner of his mouth turning up ever so slightly. Thankfully, that didn't happen. He glanced at Enla from ahead, his gaze darkening. Her faith in the holy god was more deeply ingrained than he had thought. She's never been betrayed by the god she believes in, has she? Just then, Isabella seriously pointed forward. It seemed the path was gradually getting brighter. Jian quickly replied, in that case, we might have reached the end of the dungeon. His eyes scanned every small detail, his voice slow as if he were calculating each step. There was only one path at the back of the dungeon. We had to go through each room to get where we needed to be. The dungeon assault began, and the first thing the group saw was a formidable army of Tau soldiers. Jian tilted his head to give a signal. Isabella, act as I instruct. Immediately after, she crouched down low, her hand spreading a pitch-black liquid on the ground, which formed a straight black line toward the cavalry. Seeing the strange liquid, it flinched. Right after that, the liquid suddenly attacked the Tau soldiers. They immediately became alert, each one tightening their grip on their weapons. Then, the Tau soldiers hastily charged toward Jian's group. They suddenly zipped past him. He saw the Tau soldiers frantically chasing Isabella, trying to kill her. Seizing the opportunity, Jian turned around, his hand reaching out towards them. Instantly, pillars of light pierced through the Tau soldiers. Their bodies immediately crumbled into pieces of earth. Over on the other side, Chloe coldly swung her sword, finishing them off one by one. Just like the soldiers from before, they too quickly turned into piles of rubble. Then, suddenly, crystals appeared and fell straight to the ground. Isabella quickly moved closer. She looked confused. Were these soldiers really only attacking her? They completely ignored Jian and ran straight for her. Jian crouched down, his eyes analyzing the situation, every movement showing his intense focus. Although he didn't know the exact reason, the fact that these soldiers attacked the Dark Sorceress first might be because they possess similar abilities. He quickly gave a signal. "We've dealt with the entrance, now let's disguise ourselves." Chloe and Isabella took some more spirit stones. A moment later, the group moved to a door made of stone. After a while, the door slowly opened, and light flooded inside. By now, the group had transformed into Tau soldiers. Isabella's body suddenly trembled. Right before her eyes was a troop of Tau soldiers, lined up in perfect rows. Enla smiled, unable to hold back her awe. There are so many, at least 2,000 of them. To think there's an entire army like this underground. How did Jian know about all this? Isabella turned to look at Jian. "Is it really safe here?" He reassured her in a low voice. "Don't worry. As long as our faces look the same, it'll be fine." After speaking, the group followed Jian's lead and walked straight inside. In this room, there are about 2,500 Tau soldiers. Because of the intruders, the number of Tau soldiers in the room is now 2,504. If there were 500 of us, the number of Tau soldiers would be 3,000. In the past, the assault team had a battle here. Because our numbers are so small, they can't spot us. Thanks to Chloe's camouflage ability and the masks, we can pass through without fighting. Jian turned his head, his steps remaining steady amidst the enemy ranks, as if he had become one of them. He let out a small laugh. "See? Nothing happened, right?" Chloe let out a sigh of relief. "Thankfully, my camouflage skill was useful." Jian didn't forget to praise her. "That's a very important skill." He gestured with his hand as he explained. "Even if they don't have intelligence, they would have noticed us immediately, without the camouflage." She couldn't help but exclaim, "So that's how it is, attacking a dungeon. This is so exciting." Jian stared blankly at Chloe. Because of the mask, he had no idea what expression she was making. Right after, he raised his voice to give a command. "Later, we'll have to join forces to fight. When that time comes, I'll be counting on everyone's help." The group replied in unison, "Understood." Just then, Isabella suddenly poked him. She hesitated before speaking. "But I was useful too, you know." Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but sigh. There was no other way. He then shouted, "That dark entity at the entrance earlier. Severant, you did a great job." "Isabella," she shrugged smugly. "That's more like it, right?" Just then, voices echoed in the group's ears. Jian lifted his head to look at a massive figure. This time, it was a giant Tau. Isabella calmly took a step forward, offering her assessment. "I get the feeling this bunch is similar to the Andare," Isabella continued. "Those are creatures born from a curse, not from black magic." Jian couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. "A curse." She spoke in a low voice. Before the Demon Emperor entered his eternal sleep, he cursed everyone, making it so they would never grow old. The Tau suddenly began to melt, clutching its head and screaming. Isabella lowered her voice, but it was very difficult for all of them to maintain their original forms. Those in the lower classes gradually lost their original shapes, and in the end, they became Taus. Hearing this, Enla quickly asked out of curiosity, "So all the Taus were his subjects? That's the kind of king I hate the most." At that moment, Jian warned in a serious tone, "Some Taus still have parts of their original bodies, so be careful." At the same time, the Tau slowly tilted its head in one direction, its eyes a dark, empty void. Suddenly, a blood-red eye appeared inside the hollow socket. Witnessing this sight, everyone's body tensed up. Then, the Tau suddenly leaped towards the group. A loud crash echoed as its body landed. Without a second thought, Jian swiftly scooped up Isabella and jumped into the air. Chloe asked worriedly, "Jian, Master, are you okay?" He shook his head and quickly replied, "I'm fine." Isabella turned to look down at the Tau and urgently warned, "Jian, that big guy is attacking us." He froze for a moment, mumbling incoherently, "This can't be happening." Jian thought to himself, a rare waver in his eyes as familiar data from his memory began to crumble. Could it be that this dungeon area has been changed? Could the reality here be different from the game? Just then, it suddenly reached its hand toward the two of them. Jian immediately twisted his body, avoiding a fatal blow. He looked up at the Tau and shouted, "Everyone, get away from this Tau." At the same time, Enla charged forward without hesitation, swinging her sword decisively. In that moment, she was so tense, her eyes widened. Immediately after, Enla unleashed a pillar of light, enveloping its body. An explosion erupted, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. After a while, the dust began to settle, and the Tau suddenly appeared, its body completely unscathed. Witnessing that, Jian was almost speechless. Enla suddenly gasped, her eyes unable to hide her despair as she saw her last attack had been completely useless. Even if I use all my strength to attack it, I can't even leave a single scratch? Then, suddenly, the Tau crazily rushed forward to attack her. Enla lowered her body, a fierce killing intent erupting from her before her cold voice rang out. Fine, let's see just how tough you are. She was seen slowly raising her sword. Jian took a deep breath, his lips moving as he recited two ancient words. Heho Mahoth. At the same time, its fist suddenly shot straight toward his face. Faced with the sudden sight, Jian's body instantly froze. Just then, the forest Tau moved. It stared intently at him, and then, the Tau suddenly turned and left the battle. Witnessing that scene, Enla couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. What kind of spell was that? The Tau withdrew its attack after just a single phrase. John narrowed his eyes at the unusual reaction, his voice deepening. It's like a password. It's not just a simple Tau. He spoke slowly, his eyes never leaving the creature before them. Invincible Tau. With a very small probability, an invincible Tau will be born. Jian calculated silently in his head. The probability of one appearing is 0.1% for each enemy in the ancient tomb. Our group only has 4 people, so the probability is only 0.4%. Chloe looked incredulous. Invincible. Do such absurd things really exist? He spoke in a low voice. Instead of being created like a normal Tau, it comes with a side effect. Jian continued to explain. They cannot leave a specific area, and if the one who cast the death curse dies, they will also disappear, and their intelligence is significantly reduced. He reached up and took off his mask first, a decisive action that was a statement in itself, then continued. They can't distinguish between ally and enemy. We can take our masks off now. They could attack at any moment. Jian didn't forget to remind them. In this case, they will have a specific password. The password here means long live. Enla whipped her head towards Jian, her sharp gaze filled with suspicion. How do you know all that? That's top secret information, isn't it? Isabella cut in excitedly. The answer is the Eastern continent. He smiled with a slight smirk. I'd be very pleased if you thought it was the result of my own research. Let's keep moving. Soon after, the group moved into a large hall where a deep, distorted voice echoed from all around. Welcome. You have successfully infiltrated this place. The fanatical voice echoed with a sick sense of pride. This is the final resting place of the Emperor, the holy land of the great Mahoth. The sun and moon appeared, their eyes glowing with madness, the aura around them surging with every breath. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Can't you disrespectful humans? The priest of the sun and moon Mahoth's intelligence increases in proportion to the number of intruders. Jian lowered his voice and gave an order, his eyes locked on the target. Enla and Chloe, proceed with the plan. Get that priest's attention. The sun raised its arm, its voice booming. Come, everyone, welcome to this place. Strength increase buff. The moon let out a crazed roar, swinging its arm forcefully as a powerful aura swept over the battlefield like a tidal wave. You insects, kill them. Increase agility buff. The grotesque entities casually glided past Enla. At the same time, Isabella shouted in anger. Hey, she demanded resentfully. Why are you only chasing me? Seizing the opportunity, Chloe immediately charged forward. The sun gritted its teeth and roared. Why are you people so cowardly? Come and face me. Immediately after, a tentacle shot straight toward her. Chloe suddenly lunged, swinging her sword and slashing directly at the sun and moon. A jolt of pain shot through him, and he roared in fury. You little brat! Right after, the moon reached a hand out toward her. He roared, You slaves! It's because of you incompetence that I got hurt. The sun turned away, groaning. It hurts so much. The moon continued to berate them. It's been this long, and you've made no progress at all. Enla looked up at them, and she couldn't help but remark, as expected of those who wield the power of darkness. It's always so unpleasant. Then, Enla confronted them directly. Aren't the ones you're torturing the king's subjects? The moon frowned slightly. Subjects? He declared coldly. Slaves don't have the right to be subjects. They are merely the king's tools. Enla stepped forward, her eyes as cold as ice. That's right. I understand how you think. You're just tools for Mahoth as well. Hearing this, the sun and moon fell silent, glaring at her. We are the loyal servants of the king. Long may he live. Enla smirked contemptuously. You say that, but you know the truth, don't you? A puppet can't truly be alive. The sun hesitated for a moment. Actually, the moon cut in with a growl. Don't listen to her nonsense. A distorted entity began to form as he furiously charged towards Enla. I will not tolerate any more of your insults. At that same moment, Chloe's body leaped into the air. Seeing this, the moon shifted its gaze to her. Chloe suddenly dove down, stabbing him at the same time. A pillar of light pierced straight through the center of the moon's chest. Enla looked at him coldly. Just how many words did it take to shake you up like this? She declared once more, everything I said was the truth. Enla thought to herself, silently confirming that although they weren't an easy opponent, this was still too easy. It was all thanks to Jian's strategy of agitating them. This proved that Jian's plan was correct. Enla turned and asked Han Jian, "Are you done over there? Back with the sun?" He let out a hiss. Isabella smirked, abandoned by a rotten king. "So, how about you become my slave?" He smiled with a look of helplessness. "As you all can see." The sun practically screamed, "Yes, my queen." An image of the ruined and desolate Tau soldiers appeared. 3 hours after the attack, a silence enveloped the space where the sun had stood. They had cleared 29 stages. Stages remaining, 2. Enla stood watching calmly and thought to herself, I can't believe it. It's like a miracle. Enla looked at Jian's back. It's amazing that someone knows this tomb, like the back of his hand. Watching the way Jian talked to Chloe, she thought, considering Chloe's actual abilities, he assigned her a role so perfectly that I had no room to object. She suddenly felt incredibly cheerful and at ease. She said, "Thanks to that, I can make money easily too. My disciple is also reliable. This is a real bargain." But just a second later, her smile vanished, replaced by a hint of dissatisfaction. "Even so, did I come here to be a porter and not an escort?" Jian pointed to a door and said, "Behind this door will be enemies armed with weapons. The way to attack him is simple. Just accumulate damage when he attacks from behind and hit his weak spots." Isabella crossed her arms, looked at Jian, and asked, "Is that the only way?" He looked at her and replied, "Yeah, there's no other way." Standing before the door, Jian thought to himself, in the game, this monster single-handedly stopped the attack of the Gamer Alliance. Normal tricks won't work. The door slowly creaked open, and the 5 of them stepped inside together. Waiting for them was Golden H. The image of a majestic soldier sitting upright appeared, holding his weapon in his hands. Armed commander of Ma, Golden H. His strength is proportional to the number of intruders. Critical hit protection A detected. Golden H spoke, "Do not disturb the master while he is resting." Isabella's face turned pale with a hint of fear. This terrifying pressure, this immense killing intent from Golden H was making her absolutely terrified. It feels like he's going to swallow us whole in an instant. Suddenly, Golden H's eyes changed, becoming truly terrifying and filled with bloodlust. He asked Linsna, "You didn't stop the intruders and even led them all the way here. Shouldn't that be considered betrayal?" The man called Sun became extremely frightened and answered in a panic. "Huh?" He stammered in fear. "My lord, this is..." A sharp blade flashed past, piercing straight through Sun's head, causing it to vanish right before their eyes. Blood gushed endlessly from the wound, and then he collapsed to the ground. Golden H raised his weapon high and declared, "There are no exceptions or forgiveness for traitors. We are all ready to dedicate our lives to the Emperor." Jian seriously raised his hand, creating a ball of fire. "Fireball, I'll get his attention. Everyone, attack in 10 seconds. He threw the fireball toward Golden H. The fireball landed right on Golden H's position, creating a massive explosion. The explosion created a thick cloud of black smoke that billowed everywhere. Despite taking the full force of that huge blast, Golden H was completely unharmed. "Intruders who ignore my warning must all die." Jian attacked with all his might and shouted, "Don't be scared, everyone. He's all talk." He shot a spray of purple light particles into the air. Magic missile, combination. Those particles transformed into lightning-like beams that shot toward Golden H. He took Jian's entire attack head-on, but didn't have a single scratch. Jian continued to attack Golden H. This time, the boss didn't just take the hits, he started to fight back. Golden H swung his weapon toward Jian. Quick as a flash, Jian dodged the attack, but Golden H was just as fast. In a mere moment, he had dashed in front of Jian. He swung a critical blow towards him. Jian landed safely. Teleport. His expression changed as he became more cautious. "Just as I thought." His skill unleashes an extremely powerful critical hit. He looked back at the devastation left by the fight with Golden H, and thought, this ability amplifies his power by 1000% for a brief moment. Jian imagined a teddy bear being touched by Golden H's weapon, and his face turned pale. Just one light touch is all it takes. Golden H advanced on Jian, spinning his weapon faster and more relentlessly than Prolia. But this time, a sharp blade shot toward Golden H, as fast as the wind, startling him. Meanwhile, Jian remained perfectly calm, thinking to himself, I'm not alone, you know. A flash of light pierced straight into the boss's neck, causing him a flash of pain. From behind, it was none other than Chloe, who was stabbing Golden H in the neck with her sword. This enraged him. You cowardly and filthy assassin! His eyes widened terrifyingly as he screamed, Insects that dare to threaten the Emperor should not exist. Die! It seemed Golden H's vision had blurred, as he couldn't clearly track Chloe's movements. He flinched, as if realizing something. Isabella held out her hand and used her magic to stop Golden H. With a hint of anger, she said, You dare try to kill my slave? Golden H clutched his head in pain, looking disoriented. My vision is limited. The enemy has a sorcerer. Golden H glanced at Jian, standing behind them. I let my guard down when their mage led the attack. Despite his naive appearance, he possesses outstanding skill. He remembered when Jian used the fireball on him. First, he used fire magic to blind me. He visualized the strategy that Jian and the others were using against him. They're spreading out in all directions and attacking relentlessly. It's a brilliant tactic, one that very few people could execute. A long streak of black light, like an ink stroke, shot forward. The three of them combined their attacks on Golden H. The battle between the four of them raged on. The fight grew more and more fierce. Everyone was giving it their all, and Jian unleashed another fireball, hurling it straight at Golden H. He took the full force of the attack again, but this time he seemed to be struggling. His body looked like it had taken some damage. This is dangerous, he thought. An Aiden's body can't endure this for long. Golden H tried to calm himself and think, I have to stay calm. Attack them one by one. The way they coordinate their attacks is impossible to counter, and there are almost no openings. Like a gust of wind, he shot forward. If there's no other way, then I have no choice. Golden H charged straight toward them. I'll attack their commander first. I'll take him out with my full power. Golden H rushed at Jian, attacking with everything he had. He had locked onto his target. He struck Jian with his weapon, causing him to scream in agony. His body seemed to dissolve into thin air. A sudden voice rang out, startling Golden H. I knew you'd attack me. Suddenly, 3 Jians appeared from nowhere. Welcome to the world of magic. Nice try. But I was already prepared. It's useless. Jian and Golden H continued to battle. 10 minutes can be both a short and a long time. All 3 Jians rushed in to attack. Golden H, all alone, was struggling desperately to fend off the 3 of them. Meanwhile, Enla stood on the sidelines, watching the battle. Enla remained cold, just observing the fierce fight. If she joined in, they would win for sure. But, on instinct, she chose not to. She just stood there quietly, watching everyone else fight. Was it because, as a master, she now had a student? Was she envious of Jian, a fellow wizard? Or was it because she trusted him? She didn't know the exact reason for her actions, but she didn't doubt her decision for a second. Golden H was slowly starting to crumble. One thing was certain. Everyone now had the upper hand, and Golden H was gradually breaking apart. Enla's choice in this life-or-death battle showed that the other 3's combat abilities had grown at a terrifying rate. Faced with such a rapid disintegration, he's saying my body can't take it anymore. Golden H had a sad, regretful look on his face as he spoke. I truly wish I had a complete body, but that's just a fanciful dream. Out of respect, I have a few words for you all. Oh, conquerors. He is slowly crumbling apart, no longer whole. Go back. Jian's expression was serious as he listened intently. With your abilities, it's impossible to even breathe the same air as the Emperor. However, if you insist on continuing until his whole body shatters and dissolves in the wind, then we will surely meet again soon. Isabella walked over, picked up the armor, and examined it. Is this strange armor his? The mirror armor of Lohat. Isabella picked up the armor to inspect it. This thing could be cursed. Enla, watching from the side, added, Things found in tombs are usually very dangerous. Then, she tossed the armor away. Let's just get rid of it. Seeing this, Jian hastily ran to catch the armor, shouting in a panic. Don't! Seeing how much he treasured the armor, Isabella asked, What's wrong? Do you know what that is? Jian, holding the armor, looked at her and replied, Of course. It's practically the rarest armor on the continent of Naz. He explained the armor's effect to her. When you wear it, the soul of the legendary blacksmith Lo, Hat, who resides within this armor, will create a strange field, making the wearer invincible against arrow attacks. Jian held out the armor for Isabella and Enla to see, leaving them both speechless. Since it's thinner than cloth armor, you can wear another set of armor over it. Enla looked helpless. and replied in a flustered tone, "Well, seeing your reaction, it looks like it's found a new owner." Isabella, standing beside her, quickly chimed in, while Chloe remained completely silent. "You should just keep it." Gian clutched his chest and sighed, while Isabella watched him from behind with a suspicious look. "This used to be the thing I wanted most." "That's right. What others have always seemed sweetest." Gian seemed to remember something. "Come to think of it, wasn't this armor supposedly owned by someone who also held Lohat's secret?" He thought about how the armor had once been forged. "I prepared a lot of money to investigate that rumor. And yet, it was all false information. A man was proudly showing off the armor he made. I made it myself," Gian thought as he walked. "How absurd. But in the end, that was all in my past life, so I have no say in it. It's all in the past now." The four of them were approaching a door shaped like a giant lion's head. Isabella said excitedly, "We've finally reached the boss floor. Get ready to celebrate our victory." But Gian stopped her and said, "No. From this point on, I'll fight alone. The three of you, wait outside." Hearing this, Isabella turned to him in complete surprise and asked, "What?" He just looked at her and replied, "The demon emperor Mahoth is the source of all curses. Just a single light touch is enough to make your mind collapse." She asked again, "And what about you?" He held up his hand and told her, "I have this ring of Gracia's Golden Age, which I received from Dak. Ring of Dak's Golden Age, quality classification. 4. Option 1, increases magic by 100 points. Option 2, you have complete immunity to debuffs. Your soul is under the protection of Gracia, and because of that, you can never be corrupted." Gian crouched down and continued, "I don't mean for you all to just sit around." He peeked through a small hole in the wall. "While I'm fighting, all of you absorb the demon's mana through this small hole." Gian turned his head slightly to look at Isabella and said, surprising her a little, "The demon's mana is like a poison. Absorbing it will be painful, but it's still possible." Isabella smiled slightly and replied, "I'll use my power to absorb that mana." Gian turned his head toward Chloe and said, "Chloe, guard the entrance so I'm not attacked by minions." Chloe responded promptly, "Yes." Seeing that everyone had a task, Enla eagerly asked, "Is there anything for me to do?" He replied cheerfully, "Of course there is." She continued excitedly, "Oh, what is it?" Enla sat down, exasperated, and asked, "Are you giving me special attention, or just discriminating against me?" Gian used his magic to open the lion-headed door and stepped into the vast room. Gian walked slowly, deliberately, toward the coffin, speaking as he went. "Demon Emperor Mahoth, I have arrived. It was truly difficult to get here. The path was very dangerous, you know?" His expression suddenly changed, becoming incredibly demonic and terrifying as he drew his weapon. "So, I suppose I should get a little revenge on you, shouldn't I?" The Sarah glittered. Magic tool, quality classification 2. Option 1, use this magic tool to draw on the ground. Activate by channeling mana into it. Option 2, draw a magic circle, but the mana consumption is 10 times the normal amount. The coffin glowed with a mysterious green light. From within, a figure slowly began to rise. Mahoth awoke and, looking rather angry, asked, "Intruder, you have entered my resting place, the emperor of a vanished kingdom, the tyrant Mahoth." He stepped down, speaking as he walked, startling Gian. "Jane and the people of Jane are merely, huh?" Seeing Mahoth stepping down, Gian stood frozen in fear. Seeing this, Mahoth asked, "What in the world are you doing?" He seemed quite shocked and surprised. It turned out that the thing that surprised him was none other than Jian's crude drawings. Those crude drawings weren't just on the walls, but also on the floor. Seeing them, Mahoth screamed, "How dare you deface Jane's resting place with graffiti?" Jian, with a serious and firm expression, retorted forcefully, "So you've finally appeared, Tyrant Mahoth. I've come to judge your past, stained with violence and blood. Your dignity is meaningless in this place." Mahoth, looking very stern and powerful, replied to him, "Jane has found a land to rest with his beloved soldiers and subjects. Why do you dare to disturb our rest?" Jian's expression was arrogant, with a hint of triumph as he replied, "Ha, you're thinking about resurrection and reconquering the continent, aren't you? For your love, you made your own people serve you to their deaths. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of soldiers lie scattered here, piled up like mountains." Jian continued, "Even their bodies were just buried in canals. Is that how you show love for your people?" Mahoth showed no remorse, calmly replying, "Spending their entire lives in service to Jane was their fortune and honor." Jian's expression changed slightly, and he broke into a light sweat. "Nonsense. The truth, Mahoth, is that you're just pursuing immortality because you're afraid of death." Hearing this, he grew angry and reached out his hand, attacking with magic. You are not allowed to speak Jane's name with that mouth of yours. The image of Jian cracked and shattered, and the ring on his hand activating the effect of the Ring of Gracia's golden age, removing magical effects that influence the mind. He seemed to emerge from darkness, his spirit appearing slightly shaken. Mahoth conjured a terrifying skull, preparing to attack. I will make you suffer the agony of a sinner. The skull-shaped attack shot straight towards him. He panicked slightly, but remained on high alert. Even the smallest mistake would cost him his life. No matter where I go, it'll follow me. So, just charging forward isn't the answer. In the blink of an eye, the skull attack was right in front of him. He came up with a plan for the moment it struck. All right then, at the very moment of impact, I'll escape using teleportation. Jian leaped into the air and looked down. There shouldn't be a problem if I can seal him with a magic circle drawn by a magical artifact. Seeing him dodge his attacks, Mahoth grew excited. To avoid my curse and evade the pain, you're a quick one. A green barrier was erected, and he said smugly, "This barrier should be a perfect fit for a nimble rat like you." He slowly walked towards Jian. Neither of us can leave this place until one of us is dead. Mahoth looked up at Jian, who was floating in the air, surrounded by the green-flamed barrier, and continued, "If you swear loyalty to Jane, I will forgive your sins. I promise to grant you power and eternal life." Hearing this, Jian immediately retorted, "Eternal life? What the hell are you talking about? Become a bald-headed puppet like those soldiers out there, unable to die even when my body has rotted away." Hearing what Jian said, Mahoth became furious. "You dare to insult me?" he roared, his voice so powerful it made the ground tremble. "Watch closely. This is the power of the great emperor." Mahoth channeled his energy and attacked Jian. The attack was incredibly powerful, making it quite difficult for Jian to evade. He launched a fireball, hurling it towards Mahoth. Instead of dodging, Mahoth took the full force of his fireball. His wounded body was instantly restored to its original state. Once fully recovered, he appeared even angrier and said, "Now it's my turn." Jian was shocked to see his ability to regenerate. Damn it, his body can regenerate just like in the game description. But I can still win this. Jian charged towards Mahoth as fast as the wind. "Your stamina is running out, Mahoth, and so is mine. This is a fight to the finish." A barrage of spears appeared, summoned by Mahoth, who also said, "Only a true warrior can defeat the king." The spears flew in unison towards Jian, and he also launched a counterattack against Mahoth. His attack pierced through Mahoth's face. He seemed rather amused, saying, "Oh, you have a rather interesting artifact." This time, a series of green vines shot up from the ground, stretching out to attack Jian. He used his magic to pierce through the entire swarm of vines. After breaking through, he continued to charge straight for Mahoth. The battle between Mahoth and Jian grew more and more intense. For most of the fight, Jian had experienced a feeling not unlike being in hell. Jian continuously dodged the attacks created by Mahoth. The magical assaults came down on him like rain. No matter how resilient one's body and spirit are, they have their limits. At this point, it seemed he had reached his. He looked utterly exhausted, and had suffered quite a few injuries. "I've lost count of how many times I've come close to death. I don't have much strength or mana left, but I just have to push on a little more." Mahoth took the hit, but it seemed to have no effect on him. He thought to himself, "I just need to endure a little longer, and victory will be mine." Mahoth's gaze seemed to change, becoming more ferocious. He stood there, looking up at the sky, thinking. Even though he himself was nearing his limit, his opponent was still maintaining excellent control. But even so, it's nothing more than a desperate struggle. His eyes remained fixed up at the sky towards Mahoth, anticipating his next move. Mahoth crossed his arms and looked up, watching Jian continuously dodge his attacks, lost in thought. It's like he's betting his life on this fight. It seems that's how he compensates for his lack of power and skill. Watching the way he moved, he continued to think, "It's true. He tricked me. He concealed it so cleverly." Suddenly, a wave of pain hit Mahoth. He could no longer stand and collapsed to his knees. "What is this? My life force is draining at an incredible rate." Mahoth gritted his teeth in frustration. Where is it coming from?" As if discovering something, Mahoth slowly turned his head to look. "Don't tell me." It was when he realized he was inside the magic circle Jian had created. He shouted in astonishment. Weren't those just meaningless patterns? He actually drew a magic circle? He recalled the moment the skull attack rushed him, and how his vision had been obscured. Was he trying to blind me? Where Mahoth stood, he was now surrounded by barriers of green light. Mahoth realized the plan and roared furiously. "You were planning to accumulate damage with the magic circle and reflect it all back onto me, weren't you?" Hearing Mahoth's words, Jian's expression changed to one of panic. as if his deepest secret had been exposed. He found out. Mahoth used his right hand to create a purple magic circle. Then he said, "You fight like a despicable coward." Jian, observing from a distance, retorted, "Me? A coward? Take a look at all the spells you've conjured." Mahoth charged straight at him, catching him by surprise. He was too stunned to react. "I'm getting very irritated," Mahoth said. He flew into the air, but unfortunately, he was caught by Mahoth's magic chains. Mahoth then leaped up and slammed him into the ground. Jian was thrown down hard, but still tried to get back up. That thing. It pulled me down so suddenly. Suddenly, a purple, skull-shaped cloud of smoke rushed forward to attack Jian, leaving him no time to defend himself from the blow. Seeing it approach, he tried to create a barrier to protect himself and block Mahoth's attack. However, the attack was too powerful, and Jian couldn't hold it, getting blasted away. Not only was he unable to avoid it, but now his left arm was severely injured, causing him extreme pain. Mahoth slowly walked towards Jian as he was trying to get up. Mahoth then delivered a devastating kick straight to his stomach. The kick was so painful his face turned pale. Meanwhile, Mahoth continued, "I was planning on having a little fun with you, but you just had to use dirty tricks. I've changed my mind." Next, Mahoth punched Jian straight in the face. He really shouldn't have done that. Mahoth beat him until blood was splattering everywhere and said smugly, "Ah, no. It's more like you should have never set foot in here in the first place." Mahoth punched Jian until he was severely injured and nearly exhausted, but he still continued to speak. "If you had done that, you might have lived a little longer." The system window appeared with a report. Warning: only 10% HP remaining. Emergency healing magic or retreating from the battlefield is required. Using the last of his strength, he tried to cast a spell. Seeing this, Mahogus immediately grabbed his hand and neck without a shred of mercy. Annoying. He held him tightly, refusing to let go, and continued, "Pathetic magic. Don't you have any more of these petty little tricks? Is that all you've got?" Jian clenched his fist to muster the strength for a punch. In an instant, he could be seen throwing his fist straight into Mahogus's face. Despite taking the full force of Jian's punch, Mahogus was completely unharmed. He said, "Your fists have no power left at all. How boring." Mahogus used magic to lunge forward and attack Jian. Just die and accept becoming one of the undead. A pair of lips on a ring looked incredibly strange, yet somewhat terrifying. From Jian's ring, a sword shot out, stabbing straight into Mahogus's left eye, and he thought to himself how lucky he was to have used a decoy ring. It seemed this time, Mahogus was fatally wounded. Jian continued, "Petty tricks? I've got plenty more. Your body is nothing but a pile of sand." Countless swords then appeared one after another, stabbing straight into Mahogus's body. As a result, every time he tried to pull a weapon out, he was immediately stabbed again. Even though he was heavily injured, Jian kept talking. All of these weapons possess a holy attribute. He had a smug look on his face, as if victory was already in his grasp. When combined with pure, master-level magic, these swords will pin themselves deep into your body, causing Mahogus to scream in agony as Jian continued. All of their holy attributes will flow into you. Mahogus looked defiant and annoyed as he stared at Jian and said, "This is all just low-level magic." Instead of getting angry, Jian just smiled back at him and said, "That's the wonder of magic." His entire body was covered in wounds from their battle. His eyes turned a fiery red. The purpose of this spell is to cleanse everything it passes through. Even an emperor like you will die once. All your life force is drained. Jian used all his strength to deliver one final stab into Mahogus, shouting, "I'll show you what it feels like to have magic flowing through every corner of your body." In his agony, Mahogus immediately thought of the Tau. Thousands of Tau warriors mobilized at once, running towards him. "My warriors, come and help your emperor." High above, Chloe held her sword, ready to attack the Tau soldiers. Like a gust of wind, she swept through, cutting down thousands of soldiers. It was none other than Chloe who had dispatched the soldiers so quickly. She gave them a cold glance and said, "You are not permitted to pass this point. I will protect him." Mahogus was surprised and quite stunned, wondering to himself, "My warriors?" He looked towards Jian, who was arrogantly claiming victory, thinking how his forces were being destroyed by this brat's comrade. He raised his hand, creating a giant energy sphere, and shouted in Jian's face, "Don't you dare stand in my way." The energy sphere grew larger and larger, shaking the entire room. The immortal army, released from death. All new warriors. Arise. The circle grew, as if it were slowly swallowing the entire room. Mahogus continued, "You must step into this world, and destroy the wretched fool standing before me." In the blink of an eye, The energy sphere enveloped the entire room as Mahoga screamed. Your mission remains to help me conquer the continent of Naz. Jian remained perfectly calm, raising his hand to grip his sword tightly as he spoke. What a coincidence. Facing Mahogas directly, he spoke calmly. His face was so covered in wounds that he couldn't open one eye, but he yelled, I will be the one to conquer the continent of Naz. The entire room lit up, followed by a loud scream. The smoke from the explosion was forced out of the room, surprising Isabella, who was standing outside. Seeing this, she hurriedly ran into the room, anxiously calling his name. Jian. The room was nothing but ruins, and in it were two figures, one lying down and the other standing. The one lying helplessly on the ground was none other than Jian. The one standing was Mahogas, who looked arrogantly toward Jian and said, I am the immortal emperor. Suddenly, he closed his eyes as if his strength was depleted, and spoke slowly, I most certainly am. Mahogas's entire body began to slowly turn to dust. This can't be. And, in just a moment, his entire body had completely disintegrated into dust. The room had withstood the fierce battle between the two of them, but now it was crumbling apart. Jian, the Lord of Krivia, the smallest and worst territory in the north. Jian lay helplessly on the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, Isabella ran to Jian's side. He remained motionless on the ground. The tyrant who once ruled the continent with blood and fear suddenly broke into a happy smile. The great emperor of the empire had been defeated in that vast room. Though injured and unable to move, he shouted with glee. I won! Jian's group had defeated the emperor of the empire. The scene was one of utter, desolate ruin. One person lay on the ground, in pain, between two others who were standing. Isabella cried, sobbing and screaming. My lord, you can't just die and leave me behind. I'll curse you. Enla, standing beside her, said calmly, he's not going to die. The lord, his body and face covered in wounds, groaned in pain. Isabella, standing next to him with her eyes open, also called out, My lord. She put a hand to her ear, trying to hear what he was saying. What? Is something wrong? Her expression grew confused and cold, a stark contrast to moments before, as she heard him say, Help me look after the legendary item. He tremblingly raised a hand and pointed towards the item. It's in the ancient magic box. Isabella looked disgruntled. I know. You greedy man. Enla, standing behind Chloe with a bright expression, also said he seemed to be fine. All the spoils of war were packed up, and they returned to Majoka. Majoka, a magnificent and luxurious white building. Naz Continental Calendar, June 1st, 1414. 23 days after returning to the surface from the tomb raid, Giannet looked extremely fearful and confused. I forgot to ask Mahogas about my own existence. Julian noticed his unusual behavior and asked, Is something wrong, my lord? Gian pretended to be fine. Just continue. In his hands, Julian held two pieces of paper and read their contents. Using gemstones as streetlights in Krivia Majoka has yielded unexpectedly good results. According to the report, the crime rate has dropped by 90% compared to before. Listening to him read, Gian took off his suit jacket. Although some blind spots still exist, at the current pace, the installation of streetlights is complete, except for a few places like the wastelands and deep forests. The streets were brightly lit at night, bustling with people. Everyone was singing the Lord's praises. Young and old, men and women, could all walk the streets safely after dark. If this expands further, it's predicted that the rate of deforestation will also decrease. Jian smiled with satisfaction, his eyes crinkling, saying it was all thanks to the magical tools he had acquired. Normally, engraving a magic circle on that stone is an extremely difficult task. Julian looked at Jay's arm and asked, That mark on your left hand hasn't disappeared, has it? He looked down at his own wound and explained, It's not a burn from an ordinary fire, so it can't be removed by normal means. Just think of it as a scar of victory. They both flinched and turned around. Jian spoke up. But Ornis, what's with your clothes? I've been waiting for you to ask. Ornis grinned, raising his arms to show off his new shirt. This is this year's summer fashion. People say it's the most popular style among the noblemen of Cinders. His face was full of pride as he continued, I tried it on while I was surveying the market. Isn't it great? Oranus looked eagerly at Jay and asked, My lord, what do you think of it? He put a hand on the back of his neck and replied reluctantly, Everyone's standard of beauty is different. It was like a bolt from the blue. You stood there, stunned and confused as Jay continued. But it's not my style. Julian also chimed in, It's not my style either. Gian looked at Orenus, who was wailing dramatically on the floor, and asked, By the way, How did it go with selling that collection of erotic paintings I gave you? You whimpered as you answered. Oh, that? Jay's face showed a hint of surprise when he heard you say, I sold all of them. I forgot to tell you. Who were all the buyers? The chief of the Red Goblin tribe. He looked shocked and a little bewildered. You mean Sir Ivanva? His face was a mask of shock as he read the paper in his hand. Last time, during the Gnawstone transaction, he accidentally saw them and said he'd buy them all. Jian felt his head spin, trying to process the information. Doesn't the king of the Red Goblins seem so dignified? Could it be because he spends all his time taking care of his people? Have I completely misjudged the man? Ornis suddenly remembered something and added, My lord, last night an official dispatch arrived from the military of the Cinders Kingdom. A figure in heavy, sturdy armor stated their proposal. They want to receive an exclusive supply from the mine through a long-term contract. He crossed his arms and ordered sternly, Exclusivity is not an option. Refuse them. Tell them we won't sell anything more than the predetermined quantity. Ornis looked at him hurriedly and continued, Yes, and lately, the nobles of the Cinders Kingdom have been showing great interest in you, my lord. Jay replied nonchalantly, Is that so? Various items, a jar of agricultural chemicals, a vial of red healing potion, another vial of blue potion called Poron, an item containing gems and minerals from the mine, glowing purple crystals, and Sevia magic stones. Aren't all the recent hot products in the Lord's hands? As if realizing something, Jay explained. It's precisely because Cinders is so close to our territory that they've started paying attention to us. He pondered for a moment and voiced his speculation. There must be a problem in the Cinders Kingdom. A hand rested on his shoulder. Sir. Jay smiled, closing his eyes happily. No, I understand what you're saying. I'll keep it in mind. His expression suddenly turned serious again, thinking of an image of the king, an old man with a white beard and a crown. The king of Cinders, Decker the Ninth, had died long ago. Amidst bright red lights, 4 dark silhouettes stood side by side. After Decker the Ninth's death, the 4 princes fought for the throne, plunging the kingdom into the era of the 4 princes. A black and white image of a man with a very stern expression. And in the end, Prince Fallen ascended the throne under a blood-soaked name, becoming Decker the Tenth. A scarf bearing the symbol of a cult. The problem was, he was a follower of the Amber Cult, a sect of dark magic. Hordes of people wearing similar scarves with the same symbol turned the holy nation of Cinders into a country of sorcery. The Ambra cult was the origin point of the Great Magic War. A man in mysterious attire with sharp claws. At the time of the Great Magic War, all nations that adopted it as their state religion became servants of the Demon King. But in the long run, they all had a high chance of becoming enemies. Jian crossed his arms, his head slightly bowed, thinking as he spoke. First, I need to understand the situation when I get back. For now, let's just wait and see. I'm just a minor lord, so I can't interfere in national affairs. The door began to open, and a frantic girl appeared. My lord. Both men who were talking turned their heads toward the door. The girl looked panicked and out of breath, surprising Jian. What is it? My lord. Something big has happened. She bowed her head in confusion and said, Just now, a letter arrived from the King of Cinders. His face was one of complete shock, bewilderment, and confusion. But the letter was delivered by the 4th prince in person. It seems he has just crossed into our territory. An image of a legion of horsemen approaching. The 4th prince himself? Julian added. I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't sound like good news. Jay strongly agreed. That's right. With the 4th prince's visit, I can feel it too. He's not coming quietly. He's bringing a storm with him. Inside the palanquin was a prince with an ice-cold expression. Sir Yell had arrived in Sevia. He had received an invitation to the political center. First, he was to meet with Lord Jian. The prince, with braided red hair and blue eyes, offered a greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the 4th prince, Yell. Jian bowed his head politely. Jian's. Greetings, Your Highness. Yell held out an envelope to him. I bring you an invitation from my father. I hope you will attend my father's birthday celebration. My father also said it would be a great honor to have you there. Jay took the envelope with both hands and asked, May I read it now? I brought it for you to read. Please, go ahead. Lord Jian. His eyes focused intently on each line of the letter, thoughts flooding his mind as he read. The content was mostly just polite formalities. Why would the king? Even if I am a person of interest, I never thought I'd be able to attend the king's event. Before Jay could react, the prince added, For your reference, it was I who asked my father to invite Lord Jian. Yell's eyes were full of excitement and sincerity. Because I really wanted to meet you. I wanted to see with my own eyes the person I think so highly of. Jay grew flustered and scratched his head, forcing a smile. You're a prince, aren't you? It might not be a big deal, but hearing you say that, I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to wear. The prince was also very cheerful. Please, you must come. I'd like to share some wine with you in the palace and have a chat. The prince. Jian's eyes showed his suspicion. I am merely the lord of a small kingdom, not a subordinate of your nation. I am grateful for your highness's sentiment, but I find such conversations inconvenient. The prince was a bit taken aback and stunned to hear him say that. His expression turned serious again, the previous excitement gone. Yell turned to leave, adding, I've made a misstep. Jian's face remained calm. Prince Yell turned his head back and said, No matter what happens, please do not disgrace my father's letter. He smiled and replied, Why would I ever ignore the king's letter? Farewell, your highness. The prince's back grew more distant. Jian watched him go with a bright smile, letting out a satisfied sigh as he sat down in his chair and mused. Prince Yell is much smarter than I thought. An image of the incredibly glamorous prince suddenly appeared in his mind. He's a true talent and has the makings of a king. Moreover, his theological knowledge is quite solid, a concept that stands in opposition to demonic arts. The prince's presence lingers, but I must be cautious. The people by Yell's side aren't truly his subordinates, so it was the right move not to reveal my good relationship with the prince. Jian rested his chin on his hand, pleased that he had to show that to the world. The power of the emerging forces in the northern continent. The scene shifts to a room with a window in the Jinder kingdom. An old man is on his knees. Your Highness Prince Phelan, what is the matter that you've summoned this servant at this hour? The prince asked with a stern expression. You worked for a long time under Lord Svea, didn't you? The old man looked terrified, bowing his head as he answered, Yes, that's correct. I worked there since the time of the previous lord, Barrett. I retired last year and came here. The prince's face was dark and unreadable. Is that so? Good, good, very good. His eyes were ferocious, as if he wanted to eat the man alive. Then tell me everything you know about Svea, about the current lord, his family, and his entire past. Marcoka, a little girl, ran hurriedly towards a door. Another girl ran after her. Lena shouted, trying to stop the little girl. Mia, you're not supposed to use magic to run in the hallways. Mia had a radiant, innocently happy expression. My lord, Mia is here. Inside, Julian, who was busy writing documents, looked out in confusion. Mia innocently asked, Hey mister, where is the lord? Lena was also embarrassed. I'm so sorry, sir, Julian explained awkwardly, looking uncomfortable. The lord has gone out. Mister? The little girl's mouth fell open in dissatisfaction when she heard Julian. He left for the Shinder Kingdom 2 days ago. It will probably take him 3 days to get there. The scene shows a white carriage. Inside, Ha is excited. The three of us traveling like this really reminds me of the old days. Orenis sat on the opposite bench. He was talking about the past. That was when we were captured by bandits. Orenis appeared. That's right. The image showed a person crying for help from inside a cage. Help me! Orenis shyly raised his hands as if to hide. That's a time I don't want to remember. Please don't bring it up again. Jian turned to look at him, smiling proudly. Why not? Thanks to you, I now have a fantastic guild master. You always do so much for our domain. I can't thank you enough. Orenis, with an embarrassed yet satisfied face, said modestly, Not at all. Since that day, I promised myself I would do everything in my power to help you, my lord. Ha looked out at the scenery and exclaimed, You can see the royal capital from here. At a banquet, everyone is happily chatting and drinking. A waiter is carrying a tray full of wine to serve. The king is greeting his guests. A waiter whispers to the butler, I understand. The man put a hand to his mouth, coughed once, and announcing the lord of the Sevilla region, Count Jian. So the rumor, people began to murmur amongst themselves. The doors opened, and Jian walked in, looking elegant in a moss-green suit. The young ladies present shyly admired his handsome appearance, their discussions growing more excited. Is that really him? I thought he was supposed to be some fat pig. He walked in proudly. A place that was ravaged by fire, and left with only 200 soldiers, has now reached nearly 5,000? An army of over 5,000 soldiers? Two guests debated in confusion. If that's true, doesn't that mean he's leading a massive army? Just his wealth alone is enough. Images of mountains of money pile up, from medicines, intelligence, agricultural potions, selling magic stones, and even income from dungeons. Money just flows to him, even if he does nothing. For him to come all this way means the prince must be aiming for the throne. Jian stood before the king's throne and bowed his head. We can't let him get snatched up by someone else. Let's go greet Lord Jian. The king spoke up to inquire. You've come all this way to greet me? Son of Barrett, your journey must have been tiring. Please, enjoy yourself. He lifted his head and thought as he walked away. What a perfect reception. Not that I have anything to say to the king anyway. A voice called out from a distance. Jian looked over inquisitively. Lord Jian. Two men approached to talk to him. Jian wore an uninterested expression as a flood of people came to talk to him. He was getting overwhelmed. My name is Kitase. I am. Look over here. You must visit our domain sometime, if you don't yet have a fiancé. He was starting to get annoyed, his gaze sharpening as he thought. Get out of the way, I can't see the princes. The first prince covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing. The aides beside him were constantly worried. Are you all right, Your Highness? Although Leon looked tired, he was reassuring. I'm fine. It seems my old illness is just acting up again. Don't worry about it too much. Jian stood on the outskirts, looking in at Prince Leon. Looking around, most of the people with him were either close confidants or royal relatives. Because of his rare illness, he has been all but removed from the line of succession, a man with neatly styled hair and a green suit. Prince Jess was meeting with nobles to win them over to his side. The men were all chatting cheerfully. Although Jess isn't as famous as Phelan, the nobles on his side command military forces that cannot be underestimated. Phelan's faction is powerful, Jess's faction is small, but numerous. So, the struggle for the throne will just be a fight between the second and third princes. Yell's power is weak. Even though there are backers behind Yell's faction, Jess's faction, and Phelan's faction, Prince Phelan's power and influence are so immense that they all have to be wary of him. A voice called out from behind Jian. So you're here. He turned around to see a large figure. Hello, Lord Jian. Prince Phelan walked over to speak. Or would it be all right if I called you Count Jian? His eyes clearly showed his concern. Capri, standing behind Prince Phelan, looked surprised. Jian thought to himself grimly. Capri, I didn't expect to see you here. So you've sided with the second prince. Jian's cheerful demeanor returned as he politely greeted him. Your Highness, please call me whatever you find convenient. Anyone can just call me Jian. That's fine too, Phelan continued, and the two began to talk. I heard you came here at Yell's invitation. I've also been wanting to meet you, Lord, but he didn't know what excuse to make. Upstairs, a hand gripping the staircase witnessed the event. Mara stood watching as Yell called out to him, frustrated. Yell slammed a hand on the stair railing. So, he also intended to pull the Lord to his side. He appeared incredibly pleased, a glass of wine in his hand. I had no idea your Highness had taken an interest in an unknown lord like me, Phelan continued. You're being modest. Surely you must know that you're receiving a great deal of attention in our kingdom. Jian feigned denial. Lately, I've been focused solely on managing my own territory, so I'm not very aware. A look of confusion appeared on the prince's face, not paying any attention to outside news. Yet, he quickly managed to join forces with Marco. Jian quickly explained, that was just a matter of luck. Until very recently, we were the weakest territory in the northern region. Phelan's expression turned stern and intimidating. Is that so? I think otherwise. I feel you have something to hide. His scheming, fierce blue eyes. You are a man of great ambition. That is the conclusion I've come to about you, Jian replied, still calm and cheerful. I simply wish to avoid being invaded by neighboring territories. It's only because we were so terrified that we acted. Prince Phelan placed a hand on Jian's shoulder. If that's what you say, then you should act accordingly. Their eyes, full of conflict, met in a hostile gaze. You must find your place. I still have much more I want to say to you, Lord Jian. Then Phelan walked away. The two turned their backs to each other. Prince Jess appeared from nowhere, laughing loudly. He held up a finger and called out, So, how did your chat with my brother Phelan go? Jess added, He's a man with extensive connections, you know. The number of nobles who follow him is countless. Jian's expression was uneasy. How troublesome. Prince Jess nudged Jian in the side with his elbow and said, It might seem like you can get a lot from him, but in reality, it's nothing substantial. He proudly pointed a thumb at himself. On my side, however, there's plenty to be had. If you agree, I'll buy the products your territory produces at a high price. Jian replied, extremely awkwardly. I base my decisions on practical matters. I don't know if a deal can be reached successfully. I have no desire for agreements made under external pressure. Jess laughed loudly with his friends, hands on his hips. Are you shy? He continued to pester him, saying that just means I'm interested in you. Jian placed a hand on his chest and retorted, The one who seems shy isn't me, but you, your highness. For no particular reason. You're paying far too much attention to a lord from a neighboring region. The group was stunned into an embarrassed, Dark-faced silence. His attitude started to change, becoming angry. Is that so? You don't want a relationship with my brother, and you don't want one with me either? Jess practically started steaming, his face filled with rage. The people behind him chimed in. How dare you? He just disgusts me. In comparison, Jian remained cheerful and conversational. Yes, well, between Prince Jess and Prince Fallen. The two men looked on with worried expressions. It seems Prince Phelan has more to offer me. Utterly infuriated, Jess grabbed Jian by the collar and yelled, What did you say, you little brat? Mara and Yell were stunned to see Jess's eyes filled with hatred, but Jian remained composed, his face like ice. At a banquet table sat three people, Yell, Mara, and Jian. The atmosphere was tense. Yell spoke first. Lord Jian, on behalf of my brother Jess, I apologize. He has always been hot-tempered. Jian reassured the two of them. It's all right. The festive atmosphere is starting to pick up again. He raised his teacup and took a sip. The air was silent. Mara sat primly, her hands on her lap. The princess also spoke to him. I have heard many stories about you, Lord Jian. For you to personally visit our humble kingdom like this is a great honor for us. Jian set his teacup down on the table and said, Everyone says the same thing, don't they? His face was stern as he affirmed, I've already said I am just a minor lord from a neighboring region. Mara added hastily, My brother wishes to borrow your strength, my lord. Yell looked at her, reminding her, Be more discreet. The princess closed her eyes, her heart aching, and whispered tearfully, I'm so sorry. It's because all of my brother's subordinates have turned their backs on him. Jian glanced toward the two guards. They definitely won't turn to look. He placed a hand on the table, and a pink magic circle appeared. If you're worried about eavesdroppers, then perhaps we can talk through this? Yell watched, thinking to himself, a sound-blocking spell. Jian continued the previous conversation about the two princes, Phelan and Jess. How much do you know about those two? The prince explained, I cannot monitor my brother's every move, but I know everything that I need to know. An image of the symbol of the Rao faith appeared, including the fact that both princes are followers of the Rao faith. Do you know about that as well? Yell and Mara's faces were filled with unexpected horror. How can that be? That's just a baseless rumor. The princess, agitated, said, Are you trying to insult the royal family? Cinders is a nation that believes in the Holy Spirit, Giannius. Jian picked up a sugar cube as he spoke. For someone like you, a prince, to not know. That is truly unexpected. Holding the sugar cube in his hand, he continued, It seems you either don't care much for the affairs of the kingdom, or you don't have enough faith in Giannius. The prince's face darkened. So it's about that. Yell's serious expression was clear. This was a matter that no one knew about besides him and Mara. Jian smiled innocently. He's finally dropped his mask. With one hand, he presented his magic ring, and an item materialized from it. If you knew, you should have said so sooner. From now on, secretly investigate and gather information on the heretical activities of the two princes. On the table was a device. Yell stared at it intently. If you use this magic tool, you can record a secret meeting or ritual, and it will become undeniable proof. Yell, utterly astonished, asked, My lord, are you helping me? With a bright expression, he replied, That's a pleasant misunderstanding. I am not your subordinate. I am merely acting from a desire to see a neighboring country follow its proper path. Don't worry about things like power or allies. He dropped the sugar cube into the tea and continued to speak. The sugar cube floated inside the teacup. Those are relationships that can dissolve under certain circumstances. Mara glanced worriedly toward the guards. Your Highness, if we continue to use the sound blocker, it will arouse suspicion, so we should stop here. I look forward to the day we meet again. Now, only Jian remained at the table. He held his teacup, glanced around, and said, I will give you a mission. There was a rustling sound from the tree branches. Black figures began to appear. Jian calmly gave them their mission. From now on, monitor everything that happens in the royal capital and report back. A figure was completely covered by a dark hood. I observed and chose you myself, so I trust you'll do a better job than the Proa spies. They vanished again. He raised his teacup for a sip and remarked, As expected, it's better without sugar. A bright, full moon hung in the sky. It was dawn, and Jay and Ha were standing beside each other, talking. It's late, Orenis. The two stood on a sidewalk, Jay with his hands on his hips, and Ha holding a basket. Looks like we're waiting for Orenis again, just like last time. Indeed. His gaze darted to the side, listening, waiting for the head of the merchant guild to return to the territory. There's no other lord who would do such a thing. He looked at her happily and asked, "Ha, on our way back to the royal capital, let me buy you an outfit, okay?" Ha asked shyly, "An outfit?" She gave a radiant smile and said, "No, my lord, the clothes I'm wearing now aren't inconvenient at all. They're very good." He took her hand and whispered, "Nonsense. Let's go. I want to pick one out for you, my lord." Jian pulled her by the hand toward a shop. Ha looked overjoyed in a red dress. "My lord, how does this dress look?" The shopkeeper and Jian showered her with praise. "It suits you perfectly. You look beautiful, milady." Her eyes sparkled with joy. "I'll just try on one more. It feels like something is still missing." "Of course, please take your time, milady." Jian sat on a chair, crossing his arms contentedly, thinking with a smile. She looked so happy. I was right to bring her here. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. Jian read the contents intently. Today is June 9th, so there are about 3 weeks left. Although I've thought of a countermeasure, I'm still worried about the approaching day. Images of ferocious beasts fighting appeared a large-scale beast attack in Paradiso. This was called a monster outbreak. Knights and warriors. In the past, the attack that occurred in the Nightmare Forest was a war between the southern forces led by General Barrett, who was from a different tribe, and the multiracial people of the north led by Ivan. Jian smirked deviously, thinking, trying to stop it without a plan would lead to a great disaster, but since I've prepared a countermeasure, the experience points will be even richer. I'll monopolize this valuable event for myself. A blue skirt swept by. "My lord, what do you think?" Ha looked beautiful in the new dress. "I've decided on this one." Both the shopkeeper and Jay applauded enthusiastically. "You look as beautiful as an angel." She seemed a bit confused by the word, angel. Realizing something, she let out a small cry, then began to cast a healing technique, releasing it. A sparkling green light appeared, and feathers fell from above. Jian was a little stunned. "It's a bit embarrassing to say it myself, but—" Ha said with an innocent expression, "Isn't this just like an angel?" He looked at her happily, smiling unconsciously. "You've always been an angel to me." The scene shifts to Jay, frowning as he endures a powerful spell. Isabella laughed with delight and said, "Even for you. Escaping this spell right away is quite difficult, isn't it? I've spent a great deal of time on this lust charm. It's a type of magic that can cause a fatal error in any man or woman." He gave a bitter smile and thought to himself, because it absorbed Manhat's power, it's even stronger. Now that I'm done testing its strength, it's time to break free. Just then, his desire manifested as an image of Ha. Seeing it, she asked, Is this what goes on inside you, my lord?" "That's me, isn't it?" Hearing her, he panicked and yelled, stumbling over his words. "Why is Ha there? This is a misunderstanding." Ha blushed and said, "My lord, I'm so disappointed." Jay saw Isabella's sinister smile behind them and instantly understood. Damn it, Isabella was the one who called her here. She was whispering into Ha's ear, "That's right. You should immediately give up on that lecher. Leave him and meet a pure-hearted boy." Ha immediately blushed and stammered, "Of course I have no reason to wear clothes like that, but isn't that going a bit too far?" Isabella was completely bewildered. Ha continued, "You have to take it step by step." Before she could say more, Isabella covered Ha's mouth and shouted irritably, "What are you talking about right now?" Meanwhile, Jay firmly told Isabella, "The magic charm training state is complete. However, my control is still insufficient. Increase its power through repeated training." She immediately launched a kick straight to his face and screamed, "Don't be so reckless, you pervert." The scene shifts to the Nightmare Forest. Amidst the gloomy jungle, a voice was heard. "In my 10 years of hunting experience, this is the first time I've had to line up like this. Can't be helped. Even with the inconvenience, there's no place as good as this. If it were some shabby setup built by homeless people, it would be easier." That bald guy burst out laughing and sneered. "I heard the dungeons in the Nola Latis territory are all gone. They must have poured their blood and tears into it." Just then, Jay silently walked past him, making the man ask irritably, "Who the hell are you to just walk past like that?" The man's friend casually asked, "You live in Sevilla and you don't know? That's the Lord." The man asked again, "What's a noble like the Lord doing in a place like this?" His friend replied, "He's been coming to the Nightmare Forest often recently, and I heard he frequently visits places where outsiders are not allowed." After walking for a while, Jay arrived at a clearing. He took out a blue dagger and thought, in the past, why couldn't Sevilla develop like Non Lola? The biggest reason was the monster outbreak. Viscount Barrett was an incredibly wise man who saved the people living on this barren land, and it developed rapidly. However, the achievements accumulated over many years were trampled by the feet of demons. The hardship and suffering belonged to Sevia alone. Mazoka and Nun, on the other hand, were safe. His lifelong wish was to have a mighty army that could stop the demons. Although the mighty army has not yet been completed, please rest easy, because there will be peace. He then quietly placed stones he had carved with magic circles onto the ground. Instantly, pillars of light appeared, gradually converging to form a shield. Suddenly, the resounding beat of a drum echoed. Someone was beating it powerfully. It was the demon army. They marched to a heroic melody. They shouted loudly, "Today is the day we receive our blessing. We will chew up every human we see, offer their food and wealth to him. We are the ones who decide the order of this world." After speaking, he turned and reported softly, "Captain, the space gate is open." Commander Blue Grundo then gave the order, "Advance, my warriors." Upon receiving the command, they aggressively charged towards the gate before them. Crossing through the spatial rift, they entered and laughed with excitement. "Finally, I'm out. There are humans up ahead. What an unlucky bastard. Walking right in front of a spatial gate. Now, become mincemeat." As it spoke, it raised its sword and lunged at him. Just as its blade was about to strike him, Commander Blue's unit arrived. Gruno's subordinate said, "Commander, by now the warriors should have dealt with the soldiers around here. Let's hurry to the nearest human settlement." Before he could finish, Grundo interrupted. "Wait a minute. Look around. Where is this?" He looked out and answered his own question. "This is clearly not the human world. No, we were definitely supposed to arrive in human territory." Hearing his question, Jian calmly replied, "This is a distorted space I created. I applied it to the spirit stones, based on the principles of dimensionendo. Doesn't the atmosphere feel similar? You can think of it simply like this. It's a barrier that prevents you from escaping, because it's been preset so that if you pass through the wall, you just end up back inside." He asked in a cold voice, "You made this?" Jian smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, esteemed fiends. I am the representative of the human race, here to welcome you all." Grundo asked again, "Who are you?" "I've never heard of any human capable of using this kind of magic," Ji immediately explained. "Of course you haven't. Later, when the Great War of the Two Demon Lords occurs, this will be the army created by the Holy Empire to deal with you." Rendo remained calm and speculated. "The Great War of the Two Demon Lords. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I can get the gist. In any case, even with high-level spirit stones, for a spell as complex as this, the mana will run out very quickly. If we wait here, the barrier will surely disappear." Jian didn't hide it, but instead smiled brightly and replied, "Correct. Run," then gave an order, "I can smell the scent of power from your body. Tabanon, you're up." Hearing the command, he jumped down and yelled, "Yes, Commander." Meanwhile, the minions below snickered sinisterly. If Tabanon goes, this will all end very boringly. Tabanon, with a smug smile, took out 2 axes and said, "I'll give you some fun while you wait for the barrier to fall. That way, you won't have to die in agony." Jian quickly used Nightmare, a thrilled smile on his face as he replied, "Yes, dear guest. I will do my best." At that moment, the one called Kuno shuddered, startled. He thought in a panic, "The power I'm sensing has suddenly spiked." He was hiding his true strength. If that's the case, then my soldiers, who went ahead? With that thought, he quickly looked around and saw his soldiers lying scattered on the ground. Only then did he cry out in alarm, trying to stop him. "Wait, Tabanon!" But Tabanon paid no mind, roaring as he charged toward Jian. Before he could even get close, he was incinerated by Jian. Grundo stared at the brilliant flames and screamed. Tabanon's horn fell down among his subordinates. Cluzen irritably ordered, "Quickly, capture that mage. I said all of you. Charge forward and seize him." Jian calmly used the same skill again and muttered, "Is this how Manhat felt when he used it?" He then launched several fireballs, which shot up to the barrier and then bounced back down, aiming straight for Cluzno. He had no time to defend himself and could only stare up at the sky, his mouth agape. The scene changes to Ranella, where a voice calls out, "Capri! That damned bastard! He promised to protect me, yet he ran away midway through. At this rate, that G-fellow could show up at any moment. I have to find a new way, anyway. The treaty period is over." At that moment, his subordinate rushed in shouting, "My lord, it's true," Batman said, trembling. "They've finally arrived." But his subordinate denied it. "It doesn't seem to be them. If there aren't many, there are at least a few hundred." Batman threw his book and roared, "You scared me to death. Don't report like that again." His subordinate replied, "But it's an urgent matter, sir. They have already entered Ranella." Batman asked again. They broke through the boundary that was magically sealed? Did you get that? The man understood his lord's implication and replied, that means there might be a traitor among us. Hearing this, the lord's eyebrows knitted together tightly. What did you say? He roared. Move forward. Even Krivia wouldn't dare to disrespect Ranella like this. He spoke as he put on his armor and went outside. The young man was already standing outside with a tense expression, calling out the name of Lord Ranella. Seeing his face, the Lord recalled a memory of the young man saying, but it was our side that prevented the cure from being leaked. It was so hard to find the samples, but it's nearly impossible to figure out the formula from them. Then the Lord asked, so the traitor was you. Have you forgotten all my kindness and betrayed me? The young man replied, for the peace of Ranella, because of your greed. The people of Ranella are in danger. Refusing to listen anymore, Batman commanded loudly, take that man's head. Following the order, the soldiers raised their weapons and charged. Suddenly, from behind the young man, a knight with a smile on his face advised, please move to a safe place. We will fight him. Seeing this, Batman ground his teeth and said with a sarcastic sneer, an intruder too? Thanks. You've saved me the trouble of looking for you. The knight gently drew his sword and said, you damn fool. Those were my lines you just stole. Instead, you should think about how we're going to take Ranella. Forget about the trivial things. The scene shifts back to Gian. Fireballs rain down on his enemies, sending them scattering in all directions. Then, flames surged forward, incinerating those who tried to flee. Gian stood leisurely, launching his attacks, when suddenly an arrow flew out, heading straight for his face. But he managed to activate his legendary item in time. The mirror armor shattered the arrow. He looked up with his cold eyes and saw the elf who had shot him now looking worried. The elf jumped off a cliff in fear, but before he could escape, he was engulfed by Gian's flames. Just then, something appeared, making Gian glance down. It read, you have received the title Incarnation of Hellfire. The damage of all fire attacks is increased by 100%. You can now use the special magic condition, Frame. Seeing this, Gian asked with delight, oh, was this title made specifically for G's fire abilities? Frame is just too good. From above, Kuno watched the situation and frantically gave orders. What are you all still doing? He's just one man. Only one. But suddenly, the ground around him began to shake. Gian's fire had incinerated the elephant he was riding. As the elephant collapsed, the subordinates scattered in panic, yelling to each other, get out of the way! Gian beckoned. If you're so annoyed, then come down here yourself. Just then, from the wreckage, Klusno leaped high into the air. He roared, holding a massive hammer in his hands, and attacked Gian. But Gian quickly used Flash to dodge his attack. Before Gian could react, Kuno lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and shoved him back. He aggressively pushed him away with all his might. Gian was pushed back by his strength, but he wasn't fazed. He grabbed onto Kuno's horn and planted his feet on his armor. He sneered, your underlings were so weak, I was getting bored. Now this is more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his fire magic to incinerate him. Kuno immediately tried to block the flames with his hands. G continued to intensify the flames, burning its entire body to a crisp. Without giving Grundo time to recover, he used a firewall and continued to incinerate it. With one of its eyes stabbed out, Grundo quickly used regeneration. He calmly cast a spell and said, sorry, was I using too much fire? Is it too hot? Let me cool you down. As soon as he finished speaking, he used Ice Storm to blast a stream of cool water at it. The creature cursed him as it tried to regenerate. You damn human, Jay then asked. Is this too cold now? He summoned a fire serpent and said, let me warm you up again. Grundo stared in fear at the serpent and muttered, how is he getting stronger the longer he fights? You're no human. Before it could cast a spell, the serpent lunged forward, bared its fangs, and took a huge bite, pinning Grundo so it couldn't escape. Seeing their commander in such a state, the minions panicked and fled, shouting, even the commander was taken down so easily. Run! He's someone we can't fight. Gian saw them trying to escape and said, and where do you think you're going? But then, something stunned him. Time suddenly stopped, the surrounding scenery fell silent, and he could only stand there as the spatial vortex simply closed. A moment later, time resumed, but he was knocked backward by a blast of wind. He thought in a daze. Was the gate forcibly closed? This is something only a demon king could do. Did they intervene directly? Then again, did they say it was to help me? And just like that, it was all over. It's a shame to let all that experience value get away, but what's done is done. Father, can you see? I'm different now. I protected Sevia. Just then, someone was hiding behind the trees behind him. The scene shifts back to Batman. He was trembling as he asked, with just a few dozen soldiers, in Dillerata, my entire army. They're looking at us and saying, "Isn't that right? Our elite troops consist of 100 men," Aggressio said smugly. "Are you blind? We are the soldiers of Givia. We are the elite Aggressio unit, established by the Lord himself. Enough of this. Batman, you are guilty. The Lord has ordered your capture." As the knight spoke, he grabbed Batman by the head, causing him to scream, "Help me! Help!" The knight paid him no mind and added, "In that case, Ranella will also belong." Time passed, and 3 months later, Jay was waiting under a tree. He looked up and said, "So you've come, Princess Mara." She walked over, took off her hood, and called his name. Lord Jianjiant understood what she wanted to say, so he said, "It's about the unfortunate matter of His Majesty, the King." She looked down at the ground and replied sadly, "So you already knew. That's surprising." Seeing her hands tremble, he asked, "Could you tell me the details of what happened at the royal palace?" Mira's face darkened as she explained, "After my father, the king, passed away, my older brother has grown weaker and weaker. According to the royal ministers, he won't make it through the month." Jay thought, "History has changed. Is it because of my appearance? Prince Leon was supposed to live for another 10 years. The only thing I can do now is..." Then he said with a serious expression, "I will tell you exactly 3 things. First, someone will come for me. I'm not sure about Prince Jess, but Prince Fallen is a certainty. I will handle them skillfully and intend to remain neutral. Second, Prince Yell must absolutely not get involved in the civil war. Stay in the middle ground between the 2 princes and slowly approach the people." Mara asked, "Just watch from the sidelines?" Jian then explained, "Prince Leon's confidants are all very close to the royal family. None of them want a civil war. Third, as for Prince Leon's side, on the contrary, they should bide their time in the civil war. Use whatever means necessary to gather all video recordings related to Amber's side and the other 2 princes. The 2 great beasts of Antari are herbivores. They can only land 1 fatal blow when necessary. So, until then, please wait." Mara replied pensively, "Thank you, and my apologies, Lord Jian." But he said sternly, "Nothing has begun yet. Now is not the time for thanks or apologies." Just then, the system window popped up with a message. Territory information. Territory ranking among nations. E. Not available. Agriculture, 21,300. Commerce, 257,300. Public order, 412,500. Technology, 211,300. Loyalty, 287,300. Military, total current personnel, 5,048. Special Situation 1, abridged. Special Situation 2, abridged. After reading it all, he said, "Good, very good." Then, looking at it, he thought, looking at the stats. From a region with the lowest standards, it has been rebuilt into a perfect mid-tier territory, on the same level as the Mysteria region managed by Count Key. Then he rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "When we merged, I gave Julian and Abila OB key roles, but we still need more talent. If Julian gets sick from overwork and stress, the territory's administration will run into problems. Where can I find more talented people? Life is hard." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. "Hey you, I'm here." Jian jumped, startled, and looked down, asking, "Who are you?" "It is I, Bearheart." The man frowned and asked, "You're not waiting for a lover, so why are you just sitting there saying nothing?" What a poor way to greet a guest. He was the 9th Circle Archmage, Bearheart. Level: unknown. Only that the difference was more than tenfold. No precise information available. Seeing him, Jian immediately stood up and apologized. "Master Bearheart, my sincerest apologies. I didn't know you would appear here." Bearheart calmly stroked his beard and replied, "You said you would come, so I came. I couldn't leave right away, so I've been quietly staying in your territory and observing what you do. You've managed the territory well, and you've smoothly taken over the surrounding lands. Truly commendable. You're quite different from your peace-loving father," Jian asked, stunned. "You knew my father?" Bearheart sat down on the ground and replied, "Barrett's personality is obvious without needing to be told. Anyway, as you requested, I will give you advice regarding the 5th Circle, and then I will leave." Jian obediently sat down and said excitedly, "Thank you for coming all this way. I eagerly await your advice. Senior, I truly need to speak with you." Seeing the curious look on his face, Bearheart gave him a skeptical glance, then waved his hand and said, "Don't think that I'll stay in your territory or become your master. I don't want to get too involved with anyone. With sparkling eyes, Jian replied. I would never have such an unreasonable thought. The man was stunned, silent for a moment, and then he began to give his advice. Listen closely. I'll tell you about the time I was training in the fifth circle. And so, they continued their story, leaving him to his thoughts. I was an ordinary office worker. Shin Taepong. The first time I saw Sivia, the ambition to live in this place, was born, but as I grew up, I gradually changed. No, it was a huge change. I'm not Shin Taepong, I'm Lord Sivia. The townspeople aren't real people, they're NPCs. I don't want to die, so I have to fight, to always stay sharp and fight to protect everyone. I'm not being arrogant about my own abilities, it's that my enemies know they're strong, so they isolate and bully me. Even though I know how to attack, and I know about the North, in the end, I'm only human. So I can't be perfect, that's why I've gathered trustworthy colleagues. I am who I am because of them. As he was thinking this, he listened with amusement to the old man's words. Suddenly, his body began to glow. It formed a pillar of light right where he stood. A shocked Berhath asked, What is this? Jian replied in surprise. Sir Berhath, I've just reached level 5. Berhath asked doubtfully. What? Just from listening to a few words? You leveled up to 5 just from a little lecture? Jian seriously used a level 5 invisibility spell and replied, It's true. Seeing his body slowly fade away, the man finally believed it and cried out. He thought with his jaw agape, he reached level 5 with just a few words? Even I can't do that. Using spirit stones for lighting and medicine isn't easy. One thing's for sure, this kid is completely different from Barrett. A disciple like this will improve very quickly. He makes me want to be a teacher. At that moment, he was happily trying out the new skills he had just acquired. I should try teleportation later. Berhath stood up as he thought. No, if it's him, he'll definitely grow strong no matter what. After thinking, he turned to leave. Jay asked, Are you leaving already, sir? He glanced back and replied, My purpose has been achieved. You've received your advice, so I must go. Are you planning on giving me money or something? See you again. If fate wills it, we will surely meet again. Gianni followed and said, I don't know where you're headed, but I will see you off. Berhath coldly refused. Annoying. Don't, Jay said awkwardly. Even so, where are you going? The old man asked back. Why do you need to know? Jay replied. I was just wondering where you're from. The old man then mused to himself. Where am I going? To the eastern continent, the Nas continent, May 1st, 1415. A piece of paper was placed on the table. A new year had begun. In his previous life, he was a corporate drone, a company employee who only knew how to bury his face in work. After reincarnating, he became the Fat Lord Jian of the Nas continent. It has now been exactly 1 year. Wiping his hands, he stepped outside, glanced at a vial, and decided, well then, I might as well drink it. The Blue Lar Poen Vial, a potion that grants experience points, obtained from Manhat's tomb. I drank it all back then, but if you fill the empty vial with blessed holy water, it resets every year on January 1st, turning into a Lafia potion with a hidden buff inside. Jian immediately drank the entire potion in a great mood to level up. With this level up, I'll invest all my stat points into magic power today, because things that require magic power to capture are all very draining, so my magic power needs to be invested in continuously. Jay smiled happily. Leveling up and getting more magic power just by drinking a potion feels great. Jay's abilities had now been upgraded to level 63. However, he still wasn't very satisfied. It's still a low level, after all. Because of the option on Dux's bracelet, it seemed he needed to pay more attention to leveling up now. The fifth option of Dux's bracelet. When your level is lower than your opponent's, your strength and intelligence stats will be doubled. Jian decided on a plan. When the work in the Cinder Kingdom is finished, I'll take my disciples to a dungeon with me. Seeing the notification, he smiled until his eyes crinkled. Disciple Julian has read Gig Administration and achieved a great enlightenment. 10 stat points have been awarded to the teacher as a reward. 4 months ago, in Paradiso's system window, there was an option every time my class increased. Accordingly, there were many rewards I could choose from, but I had decided long ago that if I reached class 5, there was only one choice. That was the conclusion I came to after thinking about how to best leech off others. He quickly realized what it was, enhancing the nurturing project. He told himself, well, it's because I've worked hard to cultivate them. Anyway, who would dare to say anything when I receive the fruits of their growth? The system window appeared. Current disciples, this applies to include Hiji, Isabel, Lena, and Mia. If you proceed with the enhancement, the number of applicable disciples will increase from 4 to 8. From now on, you can register a total of 8 disciples. As your disciples grow, you will also share in their joy as their teacher. Jian smirked. As the old saying goes, practice makes perfect. Julian has learned a lot about administrative, external forces. He happily shared with her, I have received so much guidance from the Lord, so it's only natural to respect him as my teacher. Ornis was following his instructions very well. When she heard about it, she was overjoyed. A contract with me, sir? Is it something like a slave contract? How embarrassing, my lord. Lockett had overcome the obstacle of his age and was training very well. He said with admiration, my current progress is all thanks to you, my lord. Jian reflected for a moment. Seeing his disciples grow through his teachings, everything was going according to plan. This time, Jia believed so as well. However, he asked himself, a contract? Chloe was looking at him with a dazed expression. The growth contract isn't for any particular reason. It's just a memorandum of sorts. You can think of it as a promise. I will help you gain knowledge in combat. She remained silent, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Jia was sweating bullets. I can feel the emotions hidden inside. Just give up. Then, Chloe suddenly spoke. My lord. Her feet moved forward. Really? Chloe then uttered a question from the bottom of her heart. Can you truly make me stronger? He confirmed without hesitation. Of course. No matter what questions you have, I am prepared to answer them all. About calling me teacher. Before he could finish, she drew her sword. Jia was alarmed by this. Chloe, what's wrong? But her expression remained as cold as ice. Immediately after, an unexpected event occurred. The atmosphere fell silent. Then, Chloe held a brick in her hand. I have learned that important matters must be sealed with blood. Hearing this, Jian cried a river internally. You should have said that earlier. Chloe suddenly knelt down. My lord, the knowledge that Miss Enla cannot teach, as well as your diverse experiences. Please, teach me how to become stronger. Jian couldn't help but be surprised. Chloe looked up, her face flushed red. All this time, I couldn't say it, but for a very long time, I have wanted to receive your teachings. Jay became flustered. He then explained with a red face, I was just thinking about something else, so my concentration was disturbed. Crafting is very difficult, so first, let's regain our focus. The crafting skill involves using tricks that very few artisan players in Paradiso have ever used. After dismantling legendary items, you only merge the cores to create a new legendary item. This is a task with an extremely high degree of difficulty, as you have to synchronize the set. I have to use the items and the quantities listed on them, and I have to make everything look natural. Reconstruction is not something everyone dares to attempt. Jian picked up the materials to examine them. If the system has a loophole, of course, I have to study it carefully and exploit it. Artisans around the world believe that carelessly disassembling artifacts will make you suffer the wrath of the gods. If you don't know anything about intricate crafting, you could ruin priceless items. In any case, there are no known items like this at the moment. Jian thought to himself that these are just experimental items, so it's okay if a few of them break. And since I'm using the limited tools of a Bara artisan, the work is easier. Jian then stretched with satisfaction. My back. A man's lifeline is his lower back, so I have to take good care of it. If my back gives out in the prime of my youth. Suddenly, he received a notification. Your disciple Raucus has achieved sword mastery. You have received 10 stat points as a reward for being his master, Jian reminded himself. Raucus is working so hard, so I can't afford to be lazy either. He began to draw a circle and happily started his creation. Images of everyone appeared in his mind. I want to continue gathering talented people by my side and achieve the best possible results. He was determined to become the protagonist of this great world. Finally, he completed it. Done. The combining process is finished. You can infuse it with 3,000 mana to complete it. When the synthesis process is complete, items with new names and classifications will be created. Jian reached out his hand, releasing his energy. The mana is sufficient. At last, Barzin has been created. Seeing it, Jian was overjoyed. I have 2 skills related to crafting. Investing about 2 months was worth it. Then he reflected, now I don't need Mon III's tombs. With these recycling tricks, I can get items that were once only obtainable from Mon III's tombs. A voice called from outside the door. My lord, the morning is ready. Chloe is here to see you. Hearing this, he let out a chuckle and then told her, I'll be down right away, so tell her to wait a moment. Yes, my lord. Jian took off his coat with a pale face. I was so focused on crafting that I didn't realize it had gotten so late. I need to get outside quickly. Then he froze with a terrified expression. She was standing right over there. I'm coming now. Chloe was still standing outside. waiting for him. As night fell over the Sin Cinder's kingdom, Yel received a letter from Lord Jian. He then heated the paper with a flame, but still couldn't grasp the meaning. I don't understand what he means. Jian held his hand forward. Come on, at me. He then turned his head to Chloe and praised her. Nice dodge, Chloe. I couldn't even see it. She was no pushover either and declared, if I get the chance, I will continuously aim for your back, my lord. He accepted the challenge. If you can, then by all means. Chloe took a short break afterward. He truly is a master. No matter how I attack, he parries it all. Chloe flashed an eager smile. To be honest, I'd like to train for 24 hours straight. Jian suddenly stepped up from behind. When he touched her back, she flinched. Seeing Chloe lost in thought, Jian asked, What are you thinking about, Chloe? No, when you said you were aiming for me, I was very worried, but it seems you're thinking about something else. She looked away, shyly denying it. No, it's nothing. Jian then advised her, Take a little break. Your focus isn't what it usually is. She replied quietly, I'm sorry. Hearing that, he lowered his voice to reassure her. It's nothing to apologize for. This is just training. But in a real battle, the enemy would have seen that opening. Your head might have gone flying, Chloe replied softly. Yes. Jian then asked seriously, You said you wanted a real battle. Have you forgotten that your hair was burned? She glanced down and replied, That's not important. Whether it's my hair or my clothes, they're just external things. Jian picked up a water bottle, took a drink, and said, If you make another mistake like that next time, I might just have to shave your head. My lord. Rakis was waving at him from a distance. Rakis has finally arrived. We need to talk for a bit, so you should rest. She agreed, of course. Yes. Chloe then walked over to a chair and sat down. She suddenly looked to the side, where a forgotten wine jug sat. Chloe's face suddenly turned bright red. Liam had advised her, If you care about him, you should pay attention. In any case, you'll be in the domain for a long time. If you have other intentions, just tell me. She was startled by those words. Chloe put a hand to her forehead, wondering why Raki spoke gently. My lord, I truly apologize for coming so early. I hope I wasn't interrupting your date today? Jian immediately denied it. Not at all. It wasn't a date, just training. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Jian hesitated. But what was so important that you had to come in person? In the next second, Rakis also paused. Yes, there is something. They then got straight to the point. The civil war in the Sin Cinder's kingdom seems to have escalated. Not long ago, it was just a small-scale civil war between nobles. So, they've officially raised their banners now? He confirmed it. Yes, they have. The powers that control the south and the north, the second and third princes have turned on each other, just as you predicted, my lord. Jian immediately asked, How is the army's training? Is it going well? Rakis detailed the situation. Yes. Thanks to the intensified training every day for the past 6 months, the soldiers have all improved. Their combat strength is now serviceable. Mr. Onsen and the mobile troops also joined the training to get in sync, and Rakis reached inside his coat to pull something out. He drew a sword. The sword that you crafted. My lord, the Kandia. Jian took it and asked excitedly, Well, are you satisfied with it? Rakis immediately replied, Yes, it can crush even a high-quality steel sword in an instant. Jian shared, I was worried at first since it was just a prototype. I hope this sword serves as a commendation for your efforts. Rakis was overjoyed and unsheathed it. Yes, thank you so much for giving me such a sword. With this sword, I will eliminate all who threaten you, my lord. That's wonderful. He looked back at the soldiers behind him and said, Yes, my lord. I have one more thing to report. He held his hand forward, and an illusion of soldiers appeared. It's about the matter you asked me to investigate regarding the knights. Jian permitted him. You can speak freely now, Rakis reported without hesitation. Yes, the results were significant. On the contents of a video device installed in the outskirts of the domain, we discovered dark mages performing forbidden rituals in the outskirts of our Chongta territory. After raiding the site and interrogating them upon capture, it was confirmed that they belonged to a cult of mages. Hearing this, Jian grinned triumphantly. As expected, his fist clenched. Got it. Eliminate the dark cult. They're the cause of this war. The holy state religion of the Cinder's Radius Kingdom considers any other faith a heresy, and the dark cult, with its connection to black magic, is the kingdom's #1 priority to eliminate. In other words, anyone who believes in it, or any power that supports it, receives no protection from the kingdom. If they're in the neutral zone between the kingdom of Cinders and our domain, worshipping the darkness, and the kingdom can't protect them, Then our territory can expand indefinitely. Lockett looked bewildered. Lord J immediately snapped back to reality. My apologies, I was lost in thought. So, what's next? He continued his report. First, I'll brief you on the territories we've confirmed. Accra, Muluran, and Retica. Jian closed his eyes, thinking, humanity moves so fast. Then he opened them again. If this were the original timeline, the Umbra Church would just be forming now. From what I remember, it has appeared 3 times earlier than it should have. He suddenly asked the Lord, what do you plan to do now? Jian quickly laid out a plan. First, we'll use the video equipment to secure the footage. We'll have to launch an aggressive war of words. After that, the 3 rear regions will focus on claiming the credit. This is precisely what we've been building up our military strength for. This war will also require the full mobilization of Aggressio's guards. He's a man of sound judgment, Jian calculated internally. I will act when the time is perfect. See via domain. Lockett, I'm putting you in charge of the video equipment. He replied firmly. I accept the assignment, my lord. The cause of the war is clear. Precisely. Jay walked over to her and said with a smile, Chloe, that's enough training for today. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Faced with her silence, he asked himself, has she been waiting for too long? Time flew by. 3 months after Sevia declared war on the neighboring domains, the results were just as expected. It was one victory after another. The regions of Accra, Mudulan, and Retica were unable to resist and fell before the Sevia army. The key players were Captain Aggressio and his unpredictable troops. However, the one who struck terror into the hearts of all their opponents was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Sevia army, the Lord. That man is only 26 years old this year. This is certainly not an age where one should have reached his class. No one could have imagined how quickly he had grown. A crowd gathered, buzzing with conversation. Is Prince Talon also at the Umbra gathering? And Prince G, too? Mara suddenly asked. Brother, what are you thinking about? Yell then turned and shared his concerns with her. Mara, I'm worried that things have already gone this far. What if Lord Jack fails? To be honest, I'm even more nervous than the Lord himself right now. Hearing this, Mara smiled brightly and reassured him. Don't worry, brother. According to the reports, he's achieving one major victory after another. The fact that the Lord is continuously releasing video evidence of the cultists is the very reason for his victories. Isel spoke up. Exactly. The evidence that's been presented has stopped the other parties from concocting conspiracy theories, Mara continued. That's why they aren't allowed to enter or leave the more strategic areas. As you already know, Yell added, our kingdom is a nation that reveres the Holy Janus Church. Mara clasped her hands behind her back. Yes, Yell concluded bluntly, and this incident will serve as a warning to those who have strayed from the path, like our 2 brothers. Night had fallen. Yell sat in his chair and opened a letter to read. Your Highness, I trust you are well these days? I hope you will burn this letter after reading it. The war and the consolidation of our forces have gone very smoothly. Furthermore, I have no intention of invading the kingdom, as I too am a follower of the Holy Faith. I am simply forcing all the followers of the dark cult within the kingdom to retreat completely. You are doing an excellent job in your position for now. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, do not concern yourself too much with the army, until that day comes. He then burned the letter. Yell gritted his teeth, speechless and furious. You are far too cunning. The 4th domain, post it. A bitter scream rang out. You bastard, Jian! A soldier snarled at him. Do you think you'll be safe even if you kill me? Even if I die, the countless members of our cult won't let you get away with it. After striking him down mercilessly, Jian turned with a smile. Lockett, this Kendia sword handles beautifully, doesn't it? Of course, I'm sure it was painful, sir. Suddenly, an announcement came through. My lord, a report on the situation in the city, he reported in a hurried voice. They've all opened the gates and surrendered their weapons. They claim they never cooperated with the Ambra cult leader and are begging for their lives. Jian didn't hesitate to give the order. First, disarm all of them and throw them in the dungeons. Judge them according to their crimes. They will be dealt with according to the law of the land. Lockett was overjoyed. My lord, the 4th domain has finally fallen into our hands. It's like splitting bamboo. No one can stop you, my lord, or the Sevia army. Suddenly, Lockett's hands began to tremble. Jian looked over, a bit surprised. Immediately, Lockett knelt on one knee. You've worked hard, Lockett replied with pride. Not at all, sir. From the moment you entrusted me with this mission, every single day has been a joy. To stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the battlefield, defeating our enemies. As a soldier, Only now do I truly understand what it means to be alive. Jian instructed him gently. Lock it. Keep up this momentum. The Cinder's kingdom is embroiled in civil war, and this is our opportunity. He replied with pride. Yes, please entrust the vanguard mission to me, my warlord. Hearing this, Jian froze. For a moment, I thought I misheard him. Warlord? That's a title I've never been called before. It feels almost forbidden. The strongest army. And, just like that, the unstoppable army of Sevia. We just kept advancing. 3 months passed in a flash. Jian was studying a map. He thought to himself, compared to 3 months ago, our domain has expanded 5-fold. We can't just absorb another 34 domains. We've currently reached our maximum limit for territorial expansion. If we take any more territory, it won't be the Sevia domain anymore, but a new nation. You have obtained the title, Grand Lord. Charisma has increased by 100. Effect of the Grand Lord title. The entire Grand Domain will immediately receive the blessings and good fortune of the gods for a period of 2 years. For the next 2 years, the probability of natural disasters, such as droughts, floods, and typhoons, will be reduced by 90%. He looked at the notification with a delighted expression, having received the Grand Lord title. Jian smiled triumphantly. And at this very moment, the large-scale video equipment is also ready. The time has come. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. My lord, my lord. Seeing her rush in like that, Jian calmly tried to soothe her. What's wrong? Hayes hesitated, unable to speak. It's me. Then she beamed at him and proudly announced, I can finally use my divine power. All my hard work and sacrifice for the past 6 months has finally paid off. Jian was taken aback. What? You've awakened your divine power? I'm so happy for you. This is some of the best news I've heard in a long time. She ran to him, overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Divine power. For a healer, having it or not makes an enormous difference. If a normal healer with a basic healing technique can restore 10 health points, then, with the same amount of mana, but adding divine power, a healer can restore 20 health points. That's already a huge gap at the start, but the difference only gets bigger with higher-level healing techniques. Hayes then added proudly, It's all thanks to that legendary item you gave me, my lord. The cursed bracelet. When I only wore the bracelet, I felt really unwell. But when I wore it with the ring that restores the health lost from the curse, I was able to train without ever stopping. Hayes was getting incredibly excited. My lord, how did you come up with such a brilliant method? Is it some kind of Eastern training technique? Jian then cheerfully suggested. So with your divine power, do you think you can master intermediate healing techniques? Hayes blushed and hesitated. It shouldn't be a problem, my lord. Then, he quickly pulled out a dagger. To test your skills. This is the fastest way, right? She looked at him, surprised. I really don't understand you, my lord. There are plenty of ways to test my skills without you having to hurt yourself. The burn on your hand, my lord. I want to be the one to heal it, she confessed. Every time I see it, my heart aches. It's the reason I'm determined to train even harder. He was touched. Oh, Hayes. In that case, hurry up and let me feel it. She got a little flustered. My lord, you know the word feel has a strange connotation, right? They went back and forth for a bit. I meant, let me feel your healing power. Then hurry up and show me the wound. Just then, Gragas furiously slammed his fist on the table. That bastard, Jian. A nearby soldier asked, Your Highness, what's wrong? Gragas then began to explain, his voice choked with emotion. Prince Leon and his father committed suicide by poison. Jess was defeated in battle and beheaded, and Yel never cared about the throne, so I thought the succession was naturally mine. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Success was right within my grasp, but that brat Yel dared to release that video behind my back. What a two-faced little snake. Gragas collapsed into his chair. It all went wrong by one single step. This is all because of that bastard's video device. He shot a harsh glare to his side. Gragas immediately barked out an order. Hey, you! You didn't hear anything about this device. Are you seriously telling me that all of this was developed in just 1 year? The man stammered. Your Highness, I really don't know. Gragas screamed, Shut up, and struck the man down before yelling again. Capri, get in here, now! His bellowing voice made Capri jump. Gragas then gave a cold command. Withdraw the troops immediately and take care of this. Phelan led his knights into the forest. Faster! Jess tried to reason with him. Your Highness, please calm down. Prince Yel had nothing to do with preparing or causing any of this. But Phelan didn't listen. Silence. Everything I've worked for is ruined. How can you expect me to be calm? The blond man persisted. Those recording devices were created. I just assumed Prince Yell was working under Jian, the man continued. Prince Yell has almost no way to argue against us. We can crush him at any moment. Phelan roared. Get to the point. The blonde man grimaced and said, we shouldn't be focusing on Prince Yell. Jian is the one behind all of this. Phelan disagreed. There's no reason for Jian to meddle so deeply in the kingdom's problems. The blonde man was speechless. It's hopeless, he thought. He's completely lost himself to his rage. This is pointless. Yell is still being watched. This wasn't in the report from the spy I planted near Yell. Those evil smiles keep flashing in my mind. This is all so ridiculous. Damn it. Why am I only realizing this now? At this rate, I'm finished. Phelan charged forward. Move faster. To the capital. We'll smash their army before they can even think of fighting back. The knights charged forward with him. Yell, you traitor. But as they rode on, something was buried in the ground beneath them. Phelan cried out in alarm. Wait, stop! But it was too late. The device exploded. It was a large recording device. People gathered around, discussing what they saw. How despicable. On the video, Prince Jess and Prince Phelan. Using black magic? No way. The citizens were in an uproar. So the second and third princes are followers of the dark faith? And here I thought they were so brave for allying with the Ambra Church. How disgusting. At this rate, the only person qualified to inherit the throne is Prince. Suddenly, another voice cut through the noise as a figure on horseback rode in. People of the city of Sinel. From this moment on, we will control all entrances to the capital. As traitors to the kingdom, they are a disgrace to the royal family. The execution of Prince Phelan and Prince Jess is absolutely justified. The people cried out, Prince Yell, Prince, please save us from the dark faith. Yell calmed them down. Do not panic. I am here to protect all of you. From behind him, Mara spoke up. Although they carry royal blood, we must prioritize the well-being of the people. The people raised their hands and cheered. All hail the great King Yell and Princess Mara. Long live our kingdom of cinders. The air was thick with smoke and dust. Prince Phelan, are you all right, Your Highness? Jess gritted his teeth and raised his sword defensively. Who are you? A figure appeared before him. Capri. You were bound to face me sooner or later. The knight raised his sword. You'll never see Prince Phelan again, unless you can get through me. It seems you've fallen right into my trap, Prince Phelan. Jian smirked, watching the scene unfold from a high vantage point. Looks like you've walked right into my trap. Prince Phelan. Jian's eyes glowed red. It's because you lost control of yourself at the most critical moment. After speaking, he vanished. Phelan was still standing amidst the smoke. Damn it, Jian. Are they all dead? A status window appeared. Phelan. Level 77. Special traits. Mysterious swordsmanship style. A rank. Ambra faith. B rank. General info. An heir to the throne. Greedy. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Model Jian smiled as Prince Phelan appeared. Phelan furiously cursed. Jian, you treacherous bastard. The man laughed in disbelief. You dare interfere in the internal affairs of the kingdom, you fool. Do you think you can just walk away with your head still attached to your neck after this is over? Jian said. I don't mean to butt in, but I have a feeling I won't be dying today. Anyway, he chuckled. I'm confident that from this day forward, our Prince Phelan will no longer have to take on any missions. Phelan didn't understand. He drew his sword. I'll cut you in two, along with the sinner you're colluding with. Ha! Jian floated in the air with a flame in his hand. That sounds great. So why don't you use me as your first test subject? Phelan cursed. Insolent. He charged at Jian, yelling, Die! Jian shot a stream of fire at him. Phelan used his sword to block the flame. The fire gathered on the blade. Phelan used a secret sword technique to slash the flame back. He took a step forward and lunged at Jian, using rapid sword strikes, continuously swinging his blade. A slash cut through Jian's cloak. He winced, looking down. Jian held the torn end of his cloak and said, You've torn my cloak, Your Highness. Jian covered his mouth and laughed. Oh no. Or should I call you the guard dog of the Ambra Church? Phelan's sword hand trembled, and he roared in anger. Shut up! As the tip of the sword lunged, Jian blocked it. He said, Well now, it's my turn, isn't it? Jian used magic, launching a hook-shaped flame. Phelan remained unharmed. Your magic is useless against my swordsmanship. Jian didn't reply. Is he talking about his special anti-magic armor and sword now? Jian continued to release his magic. Good thing I have Diluc's bracelet, otherwise. I might have been done for today. Phelan charged again. Don't be so smug. Jian managed to dodge in time. Phelan was getting tired. What's going on? I can't do anything but defend myself. He's just a 4th-level mage. I should have the advantage here. A drop of blood fell to the ground as Jian continued to use his magic. Is something wrong, Your Highness? Don't tell me you're already tired from just this much. Flames shot out from multiple directions, rushing toward Fallon. Ridiculous. Don't you know my swordsmanship specializes in anti-magic? No matter how much magic you use on, I'll cut it all down with this blade. Phelan's eyes widened. The flames suddenly erupted, attacking his armor. They were fire demons. He quickly used his rapid sword technique to slash the fire demons apart, but the fire demons returned to their original form. It was useless. They continued to charge at Phelan. Phelan couldn't fight back. Get away, you fire demons! Fire demons, forgive me! Jian released another wave of power. Phelan looked back as lights intertwined. Damn it, fire and ice used at the same time. Oh, a fire arrow. Phelan's eyes reflected the bright spots as a fireball shot forward. It grazed past Phelan's face, pushing him back. Jian floated in the air, then unleashed a barrage of ice arrows. They pierced Phelan, and blood dripped down. This is going nowhere. Phelan fell to his knees. Jian said, "You can repel magic," but at the last second, I took the opportunity to launch a fire arrow. Jian turned away. "This is what happens when you don't know your own limits," Phelan said. "I was wondering why you left Redis to come here. It's so obvious." Phelan screamed. "Where are you, Lord Capri?" Jian replied, "He's not coming." Phelan fell into despair. "Is all the effort I've put in until today going to collapse just like this? Humph. This is the consequence of trying to take the easy way out by borrowing Ambra's power." Phelan said, "I was destined to be the successor who would make this kingdom more prosperous than ever. It was more because of Redis's outdated doctrines. I always felt that Ambra was more in the right." Enough with the chatter. Jian raised his foot and kicked him. Phelan fell, and a necklace dropped. Jian picked it up. Clu's necklace. Clu's was the masked man with the sharp-toothed mouth. During the Garden of Paradise arc, he was the leader of Ambra, a madman who wanted to monopolize all magic. He was a scheming, deceitful man who always led others down the wrong path. He was the type to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals if necessary. Jian thought to himself, "I'm not entirely sure, but if this is his doing, then his purpose is all too clear." This is what was controlling Prince Phelan. He clenched the necklace in his hand. Jess was also in the middle of a battle. "Don't get in my way." Two swords clashed. Jess gritted his teeth. "What's with this guy? He can block a strike from the blood-drenched sword." Suddenly, something shot from behind. It pierced Jess's back, causing him to spurt blood. Jess collapsed to the ground. "Serves you right." Jian approached, carrying Fallon on his shoulder. "Sorry, Lockit. Looks like I'm a little late." Milos. The other knights spoke up. "Don't tell me you were hiding because you were scared. Let's show them our strength." A sword clashed with magic, and the knight immediately fell. "Sorry, but that's not going to happen." A figure in fur suddenly launched an attack on the group of knights. "Lord Milos ordered us to eliminate all black magic users like you." Blood splattered everywhere. "Help! Phelan is going to be imprisoned." As for Phelan, he avoided the death penalty but will spend the rest of his life in prison. Jess had already left. After hearing the news, Jess immediately left the kingdom, and there were no rumors about him. Since then, one source says he escaped to a place recommended by the leader of Ambra. Cheers erupted throughout the city. Following Jian's advice, Yel waited until the last moment to appear and take all the credit for himself. That's how Yel ascended to the throne, taking advantage of the 9th royal rule. Jian knelt before Yel and said, "I, Jian, offer you my greetings." "Your Highness," Yel spoke. "You did everything to end that war and put me in this position. It's truly praiseworthy." Jian replied, "You don't need to flatter me, Your Highness." "Your Highness," he asks, "to reward you for what you have done, I will grant you the title of a vassal of the kingdom. Do you have any objections?" He says, "I am only doing what I believe is right. Your Highness, I didn't do all this just to become your subordinate." "Your Highness," a noble panicked. "What? How dare you?" Jian chuckled softly. Yel stood up and declared, "From this day forward, Jian will be a duke, ruling over a territory of our kingdom, and I am the one who grants him this. This decree will be enacted without any binding ties to me. As such, I will not require any oath or form of commitment." He continued, "Therefore, any objection will be considered a challenge to my authority as king. So, I expect no further discussion on this matter. As a reward for you, Yel, I will provide a portion of the territory to Duke Jian." "Duke Jian, you have prevented the fall of our kingdom." Everyone agreed. "We will never forget your contribution to the kingdom. Duke Jian, we thank you for your efforts. All hail the esteemed Duke Jian. All hail King Yel. All hail Duke Jian." Night fell, and a voice echoed in the forest. "My lord, may I please remove this armor?" The artifact was a blood-stained sword, Locket's armor. "It's a gift from me," Gian said. "Ah, well, I just happened to pick it up from Count Capriro's place. How does it feel?" Locket replied, "When you say you happened to pick it up, the victor always has the right to do as he pleases with the vanquished." Locket gripped the sword. "It gives me a feeling of reliability." He looked at his palm. "It's as if I can clearly see the fusion between myself and the sword." Locket then said, "May I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Gian replied. Locket continued, "I have never seen such unity among soldiers in all my life. They all respect you, and are willing to sacrifice their own lives for you. They all dream of a brighter future under your rule." Locket knelt on one knee. "Although to others, they may worship a god in the clouds above, I will only worship the god standing right before me." Gian was slightly surprised. Locket was crying as he reached out his hand. Gian lowered himself. "I understand. Your words have left an impression on me." At that, Locket cried even harder. "In the VIP room, Your Highness, Your Majesty," Mara said. "Ah, yes, Brother Yell. That sounds better," Yell said. "You mentioned you had something to discuss with me. It's something unrelated to the Duke's investiture ceremony, right?" Mara fiddled with her teacup. "Yes. Speak. I'll listen to your thoughts," Mara explained. "The development of the territories is almost unbelievable. Agriculture, printing, commerce, the prison system, and so on. To quickly stabilize the kingdom, we will certainly need the Duke's help." "That's true," Yell replied. "Such things would take others 10 years, but Gian can accomplish them in 1. "I agree," she said. Mira's hand trembled. "Brother, I think there's something I can do for the kingdom, and for you." Yell was surprised. "Mara? I've made a decision," Mara said. "I believe we have something that can help our kingdom prosper even more." Mara placed a hand on her chest. "We need a political marriage with the Clue royal family. The sealed state requires 2 days and 12 hours until undone. No further disclosures." Yell confessed. "To be honest, I almost found myself tempted by power. I even considered betraying you and taking all the glory for myself." Gian said, "I understand, Your Highness. There was always a chance for you to cast me aside and reap all the benefits for yourself." Yell laughed. "Regardless, we have become allies, and I believe this is a good time for us to do something for each other." "Thank you, Your Highness." Mara spoke up. "I should be the one saying thank you. Duke Gian, without you, our kingdom would not be what it is today. I sincerely thank you." She hesitated, and Gian prompted her. "Please speak, Princess." Yell called out, "Duke Gian." "Yes, Your Highness, what do you think of Mara becoming your duchess?" Gian froze at the question. "A political marriage." A voice echoed in the room. "I would also very much like to maintain a friendly relationship with you, Duke Gian. Truly, I have greatly admired you." All 3 of them fell silent. Mara studied the man opposite her, his character, decisiveness, and self-sacrifice. Gian lifted his teacup. "Your Majesty and Your Highness the Princess," he said bluntly, "I cannot accept this proposal." Both Yell and Mara were stunned. Gian thought to himself, "Even if I did agree to this proposal, the northern region of this kingdom is incredibly weak and could collapse at any moment. Although I can understand their desperation." Gian said aloud, "I will not hesitate to provide any assistance to help everyone eradicate the remnants of the Ambra cult." However, he brought up his father. "I don't wish to be bound by any relationship. This is also one of the special traditions I must follow, just like my father." Gian smiled inwardly. "Of course, father. He never said anything about his own life, but he would understand, right?" Yell asked, "So, you will agree to form a cooperative relationship with us, but you refuse the marriage proposal?" "That is correct," Gian replied. Yell continued, "And because it is your family's tradition, it cannot be changed?" "I see." Mara's eyes clearly showed her sadness. Gian said awkwardly, "Of course, it's not that I think the princess is unworthy of me. You are a very admirable person. Your Highness, in truth, I believe that I am too lowly and unworthy of you." Mara immediately denied it. "Duke Gian, I don't think that's important at all." Princess Mara," Gian interrupted, "I have no desire for a political marriage. If you two are unwilling to maintain the relationship we have now and only think of marriage, then the future you fear will become a reality." Yell and Mara were speechless. "However, if you two decide to betray me, I will not hesitate to retaliate." "Very well. I understand." The conversation came to an end. Outside, a heavy rain was falling as Gian departed. "It's starting to rain, my lord. You should use teleportation. The rain is still falling heavily. This will help me survey the kingdom, so I will take this opportunity. You should return quickly. Yes, my lord. Jian held out his hand to catch the raindrops. You know, I think the rainy season has arrived. The map was divided into many regions. The rainy season in the northern regions of the NAS continent usually begins in the 7th month and lasts for 1 month. Last year, the northernmost region of the continent was barely affected by it. But this year, the rain has caused flooding in the area near the river. Jian walked through the downpour, his cloak wrapped around him. Although its effects won't be very clear for the next 2 years, the probability of droughts, floods, insect infestations, and other natural disasters affecting this territory will decrease by 90%. This whole territory should be fine, but we're not the only territory along the river. That's the problem. Jian paused when he heard a voice say, "This is the Ot Sao River. You can't go around here." He stopped to listen to the conversation. There was a huge flood last year. It was terrifying. So, do you think a plague will break out again? It's possible, but no matter what, King Yel will protect us. Rain poured down on Jian. If it rains even more this year, more territories will be affected. If that happens, the people of this kingdom will have to run for cover. First, I should find a place to get out of the rain. At a tavern, he went inside. Have you heard? Someone at a nearby table was gossiping. I'm talking about the man who defeated Phelan and his army. A viscount, wasn't he? I think he's a duke now. You're talking about him, right? A blond man asked excitedly in a loud voice. Just a few months ago, he was a chubby, country bumpkin, but he's gotten pretty handsome lately. Jian covered his mouth to hide a smile. So, they still don't know I'm a handsome, ripped guy. A server approached and asked, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Jian ordered a beer. "Thank you." "Yes, sir. Please wait just a moment." The door opened. What awful weather today. The tavern was full. Are there no seats left? Every table was full. Let's see. Only Jian's table had a spot. Excuse me? What is it? His eyes revealed his astonishment. The person before him was a special inclination, blessed by the god lunatics. Analyzing subjects with special inclinations is impossible. The young man asked, "Hey, is anyone sitting here? Do you mind if I join you?" The blessing of a god. Be wary of Luna Cassios, one of the gods from the Paradiso era. If he has a god's blessing, then that makes him the protagonist. But I don't have a single clue about him. The young man spoke again. "Sorry. I don't sense any hostile intent from him." Jian agreed. "Sit down, but I'd at least like to know who you are." The young man replied, "I'm Kai Ko." Jian took off his hood. "I'm Jian. Sit down." Kai Ko was startled. "Jian? You're the Jian?" Jian waved his hand dismissively. "That's me. But please, could you keep your voice down?" Kai Ko sat down and ordered his food. "To think I'd meet you here. It's truly an honor to meet you, sir. Excuse me, 1 beer." "Thank you." Kai Ko seemed embarrassed. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Kai Ko, from the Duchy of Saklot. But to be honest, I was kicked out by my family, and I don't have a single coin to my name." Jian asked, "The Duchy of Saklot? You mean that large territory in the south, ruled by Baman Saklot?" "Yes, that's the one." The man surrounded by countless women. If it's Duke Saklot's southern territory, then it must be a wealthy region within the southern trade hub of the kingdom. He has a lot of children, so it's not surprising there's no information about Kai Ko. Jian asked, "So what reason brought you from the southern territories all the way to a remote place like the north? Here's your beer." Kai Ko placed a coin on the table. "This is for mine and for the gentleman in front of me." Kai generously added, "The rest is a tip." The server was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, sir." The overflowing foam. "It's not really necessary, but since you're treating me to this round, I'll drink it gratefully." "No, you don't have to do that." But Kai Ko looked at him with admiration. "You look so young, sir. I'll be turning 26 this year." Jian was surprised. "Is that so? What a coincidence. We're the same age." Ko was even more shocked. "Huh? We're the same age? Oh, man. I must be going blind." He let out a nervous laugh. Kai Ko said awkwardly, "Honestly, I'm a bit embarrassed. I was hesitant about trying to make a living with my sword skills, but I'm quite envious of you. A duke who rules over a vast territory. For someone who's blessed by a god," Jian thought. His words and actions show a serious lack of confidence. He observed the person across from him. Kai Ko was still smiling. He could really be the protagonist. "I want to see what this man, with a god's backing, can do." Jian asked, "So where are you headed?" Ko replied, "I'm planning to join the Arakan Mercenary Corps." They continued their conversation. "I heard they're forming a raid party for the underground caves of the ruins. After all, raiding dungeons is the fastest way to get rich." Arakan. You mean that talented group famous for challenging the most difficult dungeons? The spider on the corner of the wall. Ah, yes, that's them. There are a lot of rumors that if you get seriously injured during one of their dungeon raids, they'll just abandon you. There are quite a few rumors like that. That's why they're called the prickly mercenaries, the dark caves. The underground caves are one of the ruins. It's a dungeon that looks like a cave, located in the northeastern part of the kingdom from the Paradiso era. If I remember correctly, it's in the top 3 most hated dungeons. Jian looked away. Both of those places are quite familiar to me. The underground caves of the ruins and the demon army refuse are the 2 dungeons I enjoyed raiding the most. Jian said, there are quite a few dungeons I enjoy raiding, not just those 2. He raised his glass. Well then, let's have a beer together. I'll pray for your safe return, Kaiko said, and I'll pray for the prosperity of your domain, Duke Jian. He stood up. I'm very glad we had this talk. I had always hoped I would get to speak with you one day. And now, it's come true, Jian asked. Are you getting ready to leave already? Kaiko turned away. I have a lot to prepare. I was just sitting here to get out of the rain, sorry. But as he was leaving, Jian said, if you change your mind, come to Caribia. I'll repay you for today with some of Caribia's finest beer. Kaiko replies, thank you very much. I'll be wandering around quite a bit, so I'll be sure to stop by someday. Then, the Duke saw him to the door. Take care, Jian just thought to himself. See you next time. Suddenly, Kaiko clutched his head. What is this? This headache. The rain poured down. Suddenly, Jian clutched his head. What is this pain? He scanned the room. Where? Where is it coming from? Jian desperately searched. Where? Where did it come from? Jian noticed the server with purple eyes. The woman looked back at him. It's her. A man brought her a drink. Red Queen, would you like another drink? A special inclination, blessed by the demon Helasis. Analyzing subjects with special inclinations is impossible. Jian was stunned. Another blessed person. Should I be on the lookout for villains too? Jian became irritable. This headache of mine. It's not just a normal headache. It seems this person named Red Queen used some kind of curse or spell to affect my mind. He glanced down at his ring. A normal person would have collapsed from her spell. But luckily for me, I'm wearing the Grazer ring. Tino. Model. Grazer's core, rank 45, A0. Option 1. Magic power increases by 100. Option 2. All negative spirits are dispelled. You will be protected from spirits by the soul of Grazer. The Red Queen looked to the side. She stared at Jian, the Red Queen's eyes never leaving him. Jian chugged his beer as if pouring it straight into his mouth. Why hasn't a single god blessed me? Even though I've followed my own path. With victory after victory. Can't you all be a little fair to me? Let's go. The Red Queen spat out all her beer. You guys are leaving? The man said. It's time. It is? All right. Let's get going. He put a coat on the Red Queen. It seems those people are her subordinates or escorts. They don't look like they have any special inclinations at all. They seem to only have sword skills that they've polished over time. The 3 of them walked past Jian's spot. The Red Queen glanced down. Keiko. Red Queen. Who are you 2 really? Jian also snuck a glance at her. The Red Queen whispered. How interesting. She walked past Jay. See you later. A goblin was knocked out. Leveled up. Behind Jay was a pile of people stacked up. This year is honestly quite boring. It appeared last year, so I thought this year would be the same. I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to get stronger. The outbreak on the first day of the rock month has a magical seal. It's time to use the dimensional door bug. This door helps people teleport. This bug won't be fixed, so I'll abuse it. Jian looked off into the distance. But the space inside will be cut in half, which is quite concerning. He said, ah, well, whatever. Jian sat down to celebrate reaching level 70 and to balance his stars. Jian thought of the women. With magic stats supplemented by the efforts of the disciples and the increase in magic stats from training with Isabel. Geradovo. 70 strength, 110 stamina, 100 magic, 5,729 intelligence, 360 agility, 90 charm, 305 physical defense, 180 magical defense, 787. Both eyes sparkled. Defense. Magical defense has been unlocked? So awesome. Magical defense. If we classify ranks according to the Paradiso system, it will appear like this. His whole body was just a blinding light. 200 magical defense, rank 1, immunity. 400 defense, rank 2 immunity. 800 magical defense, rank 3, immunity. And so, looking at the system panel, it seems I can ignore rank 3 magic with my natural magic immunity. My physical defense is quite low. Maybe I can raise it with an artifact or something. A growl sounded from the side. Huh, what's that? Seer was foaming at the mouth. I must take revenge on that Ross guy. Chupa. Wait, what did you just say? Rat? I thought he was dead. Rat is. There's another cult, the leader of the Keiko cult's Black Faith, right? The Ambra cult isn't the only Black Faith. I was quite scared thinking about the day I'd have to face them, but Kia couldn't say anything. I didn't expect an orc to mutter the name Ross. Is there some connection between the outbreak and the Keiko cult? Jian gritted his teeth. Seems like there are some things that need to be reconsidered. Not just the Ambra cult, but Cao as well. The next day, he really wanted to see this. A glass vial filled with medicine, the herb Ranella, a high-grade magic synthesis device, another production line, a landmine production device. The stones were also on the line, a magic stone production device, and there was even a recording device in the final production stage. Isabella was stunned by this incredible sight. Below the palace was a series of automated production devices. She curiously approached. No matter what you're thinking, you always manage to surprise people. Jian also took a look at the product. So, how's it going? Her charm training, that is. Isabella answered. I've upgraded to 3 stars, and currently, I've only reached a 4-star charm stat. It's quite hard to learn, even though I'm on my own. Jian comforted her. Don't think so negatively. 3 stars is enough. You could easily make a living with just that. Isabella said loudly. What? I didn't try to raise my star level just to live a life like that, she said. My fate seems to have been destined to be tied to my past life. Jian asked. Fate? You never told me about that. Isabella remained silent. 65 years ago, someone was tied to a post, surrounded by shouts and curses. Witch, you evil thing, get out of here, right now. A blazing torch, the woman screamed, and the flames roared. Thank goodness, Shanilia has become cleaner again, killing the demons and protecting our empire. Isabella's face darkened. It would be better if you didn't know. That's the truth. I'm not saying that to arouse your interest or curiosity. Jian looked at her, thinking to himself, Isabella, she's very good at using magic, and she's a very cheerful person. Maybe it's because of her specialization in charm that she gets darker and darker as she trains. Isabella's face became emotionless. That makes me feel quite awkward. Even though it's just a class, I need to do something to cheer her up. Jian asked. All right, let's forget about it. Is the problem with your magic management? Isabella replied. There's a bit of a disturbance. I can't control it, but if needed, I can survive in battle long enough. Is something wrong? Isabella. Level 75, Strength 29, Stamina 41, Magic 401, Intelligence 100, Agility 19, Charm 54, Physical Defense 10, Magical Defense 33, Special Disposition, Despair, S rank Pain Healing, S rank Berserk, C rank General Personality, Anger, Love, Jealousy. Jian said, I want to go on a raid. I'll require a level equivalent to the 3rd Graves. Oh my goodness, Isabella asked. Where is it? Rad replied. Theman Amorphous. Isabella was surprised. Huh? There? I've heard stories about that place. A cave deep in the forest. I'll look into it. I've heard about it enough, and to this day its name still rings in my head. I'll do my best. Okay. Isabella left. I'll volunteer to lead. I was feeling a bit down. Thanks for cheering me up. Jian smiled. Looks like I managed to cheer her up. He turned on his heel. Now then, Jian went back to the shelf. Let's see. He stared at them. Then Jay's expression turned to surprise. He took out the recording device. Something interesting is about to happen. At the mansion, a recording device with a unique look. My territory is lacking 2% in cultural content. There's a way to solve it. It recorded the entire cityscape. I'm considering showing a movie through the visual equipment. A piece of military visual equipment being used for cultural purposes. Jian looked at the camera. I like this idea. A shadow appeared. Eloquent speeches that bend and capture the public's mind and stir the emotions hidden deep in their hearts. If you promise me 500 gold coins a month. A hand was raised. Based on this, I have built a fandom and a huge loyal audience from the very beginning. So you must promise me you'll grant me a position above even the general. Someone said. A film? First time I've heard of it, but it sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? It doesn't make any sense at all. Nothing can refute the words of a sincere man. Jian said, you won't find anyone in this country who can do that. It's too humiliating. It's all about the money. He winced slightly. We have to win over the final candidate. I'm sure I have no other choice but to meet him. Orenes PBIA. Now, Orenes rallies the crowd. Today, we've invited a famous speaker during our peak time. Please welcome Vandes Hans Peter. The orator spoke continuously. Thank you. Thank you. Vandes said, Today, I stand here. Orenes looked on. My lord. He was clearly filled with admiration. Wow. The place beside my lord is where I belong. Jian gestured, clenching his fist. CBA's great journey is ever moving forward. Vandes raised his hand. Let's discuss this. Jian smiled. Everyone around here is so happy. That was a truly wonderful speech. He's proposing we expand our power by sea, not by land. It looks like we'll need to build a true domain here in CBA. Let's wait and see if we're on the right path to prosperity, or if we've taken a wrong turn toward ruin. Jian glanced up, watching Vandes, predicting that the man's words held a magical power that would completely captivate the audience. Vandes Hans, Peter of Paradiso. He's a notorious orator for the demon army, a wicked criminal with a record that terrifies people. And yet, everyone is crowding around him. Everyone could feel his charisma, and were siding with the Demon King. Can I get your autograph? Jian gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Vandes was calling the Holy Allied forces foolish, corrupt, and rotten demons. Unlike Lena, he willingly became an orator for that demon army. That's why I have no desire to meet him. Orenes came up from behind. My lord, what brings you here? Jian turned around. Orenes, I came here to see someone. Orenes asked, Who is it? You mean Vandes? Yes. Orenes puffed out his chest. Ah, in that case, I'll show you where he is. Vandes is a key speaker for the PP, so he gets a really nice VIP room. As Orenes turned to leave, Jian called him back. Orenes, wait. Jian asked again. Do you remember that island I told you about? Orenes replied. I do, my lord. That's where the Dark Elves live. You said it would be a good place to build a relationship with them. Jian smirked. Yes, that's the one. The plan for the upcoming business expansion involves cooperating with the Dark Elves, and some other parties will be involved too. If I ask Ivan to set it up, I'm sure he'll save a spot for me. This is perfect, Jian said. It'll be a good experience to help you mature. Orenes was filled with admiration. Thank you, my handsome lord. Jian immediately smacked him on the head. Ow! The candle was still lit. Good evening, my dashing lord. Jian entered the room. You knew I was here, Vandes. You were trying to blend in, but you still stood out from the crowd. I couldn't help but notice. I have to acknowledge your talent. Thank you for listening to my speech. Orenes said, My lord, shall I make you a cup of Caracas Patan tea? Yes, thank you. With only the two of them left in the room, Vandes spoke up. I do apologize. I didn't intend to abuse my authority. Sir Orenes was just being overly attentive to me. Jian's eyes glowed red. There's nothing for you to apologize for. Because I gave Orenes full authority over what can and cannot be done here. Vandes smiled. This is the talent I've been searching for. Vandes's special abilities. Elegant oratory. Mesmerizing rhetoric A. Fanatical followers. Pop culture B. Mass hypnosis B. Jian considered it. He was still skeptical of the man. That's why I can't handle every single operation in the territory myself. He thought of Lena. Truly, no one can fill Vandes's shoes. But unlike Lena, I believe this man can change his own fate. Vandes spoke. My lord, Jian asked, do you wish to become my subject? With the title of Grand Minister of Foreign Affairs. For CBA, serving under my rule, not just as my spokesperson. Of course, I would entrust you with the authority to promote and develop our culture. Vandes was stunned. What? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs? My lord, what are you saying? He was ready to dedicate himself to serving him. A leader who ruled with an iron fist made it easy for him to say all the right things he never actually did. For example, deliberately covering up news of disasters happening in the territory. Weapons. Only the lowest of the low would deliberately betray the trust placed in them. Money. Organizations. Only demons greedy for money, and personal gain would care only about themselves. Vandes stood frozen. That was the look of a man who had committed sins without a shred of hesitation or remorse. He glanced to the side, but Jian was different. A lord who has pursued the welfare of his people since the very first piece of land he owned. He looked forward again. This man can be trusted. Vandes said, I have one condition. Jian replied. A condition? Name it. Vandes declared, I will not serve a leader who is consumed by vanity, a leader who will inevitably become a corrupt demon in the future. Because the Speakers Guild is the perfect place to bring the goals you've set to fruition. Jian laughed. Such lofty words. Vandes shouted, I am telling the truth. I am speaking the truth to you. Let me sign the contract. A good lord must possess the virtues befitting a true leader. His voice softened. Promise me that you will become that kind of virtuous leader, Jian asked. Is that it? Then tell me, what kind of salary are you expecting? Vandes burst out laughing. Jian was taken aback by his words. I have no desire for money. My only wish is to elevate the one I serve to the highest position in the world. This is my one and only ambition. It is a noble cause that cannot be bought with mere silver. Vandes paused. This sincerity from Vandes. I never heard anything like it in Paradiso. He's a kingmaker. The room fell silent. In Paradiso, he screamed until his throat bled, constantly shouting, giving speeches to the masses. I wonder, did he have high hopes for the Demon King? The master he served with all his might, hoping to raise him to the very pinnacle of power. I agree, Jian said. I promise you, Vandes, I will become the leader you wish for, and if the day ever comes that I lose my way, you must leave me without a moment's hesitation. Vandes replied, Thank you, my dear lord. Though my abilities may be lacking, I will devote my all to cultivating your noble dream. The two shook hands. I'm looking forward to it, Jian said. I won't disappoint you. Thank you. I am truly grateful, my lord. The door opened. My lord, I've brought your tea. Oranis froze when he saw them shaking hands. Then he said, Another great talent has pledged allegiance to our lord. This is amazing. As the sun set. First off, this concept of a movie is quite novel. If your lordship can develop this into a full-fledged film industry, it will be the greatest PR campaign for our territory's development. I agree with the others. Compared to watching a play at a theater, watching a moving picture from afar is far more interesting, Vandes said. For now, let's start with a film about the cheerful life of our Cebia soldiers and the benefits that no other territory can offer its army. Those are the one-of-a-kind benefits we provide for the Cebia army. What about a film showcasing your lordship's achievements? Jian replied. That would just be propaganda. Vandes cut in. That's not what I mean about the film's purpose, my lord. I think we should start with a promotional film that's easy for the audience to access and can hit multiple targets. Vandes continued. Moreover, some of my acquaintances are actively discussing the development of new cultural content. Jianop, that sounds good. They will make great contributions to filmmaking. Thank you. Vandes lifted his teacup. My lord, Vandes said, I have a small proposal, one I am very eager to bring to life. I have been planning it for a long time, but no one wanted to participate. Jian smiled and said, As I mentioned before, I'm all ears. Vandes asked about the Lord's life story. Why do you want to write an autobiography about your faith and your dream of developing your territory? An autobiography? Jian said casually. Because I feel like it. So, where do you want to start? Yes, the introduction to the autobiography. I didn't expect the discussion to end so quickly. We spent many nights revising the work. Even if I were to open a gateway, connecting them to my life, I couldn't share it with just anyone. The words on the page revealed a capable and interesting person. Jian looked at it with satisfaction. At that moment, I had gained a dear friend. The story of Vandes, like a traditional dish, was whispered throughout the underworld year after year. Oren said, Vandes is the perfect orator, born for our land. Avila also chimed in. You can trust him completely. Vandes seemed to really like the camera. Thanks to him, the appointment process went smoothly. And what's more, he's very well received in this land. Vandes, who had just taken the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs, immediately launched 2 projects. First, to shoot a promotional film. Jian smiled as he looked at it. Second, to produce my autobiography. It was smooth sailing. The project proceeded without a hitch. Early on the morning of the 5th, Jian opened a map, the dungeon map, the hiding place of the demons. He fell into deep thought. This is more complicated than I thought. Chloe suddenly appeared from behind. Of course it is. Jian jumped. How the hell did you get in here? There's no way. You didn't knock before coming in, Chloe said. The door wasn't closed. 100% SS rank stealth. Jian forced a smile. Oh, is that so? The paper was spread out. By the way, I'll give you a brief overview. But do you really want to see it right now? Is there some reason I can't? There is, indeed, Jian said. The hiding place of the demons, built by the cultists, is an underground tomb. This place is dark, and much gloomier than the tomb of Menhat III that we once visited. It used to be like a dwelling for the fallen, not the gloomy demon dungeon it is now. A group of cloaked people were brought inside. It was because those blind followers set up countless altars in the crypt that human sacrifices began. Since then, people have called this the Dark Dungeon. Chloe said, I've heard rumors that the monsters residing in that crypt are very strong. Jian didn't deny it. That's true. but their stamina isn't high. You just need to swing your sword and pour a little power into the blade, and you can cut through them like tofu. But then again, their attack power is truly monstrous. The scales are balanced. Almost no one returns unscathed. If they don't die, they're scared out of their minds. Chloe said, since the enemies are steeped in demonic energy, I think divine power might work against them. Jian immediately shot her down. No, don't you ever think about using divine power against them? Chloe asked. Why not? Jian just smiled. He said, I have a way to handle it, so don't you worry. Chloe, you just need to perform at 100% of your ability. Is that all I need to do? Jian laughed. You don't want me to help with anything else? Chloe's face flushed. What the F? She's blushing again. Jian was dumbfounded. Is this a new trend? Chloe, level 83. Special abilities. Max Stealth SS, Camouflage S, Weak Point Analysis B. General disposition. Likes to get shy. Seriously, she looks so flustered. Likes to get shy. Is she crushing on someone? Is that why she gets so embarrassed? The soldiers were constantly smiling. That must be it. But who's the guy? Probably some handsome guard from Agricio. Artifact. Boots of Tranquillus. Anyway, I've never seen an artifact like this before. Jian thought to himself, Tranquillus. I remember he's Chloe's older brother. My lord, it's almost time for training. Jian prepared to leave. Oh, you go on ahead. Chloe, I'll see you later. Yes, sir, east of the annex. Hung. This is the entire guide team with me, consisting of 3 people, Isabel and Lockett. Everyone present here has the ability to find the demon's lair without any trouble. Chloe and Mia will be coming with us, Jian said. At this point, if anyone has a question, ask it. Once we enter the dungeon, we won't have time to answer any of them. Jian. The raid on the demon's lair. 7 members. A hand shot up. My lord, it is I, Isabella. I heard that even 40 A-rank hunters can attack the demon dungeon. Can we really achieve victory with just 7 people? Jian replied. Yes, we can. Jian smiled with excitement. We will not be taking the usual route. Nor will we repeat the mistakes of those who came before us. Night fell. We're almost there. The mountainous region on the outskirts of the Kibia territory. A small fire crackled. This is the last time we'll make camp. Before we reach the dungeon, everyone get a good rest. Yes, sir. The tents were all set up, and everyone fell into a deep sleep, leaving only Jian. They're sleeping soundly. Lena was there too. My lord, I can't seem to fall asleep. Lena. The 2 of them went for a walk. Lena, it seems your skills have improved a lot. When I saved you from the mines, you were still just a little chick. Time really flies. Lena said, Thanks to you, my lord, I was able to grow up properly. Jian asked, Are you satisfied? Lena replied, No, not at all. I still have a long road ahead of me. After such a long time, I'm so happy to see you again, my lord. I want you to see a new Lena, a stronger Lena. Jian praised her. You've done well, Lena. You've grown beyond my expectations. I'm very proud of you. I'm truly happy. He patted Lena's head. My lord. The 2 of them stopped to talk. It's not just me. Everyone respects and admires you. They all say the same thing. Since the Lord's election began, our territory has started to grow and develop. Lena looked up. Everyone is praying for your well-being. Jian replied, Thank you, Lena. He said, We absolutely must succeed in this raid so that all our people can live and develop themselves together. Lena bowed her head. Yes, I will strive to be the best version of myself, for my comrades, for the team. Lena's loyalty is increasing. Increased by 50. Loyalty level reached 200, entering the first awakening state. Jian looked down at Lena. Level 69. Special abilities. Patience S, Fighting Spirit A, Weak Point Analysis B, Perilous Defense C, General Tendencies, Diligent Training, Perseverance and Focus. Lena. Level 69. Lena has upgraded her emotions, optimizing her loyalty, and entering her first awakening. Because of her loyalty, the sun now shines down upon this land of CBIA. Ha, pinched her nose. And both Chloe and Mia couldn't stand it either. Ew, this smell. An unusual scent emanated from the entrance. Lockett and Jai entered the cave. The 7 of them were blocked by a pile of bones. Jian used his magic, purification magic, and the foul smell subsided. Ha asked, My lord, can my divine power help? Yes, Jian repeated. I already told you in the briefing. If you use your divine power, you will deal double damage to the monsters. However, the monsters will also deal double damage to you. Jian and Lockett drew their weapons. So, from this moment on, it's best not to use divine power. Also, don't worry too much about not using it. We'll be fighting under the same conditions. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. Isabella turned to see Mia using suction magic. If everyone does that, the smell will disappear, making it easier for us to go inside. Jian's lips curled into a smirk. She's a level 1 mage, but she can create level 2 wind force. I'm very proud. Then, Jian shouted, "Advance!" The first floor was full of strong hunters, so there were only a few stray monsters. Yes, as they went into the cave. "Is everyone clear?" he said. "Lena, help me protect our comrades in the back. No one is allowed to charge forward without my command." Lena replied, "Yes, my lord." As they stepped over the bones, Jian noticed something at his feet. "What's this?" He picked it up. It was the Ring of Luck, the Curse of Frey. The ring grants the first person who discovers it a life of happiness, wealth, and immortality. However, if the owner discards it a second time, the ring will automatically kill its owner. At the same time, it will also corrode and disintegrate the mind of the one holding or wearing it, causing them to die within 60 seconds. Jian's expression turned serious. To break the curse, the ring must be passed to 4 people within 60 seconds. "What the hell is this?" Ha asked. "What is it?" "The ring has an eye on it. This isn't a ring of luck, it's a ring of misfortune. Those evil designers put this bizarre thing in an artifact. It's because of this terrible thing that there's a mountain of corpses at the entrance." Seeing Jian's expression made Ha worry. "My lord, what's wrong?" Jian replied, "I'm fine, just a little headache. The curse is activated. The sacrificial target will be eliminated." He remembered the Red Queen. If this were Gracia's ring, I would have died. But thanks to the artifact I have equipped, Free's curse has no effect on me. A similar situation occurred between me and the Red Queen. This thing is useful in many situations. The ring immediately changed color. The cursed ring had transformed into a ring of blessing. The Ring of Luck, a blessed item from Frey. The corners of Jian's mouth turned up. It really is a ring of luck, a sign that everything will go smoothly. "Thank you, white-boned hunters." He couldn't hide his joy. "I will work harder, trying my best on your behalf to attack the Dark Hell." First basement level, 5th stone chamber. Jian constantly pressed against the wall. Lackett spoke up. "This is incredible." Jian kept moving around the wall. All the other hunters died on their way to this stone chamber, but we got in so easily. Ha couldn't hide her admiration. "You're so amazing, my lord." The small monsters kept appearing, and you wiped out the red demons with explosive speed, luring the demons to the wall, and using your mana to bait them inside. An explosion occurred. These demons are clustered together like flies on a sticky trap. The explosion spread. "You made them kill each other, didn't you?" Ha was in complete awe of him, fighting against nearly 20 red demons. Chloe spoke up. "Watching you fight high-level monsters, like it was child's play, is so satisfying, so impressive." Isabella was also surprised. "I've only heard about this in theory. This is the first time I've witnessed it with my own eyes." Lena asked, "By the way, my lord, what are you looking for?" Jian suddenly shouted, "Found it!" His hand touched the wall. "Everyone, turn back!" The wall immediately exploded. Jian's hand touched empty space, and everyone looked surprised. Jian said, "Okay, it's done. Shall we go in?" They moved through another passage. A shortcut from the 5th chamber of the 1st basement to the 8th stone chamber of the 4th basement in the Dark Hell. The Paradiso development team created this shortcut, but they stopped midway, leaving only a few traces. The reason they stopped was probably because clearing the higher levels yielded better rewards. They moved through that shortcut. I left it like this because it was a waste of time. The trail is still here. Let the light guide you. When I used this shortcut before, I had an idea. But if I meet another Paradiso user later, that can't happen. He remembered BH. "I'm worried about the Eastern continent, which I mentioned to BH before. But what's the point of worrying now?" "My lord," Lena said, "the way ahead is blocked." Jian turned back. "Everyone, pay attention. We have to dig from here." He took out an item. "This is a mine, but it's not the kind that explodes when you step on it. This is a timed explosive, meaning it will detonate at a set time. Focus on the passage leading to the 6th stone chamber. When the mine explodes, red demons or other monsters might be drawn to the sound." Jian took 3 mines and placed them by the rock. "All right, let's begin." The mines immediately detonated, and more red demons rushed out. Mia joyfully annihilated them. "This is fun. Oh, here come 2 more. Are they attacking?" She finished off 2 demons with a single slash. Isabella used magic too, but the red demon was unscathed. Then, it distorted and exploded. Chloe also drew her weapon. "I'll keep an eye out." "Hey, the small one in front?" "Ha, support her." "Chloe, I'll use healing magic to support you from the rear." R stood on the sidelines, clapping. Okay, this is great. I'm very pleased with them. An organized team, and all the players are well equipped with skills. My idea was absolutely perfect. Everything is going according to plan, and they've also managed to enter the chamber on the 4th underground level, stone room number 8. Lord Lockett asked, "Is this Freeze room that we talked about in the boom?" "That's right," Ian said. "Many hunters have lost their lives attacking Free. Because there are too many traps here, it's very difficult to attack without casualties." Lena and Isabella were also worried. There's even a dark joke people tell about it. You should take a picture of someone before they go in, because they're as good as dead. In front of the door was a giant monster. At a glance, it looked enormous and terrifyingly strong, but it also seemed quite slow. Free is a witch-type monster that can use dark magic, so if you don't have high magic defense, it's very difficult to attack it. Ian smiled confidently. "But we can, just by skipping Frey." Ian turned away. "We don't necessarily have to follow all the steps. If you can't kill that monster, you can still just skip it and go to the next stone chamber." Looked at him with admiration. The Lord truly knows best. Ian thought to himself, even though this is your first time raiding a dungeon, you're doing very well. "I'm glad your spirit wasn't broken," Lord Lockett said. "I've heard there are 8 stone chambers on each floor. We can enter the 5th basement level through the 8th stone chamber." He walked to the stone wall. That's right. There was a door leading from the 8th stone chamber of the 4th basement to the 5th basement level. "The 5th stone chamber, my lord. If you open that door, demons will pour out. Just relax." "Lord Lockett, behind that door are countless gemstones, because there are no demons at all in the 8th stone chamber. As you can see, there's a glowing gemstone in the center, and the demons can't get anywhere near it. That's why the 8th stone chamber is used as a shelter or a campsite, with the gemstone placed right in the middle of the room. We're the first ones to raid the 5th basement level." "This is awesome. This dungeon shows no signs of other hunters," Jian said. "This is a God-given opportunity. From the 5th floor on, every single monster is a rare prize. Let's wipe them out and leave nothing behind." "Yeah." Everyone was incredibly excited. "I need to be faster." "Strength. Increase," Jian reminded them. "Wait. Before we go in, let's boost our strength and mobility inside the dungeon." Casting haste, they moved inside, ignoring the idiotic Fred monsters roaring out there. "Let's just charge into the 5th basement level. As you command, my lord." "These are earth demons. They're resistant to physical attacks." Lena recognized them. "These are earth demons. They put us at a huge disadvantage. And there are white demons too. They're resistant to magic. The moon demons look really aggressive." Mia grew flustered. "You damn demons. Do you have any idea how hard I've been training?" she yelled, attacking them with magic. "Take this." Lockett helped Mia take down a white demon. "Fall back, Mia. The white demons are resistant to magic. No matter how hard you attack, you won't even scratch them. Lord Lockett will handle the red demons. I'll deal with them, so make sure no one else interferes." "Got it?" Isabella shouted back. "Okay." Lockett gave orders. "Lena, you take the right side. I'll deal with the white demons on the left. Try to lure the red demons toward our lord." Lena acknowledged the order. "Yes, understood." Chloe used her sword to slay a white demon. "Chloe, make their noses and mouths bleed, then attack from behind. These bastards will drop dead in an instant." "Okay." Mia used her magic to attack. "Mia, keep your distance. You just need to push the demons away if they come after you." "Yes." The earth demons charged at Haz. "Haha! Use a power combined with healing. Attack the earth demons in front of us." "Okay." Understood. It was Lockett's turn. "All right. I'm responsible for the left flank now. Everyone, do your part." "My lord, they're getting close. Watch out for the red demons." The red demons only chased after Jian, who remained perfectly calm. "You're doing great, just like a vice captain." Lockett and the enraged red demons charged forward. "Damn, level 5 demons. What the hell kind of buff did they get?" The demons immediately exploded, and their bodies were left flattened on the ground. Jian looked down, thinking, if they had self-destructed to take me with them, not even my bones would be left. Acquired the title, Demon Slaying Hero. Damage increased by 25% when killing demon-type monsters. Acquired the title, Indirect Assassin. Scales with intelligence. Acquired the title, Dungeon Traveler. Intelligence increases by 25% inside dungeons. Jian was thrilled to get so many titles. I should have come here sooner. The notification windows were about to explode. 2 days later, everyone was dead tired, as if all the life had been drained from them. Isabella said, "This is a really tough stage." Only Jian doesn't seem tired at all. Everyone else was completely drained. Let's rest and recover here, then we'll head to the next chamber. No other teams are on our tail, so we can rest easy. Everyone went to sleep. Even though they were in such a dangerous place, they all fell asleep quickly. Jian chuckled to himself, like the ring of Gozas. I don't need to sleep, so I have to make the most of this time. He held out the ring, and a pouch instantly appeared. Jian opened the pouch. We've collected a lot of magic stones. I need to prepare for the next fight. These fragments were high-grade spirit stones, each worth up to 1,000 gold. In my previous world, one of these was worth 1 billion. He took out a knife. Not available for cash exchange. Buntus's magic tool. The tool was crafted from the rare mineral stellas, allowing the user to craft anytime, anywhere. He used the knife to carve into the magic stone. I'm just scratching some basic patterns onto a stone worth 1 billion won, yet my mind is calmer than ever. I've used hundreds of stones like this in Paradiso. So, I'd venture to say my emotional control has reached a new level. Jian sat by the wall, carving the stone. In my past life, I died as just a lowly office drone. In this life, I want to reach the pinnacle of glory and die without any regrets, but I still have such a long way to go. Jian looked at the stone, the center of the universe. I have to become that. One by one, the carved stones were placed into the ground. Jian stood up. I've just used the spirit stones to create 3 buff circles in front of you all. Jian looked up at the 3 completed circles. Now, who wants to go first? Chloe, care to try? Yes. Chloe was the first volunteer. Good, step forward. She placed her foot inside the circle. How is it? This is a magic circle that can buff you with healing, speed, and strength until the magic inside runs dry. Chloe said, It's just like you said. I can feel it buffing me. After hearing that, everyone else got excited to try. Whoa, I want to go too. How did you even do that? Unbelievable. My lord, you're amazing. Jian smiled with them. Okay, everyone, relax for now. They all stepped into their circles. When the boss attacks, the demons outside this chamber will pour in. 5 people were assigned to fend off enemies from 3 directions. He gave them their roles. Lena, you block the left. Mia, you support her. Got it. Next up, Chloe and Lockett. Chloe, you're in charge of the center, and Lockett will take the left position. I'll take the left position. Leave it to me. Finally, Isabella and Haas. Isabella, you'll use your magic to support those 3. Got it? Haas cried out resentfully. My lord, what about me? Don't I have a role? You're not going to treat me like a kid after you've seen what I can do on our journey here, right? Jian said. Haas, you'll be fighting the boss with me. This is our pre-battle briefing. The 5 of them will stand on one side. That's right. This is the key to defeating the boss. You and Haas will be on the other side, where the monster is. This boss is the ruler of the demon hideout. Gay Pages. He turned Haas around and said, You don't need to be quiet. When Gapages is in a deep sleep, only an alarm-like sound can wake him up. He reached out his hand, but lasers were activated because of the magic dust. If we touch any of these laser beams, it could wake him up. Jian vanished instantly. Haz, you have to use your unique agility to weave through them. Understand? Haz started to panic. Yes, my lord. What? I'm ready. Jian was a little worried himself. If I were a 6th-level mage, I could just use teleport to bring him along with me. It's a shame, but this is the best way for now. Ha got ready, tying up her hair. Wait. Let me just tie up my hair. She left her cloak behind. I'm coming to you now, my lord. My lord. Lena was stunned. Both Isabella and Mia were also surprised. Damn. Ha leaned back and squeezed through. Her body is as flexible as slime. How can you bend your waist 180 degrees to get through that? Ha tried to lean back as far as she could. I just need to make one small mistake, and I'll touch it. Lena asked. Hey, what do you have in your clothes? Ha replied. It's nothing, Lena. She let out a sigh of relief and then continued moving. I'm coming. Let's go. Everyone watched her in amazement. Ian also cheered for Ha. You can do it. Just a little more. You're doing great. Okay. She stopped. This sound. Her hair tie snapped. Ian called out in alarm. Ha. Be careful. Everyone else also grew worried as the hair tie fell through the air, but Ha managed to catch it in time. Would you call that a super save? Ian felt a weight lift off his shoulders. You really surprised me. Ha made it through successfully. Good job, Ha. Now, let's combine our strength and attack Gapages. Yes, my lord. A drop of water falls from an ancient time. We have a saying, constant dropping wears away a stone. These small, seemingly harmless drops of water can erode a stone over time. This saying is the key to attacking Gapages this time. Ian asked Ha, how long can you maintain your intermediate healing spell, DVD 3? Ha replied, If I use it continuously, maybe for 30 seconds, sir. Ian praised her. 30 seconds? You've really improved a lot. A few months ago, you couldn't even maintain it for 10 seconds. That's truly great progress. Ha said proudly. It's all thanks to your excellent methods, my lord. Ian used sound-blocking magic to silence Ha's voice, just to be safe. He took Ha's hand. All right, follow me. We're going to circle around to the back and get on top of Gappages. Yes, sir. Ian jumped up and reached the spot. Ha stood below, looking up in surprise. So, this is what its back looks like? Black gas was emanating from Gappages' head. Ha, this is your chance to use your healing magic, and I will use my spell. Yes, sir. Use magic in this state? I think if we attack, Gappages might wake up, Ian said. That's why I need your healing ability. If we combine attacking and healing, it will work. Ha didn't understand what was happening. On the other side, Chloe was struggling with the demons. Even though he did warn us that when we attack the boss, those demons would swarm in, I never expected there would be so many. Even so, thanks to the buff from the Spirit Stone, we can still fight. Lena erected a barrier to hold back the demons. The buffs were being applied continuously without rest. Chloe leaped up to attack the red and white demons with a flurry of activity. Lockett also joined the battle, the wound on his hand already healed. Minor wounds were being healed instantly, so there was no pressure at all. Isabella provided support from the rear on the Spirit Stone, and with continuous buffs like this, it felt like her original power had been doubled. You're right, but even so, we should stay vigilant. Lockett said, if they break through this defense line, they'll touch the alarm wire, and Gappages will wake up. That would put the Lord and Ha in danger. A demon slipped in and got past them. A DN demon has gotten through. It's rushing toward the wire. The demon has reached the door. Chloe watched the demon. A dark demon. I can't attack it. Lena said. Magic attacks are almost useless. A space portal opened, combining with foe. The two things collided. Everyone looked in one direction with joy. Lord Ian and Ha came out. Ha was still using her magic. My lord, the aura coming from it is not normal at all. Ian said, this is like hurting it and healing it at the same time, huh? I bet you're itching to just attack it for real. Ha admitted, yes, I really want to. But you also said that Gappages isn't a monster that goes down easily, right? Ian hesitated. Well, that's true. There are countless hunters out there, and in fact, if we wanted to attack the demon army's hideout head-on, it would be impossible with our current manpower. First off, you'd need at least 30 or more B rank or higher hunters. Let's hypothesize. If Gappages wakes up, countless demons will charge in. It wouldn't just summon all the demons from the first floor to the boss room, but Free would also come, and the force field from Free's room would be enhanced. Free, with its two mad maces, would rush in to protect its master. Ian gave a strained smile. We only have one chance. If he wakes up, the whole team is dead. Ian released a bit of magic. The loophole itself is actually very simple. There are two conditions that will wake Gappages from its sleep. Dense laser beams crisscross the area. 1. Touching the alarm wire. 2. Attacking Gappages with 3 or less damage in a single hit. Ian transmitted magic to Gappages. The problem is, my basic attack already does 5 damage. Ian and Ha's magic combined. But if at the same time I cast a healing spell, it will recover 2.5 damage per second. So, we just need to keep the total damage below 3. This is the Do Heal exploit. The two of them channeled magic into the hole on Gappages' head. Huh. A little more. Its weak point is appearing. Keep going. Ha asked tentatively. Yes, my lord. I'm doing a good job, right? Ian replied. Just keep up this pace. You've worked very hard. Ha's eyes lit up. I still can't believe it. A monster that so many hunters couldn't even touch. And yet, here we are, taking its life away, bit by bit. This is one of those tricks, so let's take advantage of it and finish this. Yes, my lord. This certain recovery is for the sake of a deep, endless sleep. But Gappages remains motionless. I've had a very quiet feeling for a while now. What is that? A drop of water falls. It feels a little uncomfortable, and I think it's just a dream. Something flashes by, and I feel a terrible pain in my head. What is it? This isn't a dream. Gappages' blazing red eyes open. An intruder. Gappages' head has been locked in place. Now, shall we end this? Yes, sir. Gappages roars. How could this be happening? His hands tremble and then fall limp. Smoke billows from Gappages' head. Hayes and Jian laugh heartily. Ha, did you see that? Gappages' body is slowly dissolving. Yes, that's the price for falling asleep on the throne, isn't it? The demons vanish along with him. The demons are disappearing. Lockett says joyfully. He succeeded. He did it. The lord of the entire army has obtained an eternal buff. Gappage's will grants 25% experience value. Finally, the special skill, Transcendence Magic, is obtained. The power of a one-handed weapon held by the user will be magnified. Jian looks down at his hands. Magnified magic. Enhanced magic attack. It's in my hands now. An old wooden staff. In Paradiso, one of the first players to attack Gappage's received the privilege of obtaining the original spirit. For mages who received this blessing, it was Transcendence Magic. Threads of magic appear. Transcendence Magic can also be called a spirit, and it's famous for creating a new source of power from the inherent power within magic. Numbers and letters intertwine. It can increase the multiplier up to a maximum of 10 times. There's one problem with this type of Transcendence Magic: single transcendence, double transcendence, triple transcendence. The numerical prefix for transcendence corresponds to each level number. The mana cost is 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 units respectively. A magic arrow shoots forward. Let's take an example. A magic missile using double transcendence would cost 2,000 mana. Jian stares at the system window. My mana is around 6,000. That means I can use double transcendence with fireball. Hayes says worriedly, my lord, there's something behind me." He turns around. Next to Hayes is a pair of boots, the legendary item, Gappage's wings. Mia runs over to them. Hey, everyone put the shoes on. They make you move as light as the wind, just like when the Lord uses the H spell. So these shoes have the same function as the H spell, huh? Locket speaks up. It seems it's a reward for everyone. Jian smiles at them, a light emitting from his palm. Transcendent Combat Spirit has been placed in your left arm. From now on, you can use it freely. Then, both his hands erupt in the flames of a double transcendence fireball. Jian shoots flames out in 3 directions. Everyone stares in amazement. Jian smirks, feeling smug. This is the absolute best. This transcendence magic is something only I can use in this world. The flames spread across the wall. Everything is perfect. A happy ending for everyone. They head back the way they came. We'll return this way. Hayes walks beside him, saying, I think when other hunters come here in the future, they'll use this path for safety. Jian replies, of course. He walks ahead. That's why we're going to block this path together. No one gets a free ride. The others agree. That's right. We can't let them reap the benefits for free. We'll help you block the path, my lord. Their voices echo. Anyone who's observant or smart will figure it out eventually. Hey, fill that in properly. Don't be sloppy. Outside the mansion, rain is pouring down. Inside, he holds his staff in one hand and mutters, when I used the magic spirit, the feeling wasn't very clear. The double transcendence fireball I used at the demon army's lair. I could only manage a double back then. After a moment of thought, Jian analyzes the item in his hand. But if I use the Prayer of Muditus, I can use triple transcendence. It increases mana consumption, so I'll use it from now on. A small system window appears with the full details. Ancient Staff of Muditus. Option 1. Increases mana by 100. Option 2. For mages. When mana is consumed, the Prayer of Muditus restores 100% of the consumed mana. The prayer ability can be used once per day. He recalls the moment he received the staff. I'll take this with me. A young boy was leaning against a wall, looking out. The memory is fragmented. Jian von Kellett leans back in his chair and smiles. This is the legendary item I got when I saved Oranes. That was a long time ago. Suddenly, a cat's meow rings out beside him. Realizing what it is, Jian lets out a cry of agony. It's a cat! Looking at the small animal on the floor, someone confirms it. That's right. It's the cat that's been coming in and out of the mansion for the past few days. I'm sorry, I should have told you, but I heard you had gone to the dungeon. Rose glances over. Maybe because it's the rainy season and it's been raining constantly, it came here to take shelter. He looks it over and grunts softly. In any case, it seems to like this place. Keeping it as a pet might be nice. Hayes would probably like that. Jian can imagine her excited face. My lord, it's so cute. Can't we keep it at the mansion? Jian quickly pulls out the Spirit of Gappage's. Let's try using the thing I got from the dungeon last time on it. Spirit of Gappage's. The pure power remaining from the Spirit of Gappage's. The spirit grants animals a special power. It activates the ability of dialogue. He moves it closer to the cat. The system immediately announces, Spirit has been imbued. A strange transformation is rapidly occurring. The spirit has been fixed onto the target's body. The guardian trait has been applied. It was created to unleash the power to protect its master. A new ability is born instantly. All latent abilities of the target's body can now be found. Through a close relationship with the target, You can assign it 5 designated types: debuff, buff, curse, enchantment. The target is a pet that can evolve. After the process, the cat stares with wide eyes. Rose's eyes also widen when she hears it speak. It's a pleasure to meet you. Human, please give me a name. I don't like being called meow at all. Jian places a hand on his chin, considering carefully. So it can talk thanks to the spirit? You're quite good at the language of the Nas continent, aren't you? It nods, praising itself. Indeed, I am. As per the cat's request, he puts some thought into naming it. Let's see. I've thought of a very friendly name. Instantly, the name pops into his head. Terry. From today on, your name is Terry. Now that it has a name, Terry quickly asks, Terry? What does that mean? Before he can explain, Terry exclaims excitedly, Terry! What a cute name. Meanwhile, Jian forces a smile, thinking to himself, Terry. I can't tell him that it's the name of a hamburger I like to eat. At the same time, the town is shrouded in darkness and night rain. Someone's footsteps can be heard softly on the street. A group of men in black cloaks walked up to a well. Clue, this is the last place, right? He glanced at a nearby lackey and ordered, drop it down. The young man quickly nodded. Yes, sir. 2 or 3 cloaked men then tossed a blood-stained sack down the well. It was quickly swallowed by the water. Once the job was done, the lackey spoke up. The soldiers' body parts were weighed down with rocks and thrown in. That way, they'll sink straight to the bottom of the well. The man called Clues replied nonchalantly, What were the results of the previous experiment? His accomplice reported, The test results on the younger subjects were perfect. In other words, this is the source of the outbreak. Anyone who drinks from this well will have the disease spread throughout their body within 24 hours via the water. Receiving this satisfying news, Clues couldn't hide his vile smile. Very good, just you wait and see. Now then, Malice, Bonus, and the entire Sind Kingdom will have to wait and see what they do to deal with this hellishly cursed water. At the same time, in the Sevia domain, a voice could be heard from inside the manor. Just as I thought. Looking at the object in his hand, Jian remarked that it was the treacherous necklace created for Fallen. The system described this item as Clues' unsealed red light necklace. Option 1. Confuse the wearer's mind and erase all their memories, including their own name. Option 2. The wearer's memories are completely erased, and they become a loyal servant of Cluglazan. Option 3. If you forcibly try to break the mind control, you will be compelled to commit suicide or kill yourself. After reading those lines, Jian looked at it disdainfully and stored it in his storage ring. These were all just garbage options, something that needed to be kept away from this world. I have to make sure it can never shine in this world again. He stood up and looked out the window, but the rain showed no signs of stopping. It just kept pouring down. My territory is equipped with a good flood control system, so there shouldn't be any problems. Plus, there's the effect of the Grand Lord title. Just then, a knock came from the door. It's the middle of the night. Who could it be? As soon as he opened the door, Vende's Hans Peter was there, smiling. Hello, my lord. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Jian Calais' face lit up with joy. Vendes, hurry and come in. After they were settled, he didn't hesitate to ask Vendes, My lord, you told me before that by following the Giannis faith and with the protection of the gods, the Krivia Grand Duchy won't be hit by natural disasters this year. The man nodded without any hesitation. That's right. Even if you were an atheist, I'm certain we can avoid it. Jian naturally understood the real reason why. But since he couldn't explain the details of his title and the current system, he could only speak in general terms. Vendes glanced at him and then said, For that very reason. What do you think about filming a prayer video for the safety and peace of the people in the territory during this rainy season? He then laid out a great content plan for Jian. Actually, I've already spoken with the ministers, and thanks to the Spirit Stone lamps, filming at night won't be a problem. I wanted to ask what you think about doing it right now. Hearing the clearly outlined steps, Jian praised him with satisfaction. A swift victory, as expected of Vendes. Before even reporting to me, you've already anticipated and prepared everything. With no reason to hesitate, he answered directly, That's a good idea. Let's do it. After talking for a bit, Jian saw Vendes Hans Peter to the door. One of the virtues of a leader is to match the pace of their hard-working subordinates. Agreeing to film the video wasn't to promote my own image, but because I wanted to empower Vendes, who is dedicating his all to the territory. This territory is absolutely not a place I can run all by myself. Elsewhere, an old man exclaimed in awe, It's truly a miracle, isn't it? The neighboring river countries are flooding. They have no food. Plagues are rampant everywhere. Yet we are enjoying peace. The people in the tavern seem to realize something. It's definitely because of the Lord's Prayer. His praying figure seems to be radiating light. On the large screen was an image of Jian, with his hands clasped and head bowed, with the title, A Prayer to the Gods. The admiration for him grew by the day. Video team, focus on filming, don't miss a single second. This whole scene is so beautiful. How can he be so handsome? In response to this reaction, the system quickly announced that it had received a deep emotional response from the people of the territory. Loyalty filled the people from the bottom of their hearts. You have completed the mission. Sincere emotion. The loyalty of the territory's people increased by 150, and of course, after the prayer, the loyalty level reached 1,000. The territory has entered a golden age. With the golden age, the entire production capacity of the territory's people is increased by 100% for 1 month. The Grand Duchy of Scythia has entered its golden age. At this time, in other nations and territories, they were facing the worst rainy season, with horrific floods and widespread plagues. The people fell into hardship, a time when leaders were busier than ever. In contrast, however, the people of the Krivia Grand Duchy were completely unaffected by natural disasters and plagues. They felt that all this peace was a matter of course, thanks to Jian's prayer. Time passed gently. A week later, in the basement, several potion bottles on a shelf suddenly trembled. What was that? Isabella's eyes widened in shock. What is this now? There's another one here compared to last time. Jian casually reached for a glass vial and said, "This is a potion created to deal with this year's rainy season." She muttered, "A master potion?" He quickly nodded and explained. "It's a combination of 10 different herbs. It's perfected with mana, so you can even drink it instead of water." Isabella looked serious, mixed with a hint of awe. "That's incredible, combining over 10 types of herbs. I was already stunned by the medicine that could cure the Rhinella disease. How do you also know about master potions?" Hearing this, Jian gave a forced smile and explained, "I was just trying something new." Then, she suddenly remembered the main reason she came today. "I've heard about it, but I still don't understand. Why do you add an incantation when creating the treatment potion?" He reached for another vial, then waved it in front of her. "That's because the master potion's effects are very powerful. It can be overwhelming for the body. With its effects only treating minor ailments, it shows that some adjustment is needed." Isabella's eyes widened as she guessed. "It's like getting a bigger boost after using the potion?" He thought for a moment, then nodded. "Something like that. So, don't be shy. Your work is very important." Jian's gaze fell on Isabella's glowing ring. "How is that ring?" Very quickly, its information was displayed. Spoils obtained from victory in the Demon Lord's sanctuary. A ring that can cleanse and block dark emotions. She commented cheerfully. "It's great. A lot of my negative and dark emotions have disappeared. How should I put it? The fatigue, the anger. It's all gone." He gave a slight, satisfied smile. "It's quite effective then." Jian's eyes met hers. Isabella's face flushed a faint pink. "It also resolves matters of the heart. Before, my eyes were only on you, so I developed feelings of affection." Hearing these words, he thought grimly, "Does Isabella still like me? I thought she would understand after some time passed." Jian decided to say it clearly once and for all. "I have no intention of getting involved with anyone. I don't have the time, nor do I have the room in my heart. And I'm not the kind and good person you think I am." These words seemed to agitate Isabella, stirring the pot. "Hey, who said anything? What does me liking you have to do with you? I'll be the one to make that decision, so stay out of it." Jian's face paled as he mumbled, I understand." After a moment, her breathing became heavy. All right then." Standing before several barrels of potions, Isabella wondered. "But with so many potions, do you have a use for them? There must be several thousand vials here." Jian grinned with excitement. "That's right. Of course, I have a use for them." Suddenly, something made Isabella freeze. From outside the door came the sound of hurried footsteps and a loud voice. "My lord, it's me, Hayes." She burst through the door, her face panicked. "My lord, it's an emergency. Envoys from the Kingdom of Bonus and the Kingdom of Malus have arrived at the same time." Following Haas's announcement, a moment later in the dedicated VIP reception room, the envoy from the Malus Kingdom glanced to the side. "Could it be that slick-haired young man?" The envoy from the Bonus Kingdom replied, and the two of them stared intently at each other. They both glanced around the room. So this really is the reception room. Before their eyes were all sorts of sparkling items, and the interior was truly magnificent. Faced with such luxury, the two men unconsciously recoiled. Suddenly, a voice announced, "Please, come in." Jian opened the door and entered with a relaxed demeanor. "Until now, our domain has never had any official dealings with either of your kingdoms. I wonder what brings the two of you here today. The bonus envoy quickly spoke up. I. Immediately after, the malice envoy cut in. I was first. Seeing them argue, John Calais took control. We have plenty of time, so let's hear from the bonus kingdom first. Looking at a map of the three nations through which the Haute Sao River flows, he explained, this year's rainy season has caused flooding in the Haute Sao River region. The river's water level has risen to twice that of last year. The flooding isn't just in the Haute Sao River area, but across the entire northeastern region of the kingdom. Hearing this, Jian tilted his head and inquired, "It seems your flood control policies were ineffective." Then, the bonus envoy suddenly paused. He cleared his throat and continued, That's right. Because of that, countless citizens have lost their lives in this flood. We have tried our best to recover, but now a terrifying infectious disease has broken out in the flood-damaged areas." Suddenly, the bonus envoy's tone grew louder. 3 days ago, I received an official letter from the head of the Anes Merchant Guild. He said that not long ago, your lordship developed a medicine that can cure infectious diseases. Giannis sipped his tea, smiling to himself. Orenas truly has devilishly good timing. He grasped the situation and sent information about the master potion to these two kingdoms. He slowly placed his cup on the table. If that's the case, then this conversation will be quick. Looking at the two envoys, Jean Calais questioned them in a stern voice. So, you two didn't simply come here to request disaster relief personnel, but to request the purchase of medicine. Is that correct? His gaze shifted to the Malice envoy. It seems the Malice Kingdom is also here for the same reason. The man eagerly nodded. Yes, that is correct. Fearing Jian wouldn't agree, the two men excitedly made their case. The price doesn't matter. We'll pay whatever you want. Please just sell it to us. The bonus kingdom is the same. We can prepare any amount. He chuckled, immediately reassuring them. Very well. I will begin preparations immediately. We will deliver the agreed-upon quantity to the border. As for the medicine itself, depending on the severity of the symptoms, one vial can be divided among 5 people and still be effective. After sealing the deal, the envoys from Malus and Bonus bowed to leave. We are counting on your swift supply, my lord. We are counting on your swift supply, my lord. In a flash, the door closed. Jian waited until they were completely gone before letting out a sigh of relief. Not even 3 seconds later, a loud call echoed from outside. The lord was startled back to his senses. What is it? Haz entered and announced hesitantly. An envoy from the Cinder's kingdom has arrived. It's Princess Mara. Hearing that name, his eyes widened slightly. Princess Mara? Came in person? For her to come directly at a time like this, one can see how critical the situation in Cinders is. At that moment, a red-haired girl was drinking tea. She let out a sigh, her sad eyes reflected in the teacup. I don't know if it's right to be drinking such high-quality tea at a time like this. Right now, hundreds of thousands of my people are suffering. Jian smiled as he observed her closely. Your Highness, please don't think that you are drinking it alone. Think of it as this tea helping to transmit positive strength to your people. As he said this, he analyzed her inwardly. The princess looks very different from the last time we met in the kingdom. She must have come directly from the disaster site. Mara's face darkened with pain. We thought we had prepared for everything as thoroughly as possible, but the infection rate of this epidemic is just too horrifying. Hearing this, Jean Calais expressed his concern. Could you please tell me more about it? She lowered her head slightly and slowly recounted the story of her homeland. Floods and epidemics have always been considered companions that go hand in hand, so we are always prepared to respond. We had also prepared enough medicinal herbs and thought that would be sufficient, but I don't know exactly where the problem occurred. We moved everyone from the flood-damaged areas to the outskirts of the city. Those with a high risk of infection were completely quarantined. Jian inquired about the current state of the epidemic. And did the disease spread after that? Mara didn't answer directly, but her silence was its own answer. Although we couldn't prevent the outbreak, the plan was to stop it from spreading. However, the method of transmission was anything but normal. Mara's face suddenly turned pale. At the same time, the disease broke out in both the flooded areas and completely unrelated regions, and the well, the main water source that the people use for drinking and daily life. Jian quickly pressed her. Did you happen to find traces of an infected body part in the well? Yes, that's right. This seemed to surprise her greatly. How did you know? Jian lowered his head, his mood gradually becoming tense. Although he cleared his throat, having already predicted it, he hadn't expected them to use this tactic in conjunction with a natural disaster. There's no doubt about it. This is the work of the Ambra Church's lackeys. Unlike Pontiff Lena, Vice Pontiff CL has no hesitation in dealing with outside kingdoms. My interference in the civil war in the Cinder's kingdom must have thrown a wrench in the Ambra Church's plans. It seems this is their way of getting revenge, using more varied methods. After a moment of thought, G directly concluded that this was the work of the Ambra Church itself. There aren't many organizations in the world that would dare to operate on such a large scale. Moreover, they're very familiar with the situation in the Cinder's kingdom. It was a revelation for her. And if it is the church, they must have already gathered enough inside information. He nodded in confirmation. That's right. For now, it's the only conclusion we can draw. His tone turned serious. I have a cure for the plague. It's called Master Poon. It can treat all types of waterborne diseases. Mira's eyes lit up. Master Poon. Did the Lord develop it himself? Just like the cure for the Rhinella disease? That's incredible. How is that possible? Realizing he was being put on the spot, he laughed it off and made an excuse. I learned a thing or two about medicinal herbs when I was young. It seems to have finally come in handy. Mira immediately believed him, her eyes welling up with tears. In that case, please sell the medicine to our kingdom. We will compensate you fully for the arduous effort the Lord has put into creating it. Time is of the essence. Who knows how many of our people are dying as we speak? Jian quickly made a generous offer. Then, first, we will guarantee the supply of 70% of the requested amount. Since production is ongoing, we will provide an additional supply shortly after. She froze instantly. 70%? Mara recalled what she'd heard. You promised to sell to the delegation before we arrived, didn't you? With 2 nations needing it, how can you only supply 30% to them? Jian gently lifted his teacup and took a sip. That medicine. I have no intention of using it on everyone. I only plan to provide treatment for the nobility. She looked as if she couldn't believe her ears. How can you say that? To quell her reaction, Jian explained directly. Princess, there are many people in this world who aren't like you. Don't be so naive. Mara hesitated visibly. I know that. It's just shameful to have the Lord himself confirm it. Jian shot to his feet and declared, in any case, Princess, we will deliver the medicine. Focus on managing the wells in the infected areas properly, and be ready to dispatch a convoy to transport the medicine at any time. Mara replied, I understand. Shortly after, Mara prepared to leave. Thank you, my lord. On behalf of all of His Majesty's subjects, I offer you my sincerest gratitude. Jay laughed out loud. All right then, let's see the gold, Mara replied, embarrassed. Of course, we've brought a large quantity. According to his calculations, he had spent all his time since that day producing the master potion. At this moment, the master potion was the best way to acquire wealth. If he crafted it by hand, he could produce over 5 times the amount compared to automatic production. So, of course, he halted all automated manufacturing. It wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't eat or sleep. Focusing for 24 hours straight on production wasn't difficult at all. But if there was one issue, Jian Khaled glanced over at Isabella. Was Isabella asleep? Suddenly, she began to cry out tragically. Please, save my parents. What sin did we commit? Hearing those words, Jian froze. Isabella. He reached out, intending to caress her. Was she in the cold, dark space of a dream? He took a small blanket and draped it over her, feeling a little shameless. He wrapped his arms around Isabella for a moment. It was the only way to instantly transfer warmth to the girl. Isabella's consciousness stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with his stupid-looking face. What the hell? He yelped in surprise, and tried to explain. What do you mean, what the hell? I saw you were cold. There was a blanket, but it didn't seem warm enough, so I did this. Isabella angrily waved her hand, shooing him away. Get away from me, you pervert. How dare you? Could it be? She thought to herself that his embrace was perfect, without a single flaw. A warm feeling suddenly blossomed within her. Isabella, thank you for working so hard. I've been asking too much of you, haven't I? I'm sorry. Isabella deliberately explained away his apology. It's fine. I just suddenly fell asleep without realizing it. Jian reached out and grabbed her wrist. Isabella, if you're awake, let's get back to production. There are still many vials that need enchanting. The medicine we're making can save countless lives. So let's focus. And just like that, she fell for his charming persuasion. I know. A professional has to act professionally. Jian praised her with satisfaction. That's more like it. Now that's the Isabella I know. And so, the two of them rolled up their sleeves and got to work. You have to strike while the iron is hot. This was the perfect opportunity to sit on a pile of money. After a series of tireless efforts to create the cure, one day, Orenes came with a report. My lord, the orders for the master potion are flooding in. Besides our reserve stock, everything we produce is sold out immediately. Even the dark elf, Red Robin, and in Viva from Tata Island have placed orders. Hearing this news, Jian's face lit up with joy. You've worked hard, Arenas. Thanks to you, Sevia's treasury has increased fivefold, she replied. I was only doing my duty. Looking at the vials of solution moving along the line, Oronese couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But my lord, you're truly incredible. To create a production facility like this in less than a month. The two of them were standing before the master potion production machine, which had reached level 100, the highest level possible. Z chuckled. You could call this a victory for mankind. However, only he understood the secret behind it all. The reason it had been running non-stop for the past month was because of this dark spirit stone. Only when the master potion production machine reached level 100 could the dark spirit stone be used automatically. This meant Isabella would no longer have to work all by herself. Just then, Orny spoke softly. Well then, my lord, I shall take my leave. Before leaving, she added excitedly, since the orders for the master potion are increasing, maybe we should raise the price a little. A wide grin spread across Jian's face. It's all thanks to you, Arenas. I think I can see an astronomical amount of money in our future. That night, rain poured outside as a group of people walked silently along a trail. An old man among them called out, if we want to live, our only choice is to go to Sevilla. Let's push on just a little more. The journey grew more and more arduous. The encouraging words, just a little further, echoed as we returned to Jian's estate. There was a voice from outside. Jian, it's me, Isabella. Isabella stopped working and called out. Isabella, come in. She entered with a hesitant demeanor. I came because I have a request, he asked, neither quickly nor slowly. So suddenly? What is this request? Tell me. At his words, Isabella got straight to the point. You said you would give me 9% of the money from the master potion sales, correct? You don't need to give me that money. Jian was momentarily agitated. Why? I promised you a share of the profits at the price we agreed upon. This isn't a request for charity, and you have no obligation to do this. Isabella lowered her head and replied softly, I know. So instead of the money, please just grant me one request. Jian stood up and nodded in agreement. Go on, tell me more. Her request was then revealed. I want to form a group of enchanters. I want to gather all the enchanters from across the continent to form a group. Jian nodded in praise. That's a sound idea. Enchanters are different from dark mages and those who use machines. He rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Enchanters are people who can use debuffs in various ways, whether it's for dungeoneering or for war. There's just one dangerous element to consider if they can't be controlled. What if they run away? Suddenly, as if remembering something, Isabella held up her index finger to make a point. First of all, we won't accept any evil enchanters, meaning you'll reject any enchanters that you can't control, right? Understanding the meaning behind her words, Jian asked again, you want to find the true sorcerers, don't you? Isabella bowed a respectful 90 degrees and replied, that's right. I want to gather all the sorcerers scattered across the continent since the Shanilia massacre, she declared clearly to Jian, and I will forge them into a power that can aid you. His eyes widened as Isabella's voice grew stronger. This wasn't something said out of emotion, but a long-held conviction. Ever since she had become a new person. Jian paused, his voice softening. Isabella, I truly never expected you to say this. His words didn't faze her. I promise I will never do anything to harm you. They must be so lonely. That's what I've always thought about my fellow sorcerers. Don't worry, this is only to provide further protection for your territory. I will make our existence invaluable to you. Convinced by her answer, he gave his full support. Very well. The establishment of the Sorcerers Guild, and the selection of its initial members will be left to you. Before making the decree, Jian Calais emphasized one point, but you must take full responsibility for managing them properly. His eyes glinted with determination. The moment any of these sorcerers touches black magic or sides with the Dark Church, at that moment, I will personally be the first to punish every last one of them. We cannot coexist with the Dark Church. Isabella's voice was firm. Don't worry. I hate them even more than you do. After saying this, she silently awaited his decision. As soon as he agreed, Isabella smiled. Great, then let's take off our pants and cool down. Jian's shriek echoed. What? Take what off? And just like that, Isabella began to establish the Sorcerers Guild. After their conversation that day, she got straight to work. The hidden potential of sorcerers in other nations after the massacre was still unknown. But within Paradiso, Jian, who had always been focused on the unique destructive power of sorcerers, knew that if they were properly trained, they would provide a great advantage in future battles. One day on the continent of Nas, May 19, 1415, a group of people stood before a cliff. It looks like the chaotic situation the Lord warned us about is happening. A man in the group announced, but, isn't this the size of an entire kingdom's population? Jian gritted his teeth. Indeed, I can hardly believe my own eyes. I anticipated there would be refugees, but this is more than 3. No, 4 times the number I predicted. The scale is on a whole different level. He stared down helplessly at the refugees below. It looks like they're all refugees from the Bonus and Malus kingdoms, driven out by famine, to abandon their own people. What the hell are they doing? Those 2 idiotic kings. Those damn bookworms. He couldn't stop cursing them internally. No matter what, I have to. Suppressing his anger, he turned and called out, Terry, go and see if you can sense any dark energy among that crowd of refugees. Jian added carefully, you don't need to pinpoint anyone. Just get a sense of the scale. A system notification appeared. Special ability activated. Searching for all individuals related to dark power. It quickly replied, got it. Just don't forget the food you promised me. After receiving the order, Terry departed. The man beside him asked, my lord, what is your decision regarding these refugees? Jian thought for a moment, then laid out a series of solutions. First, we'll proceed as planned. We'll designate this entire area, name it Sana, and declare it a settlement zone for the refugees. We will undertake 2 main tasks, clearing this vast wasteland and developing the nearby mountainous region. This area has already been incorporated into the Sivia territory, but it lacks the means to be developed. I will invest all our resources into developing the Sana region. Hearing this, the man stared blankly with worry. In that case, was the sale of Master Poon also part of your arrangements for what's happening today? Touched on this subject, Jian hesitated briefly. Well, this sudden increase in population, increasing so suddenly like this, is indeed worrying. People are a strength, but they aren't like items found in a dungeon or special minerals buried in a mine. Nor can we develop them like a business resource. His mind was filled with thoughts. This is exactly why the previous lords never touched this land. In that case, the most reliable hack I have is to turn this place into a holy land, a sacred ground where, if you are not a follower of the sacred Gianno's church, you are absolutely forbidden from setting foot. I will create a great city of the Holy Spirit. Meanwhile, Terry was wandering through the crowd. It looked around, weaving left and right. After a short while, Terry came across a group of people in black hoods. Elsewhere, Clues was viciously grinding his teeth. This Jian guy is something else. His strange actions caught Terry's eye. As night fell, makeshift tents were put up. Inside one tent, which was nicer than the others, Jian's group was gathered. Thank you all for taking part in the project to turn the Sana region into a holy land. I've called you here today so that we can quickly stabilize the refugees' lives. His gaze shifted to Locket. First, Locket, your role this time will be extremely important. I am giving you full authority over this matter. And the point I want to emphasize is that there are only 2 things that will instill the American capitalist ideology, the carrot and the stick. The carrot, in one way or another, will also help the flossed refugees settle down and start their lives in a new land. And the stick is to punish the criminals who take advantage of this chaos. He was a bit hesitant. Yes, my lord. Jian's eyes flashed with anger. If necessary, I will grant you the authority to act immediately. Violence against refugees is unacceptable, and they will not be taxed in their new homes like this. Hearing this, Locket nodded. I will take it to heart. Before finishing, Jian picked up a piece of paper and addressed the others. Publicly, guide and assist all the refugees. Hayes nodded slightly. Yes, my lord. Right after that, he went into detail. First, to build housing for the refugees in the Sana district, a 20-year loan will be provided, with a 100% tax exemption for the first 4 years and 50% for the following 2 years for clearing new land. Third, if they participate in a large-scale civil construction project in Sana in the future, they will be treated as salaried workers, not as unpaid labor. That's it. Those were the 3 main points of this policy. Among the refugees, a shifty-eyed man reached out, intending to steal a money pouch from someone's hip. Wait, the soldier blocked him with his sword. That action is a crime. The Lord has ordered all criminals to be dealt with severely. The soldier emphasized. Prepare yourself, the man cried and begged. I'm sorry, sir. Please, forgive me. Jian stood in the distance, watching the refugees below. The stream of refugees from the Bonus and Malus kingdoms seemed endless. At this rate, the domain's population would double. If these refugees become citizens of my domain, my territory will surely gain enough power to threaten the neighboring kingdoms. He wondered to himself. But if I fail, there's a high chance this will turn into a living hell. Jian muttered to himself, the bonus and malice kingdoms. They will definitely pay for this. Just then, Terry returned. I came back as soon as I saw the guy I was following make a move. Jian quickly asked about the person Terry was following. That's right. How is that guy? He recalled the man's resentful face. He crossed the mountains toward his hideout. He also said something like, not bad. Jian described Cluz's appearance. He has salt and pepper hair and wears a red mask, right? Jian gave him a piece of candy, which he happily accepted. That's right. He was with his subordinates. Jian's face darkened as he muttered, he's like an eel, hiding deep in his hole, only to slither back out. Terry's eyes widened as he suggested, that hideout. Shall I lead you there? Hearing this, Jian turned and stared intently at him. And so, at the time the battle of the twin demons broke out, the one named Cluz held unparalleled power. The formidable wall of the Demon King's army, Rena, was nothing more than a snack to him. But clearly, more than a decade later, he had grown weaker. On the other hand, because I only recently obtained transcendent power, I'm feeling very confident. Jian placed Terry on his shoulder and followed his directions. How much farther is it compared to before when we were searching? Terry suddenly called out to Jian. That cave up ahead is his temporary hideout. Jian landed softly, then hid by the cliffside. Okay, I'll count to 3, and then we go in. Understood. The staff was swung in time with the count. 1. Terry watched him closely. 2. And the final count. 3. Inside the cave, there was no one. Only a picture of Jian praying that had been stabbed through. Jian frowned, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly a voice rang out. I really hate stalking men. The voice continued. In any case, he's going to be a real pain from now on. So, another utterly despicable stalker has appeared. Back at the campsite, someone spoke up. How is it? Do you feel more strength in your body after drinking that? The woman replied worriedly. My lord, a commoner like me. Jian seriously cut her off. This isn't the time for that. Tell me, are you feeling all right? Her face paled as she tried to register the immense change within her. It's true. My body feels like it's been filled with new strength. But, right now, I'm so dizzy. I feel like I could faint on the spot. He tried to figure out the reason. Her power hadn't manifested yet because her physical strength was insufficient. Haze, use a supplementary basic healing spell. I will link my healing magic with yours. You just conserve your strength. There's still a lot to do, she replied cautiously. I understand, my lord. My lord, is your magic all right? You can't suddenly pass out on us. The short conversation continued. I could use healing magic for 365 days straight and be fine, don't worry. You're worrying too much. Just as that was settled, someone else brought another matter to him. My lord. A blond young man placed a hand on his chest and pleaded. My lord, please let us help you. Please allow us to work in the quarantine zone. He was Marlin. His traits were General Medicine B, Giannios Theology B, and Herbology B. The other person was Mary. Her traits were Psychology A, Counseling Therapy B, and Treatment B. She pleaded just as earnestly. Please, my lord. We want to repay your kindness. As soon as he saw them, Jian realized they were the 2 people he had treated not long ago. His pupils contracted and glowed crimson. Marlin is skilled in preparing herbal remedies, while Mary excels at psychological treatment. Although they still lacked many of the qualities to become his confidants, given the current situation on site, they were capable enough to take on a supervisory role. The 2 continued to introduce themselves. I am the younger sister, my name is Mary, and I am the older brother, my name is Marlin. After some consideration, he nodded in approval. Marlin and Mary, very well, I'll allow it. But you must be extremely careful, as this is a disease quarantine zone. After leaving the quarantine area, you must step into this clean magic circle for disinfection. Do you understand what I'm saying? Marlin's cheeks were flushed with excitement. Yes, my lord, thank you. We will do our best to help the patients recover. Mary, beside him, eagerly added, Me too. I will be a companion to everyone so they don't feel lonely, and I will comfort them, both mentally and physically. Seeing their enthusiasm, he didn't try to stop them. All right. You 2 are full of motivation. In that case, I'm counting on you both, Marlin and Mary, they said in unison. Yes, my lord. Thank you. After resolving the matter, Jian went for a walk with Haze. Haze, you've worked hard. Your divine power has been a great help with the treatment this time. Without you, it probably would have taken 3 times as long. She created a ball of light in her hand. I'm very happy I could be of help to you, my lord. I was also very surprised. This is the first time I've ever seen divine power bring blessings to so many people. Jian smiled and confided in her. I truly want to see how your healing arts develop in the future. Please, leave it to me. If it's for you, my lord, I am willing to make any effort. Hayes became extremely excited. Hayes was just an ordinary maid 19 months ago. Seeing her shy expression, Jian thought to himself, but now she's in a state where she has incredible healing abilities and works as a healer. If there was one regret for Hayes, it was that she hadn't even had her first stage awakening yet. When he thought about the infinite affection and heart he had poured into her, it should have been enough not just for a first stage awakening, but a 10th stage one. Or maybe I should just remove the mental defense I've kept from her. He saw her staring at him. Hayes tilted her head and called out softly, "My lord." He blushed slightly, thinking to himself, maybe the answer is just this simple. Then Jian cleared his throat a few times. Hayes, on my way here, I was thinking about how to express my gratitude for all the hardship you've endured. I don't know if this is an appropriate reward. She was so embarrassed, she almost shouted, I don't know what you're trying to say, but of course that's not it at all. Everything you do is right, my lord, and your heart is always wonderful. Facing her, he said, in that case, I'll show my sincere gratitude this way. Hayes hesitated, their eyes meeting briefly. Hayes, Jian leaned down and lightly kissed her on the lips, then said, thank you. Her eyes flew open, and her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. A strange feeling began to blossom between them. After that kiss, Hayes was a bit dazed. Of course, a system notification also appeared. Hayes has received the title Prince Charming's Kiss. The internal inhibiting psychological barrier has been completely removed. Loyalty has increased to its maximum value, from 100 to 200, from 200 to 400, from 400 to 800, increasing by 3 consecutive levels. Loyalty has surged to its maximum value, instantly reaching 800. At the same time, she has undergone her first, second, and third awakening. Jian Colette couldn't believe what he was seeing. What is this? He scanned her blushing face. What kind of name is that for a title? And what's this about a triple awakening? A kiss can give you a title? I guess it makes sense that I didn't know about this. How could a forever alone guy like me from the real world ever think of kissing a user of the opposite sex in Paradiso? Suddenly, Hayes' trembling voice called out, my lord. She lost her strength and collapsed into Jian's arms. Startled, he held her and called out softly, Hayes, a triple awakening. How could something so amazing happen from just a single kiss? After that incident, Hayes was carried home unconscious. He carefully entrusted her to Mary. Mary, could you please take care of Hayes? She doesn't need any treatment. Just let her rest. She smiled and nodded. Yes, my lord. At that moment, Jian's mind was preoccupied with other matters. Although I really want to stay by her side, if I want to make Saran, the holy land of the Church of Janus, I absolutely have to find that thing. What I need to get my hands on right now is the Platinum Holy Grail of Janus, one of the 5 holy relics of the Church of Janus. In the far northern region, the holy relic is hidden on the Dark Elves' Tata Island. Jian gently pushed aside the tent flap and let out a soft sigh. There's still a long way to go. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, this must be my first time crossing the sea. It's the only way to reach the Dark Elves' Tata Island. As he spoke, his fist tightened. All right. Now let's put this final piece in place for this newly ordered land of Saran. I will use the Holy Relic's power hack to grant Saran a sacred blessing. With that said, he shot straight up into the air. The land of the Dark Elves. Let's head to that northern land. Meanwhile, at the Sevilla Grand Cathedral, a girl spoke up when she noticed the person beside her seemed a bit unsettled. High Priest Neo, you've seemed lost in thought all day. Is everything all right? She was known as Saintess Luna, and the man with her was the High Priest of the Grand Cathedral. He replied, it's nothing. Luna glanced at him, her expression full of worry. Is there something weighing on your mind? Neo's eyes were half closed, his face etched with anguish. No. Ever since I heard about Lord Jian, I've found it all very strange. The story began 2 days ago. That was when Jian Colette suddenly appeared out of nowhere. High Priest Neo? He hurriedly greeted him. Lord Jian, what brings you here? Jian cautiously made a shushing gesture. Shh. Please lower your voice a bit. I want to ask about some confidential information regarding the Holy Grail. If I find it, can Saran officially be made a holy land? Neo asked very carefully. Are you looking for the Platinum Holy Grail? One of the 5 holy relics of the Church of Janus? Jian answered without any attempt to hide it. That's right. The holy relic fell into the hands of thieves during the chaotic wars of the past. I will find it, High Priest. Back in the present, his heart grew even heavier. That happened 2 days ago. Luna's eyes widened, not fully understanding his meaning. If the holy relic is found, Won't our church receive even more blessings? Neo's eyes gleamed intensely. That is an undeniable truth. But our church, with all its power, hasn't been able to find it for a very long time. How could Lord Jian? He nearly fainted at the thought. Even if the Lord is a powerful mage, I still wonder if he can find it by acting alone. Luna, beside him, inquired, if he does find it, will the place it's in truly become a holy land? He spoke softly, but with utter sincerity. Yes, at that point, the place with the holy relic will become a holy land, and the surrounding region will also become holy territory. However, Luna had a concern. But even if the Emperor of the Empire came and held a sword to your neck, you couldn't just randomly designate a holy land. Neo's brow furrowed with tension. That's right. When the holy relic is found, the church will officially recognize that place as the holy land. That holy grail, with its infinite healing power. I want to see it too. The excitement was clear in Luna's eyes. I'm trembling. I truly want to know if he'll be able to find it. My life's greatest wish. Could I really see a holy relic with my own eyes? A soft sigh escaped him. To be honest, he said, I don't think there's any possibility. But the Lord left so boldly, telling me to prepare. First, bring all the documents related to the Platinum Holy Grail here. I must examine it first. Luna replied obediently. Yes, High Priest. At the same time, Jian Calais was flying without wings. The sea at night like this is terrifying. The only light is the moonlight. And below is the deep, dark abyss. As he flew, he muttered to himself. He said that if I find the Holy Grail in Sauron, they will unanimously decide to make Sauron a holy land. Because the church is desperate for the holy relic. According to what I know, the fact that the Church of Janus doesn't possess a single representative holy relic is the #1 reason its divinity has been attacked by the dark churches all these years. Because the Church of Ambra and the Church of Kano both possess holy relics. The Church of Ambra has the black robe, and the Church of Kano has the skull. A thought crossed Jian's mind. Originally, there was no need to rush. The search for the holy relic could be postponed, but when he thought about turning Sana into a holy land using Hach, he chose to act with more urgency. Lord Giannis, if you are watching me, please forgive this plan to change the domain. After a long night, he finally set foot on Tata Island. Stepping onto the ground, he mumbled to himself that he must be the very first visitor to Tata Island. This was a place of great suffering. When the Great Demon War broke out, the Dark Elves and the Demon Army joined forces and began attacking humans. According to the pre-programmed information, any race that allies with the Demon King would naturally be perceived as evil. Of course, I changed my mind after researching the history of the Dark Elf lands. 4 years from now, the Dark Elves' decades-long ban on humans will be lifted, and official trade will begin. Thanks to this, nations that engaged in trade were able to purchase magical engineering weapons and equipment. The greed of foolish kings. That was the problem. Jay mused to himself as he walked. They thought that instead of paying for good equipment, it would be better to subjugate the Dark Elves and absorb their technology directly. That's why I remember the Dark Elves giving up their faith in humanity and siding with the Demon King in the Great War. In any case, it seems I've found the hiding place of the Holy Grail. He walked to a tree and gently touched it. A tree from which many extracts had been taken. It was buried right at the base of this tree. A moment later, the sound of digging echoed through the forest, along with Z's ragged breathing. I finally found it. He held a strange cup in his hand. This was the Platinum Holy Grail of Giannis. Let's see. I'll check the title and options in the message window. Suddenly, a roar echoed from behind, and his face hardened. What's that? Could that object be a Tacha? The pinnacle of Magitech civilization used by the Dark Elves in the Great War. Seeing the Tacha Tanex fly by, Jay quickly ducked for cover. The Tachanex is also known as a Transcendent, Tankes for short. I don't want them to know I was here, so I hid. The Tanex is truly fearsome. It doesn't matter what the physical condition of the wearer is. The moment you board a Tanex, you gain incredible mobility and adaptability to various pressures. Jay peeked out while the Tacha Tanex was on patrol. But that's strange. Is it on patrol? Normally, to be optimized for combat, it should have a pilot. But that machine has no one controlling it. The corners of his mouth curved up in amusement. Is this my chance? Suddenly, something caught his attention. What principle allows it to move so stably? If I can take a Tanex back for research, this is my chance to get a new title. Time to move. The Tacha Tanex was startled by Jian Calais' sudden approach. Its eye glowed red. Kill. Kill. Jay hid behind a large tree trunk, while the Tacha Tanex kept repeating, kill. Kill. It unexpectedly turned and targeted him. Jay's eyes showed a hint of caution as his cloak swerved. Jay kicked off and flew a short distance, before landing on the ground. He switched from wingless flight to a taunting sprint. His speed was instantaneous. Even so, the Tacha Tanex managed to single him out. Jian timed it perfectly, waiting for it to approach. Kill, kill, kill. Now's the time. Enter the space of the ring. Tanex. Instantly, the Tacha Tanex was sucked into the ring's space. Excellent. Whoosh. The wind carried a few leaves as it blew lazily. Jian had the Tacha Tanex. Good. I've successfully stored the Tanex in here, and I've also kept the Holy Grail safe in this space. And now, a system notification window appeared, displaying information about the Tanex stored in the ring space. Tanex. Rank. 7 stars. Option 1. Applies a modification that increases the user's mobility by up to 5 times. Overload and pressure on the body will be absorbed by the Transcendent. Option 2. Can use a total of 7 cannons that concentrate high-intensity magic. Option 3. Based on 100% power output, it has an absolute endurance of 1000. Option 4. You can reinforce a damaged area with a spirit stone. However, if the core is damaged, it requires the hand of an artisan. Option 5. All of the pilot's skills can be linked instantly without delay. Options 6 and 7. You need the inventor's consent. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Just as I remembered. The Tanex is indeed a creation of Sabio, the so-called Magi tech engineer of the Dark Elves. They'll be pretty angry when they find out their first-generation Transcendent has disappeared. Getting this Holy Grail and this thing, I've achieved 200% of my goal. But running into the Dark Elves here would be bad. I need to get out of here quickly. With that, he did a light hop and shot straight into the sky. At the same time, somewhere else in the woods, someone appeared. Sabio looked down with delight. Interesting. He licked his lips, showing a greedy expression. He wasn't panicked when he saw the Tacha Tanex, and he even knew how to exploit its weakness and trap it in another dimension. He's no ordinary person at all. Sabio immediately jumped down into the pit before him. Just the thought that he dared to come to my land. Even though I couldn't see what he dug up, it must have been some kind of treasure. That's not important right now. I want to see what his abilities are like as a Tanex pilot. Sabio pulled out a tracking device, and a mechanical voice immediately sounded from within. Tacha, Tanex, number 1. At this time, transmitting all data, initiating high-speed synchronization, and analyzing the pilot in real time. He instantly received Jian's parameters. This is great. None of the Dark Elves were suitable for this. Who knew a human could use it? He's a mage above level 5 after all. It's been so long since I've had such fresh research material. Meanwhile, Jian was flying over the sea. Swoosh. This should be a safe distance. Let's check the title in the message window. Suddenly, a new system notification appeared. Congratulations. The Divine Power stat has been added upon acquiring the Holy Grail. From now on, Divine Power will be added to your status window. You have obtained the title, First Discoverer of the Holy Grail. Accordingly, you have gained 100 Divine Power. Jian couldn't help but be astonished. My Divine Power increased by 100 all at once? Since I don't know when I'll run into those evil-minded monsters and the Dark Church again, I'll have to develop my Divine Power in the future. Using Divine Power is actually very simple. When facing dark enemies, it will deal additional damage as a percentage equal to the Divine Power value of the spell or sword skill. If you use exactly 100 Divine Power, that's a 100% increase, so the damage is doubled. If I use 900 Divine Power, that's 900%, increasing the total damage tenfold. Jian kept muttering, calculating his plans. I'm really growing fast. Having the Transcendent Tanex is like having the power of a 7th level mage. By my calculations, I'm practically unrivaled. If I think about my next target, it has to be those 2 unapologetic kingdoms, Bonus and Malus. First, I need to stabilize the refugee situation. Everything else can wait. After saying that, Jian shot off like a rocket. Back at the Holy Temple, a hurried voice called out, High Priest, High Priest. Neo was startled by Luna's actions. What is it? She panted, trying to get the words out. Duke Z. He finally did it. Our church's holy relic. He's found the Holy Grail. Neo couldn't believe his ears. Is that true? Tears welled up in Luna's eyes as she smiled and nodded in confirmation. He was too moved to speak. High Priest, this means the prophecy has come true. The holy relic that the Church of Giannis has searched for decades without success. Z found it. I'm grateful. So incredibly grateful. The next morning, At Lake Margarita, in the Sana region, the people of the temple expressed their gratitude. What in the world is going on? I can't believe it. Even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, Duke Jian must be a messenger sent by Saint Giannis himself. Otherwise, how could he possibly have found the Holy Grail all alone? One of them was on the verge of tears. God bless you. Oh, am I having the honor of meeting a divine messenger? Jian froze at their admiration, his cheeks turning a faint shade of pink in embarrassment. Just think of me as someone who found an object. What do you mean? A messenger. You are the one who found the Holy Grail. Someone in the crowd spoke up, questioning. It was discovered here in Lake Margarita, wasn't it? He gazed into the distance and nodded. That's right, to confirm it. I brought it up but didn't lock it so I could return it to its original place. Neo furrowed his brow cautiously. That location should only be known by the Duke. In the dawn of the Chani Lion Empire, this place is officially recognized as the city of Giannios. From this moment on, Lake Margarita and the entire surrounding area will become a holy land. There's no doubt about it. This is a perfect holy relic. I am certain this is the holy relic containing the light of knowledge from Sir Giannis. Luna hid her face to conceal her tears. Sir Neo has officially confirmed the holy relic. The others were just as moved. How touching. Truly, God has blessed the Lord of the CIA region. Long live the Lord. Long live. Neo couldn't hold back his tears. His Holiness is truly overjoyed. He praises the Duke's glory and wishes to convey that he will be by your side forever. Giannis let out a laugh. Just hearing about it makes me feel so happy. The system immediately popped up with a notification. Through Grand Chamberlain Na, you have received the sincere blessing of Pope Ammonia the 17th. Divine power increased by 50. He was incredibly excited. Is it possible to send divine power through just a few words? Divine power is a stat that can never be raised on one's own. And it increased by 50? Neo's eyes sparkled as he revealed something. His Holiness the Pope will soon visit this holy land in person. Jian replied, with a radiant smile. In that case, we will build the second most magnificent temple on this continent and await his arrival. He took Jian's hand. It's all thanks to you, and we are truly grateful. Jian replied solemnly. Yes, Grand Chamberlain. We will turn the Holy Land of Sana into a place where blessings, praise, and adoration for the Lord will flow endlessly. On the quiet surface of the lake, Jian smiled as he looked at his achievement, now renamed the Holy Land. Let's check the status of Sana after the change. The system displayed a super long message. The Sana region has been reorganized into the Holy Land of Sana. The Holy Land of Sana is managed by a separate window from the Sia territory, and this is called the Holy Land. Information about the Holy Land. The Holy Land of Sana, with parameters for agriculture, commerce, science, and the loyalty of its people. It mentioned receiving the attention of the Church of Giannios and having a positive influence on the D-class National Holy Land within the Sia territory. National Management, Agriculture, 87,500. National Management, Commerce, 113,500. National Management, Public Security, 399,500. National Management, Science, 132,500. National Management, Loyalty, 25,500. Holy Land Divinity, 129 out of 1,000. Military, total troops, 2,019 people. Special Situation 1. With the Pope's approval, it has become the first Holy Land of the Church of Giannos, receiving great attention and interest from the church members, and they have a positive influence on the Holy Land. Jian's cheeks flushed red. The Holy Land page. A look of delight was clear in his eyes. The Holy Land page was originally just the territory window page, but with the addition of divine power. But calling it the Holy Land page made him feel very special. However, the path ahead for the Holy Land is still very long. The internal affairs must also be built from the ground up, starting from the very first steps, but it's already receiving positive attention from many gods. His mind drifted to distant matters. There were many gods taking an interest in this world. The fact that he was speeding and had an accident in his past life, then was reincarnated into this one, he always thought it was due to the influence of some deity. But which god was it? A low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, or even a transcendent god? There was no way to know. Despite that, it was time for him to enjoy this. The #1 Holy Land of the strongest church on the Naz continent. If it develops well in the future, he won't have to worry about money at all. If that's the case, then I need to prepare for an even bigger project. Jian gazed out at the vast river, having turned a crisis into safety, a risk into an opportunity. Of course, it was a risk that had been anticipated, and thanks to his wise handling, it had turned into a massive opportunity. He mumbled to himself, making a resolution. There's only one thing left, one thing that's still bothering me. The image of that person appeared clearly in his mind. Of course, I can't just let him get away with it. Returning to his tent in the sand area, a soft voice spoke from within. Late at night, just the two of them. Is this what they call being on the same wavelength? Above all, congratulations on finding the Holy Grail. I wonder where the fun in that is. This red-haired girl was the mercenary training instructor, Enla. Jian tilted his head and smiled. Well, you've always been one for new things, Miss Enla. You are a person of more sincere faith than anyone. Enla nodded in agreement. That's right. Sir Giannis is the beginning and the end of my life. That is also the reason why I hate and want to crush the Dark Church. Jian listened intently to her words in silence. Suddenly, he reached out, offering. A glass of wine? Enla eagerly held out her glass to accept. There was no way she could refuse the Duke, who was so rarely seen. He then slowly took a small sip. How is your relationship with Chloe these days? She closed her eyes, savoring the drink. Enla spoke nonchalantly. It's September now. Beside her, Jian hesitated. Right, 3 days from now. She grew a bit quiet. The official contract will expire then, and the story we agreed upon will end. When the contract is over, we'll go our separate ways. Enla downed her glass of wine in one go. She's a good apprentice. I teach her one thing, and she understands 3 or more. To be honest, I became greedy because a gray elf apprentice is very special, and her abilities are not bad at all. Jian swirled the wine in his glass, deep in thought. If that's the case, then why? Before he could finish his question, Enla understood and answered. Chloe has long since surpassed the level I can teach. And there's another, more important reason. There is someone more worthy of being Chloe's teacher than I am. Jian replied seriously. I know it's shameless of me to ask this, but is that person me? She confirmed without hesitation. Yes. Immediately after, Enla shared her thoughts. After receiving private lessons from you, Duke, Chloe's abilities have improved tremendously. I feel so ashamed. After more than a year of teaching, Chloe's growth has been dazzling to me. Before I was someone who only cared about money, I was aimless. I've decided to let Chloe go. Chloe is free now. She will choose for herself. Hearing these heartfelt words, Jian's mood sank. That's sad. I can feel how much you care for your apprentice. In that case, I won't talk about Chloe anymore. Enla downed the rest of her wine. Right. The Duke will surely understand. The past is in the past. It's best to let sleeping dogs lie. Jian brought out another bottle of wine. Actually, I called you here today for a different reason. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the high-quality wine. He began to explain. I'm carrying out a secret mission. She paused, turning her full attention to him. Huh? Me? Not one of your other trusted associates? His voice turned serious, and his face darkened as he explained. The church will definitely attack. We can't predict the exact scale, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. He was on guard, because he knew exactly what kind of person. Clues was a man who precisely targets the beginning of other people's joy and happiness just to destroy it. There was no way a man like that would pass up the chance to ruin the celebration of Sana becoming a holy land. Enla casually took a swig and replied, So, you need the knowledge and experience of someone who's fought the Dark Church before? He quickly confirmed, Exactly. While it's a threat to the Holy Land, I'm also going to use this opportunity to wipe out the entire Dark Church. Suddenly, Enla brought up the very name he was thinking of. Clues. Do you know anything about him? Jian's eyes narrowed. I know him very well. The vice leader of the Umbra Order, a mysterious man with salt and pepper hair and a mask that conceals his entire face. Enla was a bit taken aback. How in the world? He's the kind of person you only learn about if you've done a deep dive into the Umbra Order. He looked flustered and embarrassed. It's because I've been interested in the Order since I was a kid. She looked at him with a mix of suspicion and teasing. That's not a question you can just brush off by claiming curiosity. Jian quickly steered the conversation in another direction. Anyway, what do you need my help with? Hearing this, Jian quickly made his request, which would cost him very little compared to his current power. Gold or precious metals. I want you, Miss Enla, to use it as bait to lure clues into a crowd. And of course, I will pay you handsomely. Enla's eyes widened with interest at the money pouch, which was as large as a rice sack. Money? Of course, this is more than enough. Duke, you want this done tonight? Jian let out a chilling laugh, his face full of sinister intent. From outside the tent, sounds of cackling could be heard. I want to discuss our strategy. If we're going to do this, we have to be sure. If there's even the slightest chance of survival, we need to divide and conquer properly. Good. Let's talk things over. Time flew by. 2 days later, The transport convoy arrived in Sana. The carriages were loaded with dozens of master poons. Not only that, but there were also spirit stones with purification magic circles. On top of that, Jian didn't forget to bring provisions and funds for bribes in the form of gold and cash. Enla took the lead, encouraging the group. All right, everyone. You're responsible for getting this convoy to its destination safely. Yes, ma'am, they responded with enthusiasm. Yes, Lady Enla. She touched the wound on her face. My face still stings. The Duke beat me black and blue. I really underestimated him. Despite her thoughts, Enla was quite satisfied. With his current abilities, even clues. She then recalled that night of drinking. That wasn't the Class 1 magic missile I thought it was. A normal magic missile can't create more than 5 fireballs. His clearly surpassed 80 orbs. Enla lowered her head and smirked. Thinking back on it, that was a dark time in my past. A second later, she regained her composure. All right, everyone, pick up the pace. Even if they target us, we'll wipe them out. Everyone, focus on what's ahead of us, not the surrounding borders. The men behind her tightened their grips on their sword hilts. Yes, understood, ma'am. Enla glanced back at them. The thing that caught her eye was the sharp tip of the soldiers' blades. Elite, well-trained troops, with quality armor and weapons. The Black Lion insignia of the Aggressio Knights. A slight smile formed on Enla's lips. Maybe I should try settling down too. She looked up at the afternoon sky and wondered. Let's see just how the Duke is going to finish this. High above, Jian was floating, watching over the convoy. He silently confirmed that his invisibility magic was holding up well. I have to stay hidden until I'm ready to attack from the right position. The spell has to be renewed every minute, even though this consumes a lot of mana. At this point, if anyone messes with me, especially if it's the Dark Church, I need to send them a clear signal that they're about to be crushed. Jian floated down slowly. I've made my intentions clear enough, haven't I? It'd be a real shame if I couldn't lure him out after all this. But he's a pretty tough nut to crack. If it's him, I hope he shows. Ever since that dark sorcerer joined the Order, everything about him has been kept secret. Even his abilities are a mystery to me. And he's the worst kind of killer, boasting an undefeated legendary record. After Clues was killed by a player, he was announced as the next raid boss in a major update. And then, I died from overwork, so that's where my knowledge ends. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Watch out! A large group is approaching fast from the right." The person next to him added urgently, "Report. Members of the Order are descending rapidly from the right-hand ridge. They set off an explosion over there and have blocked our escape route." Jian couldn't help but grit his teeth. So, the wicked have finally shown themselves. He trembled with anticipation. There is no future for the followers of the Dark Church. For those who have sold their souls to the devil. His hand clenched into a fist as he whispered, "I can't let a single one of them live." On the ground, which was now stained with pools of blood, Clues, who had been hiding until now, finally appeared. Just as I thought. It was a setup. You knew I was coming, didn't you? Is that why you deliberately set out bait for me to take? Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but praise his opponent. Well done, Jian. If I hadn't brought my suicide squad, this would have been a major disaster. In all my life, I've never met anyone like you. Clues recalled the massacre from moments before. Damn it, this pisses me off, you bastard, he spat, filled with bitter rage. For my more than 500 slaughtered subordinates, I will show you what true hell is. The members of the church instantly recognized Clues. He's that elf who worships the Giannis order. Kill him, one of the elders shouted. That false light will be extinguished by true darkness. From above, Jian heard every last word. You people, what are you even talking about? A noble opponent? An elf? He reached out and created a magic circle, which immediately crackled with electric currents. Transcendent missile, 6-fold heckapple. Before being paralyzed by the shock, someone screamed, "What is that?" That's not basic magic. Jian smirked. There is nothing basic about it. I am the only person in this world who can cultivate it. This is my transcendent magic. The magic missiles rain down like spears on the wind, moving too fast for the naked eye to track. Dual transcendent steel arrows. The arrows now being unleashed are impossible to counter from any direction. The color of the lightning in the sky changed because of the transcendent steel arrows. Duel. The members of the church were instantly reduced to skeletons. Even if we retreat, Clues will kill us anyway. Right, it's better to die like a moth drawn to a flame, one of them whispered as he knelt on the ground. Clues told us to target a territory with a mage like this. He gritted his teeth. That guy's insane. Jian landed on the ground and slowly approached. This was never a battle to begin with, because it seems none of you can even touch a single hair on my head. From behind, Clues appeared like a drifting ghost. Jian's sharp eyes snapped back towards him. So, you've come? The two faced each other as a light wind blew past. Jian used his ability to inspect him. Immediately, a detailed information panel appeared. Clues. Level 235. Special traits. Transcendent Self-Defense SS. Extreme Regeneration A. After-Image Sensing A. Normal traits. Terrorist Evangelism. Murder. Currently holding. Destruction Dagger. Currently holding. Absolute Weakening. Jian took note of the weapon. Clues was using a dagger that maximized power and critical strikes, and a ring that absolutely shredded physical and magical defense by a certain percentage, regardless of how tough the opponent was. It was a combination born from a perfect imagination. For an enemy, it was the perfect combination. Suddenly, Clues spoke cryptically. Jian, you have some free time? Jian was slightly startled, his eyes darting around. Clues lowered his head and chuckled with delight. It's so sad to see you have to retreat. It looks like you're trying to kneel and beg me now, but it's too late. Before he could finish, Jian casually kicked sand in his face. Clues rubbed his eyes angrily. What is this childish prank? In any case, I'll show you what bitterness tastes like. Immediately after, he activated his superior skills, regeneration and self-defense. Even if they're fakes, I still have to be careful. He's finally making his move. His ego is a unique ability, because magic and curses have no effect. It's best to kill him. And if I can't, I still want that ring. Countless versions of Clues spoke in unison. What the hell are you looking at? At that moment, Jian was completely surrounded by Clues clones. One of them attacked, and Jian quickly flew up. Another tried to snip a few strands of his hair. His eyes turned red with anger. Not bad. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, followed by a fleeting provocation. Teleport. Clues was shocked by his speed. Jian reached out towards him. Suddenly, the real Clues froze, trembling. How? My real body? Jian frowned and whispered in his ear. You still don't see it? The sand I used before we got close, I mixed glitter dust magic into that sand. I already knew you were skilled at creating copies of yourself, and that's also a fatal weakness, one that can't be changed by your self-defense duplication technique. So, while you were distracted, I sprinkled the glittering gold powder on your body, making it easy to find the real you. With that, Jian chanted the spell Transcendence Telekinesis, then hurled Clues away like he was nothing. Jian reached out to see where he had landed. The magic, Transcendence Telekinesis, is a nasty spell that uses the power of dynamics to place immense gravity on a body. In a single transcendent case, it's said that you would feel the gravitational acceleration of 8 hours. I pulled the absolute weakening ring off right before he was blown away. I'll make good use of it. Debuffing Clues is always the right move. Getting this ring was easier than I thought. Lucky. Suddenly, someone tried to snatch the ring from Jian's hand. He wasn't panicked. In fact, he was strangely calm. Back so soon? Is there something you wanted to say? Clues' eyes were bloodshot and bulging with veins. I've experienced the power of telekinesis once or twice before, but I've never encountered such a bizarrely terrifying power. Jian looked at him with contempt. So what? Clues angrily demanded. Ultimately, where does your power come from? Is it the power from a power-sharing contract with the Church of Gianos? Jian made an annoyed face and swatted his hand away. You people are cowards, but don't assume everyone is as pathetic as you. Those words struck Clues' fragile pride. What? Jian declared that the fight wasn't over yet. Then he made a proposal. If I die, then all of this will be yours. How about it? If that's the case, you'll fight harder, won't you? Jian glanced down at Clues' hand, the one holding the dagger. A thick, sinister aura erupted from Clues' entire body. I haven't even used my hidden power yet. For decades, not a single person who has seen my body's transformation has lived to tell the tale. Clues exploded into a ripped, six-pack bearing body. Jian watched with a serious expression as his muscles bulged. His fingernails grew long and sharp. Clues transformed from a scrawny addict to an arrogant beast. He was desperate to beat Jian to a pulp. Die. Jian calmly summoned a transcendent spatial gate, and in an instant, more than a dozen portals appeared around him. Clues' eyes widened in astonishment. As many as 10 spatial gates? You will definitely die here. I will shatter the entire spirit and zeal of the Dark Church. With that, Clues erupted in a massive flame. A volley of fire arrows doubled, looking like 2 massive claw marks from a wild beast. Clues' eyes were wide, unable to look away. Fire arrows that big? This is a type of transformation magic I've never seen before. Damn it. From the left, another magic circle appeared. Another one appeared above his head. He roared. And many more spatial gates. After he said this, more magic circles continued to appear. Jian's mood became agitated. I don't even know where each gate connects, but as a level 5 mage, I will use all the transformative flows with this body. Clu's eyes lit up as if he'd lost his humanity. I'll trade it for your life. His calf muscles tensed. Jian silently tracked his every movement. He quickly opened a spatial gate and combined it with a fire arrow. From within the magic circle, the flames seemed to be amplified. The same thing happened with the other circles. Despite being trapped, the fanatical Clus still tried to approach him. I will kill you. Suddenly, several sharp slashes flew towards Jian, who calmly dodged them. He activated instant movement to make sure Clus took the full brunt of the attack. At that moment, more than a dozen magic circles attacked, and Clus was hit by every single blow. His face darkened as he panted for breath. I have to do something. Suddenly, Clus' footsteps faltered. What? My legs. I can't move them. What's happening? Jian spoke nonchalantly. That's telekinesis magic. To be precise, your movement is nullified by dynamics, locking you into a fixed position. He smiled, but his words were sharp. The fire arrow shot straight towards Clus' chest. Blood spread across the area. He was in agony, forcing himself up and questioning everything. This is impossible. This can't be real. His eyes were hidden behind his hair. Even if I concede 100 times, even if Jian's realm has reached level 6, he can't possibly be this strong. The power source is completely different from what he used to attack my subordinates earlier. At the very least, this magic is twice as strong. Besides, isn't his magic supposed to run out? The reason is because Jian is decked out in high-level gear, Muditas' staff, Druk's gauntlets, and the Ring of Absolute Weakening. He walks over and lightly touches Clus. The Ring of Absolute Weakening shatters his defenses completely. His eyes widen as far as they can go. That ring's power. How? Both rings glow simultaneously, and a moment later, Clus' entire body goes stiff. My body. Clus tries to force a defensive skill, but Jian smirks mockingly. You're dumber than I thought. Time seems to freeze. Clus feels a sudden shock as the tip of a dagger pierces his body. Clus' eyes bulge as if they're about to pop out. A sinister smile spreads across Jian's face. The system explains the magical artifact from the artisan bullet, a magic tool made of stellate, a rare mineral harder than spirit stone. It can be used to cut spirit stones, or permanently engrave a seal or a magic circle on them. Jian calmly explains. It's used for processing spirit stones, a tool that can create fatal wounds. Since your body was just transformed, even a magical tool made of stellate wouldn't cut too deep. But in this situation, you're completely defenseless because your barriers have been completely shattered. That's why the wounds from this tool become fatal. Well now, I'll be taking this dagger. Before leaving, Jian viciously stabs him twice more in the back. In case you didn't know, let me tell you, I eliminate any possibility of something unexpected happening. Clus. Your lust and your sins have caused the deaths of countless people. Since you've committed countless evil acts through all sorts of methods and schemes, I don't feel the slightest bit of guilt about what I'm doing to you. Clus collapses to the ground, but still manages to sneer. Not bad, Jian. Not bad at all. How could a punk like you become the lord of a region? If I had known you would be an unbeatable opponent, I would have never thought of fighting you in the first place. Jian patiently exchanges a few words with him. If I had thought from the start that I would lose to you, I wouldn't have set traps like these. Clus lets out a hearty, self-mocking laugh. Excellent, but I was the only one who knew how to use that ring. Jian reminds him in a low growl. Clus. Your head will be put on public display for all to see, and your corpse will be dragged through the vast lands to receive the people's fury. Clus' vile smile doesn't falter. What's the point of taking your anger out on a corpse? If you do that, the dead won't come back to life. They died because you were too incompetent to save them. Jian doesn't deny it. You're right. There's no point. Clus forces himself to his feet. Go on, do it. Suddenly, Jian uses greater heal, surprising him. What? Did you suddenly have a change of heart and decide to save my life? Jian's face darkens. You're going to die no matter what, but I will never kill you until you confess with your own mouth and beg for death. Until your last breath is spent, you will feel the agony of not being allowed to die. Clus can't believe the malicious words coming from his mouth. What? Jian gives him a friendly smile. I just healed you, so now, how about another blow? We'll just keep doing this. Attack. Then greater heal. Over and over. Even if you want to die, you can't. I won't allow you to die. And so, the living hell began. This cycle of healing and beatings finally comes to an end when Clus speaks up. Please, what? He struggles on the ground. Please. Kill me. I was truly wrong. Please don't let me live so uselessly like this. Please stop. Jian takes an automatic camera out of his item ring. The pain of being at death's door is truly something else. All right then, confess your sins. Speak in front of this recording device. Clues is barely human at this point. Jian pulls his head up and says, "Come on, your last words." Clues manages a treacherous smile. "Even if I die, the church will come for you to get revenge." Jian's face turns grim. "Oh, so I don't have to show any mercy? Good. I will carve my hatred into the very bones of that dark church." As he spoke, he yanked his hair violently. "I despise you." The camera is still shoved in Clues' face. He bursts into a crazed laugh. "I'll be waiting for you in the afterlife." Jian replies coldly. "We'll see about that. I have no intention of visiting the hell you'll be in." A second later, the blade is at his throat. "I will curse you." And then, a crow flies across the sky. With the job done, he checks his stats. Although he's very curious about the status message, he'll save it for later. First, he shoves Clues' corpse into a different dimension. He lets out a tired sigh. Jian frowns and steels himself. Whoosh. Time to go back. Back to the battlefield. With that, he leaps away. Elsewhere, Enla is stunned. She's frozen by the sight of the fire, not knowing when she and her entire army had become mere spectators, watching one man who didn't look like he needed any help at all. Loud screams echo from inside. Someone had given the church fanatics a real beating. The soldiers outside praise him. A battle mage is the strongest among the top-tier mages. Our Lord is truly amazing. Could it be that even Clues died at our Lord's hands? If that's true, that's just incredible. Jian appears out of nowhere. That's right, he confirms out loud. Clues is dead. Then he shows them his war trophy, a grotesque object that makes the army scream. A church member trembles. "No, my lord." Enla's eyes widen with a mix of shock and joy. "I can't believe it. Is Clues really dead?" On the other side, Jian continues his intimidation. "Hey, you followers of Ambra, don't even think about surrendering, because I have no intention of sparing any of you. You've committed countless crimes against innocent people, crimes for which only death can atone." Hearing this, they look at each other, understanding what's coming. Jian creates a magic circle, and a farewell flame erupts. "Let's go." He sends them on a one-way trip to join Clues. Just like that, Jian used movements and magic that it seemed no one else would dare to attempt. And in a brilliant dance with his dagger, the sparks of life were quickly extinguished in every direction. It was like an express train to hell, with no escape route for survival. As usual, after finishing the job, Jian checks the system. "You have executed 1,000 slashes. You have obtained the title, Shadow Hunter. With 1,000 slashes and the new title, you are awarded the item, Demon's Amusement. You have surpassed level 100. Your mind's eye has been upgraded." Reading the last line, Jian can't help but be shocked. Demon's Amusement. Mind's eye. He looks at the ring on his hand and asks himself, "Since when was my hand a demon's amusement?" Demon's Amusement is a legendary item obtained by killing 1,000 lives. Its information is displayed. The demon's plaything allowed him to choose from several effects. Increase magical power by 500, increase muscular strength by 100, increase physical stamina by 100, increase physical defense by 50, increase magical defense by 50, or activate a special detoxification that could instantly dispel lethal poison, with a 12-hour cooldown. Additionally, every time a bonus quest was completed, the artifact's level would increase by 1, and all stats from the power and defense options would be doubled. Jay carefully examined it. It was clear. 1,000 8-star slashes, 100,000 9-star slashes, 1,000,000 10-star slashes, and tens of millions of slashes, that is, transcendence. That's what it was. Just then, someone's voice called out, "Duke?" Enla's group was incredibly excited, finding it hard to believe. They wanted to ask him exactly what happened. How could you possibly kill someone like Clues? What did you really do? Seeing her expression, he smiled. It was just a matter of ability. Enla froze, thinking to herself that his answer was, with the transcendent magic she had achieved, the gap between herself and Clues was reversed. Meanwhile, Jay was also deep in thought. Why had he achieved a power he couldn't surpass? A great change would occur in the future, and he himself had created that major turning point. Enla brushed aside her thoughts about Clues and spoke up. "The Giannis Church will highly praise the Duke's contribution for killing the most difficult enemy to date." Jay smiled gently. "Thank you, Enla. I am honored to be the one to punish Clues, the sworn enemy of radios." After the incident where Clues was dealt with at the tavern, a tall figure slowly walked inside. The church leader, sitting with her legs crossed, gave a casual order. "Go ahead and call them. This is a private place." The Dark Sorcerer nodded in agreement. Understood. Lena, sitting in the shadows, spoke in a syrupy tone. Dark Sorcerer, how many times have you called my name? So, I can't call you by your name? She retorted. Is Dark Sorcerer my name? Lena laughed out loud. How could that be a name? It's a title, isn't it? You've been using a false name for so long, how about getting a new one? The Dark Sorcerer immediately countered. If it's an order, I will obey. If it's a request, I refuse. She laughed, smoothing things over. All right then. Fine. I have been called Dark Sorcerer for many years. I'm used to it now. Suddenly, the Dark Sorcerer paused. Clues is dead. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Lena leaned back in her chair. I know. I've already heard the news. Was it that guy again? She nodded in confirmation. It wasn't enough for him to steal the legendary item. He dismembered the body and even recorded a confession. Lena waved her hand lazily. I told you to report any of his movements beforehand. His actions were foolish and clumsy. It's all his own fault. The Dark Sorcerer lowered their head and brought up another matter. What about the Oath of Loyalty? She replied nonchalantly. Accept it. Clue's faction is already waving the white flag. After all, those guys hated Clues from the very beginning. There's no other way, the Dark Sorcerer said, seeming unconvinced. It's the effect of losing the cult's pillar. How ironic. Lena casually twirled a lock of hair. Is it because I've lived too long? Isn't the church supposed to be a place that shapes people? As if understanding the unspoken offer of the vice leader position, the Dark Sorcerer spoke first. I refuse. I prefer my freedom. It's best for me to operate in silence. Lena frowned in dissatisfaction. Are you really not considering the position of vice leader? As she spoke, the Dark Sorcerer removed their hood. I hate official positions. Just managing the Black Knights is already beyond my limit. The vice leader position should be given to someone skilled in disguise and diplomacy, like V. I can't be swayed. Lena gave in. Fine, have it your way. What about the plan for that guy, Jay? The Dark Sorcerer's face darkened, their eyes emotionless. I won't do something as insane as what Clues did. I will cease all external activities and investigate Jay from his childhood to the present. I won't miss a single thing. In the tavern, the sound of the Dark Sorcerer's grim voice echoed. It seems the Giannis Church has officially declared Sana a holy land. In the future, all attention will be drawn there. So, let's refrain from any provocative actions for now, Lena replied nonchalantly. Of course, Clues was unnecessary from the start, but I don't want to lose you, Dark Sorcerer. So don't overdo it. Hearing this, her expression remained cold. What does my life matter? Immediately after, Lena brought up what had happened with the church. It's just something I was thinking. I suddenly wonder if the holy God truly exists. Under the name of a so-called dark church, so many people have been lost. The Dark Sorcerer spoke with a hint of mockery. Gods. That depends on one's faith. I don't know who the gods of others are, but the only God I believe in is the person standing right before me. Lena blushed and deliberately teased. Oh my, what's this? Is that part of your job description? The Dark Sorcerer's eyes widened slightly. That is what I have thought for a very long time. I am not the type to say things just to please others. Don't look for me until the investigation is complete. I will be very busy. Lena's smile vanished as she pretended to be busy herself. Anyway, I'm starting the dungeon raid tomorrow. These words seemed to hit a nerve with the Dark Sorcerer. Lena continued, asking, Is it the dungeon of the Spider Queen, Marina? She then confirmed, Yes. Ah, be careful. You'll run into the Red Queen there, since we agreed to attack it together. The Dark Sorcerer deliberately reminded her, Be careful. That girl and her followers have many hidden secrets. Lena pouted and replied curtly, It's not like this is my first or second time. Don't worry. Despite her words, the Dark Sorcerer remained cautious. You are the leader of the Ambra Church. You are its pillar. You cannot allow yourself to be injured. Lena's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still feigned annoyance. You're such a nag. All right, if you have to go, then go. Hurry up. She left immediately. All right, I'm leaving. As soon as the words were spoken, the Dark Sorcerer vanished. At that moment, Lena's coy expression also disappeared. Jian ground his teeth, muttering to himself, You will definitely die. Back in the Grand Domain on the 1st of the month, Jian sat at his desk with dozens of notifications, from shipping reports to confirmation messages. It's so busy. Just how many messages are there confirming the First Awakening? Before him was a golden panel. Title: You have obtained the title, One Who Overcame the First Crisis. Jian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A title message was a signal that a player had reached a special turning point. Right after that was the next line. As a reward for obtaining the title, You have received a piece of the Chittis Island map. Jian was a bit surprised. What? He quickly opened the letter. Chittis Island. The location of Chittis Island is near the continent of G. It's an island located in the southern region. The Nas continent is home to the largest scale dungeon on the continent, also known as the Great Nas Labyrinth. But what I received is a map that can destroy a part of this labyrinth, break it down to conquer it. In Paradiso, Chittis Island draws the attention of all players, a place that stimulates an infinite spirit of challenge. This island contains the Great Labyrinth of Nas, an infamous dungeon. First and foremost, it's a descending basement structure, tailored to the tastes of the development team, the ones who are particularly fond of underground dungeons. There's a gate at the basement entrance, and every single minute, the color of the gate changes. This means the labyrinth you enter 1 minute is different from the one you enter the next. The starting point of the labyrinth, connected to the gate, changes continuously every minute. The problem is, you can't match the colors to the gate types. This is because even if you prepare to tackle a type A or B labyrinth, you might end up in a type Z labyrinth if you're unlucky. Yesterday, the red gate might have been type A, but today, the black gate could be type A. Jian looked at the last few lines of the letter, which detailed the relationship between each labyrinth floor and the date, the gate's color, and the labyrinth type. Calculations began to form in Jian's mind. He had the map that deciphered this very labyrinth in his hands. This was top-secret information. He read the words written below aloud from the next page. Declaration of the Great Labyrinth of Nas. The entire Great Labyrinth of Nas belongs to the continent of Nas. It does not belong to any power or nation. Any forces or states that intend to violate this and occupy the Great Labyrinth will be met with the unified force of Nas to repel the invaders. Furthermore, they will be defined as a horde of greedy demons and may be subjected to ruthless terror without any dishonor to the defenders. Jian hesitated for a moment. This was obviously crucial information, but he couldn't attack right away. He had to wait for the right moment. But it was time for Chloe to go. From somewhere else, the sound of stifled sobs could be heard. Chloe dragged her feet through the hallway, trembling. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. "Oh my, it's Chloe." Ha appeared, looking radiant. "When did you get here?" Chloe stammered, startled. I just arrived." She was a bit puzzled. "Then you should go see the Lord immediately. Why are you just standing here? Hurry inside. The Lord has been waiting for you." Suddenly, Chloe's voice became serious as she called out, "Hey, ha, if the Lord, just if he sees me today and says he wants me to leave the domain, what should I do? I still want to learn so much from him." Ha, naively offered a suggestion. "What a silly question, Chloe. You just have to tell the Lord exactly that," she said with complete confidence. "Tell him everything you're keeping in your heart. You have to be honest, truly honest. Don't hide anything at all, okay? Well, I'm off. I still have training to do." "Ha," Chloe called out as she watched her leave. Left alone, she clenched her hands in nervousness. When she entered Jian's room, he called her name softly. "Chloe," she replied. "Yes." Jian gently started the conversation. "How has your solo training been lately? Stealth is a wonderful technique. Have you been practicing it?" Chloe kept her head down and answered curtly, "Yes." He smiled and probed further. "No other issues? Do you have any questions about psychological warfare, or about strategy and tactics, or anything else?" Chloe could only reply, "Yes." He feigned exasperation, teasing her. "You silly Chloe. Yes, in the future, I'll have to seriously consider calling you Robot instead of Chloe." "Yes." She gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "It's always yes or no. So the final answer is no?" Seeing Chloe open up a bit, he slowly got to the main point. "I called you here for a reason. It's because I'll need your skills in the future. Our domain needs many talented people with potential, like you. Chloe, I know you're a Gryelf, and that you may have to return to your clan's lands." Chloe's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "Even knowing that, you're still making this offer?" Jian leaned back in his chair and stated frankly, "In any case, you left your homeland to gain experience in the human world, didn't you? What's about to happen both inside and outside this domain will significantly broaden your knowledge." As he said this, he thought to himself, the Great Labyrinth of Nas is a dungeon that can be revisited at any time with a fire dragon. Chloe will be a huge help in the Great Labyrinth of Nas. From what I saw through Enla, I need Chloe to accept this proposal first. She spoke up, explaining, "I've never thought about this. I don't think I can do it. I was planning to leave tomorrow." Her decision caught him by surprise. That's strange. Remembering his harem at home, he thought, "From what I heard from Haas yesterday, she was supposed to be preparing to attack the Nightmare Forest with Haas, Isabel, and Rena. Could she be putting on an act? Jian gave a strained smile, unsure what to do, while Chloe showed no emotion at all. Not knowing what else to do, Jian could only offer a reassuring smile. Don't feel too pressured, Chloe. He made his plea. Chloe, I really need you. Even if it's just for a requested period, please stay by my side. Help me, end this domain. Chloe couldn't believe what she was hearing. Huh? You really need me? She lowered her head slightly, her brows furrowing unconsciously. Seeing this, Jian guessed to himself, it seems Chloe is worried about something else. He reaffirmed his words. I really do. Right now, there's no one by my side who can use stealth or disguise as skillfully as you. Jian pointed at Chloe. And one more thing. Her eyes widened in confusion. One thing. He snapped his fingers and explained, it's not just about my advice. I will definitely find a good teacher for you within a year. Guaranteed. Chloe was startled. Really? He looked at her with a determined expression. I'm not lying. Someone who can teach you far more than I can. Jian mentioned another person. Formido, a man who, even at 70 years old, is still walking the path of an assassin and has reached its peak. Unfortunately, in the year 1424, when the Great Demonic War broke out, he fell in battle at the age of 79. Then, he continued to persuade her patiently, think about it, and stay by my side. I will definitely give you many opportunities for new experiences. Have you ever thought about the Queen's class? Chloe looked flustered. The Queen? The one who has 2 older brothers and is destined to inherit the throne? Jian looked straight into her eyes. No. That person, he revealed in a cold voice, ends up dead. After that thought, Chloe would slam the table and stand up. Turns out, those were just words he imagined in his head. Of course, he couldn't say that to Chloe. Jian chose another approach. How about for 1 year? First, stay here for a year, and after that, the choice is all yours. Chloe was still a bit reluctant. She contemplated for a full 5 minutes. If you want me to stay that much, then I will stay. This made Jian Cullis incredibly happy. Excellent. Let's do our best together. Chloe, excited, replied, yes. After that, Jian got right to work. It was time to start mining Candia. A heavier metal. More Candia needed to be mined. If the 2 kingdoms of Bonus and Mus were to face off, he would have to recalculate everything. To expand the domain in the future, I'll need some solid ports. The sea off the coast of Port Met is connected to the Maknung Strait of the sea via Grand Domain. Since it freezes over in the winter, it's possible to set up secret ambushes. It's not just about game exploits. With this kind of knowledge, I can reap sweet rewards. According to the arrangements, right at this moment, everyone, in order to build a glorious future somewhere, is receiving the protection of an unknown god. A reminder that the protagonist is growing step by step and must once again strengthen his will. Jian felt there was a flaw in the reasoning he just laid out. Times of chaos may be an opportunity for anyone, but I don't see it that way. What the people want is not a hero in chaotic times, but a benevolent ruler in times of peace. That is why I must stabilize the situation across the continent. Someone was continuously writing and heaping praise on him. Excellent, my lord. Please continue speaking. He continued at a steady pace. A war that treats the sacrifice of the people as a matter of course is unacceptable. Of course, as a leader, one must direct them to increase their labor and strength. Vandes was visibly moved. Wonderful. My lord, please continue. Jian looked at him blankly, at a slight loss for words. Vandes, you're constantly praising me like this. These aren't just empty compliments, are they? The man flattered him. How could that be? Then, with a sincere gaze, he remarked, didn't I tell you this before? My lord, I am not one to speak empty words. Jian nodded along. I know. These aren't lines I've taken inspiration from somewhere. They are simply my own thoughts. Vandes was so moved he nearly cried. Yes, I can feel it too. In fact, you are already running the Grand Domain in that very way, my lord. A notification appeared over Jian's head. Vandes's faith has increased. Loyalty plus 200. Vandes has entered his first awakening. He smiled. Vandes. Vandes flinched back. Ah, there is one more thing, my lord. Not long ago, I heard some news that the rainy season has begun in the southern region of the Naz continent. Thanks to that, Master Poon is selling very well. Jian gave a half smile, not the least bit surprised. Is that so? That is indeed good news. Suddenly, the man became serious. My lord, although I am not a military expert or anything of the sort, but through my connections, I have some information I wish to share with you, documents from the 2 kingdoms of Bonus and Musa. Jian's expression hardened. Let me see. Vandes carefully presented all the data to him with both hands. This is information from the Army and Navy regarding the management of coastal cities and ports. Jian glanced over it and commented, I won't ask about the source of this information. The main point of this document is that the naval commanders of the two kingdoms are being treated very poorly and are considered outsiders. Vandus nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. The cost of maintaining the navy is too high compared to their performance. Jian naturally understood the implication from the man, and that in the eyes of those two foolish kings, they have no need for such people. Vandus replied affirmatively. Yes, that's exactly right. The two individuals mentioned are the King of Bonus and the King of Musa. The man continued to present his thoughts. Currently, their loyalty is like a sandcastle on the verge of collapse. Jian listened patiently until the end before slowly replying. Vandus, what is it you want to say? I understand. What those Navy men need right now is opportunity and a just cause. If they are given the chance to change their minds, to choose a new nation and a new master, they will move to a more solid ship without any regrets. Vandus was about to continue rambling. It's almost complete now. After I finish revising it, I'll have some famous people read it and leave suggestions. From outside, Orenes kicked the door open and burst in. My lord, we found him. Acero found that blacksmith in the Prienus mine. We finally found him. This news was a huge turning point for Jian. Are you sure? Have you double-checked? It's not someone else or just a person with the same name, is it? She affirmed resolutely. My lord, you don't believe me? It's true, which is why I came here directly. Seeing this, he relented. I know, Orenes, you seem very certain. He thought to himself. Kenia, a person who can handle this stubborn thing as easily as water and air. At that thought, dopamine flooded his brain. The man known as the father of alchemy. I finally found him. As night fell, Jian waited for Orenes on the back of his sea-crossing mount. My lord, she said with some curiosity, it's really strange. How could you make that? What's that legendary item called? A golem. But anyway, how did you get it? Jian smiled confidently. Someone gave it to me. Orenes's face flushed slightly, and she felt a strange mood. My lord is up here, and I'm looking in the same direction as you, flying towards the same place. He reminded her sternly. Stop having weird thoughts. I'm not into men. It's only because of the circumstances that we have to travel like this today, she replied with a sly smile. My apologies, my lord. I just suddenly remembered something. But Acero, did those guys in the Planus mine find the money? She glanced over and replied softly. Yes. Then he gave a long report. From the gatekeeper to the mine director, no one was clean. So all it takes is giving them money, and they'll manipulate work efficiency. Jian expressed his dissatisfaction. What a rotten place. Orenes continued the story. Are they using embezzlement and bribery like it's a passive skill? They accept money and goods to do things as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Jian replied with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, the greed of the one at the top is always the greatest, and kingdoms like that aren't too far from us, are they? Orenes reminded him of something. My lord, as you know, both the Artemia and Fair Kingdoms have high corruption indexes. Jian's flying speed shot up. You're right. In that case, let's pick up the pace. We're heading for the Planus mine. The sky was now turning to night. Jian gave a slight smile and spoke to the person beside him. I gotta admit, it's really comfy sleeping here, but you're snoring a bit loud. She replied lazily, her eyes still shut tight. Besides, we still have a long way to go to reach the Planus cave. Jian facepalmed in exasperation and suggested, we should use this time to check the tanks. Huh? A hole. A notification came from the machine. Data collected. What is this? Sabio's face couldn't hide his excitement. His hands were still holding Orenes. He spoke as they floated in midair. He must be thrilled to get this data. After all, it can be used as feedback for this massive body. If I use this well, he'll become more curious, maybe even visit me more often. Hey, Orenes, you're going to fall. Let me catch you. She was still half asleep. Just then, Jian's hand accidentally brushed against the curve of her chest. However, he simply thought to himself, looks like you've gained some weight. Orenes, have I been making her work too hard? I'll add some exercise sessions for her later. The place they were heading to was the Planus cave. Among the many people, there was an undiscovered genius, the father of metallurgy, Acero. 3 years after the War of Annihilation ended, he accidentally discovered Kendia while inspecting ore. From then on, weapons made from Kendia began to be supplied to the Allied forces. This gave them an advantage over the demon army, which was only equipped with iron weapons. It had been 12 years since that happened, if my calculations are correct. Lost in thought, Jian quickly landed and signaled to the person beside him. Orenes, we're here. She snapped awake, looking confused. Huh? We're already here? Her reaction puzzled him. What do you mean? All right. And Orenes. She looked up. Yes? Jian advised her earnestly. You should lose some weight. I accidentally touched a very fleshy part earlier and was quite surprised. Orenes's expression changed in a flash. What did you just say? He quickly shushed her. Quiet, and get ready. In front of them were the figures of 2 guards. Time to collect. Starting with these gate guards, he tightened his grip on the hammer in his hand. A voice called out from behind. Acero quickly turned his head and replied, Supervisor Buku, sir. However, the man immediately started cursing at Acero. This bastard, didn't I tell you not to use the iron without permission? Who the hell do you think you are, wasting it like that? Acero's face instantly filled with fear. Then came cries of pain, as Buku beat Acero repeatedly. If I add up all the times I've warned you before, it'd equal my mother's age. You dog, because you don't listen to the supervisors and ignore them, other people are starting to eye my position. I'm going to make an example out of you, just like I was showing you this morning. He raised the whip in his hand, a look of sadistic glee on his face as he prepared to strike. Acero's cries grew more and more desperate. He propped himself up on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Still, Acero tried to defend himself. I didn't use the iron without permission. The other smiths can attest to my innocence. I was just studying it during my break. However, Buku simply turned a deaf ear. Still ignoring me and talking back? I'm going to kill you today. If a blacksmith like you dies, I just have to write up some stupid reason and report it. You get it? He lunged forward to attack. Die! Acero helplessly raised his arms to block. Fortunately, a voice cut in, interrupting the beating. Stop! Jian grabbed Buku's hand. The supervisor's eyes widened in fury as he glanced over. What? What the hell are you doing? Who are you to grab my hand? Looks like you're new here. Are you out of your mind? I asked, what the hell you're doing? Jian's expression darkened as he explained in a cold voice. I'm an acquaintance of Acero. I wish to speak with him, so please step aside. Buku growled in annoyance. His expression grew even uglier as he retorted. An acquaintance? Bullshit. This is my territory, and Acero is a blacksmith under my command. Even if Acero's parents came here, they couldn't do whatever they want. Understand? Jian said nothing more, instead tossing a cloth pouch onto the ground. I have a gift for you, sir. Please, let me speak with him. Buku bent down, muttering something under his breath. You trying to play me? However, his attitude changed the instant he saw what was inside the pouch. Oh my god, this much is equal to my total salary for 3 years. Jian replied coolly, I have another bag of gold. Buku grew curious. So, what's going on here? And may I ask who you are? This time, it was Orenes who spoke up. You don't need to know that. You just need to listen to him, and we'll give you 3 more bags of gold. The man became obsequious, asking cautiously, So, what do I need to do? Jian leaned in and murmured, Draw up a document for Acero's dismissal from the cave, and stamp it with the chief manager's seal. After that, I'll give you 9 years' worth of your salary here. The man eagerly complied. I understand. I'll do as you say, sir. Next, it was Acero's turn to ask questions as he was being healed. Are you a mage, sir? Besides, I don't have any relatives who are mages. Jian explained calmly. I just made that up. It seems that supervisor was constantly attacking and ignoring you, Mr. Acero. Acero didn't seem bothered by it. He replied nonchalantly, That's just a normal day in the Planus cave. Just then, Jian used one of his skills. A status window for the man in front of him appeared. Acero, with skills in metallurgy, alchemy, swordsmithing, spear and shield crafting, basic crafting, researching, calm, family-oriented, can produce basic weapons through a synthesis of special aptitudes. After reading it, Jian couldn't hide his admiration. As expected, great people of the future are always different in the beginning. He began to speak to the man, Mr. Acero. Acero quickly replied, Yes? That form of address is a bit much for me. Even though you look like the son of a nobleman, you've treated me so well. Jian thought to himself, It seems no one around here recognizes me since I'm not that well known yet. This is probably for the best. And then he spoke to him. It's fine. I can be polite to a master craftsman whenever I wish. Mr. Acero, I'll get straight to the point. Would you like to leave this cave and move to a new place with your family? This offer was completely shocking to Acero. Huh? Leave the Planus cave? Wouldn't I have to talk to Supervisor Buku about that? Jian took off his hood, explaining with a bright smile. I've already had him prepare your dismissal notice. I am the lord of a domain, Mr. Acero. I sincerely invite you to come to my territory. Oranes, standing beside him, simply offered a friendly smile in support. The sudden proposal left Acero completely dumbfounded. Watching the two of them conversing in the distance, he wondered why Lord Fetter, a man from such a prominent place, had come here to make him an offer. Why? Acero thought gloomily. I'm just an ordinary blacksmith. You could find someone like me anywhere, couldn't you? Just then, a voice called out, Mr. Acero. Gian smiled, holding up 3 fingers as he made a promise. I will promise you 3 things, Mr. Acero. 1. I will give you the best forge, fully equipped with all the necessary tools. While I can't promise it will be the best on the continent, I can at least assure you it will be the best forge in the north. As the man stood there in shock, he continued. 2nd, if you need them, I will also provide you with magical tools. If there is anything I can create, I will come and craft them with my own hands. I may not look the part, but I am a mage, and I'm quite confident when it comes to the intricate details required to produce a magic stone. This made Acero frown in thought. Intricate details are usually quite difficult. That's impressive. Really? Gian didn't respond, simply continuing calmly. 3rd, I will give you a plot of land for you and your family to live on. He exclaimed in astonishment. You're giving me land? Then, Acero suddenly paused. Seeing his hesitation, Gian placed a hand on his chest and assured him, I'm not forcing you to create something from nothing. Think of it as an investment for you to research and produce a certain type of metal. Mr. Acero, while I can't tell you exactly what material you'll be using, I can assure you that it's stronger than steel. He slowly pulled out a sword, suggesting, the amount we have is enough raw material to mass-produce just about anything. Why don't you take a look? The man caressed the sword, clicking his tongue in admiration. This blade, if it's all right with you. May I test it? Gian agreed without hesitation. Of course. With permission, Acero turned and walked away. Let's see. He bent down to compare it with another sword, muttering, This blade here. A friend gave it to me a while back to celebrate my 10th year in the profession. With that, Acero lifted the other sword and placed it on the table. After setting it in place, he swung the new sword without hesitation. With just a single, light slash, the other sword was cut in 2. Acero froze, unable to believe his eyes. The other 2 remained silent, just smiling and observing. As soon as he regained his composure, his voice trembled as he asked, But, how? How did you find a material like this, my lord? Acero was so excited he could barely stop talking. This could be a revolution. If we mass-produce this, Gian calmly interjected, we have an amount comparable to our iron reserves. He glanced at the broken blade and said slowly, even though their strength is on a completely different level. Acero gazed at the sword, unable to hold back his awe. This is truly a revolution. Gian raised his hand once more, making a serious promise. If that happens, I won't let you down. Mr. Acero, come with me. You are the man I need. Seeing this, Acero could only let out a sigh. A moment later, he immediately dropped to his knees, blurting out, I accept this offer. Though I may be lacking, I will do my utmost to support you. I will try my best. Thank you. Gian was momentarily flustered, his words faltering. Acero. Just then, Buku stepped out and enthusiastically announced, We've finished everything here. I don't understand why you're interested in a man like that, he said, but still offered a cheerful congratulations. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Gian turned to him and spoke softly. Mr. Supervisor. Buku replied, sounding puzzled. Yes? Gian slowly made his offer. I will give you another bag of gold, just like the one I gave him. Please, grant my request. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. And what happens next? Gian broke into a brilliant smile, raising his fist as he declared, Nothing more, nothing less. I just want to punch you in the face one time. Buku was a bit surprised, but still cried out, Oh my, I guess life has been hard on you. You must be really stressed, huh? He grinned, his eyes squinting in a fake challenge. You can't say the only thing I've got is size. Come on, bring it. I'll take every last punch. At that, Gian's fist at his side clenched tighter. A cruel, crazed smile spread across his face. Then, Gian immediately swung his fist straight into Buku's face. In an instant, the man was sent flying into the air. Orenes and Acero were stunned as they witnessed his transcendent power. Gian slowly walked over to Buku, calmly explaining, Violence isn't the only way to solve problems. You're just getting what you deserve. He dropped the bag of money right on the man's face, threatening him. I'm warning you. Don't you dare attack innocent people ever again. With that, Gian turned his head and gestured. Orenes, Mr. Acero, let's go. The two of them, having been called, immediately agreed. Okay. The three of them continued their cheerful conversation, completely forgetting about Buku slumped to the side. By the way, Orenis, did you do what I asked? Yes. I've gathered all the information on the BKU, and I've also sent it to the authorities. It will be brought to trial. I feel better about my decision. I sincerely thank you, my lord. At the planet spa, his deep voice echoed through the space. I knew coming to the spa was a good way to wait for Acero. Looks like no one's here because the entrance fee is so expensive. Jian took off his outer shirt and turned his head, wondering, Orenis, what are you doing? You need to wash up before we leave. Or are you planning to leave looking like that? Orenis, blushing furiously, hastily refused. My lord, you first. You should bathe first. I'll just look around the spa. I never thought I'd get to go to a spa like this. But he naively stepped closer and questioned her. Huh? Look around? You can do that after you've bathed. Staring at his bare torso in front of her, she stammered. Oh. Is that so? Orenis suddenly looked down, lost in thought. Noticing something was off, Jian spoke up, puzzled. What's the big deal? First time seeing a nobleman's body? It's the same as anyone else's. She averted her eyes and began to speak hesitantly. Well, my lord, it's just, but he cut her off with a wave of his hand. It's fine. I'm not going to make you show me your body. I'm going in first. Orenis lowered her gaze, blushing, and replied reluctantly, all right, sure. As soon as he stepped into the pool, Jian let out a relaxed sigh. Amazing. He leaned his head back comfortably, muttering, if only we could build a spa like this near the Nightmare Forest or Mon's tomb. We'd make a ton of money. Jian didn't stop, continuing his calculations. I'll need to expand the industrial area on a large scale. Not just inns and taverns, but a place where people can enjoy nightlife and cultural entertainment. Just then, a sound made him turn his head. Jian saw her dipping her feet in the water and stirring it, asking with some confusion, what are you doing? Aren't you coming in? Orenis was silent for a moment before explaining. I really hate hot water. He calmly expressed his curiosity. Then just dip your feet. But why are you wrapped up in that towel? She mumbled her excuse. I'm pretty hairy. I didn't want you to see, so I'm covering up. Jian suddenly stood up and walked towards her, saying, I don't care about that, don't worry. Orenis yelped in surprise. But I do. Seeing that, he gave up and turned away. All right, have it your way. I'll just keep my eyes closed while I'm here. The only sound was Jian's contented sigh. Ah, this is great. I'm getting sleepy. My body feels like jelly. The sky darkened, dotted with brilliant stars, and the rooms were plunged into shadow. By now, she had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he frowned and muttered, something seems off. Ever since we officially joined the event, Orenis has been acting really uncomfortable around me. When it's just the two of them, or when there's physical contact, his expression changes. Jian couldn't help but let his worry slip out. This kid. Looking at the soundly sleeping Orenis, he dismissed the speculation that had just popped into his head. No way. Jian suddenly slumped down beside the bed, sighing softly to himself. Don't be like this. The next day, at the Forer Kingdom, Acero, carrying bags in both hands, smiled and greeted him. My lord, we're here. His wife added, you have no idea how happy I was. Is this all they have? Jian was silent, his eyes wide with surprise. Staring at the bags in their hands, he asked himself in shock, is this all they have? It took Jian a long moment to speak. It seems you don't have many possessions. Acero scratched his head and explained with a simple smile. Since we've moved around a lot, we had to minimize what we carry. Seeing their state, he could only sigh and softly call out to Acero. Then, Jian turned his head and asked, Orenis, you know of Zuma Castle, don't you? Orenis paused for a second before immediately replying, yes, of course. Turn that place into a home, with all the necessary supplies for Acero's family. He quickly gave the order, make sure it's the best place they've ever stayed in, and provide them with everything you can. She understood immediately, and hastily assured him, yes, I understand. But then Orenis suddenly spoke up, probing, but, aren't you coming with us, my lord? I'm going to use a large-scale teleportation magic circle anyway, so one more person won't be a problem. Jian answered without hesitation. All right, I understand, but I still have things to take care of here. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Hearing this, the curiosity in her eyes intensified. Where are you going? At the entrance gate, a knight stopped them, demanding, please pay the fee before entering. Seeing the gold coin fall into his palm, the knight was startled. While the guard was still dazed, Jian smiled and said, "Thank you for your diligent watch." After walking a bit further, another guarded gate appeared, and another knight stepped out to block his path. "Hold it." Meeting Jian's surprised gaze, he explained coldly, "I'm searching you for security." Jian immediately spread his arms in agreement. "Of course. You must be tired." As he spoke, he slipped another gold coin into the knight's hand. Jian was quickly let through, and behind him, he heard the knight's announcement. "All right, so you're a merchant. Sorry for not recognizing you. Go on in." But the person behind him wasn't so lucky. "Are you trying to get in without paying? Hand it over, pal." Jian thought to himself with a bit of contempt. A bunch of corrupt men on the verge of bankruptcy or drowning in debt. So this is the state of the Forer Kingdom. A place ruled by money, a place where money can buy you anything. In front of the entrance to the Forer Kingdom's cathedral dungeon, a large crowd of people had gathered. Looking at the long line, Jian couldn't help but recall that this was a dungeon he thought had already been explored before he even met Acero. He muttered aloud, "What a long line." He suddenly walked up and quickly shoved a loaf of bread into a knight's hand. "Here, you must be hungry." The man was suspicious for a moment, but still took it. "Bread?" Seeing the glint of gold inside the bread, the knight was stunned, speechless. In the blink of an eye, his attitude changed to one of welcome. "So you're a nobleman, sir. Everyone, move aside." Jian showed no reaction, only sighing helplessly to himself. "I can't change this country anymore. This nation has fallen into an unsalvageable state. I had intended to come here before and change it, a change with my own power." At that moment, in the dark dungeon, there were only two gloomy gates. One was covered in bright red symbols, like blood. Seeing him approach it, the people around him quickly tried to dissuade him. "Hey, young man, if you're thinking of entering Gate B, you should give up on that idea. The survival rate in there is very low. Gate A and Gate B are more different than you think." Jian let out a sigh, reluctantly clarifying, "That's why I'm here." The other person, still not reassured, pressed on. "If you're still determined to go in there, does that mean you're looking for a place to die?" He turned back, slightly angered, and growled, "You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing." The man who was yelled at could only give up, clicking his tongue in resignation. Good grief, there goes another young warrior. The cathedral dungeon has two gates, A and B. Most people who come here choose Gate A, because Gate A is less dangerous, and therefore, people have shared a lot of information about what happens inside. The risk is very low. In contrast, Gate B is famous for its extreme difficulty. A party needs at least 15 people. No, a party usually needs more than 15 people to conquer this gate. And I've come here alone because model.